In life, every individual has their own strengths and weaknesses. This helps people open up new opportunities and harness their own abilities. And in this case, Kim Hisu, our protagonist, possesses an incredibly formidable talent. She charms everyone she meets, victorious in every encounter. Surrounded by an environment full of women, her ability was limited by gender, meaning it only applied to females. Hisu also had a special hobby. She was obsessed with romantic fantasy novels. Frustrated by the ending of the work titled The Flower Blooms on a Withered Branch, she went to an online forum to express her disappointment when the story concluded. Somehow, by fate, she transmigrated into the character of the female lead's best friend in that novel. Now, Hisu knew the tragic ending of the character Irene Amber very well. As Irene, she was struggling to survive in the household of Viscount Amber, which was her family, burdened by mounting debts and on the verge of bankruptcy, when an angel appeared to save her miserable life. That person was Claudia, the female lead of the novel The Flower Blooms on a Withered Branch. Irene, now both her best friend and possessing a god-tier heart-stealing ability, meant that the two of them shared a bond stronger than superglue. Such a development would surely lead to more bad than good. Naturally, Claudia's affection for her was a thorn in the side of her many suitors. Irene realized that her life was definitely hanging by a thread. The three suitors threatening her were all formidable and among the most powerful in this kingdom. Seeing her best friend being pressured by them, Claudia didn't hesitate to step forward and protect her. She flatly declared that she disliked the three of them, and even if it was the crown prince of this kingdom, they shouldn't dare touch Irene. Fortunately, Claudia also had an older brother who always loved and stood by her. Although he used the gentlest tone, he acted with the utmost resolve to end the powerful suitor's illusion of possessing Claudia. Irene considered herself to have escaped a calamity. After returning home with Claudia, unlike her straightforward attitude earlier, she burst into tears, resentfully complaining to her best friend. Though Claudia was a noble, she lived by her ideals and had her own strong opinions, making it easy for her to see through the abuse of power and invisible oppression created by those three suitors. She was determined to refuse them completely because they were the type of people Claudia hated most. Hearing those sincere words, Irene realized that she had unconsciously pushed Claudia back towards those dangerous individuals. Feeling incredibly guilty, so Irene gently comforted Claudia. The two best friends were so close that they hugged each other, both to reconcile and to soothe each other's hearts. After she stopped pondering, Claudia suddenly remembered what she had declared before the entire banquet. Her mistake was not asking Irene's opinion before publicly stating that she wanted to live with her for life. Knowing that Claudia did this purely out of the precious affection she held for her, Irene simply smiled and said it was fine. This time, Claudia directly proposed to her, asking if she wanted to be her best friend for life. Claudia's overflowing affection seemed to empower Irene's heart. With a bright smile, she unhesitatingly vowed to always accompany Claudia, a pure oath that moved heaven and earth. Although Irene's inner world was roaring like a surging sea, she had long prepared herself for the ensuing consequences. Felix Chamberlain was Claudia's only older brother, a handsome, white-haired, bespectacled scholar who had rescued Claudia at that ball. He was the eldest son of the Chamberlain family, a wealthy noble house, and also the youngest undersecretary of the Ministry of Magic, wielding the supreme, ultimate magical power of the constellations. He was a born genius, possessing a colossal amount of mana and a talent for magic, a dazzling and potent latent power. He was known for his honest and friendly nature, excellent leadership skills, and like any other male lead's brother, he was also a doting sister-complex older brother. From childhood, Felix had cared for Claudia with great tenderness and affection. To be frank, he was a unicorn, so rare it was hard to believe he existed. But then, suddenly, at the crack of dawn, Irene found herself throwing open the door, still in her pajamas, hastily donning a brown robe, and rushing downstairs. She wondered, what was that unicorn doing in her courtyard? Looking down at the garden, Felix was waiting below. He gently held catnip, waving it for the black cat to play with. Just then, Felix looked over, his gaze falling upon Irene's figure, and with the dazzling sunlight, it adorned Felix Chamberlain's radiant smile. He spoke, still idly holding the catnip. "I apologize, I didn't mean to come to your place without prior notice." "Oh no, it's fine." Tada, Irene froze, suddenly turning into a stiff Lego toy model, unexpectedly rigid. Irene thought to herself, amused, I suffer from a condition where, upon meeting the opposite sex, my expressions and speech become rigid. From middle school, high school, to university, I always attended all-girls schools, so this condition is deeply ingrained in my blood. Thus, at every stage of my life, there are always different stiff, frozen Kim Soo-hyun Lego models. As a result, every conversation boys had with me always led to this question, are you mad at me? It was always spot on. Because Felix was asking her with an awkward, uneasy expression, no way, how could you be mad at a handsome man? Lego Irene fidgeted uneasily like a stone statue, sweating with worry. A silence stretched between the 2, 1, 2, 3 dots, making Irene feel so helpless and miserable. Ha, Felix suddenly burst out laughing. Is that so? Then I must thank my parents for giving birth to me. He smiled brightly, covering his mouth with an elegant, refined gesture. Looking at his radiant smile, like sunlight shining through her heart, Irene felt as if this brother-sister pair truly had the ability to heal souls. Irene abruptly changed the subject, stammering, pulling her rope tighter. By the way, it's been a long time since we last met. Are you still practicing your magic resistance skill? Ah, magic resistance? Felix replied with a smile. According to the original story, Felix was a sacrifice for those 3 men. Near the story's climax, those 3, wanting to possess Claudia at all costs, caused an entire mansion to rise, stained with blood. They decided to cooperate to completely isolate Claudia. They used a sealed holy relic imbued with ancient demonic magic. An artifact capable of destroying the world, shaped like a bow with an arrow as red as human blood, surrounded by chains imprisoning Claudia. Felix had to choose between the destruction of the world or sacrificing himself. Thus, Felix suffered greatly until the chains were broken. Finally, he chose to absorb all the demon's power into his body, making his eyes glow terrifyingly and soullessly, only to be completely devoured by the demon and annihilate the entire Chamberlain family. A sea of blood ensued, a barbaric and terrifying massacre, with bodies piled everywhere. Since Felix had no more use, those 3 killed him, then they pretended to be saviors to rescue Claudia. This way, she would have nowhere left to turn. Claudia was pitiful, heartbroken, her small back besieged by evil forces. Compared to other matters, I want to prevent this tragedy even more. Therefore, Irene pleaded with Felix, please, practice your magic resistance skill, and don't tell anyone. Felix was surprised. He looked at Irene, who wore a pleading, pitiful expression. I had no choice but to ask him directly. He happily accepted. Felix smiled radiantly, a dazzling, healing smile. Thank you for pointing out my weakness. No matter how well I've learned, there's always something missing, isn't there? Reflecting, my behavior back then was incredibly rude. He truly is an angel. It feels like being purified. Irene resignedly and helplessly basked in Felix's dazzling aura. It feels like some kind of divine presence. Irene, Felix called her. It's a good thing. You were sleeping so soundly that I didn't want to wake you. Ha? Irene froze. What did he say? Irene was suspicious. She took a defensive stance. She yelled, there seems to be a hidden meaning in that statement, isn't there? Thump, thump. She became serious. Felix merely tilted his head, laughing evasively. You recently hired new staff, didn't you? Irene reacted vehemently. What do you mean? Why do you keep changing the subject? Suddenly, Felix's eyes grew serious, flickering with danger. What? He said. Irene was surprised. Felix raised his hand and said, do you know you've been poisoned? The amount of poison is lethal. You're about to die. These words inadvertently made Irene freeze in shock. Sir Mage. What are you saying? Am I really going to die? Her inner self screamed. But her second self grimaced, speechless and utterly helpless. So how much time do I have left? Irene asked uneasily. About half a day, Felix replied. This made Irene once again display a distorted, bewildered expression. She thought, those crazy people have started acting. Felix reassured her with a positive smile. But at least you can live for half a day. If it weren't for me, Irene wouldn't be standing here. Gulp. Irene swallowed. Her face paled with extreme worry. There's an assassin too? Felix smiled innocently and casually said, I've chased them all away, don't worry. Chased them where? Irene was extremely curious, especially with Felix's expression and demeanor. But what does it matter? I'm really going to die. Go. Irene's inner self screamed and cried. She clutched her head in despair, her mind twisted. So don't stand too far away. Come here. I'll detoxify you. Felix smiled, telling her to come closer. He stroked the black cat that was rubbing its muzzle against his robe. Irene was flustered, crying, and dejected. She stammered, huh? You can detoxify me? Then why did you scare me? Ha ha. Of course. Felix nodded. Irene then stepped closer. She walked slowly. Thank you. Irene was still hesitant, standing 3 steps away from Felix. So Felix had to say, Irene, you're too far away. I need to touch your hand directly to detoxify you.
Oh. Is that so? Irene smiled awkwardly and approached. I understand. Felix told her. He extended his hand with a swish. What? Irene asked, puzzled.
She extended her hand and placed it in his fair, delicate palm, fairer than her own.
Felix smiled bitterly. He began to chant. A sparkling green aura of healing power emanated.
As he worked, he focused, looking at her, and joked, Claudia is just like you. She said my hands were too big and scary to look at.
When did she say that?
She was extremely curious.
Her hands suddenly glowed.
The light made her admire and delight.
It feels so warm. Felix continued chatting. Claudia has always been as adorable as an angel since childhood. That's why she's been kidnapped several times. I don't know when it started.
Every time someone saw Claudia, they would immediately fall in love and propose to her.
If refused, they would resort to force and authority.
Usually, I handle all those matters myself. And after going through such things for a long time, Felix recounted, a painful past contrasting with the healing magic he was performing for Irene. The power made the wind blow leaves wildly.
Felix said, I told Claudia I would handle everything. And I told her she didn't need to worry about anything. So, is it my fault that everything went wrong? Irene asked. Felix then explained, no.
I shouldn't have told Claudia to suppress her feelings about those things from the beginning. It's my fault that Claudia became self-conscious. Outside, the black cat that had just been playing was now sleeping soundly with a full belly.
Felix smiled. But Claudia has changed so much. All thanks to Irene being by her side. She was startled. Even when she was ostracized by high society? Felix replied, currently, Claudia looks happier than ever.
It's been a long time since I've seen her look so happy, not since she was a child.
Swish. His two hands enveloped hers, radiating healing and detoxifying power onto Irene's hand. It's done now. It doesn't hurt anymore, does it? Felix asked her. Irene felt extremely strange and wonderful.
She rubbed her hand, still a little skeptical, but didn't forget her manners.
Ah. Thank you. Felix told her, Irene, your complete lack of caution worries me too. Now I understand why Claudia wanted to bring you to our home so quickly. Why? Irene asked, puzzled. Because you're cute. Crack. Her face stiffened.
Her inner heart suddenly cracked and shattered. Irene froze, dumbfounded, speechless and helpless.
Felix burst out laughing. Ha ha. By the way, while we're on that subject. My lady, may I kidnap you?
Then he smiled, waving one hand holding the catnip, extending the other to invite her to take it.
Irene. Claudia's voice rang out joyfully.
Before Irene could realize it, her friend had rushed forward and embraced her with delight. Her face showed pity and sorrow as she gripped Irene's shoulders, saying, I heard the news. I can't believe those damn people acted so quickly.
How dare they lay a hand on my Irene? I'll find them and break every single one of their bones.
Claudia's voice suddenly became low and close, terrifying and intimidating, as she clenched her fist in furious indignation. This made Irene break out in cold sweat, feeling a chill down her spine.
Ha! Those crazy people. I should have acted sooner. It didn't stop there.
Claudia radiated murderous intent, like a dark witch about to unleash destruction.
Irene was dizzy and speechless. Doing that would be treason. Felix gave an awkward laugh to defuse the situation. Claudia, the first thing you should do is comfort Irene.
She just went through something unpleasant.
Felix patted Irene's shoulder.
She was giving an awkward, unsightly smile. Hearing her brother's words, Claudia was suddenly startled. She blurted out, oh, that's right.
What's wrong with my head? Irene. You must have been terrified, right?
She asked her friend, flustered. Irene calmly replied, now that I've become everyone's enemy, I expected this.
But I didn't expect it to happen so quickly.
She held Claudia's hand to reassure her. Claudia felt pity and sorrow for her friend's fate.
Don't say that. Irene didn't do anything wrong.
Irene smirked, puffed out her chest, and crossed her arms.
Of course. They are the bad guys. Now I'm busy being happy every day. Why waste emotions on people not worth bothering with?
Oof. She asserted confidently.
Hearing this, Claudia happily said, let's be happy together, Irene. She clasped her hands together joyfully. All right.
Claudia suddenly grabbed Irene's hand. She quickly pulled Irene, running off like a gust of wind.
Claudia smiled like a child. I want to show Irene something. Shall we go? Irene was pulled along, unharmed. She happily replied, following her friend. The two ran hand in hand, playfully frolicking down the mansion's corridor with great excitement. Laughter. Following them was Felix. He affectionately watched his two younger sisters happily playing together. Tang. Claudia led Irene to a banquet hall. There was a basin set up that looked like a chocolate fountain on a banquet table. Tang. Looking around, servants were bustling about, preparing drink carts, beer, and wine. Maids were cleaning and mostly preparing abundant tea and pastries. Tang. Not to mention, there was also a carriage inside the house. Radiant and splendid, with flowers blooming and white doves landing. Irene felt overwhelmed. She stammered, what are all these things? Her eyes widened at the luxurious and magnificent scene in this vast room. Rose petals flew everywhere. Claudia and Felix saw this and smiled proudly, delighted. They both laughed with amusement. Claudia clasped her hands and said, "It's a gift I prepared for Irene." Irene's mouth hung open. She broke out in a cold sweat. Unbelievable. This divine blessing is too much. Her eyes widened. Thunder and lightning crashed in her mind, leaving her speechless and utterly helpless, she swore. Claudia suddenly felt uneasy seeing her expression and asked, You don't like it? It's still not enough, is it? Felix saw this and also pondered. Irene spoke up, "It's more than enough." But Claudia was overthinking. Thunder and lightning crashed in her mind. Fearing Irene wouldn't like it, she quickly said, "The dress fitting room was prepared separately. It would be too messy if displayed here. Do you want to see that room first? Please give me another chance." It was like a marriage proposal. Indeed. Felix said, "Creating a river connecting to an artificial waterfall, with a floating boat in the middle, would be better, wouldn't it?" Felix rubbed his chin thoughtfully. He spoke with genuine seriousness. This made Irene think she misheard. "What did you say?" "It looks beautiful. But it's very unstable. Or how about building a private track for a small train to pass through?" Claudia spoke up in protest. Felix then discussed, "I think we should quickly commission a magic-powered carriage, that would be better." Claudia nodded in agreement. "That's a good idea." The two siblings discussed seriously, leaving Irene wide-eyed at the terrifyingly generous blessings. Wait. She cried out, hastily trying to stop them. "It's not that I'm not happy." She was speechless, explaining, wow. "I'm very happy. Thank you," she said loudly, going along with it. But Claudia suddenly asked, "Irene, do you know something?" "Huh?" Irene paused, suddenly scared. Claudia sadly said, "Actually, I don't know anything about Irene. You always listen to me and let me lean on you. But you've never talked about yourself." Her eyes welled up, about to cry. She said, "I want to know Irene's hobbies." Snap. One of Irene's nerves suddenly broke. To hell with etiquette and manners. Irene exploded. She yelled, her feelings like a burning flame of desire and passion. "I have two stomachs, one for main courses and one for snacks. I love to eat. I love handsome people too. Their happy faces are so fun to look at. I could watch them all day and not get bored." The explosive storm blew directly at the Chamberlain siblings, Claudia and Felix, who fluttered in gratitude and joy. Irene didn't stop, yelling more, "I also love to play. I love hanging out with friends. I even love dolls. Hugging something soft when I sleep is the best thing in the world. My childhood dream is." Irene looked serious. Thunder and lightning struck. Boom. To eat without working. Lord of laziness. At this moment, Irene realized. Oh no. I blurted everything out. So helpless and utterly rude. Conveniently, Irene knelt down, helpless and beyond saving. Claudia, however, was full of forgiveness. "What is there to worry about? You don't need to do anything. Just bring yourself to the door." Jen. Hearing this, Irene, thorny, cried, crawling, soft and bloody. Sniff. "Is it okay to just be lazy and eat money? He. What laziness? Jen just needs to be by my side. Besides, I'm a beautiful woman with lots of money. It just so happens to be Yen's taste, right?" Surprisingly, Claudia was not disgusted. She looked like an angel descended from heaven, radiating brilliance. Generously, she extended her hand to help Irene up, full of kindness. Irene whimpered, moved to tears. "Claudia. You think that? It's completely normal? Jen. How long are you going to keep calling me that? Claudia gently reminded her. Overwhelmed with emotion,
Irene rushed to hug her, crying like a child.
Claudia. You're the best. Felix saw the touching scene and smiled, nodding. Indeed, cute things have value just by existing. He watched Irene crying. Scene change. A phone voice rang out. So you're going to stay there? Probably for life.
Irene, in her pajamas, wrapped in a shawl, held the phone to her ear.
The other end grumbled, How old are you? Running away from home without a word.
Irene respectfully turned around, correcting every word.
Not running away from home. It's becoming a nun.
Leaving the secular world once and for all.
Becoming what?
You're sinking deeper into the secular world if anything. The other end of the phone grumbled annoyingly again.
What are you doing at the Chamberlain's, sister? No. Actually, I guess this would happen someday. Ha.
The person sighed.
It's all because you're cute. Irene said, Cute, huh?
The other end was stunned.
He complained again over the phone. Before, I thought you were just getting weird. But since when have you been so crazy? Irene calmly replied, The crazy one is our father.
He mortgaged our family for that debt.
It's already happened.
He'll take this opportunity to cut ties with him completely.
When you graduate, come here. Claudia said you can live with me.
While on the phone, Irene suddenly noticed Felix's distant figure approaching with clop-clop sounds. The other end of the line fell silent.
That. You'll think about it for a while longer.
Irene replied to the other end.
Felix said a talent like you is always welcome. Felix didn't know who it was, but it was true, so he nodded.
The phone line chuckled mockingly.
You've got guts, sister. I'll call you again next time.
Irene looked at Felix's nodding gesture, bewildered, then hung up.
Irene put down the phone. She awkwardly asked Felix, You're still not asleep? Felix, holding a book, approached and asked, I was reading. Who were you just calling? Irene replied, It was Liam. Liam. That's your younger brother, isn't it? Felix repeated. Irene calmly replied, Yes. He's always been a brave younger brother since childhood. Is there something you need? Felix smiled. It's about. I want to talk about magic resistance. Don't worry. Whenever you worry, your mouth turns into a triangle. Felix reassured her.
Irene was now as rigid as he observed, her mouth forming a triangle, her whole body tensed as if it were a matter of great importance.
Ha ha. Felix burst out laughing. I'll get straight to the point. May I ask why you asked me to train that skill? Irene gave an awkward laugh in response. Ha ha. You'll probably find it hard to believe.
Actually, a year ago, I saw something, perhaps a prophecy about the future.
After a long while, Felix's face grew serious.
He rested his chin on his hand, pondering.
That's certainly a perplexing story. But if it were me, I would do the same. Sacrifice myself for the greater good? Irene asked him.
The two were currently in the study, sitting on a sofa, discussing.
Felix was still lost in thought.
Irene's words sounded noble, but they were roughly correct.
She was astonished. Even if no one remembers your sacrifice? Even if all the achievements you've made all this time, even your life, will be distorted? Felix nodded naturally. Even if your choice will hurt Claudia permanently? She remembered Claudia's image in the original novel. Broken. Desperate.
Like a white chrysanthemum for desolation.
Felix pondered for a moment, looking serious. Then he replied, Even if the price is my sacrifice, I hope Claudia will live on my behalf. Felix smiled.
Irene immediately yelled to stop him. She clutched her head, screaming in despair.
Felix still explained, Even if you can resist it, the demon's power will not disappear. Irene's mouth hung open. It won't disappear?
She found it very strange.
No way, I wouldn't know.
I read the flower blooms on a withered branch at least 20 times. Felix then explained in detail, if I had magic resistance, I could neutralize all other spells on the ancient holy relic.
But when demons engrave their power, they tear their own souls.
The ancient holy relic has unparalleled destructive power.
So if I absorb their power, even with magic resistance, my soul will still be devoured by the demon. Like imprisoned chains, the demon would reach out its hand to choke Felix, not letting him breathe. Frightened,
Irene clutched the hem of her dress.
She stammered, then what will happen?
It depends on which demon's power it is, but they all have one thing in common, Felix stated the truth.
But that was distorted information. It was unknowable. It was terrifying information, stained with death. This truth made Irene panic. Terrified. She couldn't believe it. No way.
In the room filled with books.
Suddenly, a man's voice echoed.
It depends on which demon's power it is.
But they all have one thing in common, they cannot control their desires. Irene looked at the black crow with question marks and wondered. Only that? Felix smiled and continued, but it's still very dangerous. Irene raised her hand to her chin, wondering, desire? But what exactly kind of desire?
Hearing this, he said it depended on the achievements, so it was currently unknown.
Because demons are born from desire, they cannot control their instincts. A gloomy atmosphere enveloped both of them. Irene sighed, this is difficult. Suddenly Irene thought of something. Wait a minute. Perhaps I'm also controlled by a demon.
Liking handsome people, liking money, liking good food.
As humans, everyone feels that, right? Demons appeared with black cloaks, fangs, and claws. The desires of demons and humans are very different. Demons are creatures that will kill if they feel the urge.
The demon's hand grasped a fresh red heart.
Irene spoke, do you mean the demon's desires are as insane as what those three men did to monopolize Claudia? Felix hesitated, that. Seeing his hesitation, she wondered, or is it even worse? Then perhaps all three of them have also been devoured by demons.
The image of hideous fangs appeared, along with vines and darkness enveloping the three men.
Felix sighed, I understand what you're trying to say. Irene looked at him and cut him off, no, I don't think you understand. Felix asked, puzzled, what? She said, for what reason would I tell you everything?
I'm here to prevent the tragedy where you're possessed by a demon and die alone, as the prophecy foretold.
I don't want you to accept sacrifice and leave.
Irene's eyes lit up, and she sincerely said, if you turn into a demon, I will drag you down to hell with me.
Since I'm so determined, please listen to me. Felix was stunned.
He took her hand, I think I understand why the gods delivered the prophecy to Irene.
Irene was surprised, you believe me? Of course, because it's Irene. That's why I don't want to hurt you anymore. The hands intertwined. She asked, why do you think you'll be hurt? Felix replied, because it's Irene.
He leaned in and lightly kissed her hand, whispering, because demons will stimulate each person's desires.
She asked, so Felix's desires will hurt me? Her cheeks flushed. Felix said, yes, something like that. He sat opposite her.
He gently said, so when you want to leave, please let me go. As soon as she heard those words, Irene clutched Felix's hand, unwilling to let go, making him laugh and exclaim, oh my.
Looking at Felix, she mused, you think he'll let you go? He'll find a way for all three of us to be happy. So don't go. This stunned Felix. Irene approached, as you said earlier, you have a desire to torment me? Felix said that wasn't entirely wrong.
Irene crossed her arms, trying to smile through her trembling, then I invite you.
Satisfy your desires before the holy relic appears, and it'll be done, right?
Felix said, that's a bit difficult.
Irene got angry, why? Just do it and it'll be over. Felix's expression darkened, and he smiled dangerously, don't provoke me, you'll get into trouble. Felix smiled, they'll try my best.
She asked him how he planned to do it. He chuckled unconsciously, just suppressing it in my heart will be fine, right?
Irene sat down, looking annoyed, how many more times do I have to say it? Felix gently raised his hand to her cheek, suppressing it constantly will make you sick.
He told her to rest her head on his lap, Irene, you don't need to worry about anything, just relax and rest.
Irene thought, huh? Rest? But his thighs are really firm, I thought he was a mage.
She hesitated, thank you, but my neck hurts a little.
Felix heard that and asked, too high?
Her face clearly showed her forced expression, both high and hard. Hearing this, Felix immediately comforted her, I'm sorry.
The scene of her lying on his lap was so romantic. But Irene suddenly thought, why is he still sitting still? Is this some kind of torture?
I thought it wouldn't be comfortable, but Felix's hand stroking me made me fall asleep so quickly.
Felix always cared about others.
She kept dozing off, pushing away her thoughts. Looking at his face, she reflected, everything always goes his way. If so, I really don't know if Felix is a gentle and caring person, or something else in sheep's clothing.
Claudia's voice rang out, you two are too much, daring to do this while I was asleep? Irene's face was swollen, Chase, huh? Claudia's tears fell profusely.
Irene woke up, startled, oh my god, Claudia, why are you crying?
Claudia cried, I want Irene to sleep on my lap too.
Irene comforted her, "You'll let Claudia rest her head on my lap whenever you want." Suddenly Felix appeared, complaining, "My neck hurts, and my heart hurts here." "You looked like you were sleeping so well." Claudia asked, "Aren't you going to work?" Felix said, "The sun just rose, it's a long way until work time." "Claudia, what about your classes?" She said, "I only have afternoon classes today." "Deputy Minister, please go to work." He said, "No one would dare say anything if the Deputy Minister was late." Claudia said, "That's truly abusing power." "Yes. Unlike Claudia, you skipped class yesterday, didn't you? If you don't study properly, Irene will be disappointed." Felix walked past, patting Claudia's head. "See you later, Claudia." Irene thought, "No way. This brother, why do you leave me to bear the consequences? I like people who try to finish their work." Claudia held Irene's hand, her eyes welling up. "Irene, you know I'm not like that, right?" Irene replied, "Yes, I know." Claudia's eyes welled with tears. "You'll study hard, so please don't hate me." "There's no way I would ever hate or be disappointed in you," Irene affirmed. The two held hands, calling each other's names affectionately. Ahem. The sound startled both of them. Claudia asked, "When did father arrive?" Hugo replied, "Before you even came in here." Claudia was surprised. "Is that so? I didn't even know." "You should have made some noise, shouldn't you?" He said, "You speak without regard for anyone, just like your brother." Boy raised his hand to his lips, signaling shush so that someone wouldn't wake up. "Shush what? So annoying." He hesitated, asking, "No, my daughter-in-law. Lady Amber." "Yes, please speak, Your Grace." "Let's talk privately for a moment." Irene's face turned pale as she thought, "It's here, the conversation with the thief of his sons and daughters' hearts." In a reception room, Irene stammered, facing Claudia's father, "I apologize." Hugo sternly crossed his arms and asked, "For what?" She tried to explain, "For stealing Your Grace's precious daughter. And recently, there have been unpleasant rumors about Claudia." Hugo's face remained impassive. He didn't blame Irene at all. "My lady needs not apologize. On the contrary, I should thank you for making Claudia happier." Though he spoke words of thanks, he sighed mournfully. "Moreover, she's even excited about not having to attend those boring tea parties anymore." Finally, with all the love he had for Claudia, Hugo accepted, "As long as my daughter is happy, I don't care what the world says." Hearing those words made Irene exclaim, "She's exactly like her daughter." She smiled awkwardly and asked, "So, why did Your Grace wish to meet me privately?" At this point, the conversation officially moved to the main topic. Hugo explained, "His Imperial Highness the Crown Prince is looking for Claudia." Thinking of this, he made a disgusted face and clicked his tongue. Looking at Hugo's disgusted face, Irene silently screamed internally. Hugo continued to mutter with a mournful expression, "I tried to make excuses to refuse, but am reaching my limit." Finally, His Highness abandoned his intellectual facade and acted like an idiot. Seeing him speak like a machine gun, she couldn't help but marvel. Indeed, that scolding like singing mouth is hereditary. Realizing he had spoken too much, Hugo coughed a few times to compose himself. "No, I truly cannot deal with His Highness anymore." Irene seemed to understand his thoughts, and she seriously asked, "I understand. So, first we need to appease him, right?" Seeing that she grasped the situation, Hugo immediately replied, "That's right, please, my lady. Claudia is a simple child, often acting before thinking, which is why I wanted to meet Lady Amber privately." Then he used his most sincere voice to ask for help. "Please, my lady, take care of Claudia." Feeling the great responsibility, Irene quickly replied, "Yes, I will definitely protect your daughter." Hearing this, Hugo's face froze as he asked again, "Protect? You? No, can my lady do that?" Irene regretted internally, too late to fix it. He didn't ask for anything profound. Hugo was stunned. "Just stay by her side and keep an eye on her. If she goes too far, stop her." Irene broke out in a cold sweat. "Yes." The scene shifts to a luxurious cafe, with people bustling outside. Inside, Claudia's gentle voice echoed, "Thinking back, Irene must have felt stifled staying in the mansion all the time, and I didn't notice. I didn't know you wanted to go out." Irene and Claudia happily enjoyed afternoon tea. Claudia generously offered, "What do you want to eat? I'll pay for everything, so just say it." Hearing that, Irene's eyes lit up as if she saw gold. "Really?" Claudia affirmed, "Of course." She looked at the menu on the table, her hands flipping from the first page to the last. Irene relentlessly ordered, then, from this to this. Unable to resist the temptation of food, Irene exclaimed, "Can I have everything up to here? It's like a dream." Seeing her friend happy, Claudia also felt happy. "Of course, just order away." With approval, Irene was utterly content and happy. Before she could finish her sentence, her eyes widened as she looked at the price list. "What kind of prices are these?"
Seeing her hesitate, Claudia sadly asked, "Is it too cheap, so you don't like it?" But the truth was completely opposite. Irene froze. "It's so expensive it gives me goosebumps." Seeing the problem wasn't as she thought, Claudia laughed to comfort her. "It's fine, it's not that much. Just order whatever you like." Her generosity made the other person exclaim, "That's incredible." Irene, like a pampered kitten after a good meal, her face full of joy, "Then I'll prepare myself." Suddenly, noisy whispers erupted around them. "I heard she rejected those wonderful men, so the rumors are true." The whispers grew increasingly vicious. "Is that the lady? She looks like a maid." Those malicious words reached Irene's ears, because she captured Lady Chamberlain's heart. "I thought she'd be amazing, but she looks unremarkable. The Viscount Amber's daughter is quite famous for having no value in the marriage market." The chatter grew louder. "What can she do with nothing but debt?" Facing Irene, two other ladies relentlessly mocked. "The only way for her to survive is to cling to Lady Chamberlain. Why does Lady Chamberlain like such a crude person?" The two women became increasingly offensive, making Irene angrily clench her fists. No matter how much Lady Chamberlain cherishes her friend, she shouldn't embarrass those men. At this moment, those words also reached Claudia's ears. She was once famous for saying she belonged to no one. If those men had said I belonged to them, I would have no more desires. She couldn't let her friend suffer any longer. She immediately warned the waiter, "It's a bit noisy here." She suggested, "I want to have a pleasant time with my friend." The waiter bowed, "My sincerest apologies, I will find another table for my lady." But Claudia didn't accept. She proposed, "No need, I want to reserve this entire place for today, may I?" Hearing the latter's offer, the waiter was flustered because there were already prior reservations. Seeing this, Claudia didn't hesitate. She flashed a radiant smile and made an offer, "Then I will buy this entire shop. What is the price?" A short while later, outside the cafe, Claudia's resentful voice rang out, "Why did you stop me? You couldn't do what you wanted." Irene took her friend's arm to reassure her, "Then let's go to a clothing store and do it there." Claudia calmed down and asked, "Irene, do you think that's okay?" Seeing that she was still worried about her, Irene tried to lift her spirits. "Since that's the case, how about I say buy whatever I see?" Claudia looked at her adorable face and seemed to melt. "So cute, then let's go eat something." Seeing that the situation was stable, Irene suggested, "That's a good idea, but since we've already had lunch, let's visit those two places." Claudia looked in the direction she pointed. "You like that?" She quickly replied, "Yes." Immediately, Claudia returned with two colorful cotton candies in her hands. "Here you go." Irene excitedly said, "Thank you, Claudia." She put the candy in her mouth and ate nonstop, praising it as she ate. "It melts right in your mouth, so delicious." While enjoying herself, a slurred voice suddenly rang out, "Are you a darling or an angel? Perhaps a fairy?" A fat man with a foul stench swaggered over. "You've blinded me." Irene wondered, "What is this? Where did this drunk old man come from?" He paid no attention to Irene and pressed close to Claudia. Even her frightened face is so adorable. She wondered, "Claudia, scared?" Then she found her answer when she looked at her friend's face. "Scared where?" Claudia looked at the drunk man with cold eyes. "What do you want?" He pressed closer, his fat face revealing a cunning smile. "Just want to see the lattice face up close, not that little girl who still smells of milk." Suddenly Irene felt something strange. "What is this? There seems to be a barrier between me and Claudia. Why is there suddenly such a magical element?" At this moment, Claudia spoke with a mocking tone, "My face is not for you to look at." He slurred, "What did you say?" Her cheerful face now turned terrifying. "My beauty is only for one person in this world to see. So get out of my sight." Seeing her sharp words and angry face, Irene was also surprised. "Claudia." With a few words, the drunkard's pride was hurt. "Hey, my lady, that's rude language." She scorned, "Do you know how repulsive your face is?" Claudia continued to scold, "Do you think you're the only one who wants to see beauty?" At this moment, a familiar figure, completely cloaked, passed by. The sound of the argument reached the person's ears. "What's wrong with my eyes?" The cloaked figure was none other than Crown Prince Lucas. He recognized the girl in front of him, Claudia. While Claudia was still passionately unleashing sharp words at the drunkard, "If Irene is a child who still smells of milk, then this uncle is an old geezer." Irene recognized the person across the street. "Lucas? Why is he here?" The scolding continued steadily. "Truly heartless, who do you think you're teasing?" The drunkard, having lost the argument, became angry. He roared, "Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're beautiful?" Irene saw the situation gradually getting out of control, her mouth hung open in fear. The drunkard's hand immediately lunged, intending to attack the lady in front of him. Lucas saw her in danger, his eyes showing a flicker of panic. The drunkard's arm was only a few centimeters from Claudia's face. Lucas quickly grabbed the sword he carried. "Claudia." His disgusting hand lunged, intending to grab Claudia.
Suddenly, from nowhere, a group of black-clad assassins swarmed in, surrounding the drunkard and giving him no chance to escape. Lucas, who was about to rush forward to be a hero and rescue the beauty, also froze.
At this moment, the drunkard's mouth hung open in astonishment as he realized he had messed with the wrong people.
His face darkened, and he stumbled back, speechless.
He was quickly grabbed and dragged away.
The drunkard struggled. Wait.
The assassins came and went as swiftly as the wind, handling everything smoothly.
The drunkard could only beg, please spare me. He was dragged away like an animal, his face distraught, looking back at Irene and Claudia, continuously howling a few times.
As the assassins swept past, Lucas finally composed himself. Is it over?
Lucas hesitantly glanced towards Claudia, his face flustered with awkwardness.
Claudia, however, displayed a contemptuous expression, asking without reservation, what is that thing?
Her words struck Lucas like lightning. He froze when he heard her call him that thing.
Claudia paid no attention to the other person's expression. She wondered, why is he here? Irene innocently replied, I don't know.
But in her heart, everything was going according to plan. Irene secretly smirked, just as planned. A while ago, she had been deep in thought. How can I make those guys give up on Claudia?
After days of racking her brain for a solution, Irene finally came up with an idea. I've got it.
A sinister plan emerged. In the scene where the male lead appears, the female lead in her imagination would react coldly. I don't need you to appear. Irene smugly thought, I just need to make them realize they're useless. She was satisfied, thinking it was an excellent plan. I thought that idea was pretty good.
But reality was not as she imagined. Lucas still appeared frequently. Claudia, what are you doing here?
I couldn't believe my eyes when I passed by. She cursed angrily, that thick-skinned idiot who doesn't get the hint. Claudia ignored the crown prince's presence.
I couldn't believe my eyes either.
Lucas, still oblivious, approached, continuously complaining and acting aggrieved. Where have you been hiding all this time? I almost sent search parties to all the Chamberlain mansions. But in response to his lengthy complaints, Claudia was indifferent. I'm just enjoying a good time with my friend, I'm not hiding. She continued to rebuke, Your Highness cannot do this without reason. Her words were like a wall, making Lucas halt.
However, he didn't give up easily. Lucas still tried to salvage his dignity. Who dares stop me? It's your fault for ignoring me every time I called. Irene looked at the person in front of her with pity. He's not wrong. Suddenly, he seemed to have an outburst of a long-standing illness, standing in the middle of the street, shouting loudly to confess his feelings. Don't you know? It's because I love you. I only love you. He continued, oblivious, those aren't jokes or fleeting thoughts, the engagement is just a facade.
Thanks to Lucas' boldness, everyone on the street began to notice and intensely discuss Claudia. Lucas spoke, showing anger at not being reciprocated. My love for you is sincere.
He poured out 1,000 cheesy, flowery phrases. Love is not wrong. Isn't this suffering love?
Hearing these words, Irene felt more embarrassed than the speaker. I'm embarrassed for you, please stop. After expressing his love, he concluded with a sentence, You've changed, Claudia.
Then Lucas glared at Irene. It's your fault that Claudia has changed so much, isn't it? He looked down at her contemptuously, continuously blaming her. What have you done to my adorable Claudia?
Seeing her friend threatened, Claudia was about to rush in. Your Highness.
Irene.
But Irene proactively stood in front of her. Since Your Highness asked, I shall answer. Her answer was very gentle. Claudia hasn't changed, she's merely returned to her original nature. But that answer only made Lucas laugh. More nonsense.
Not giving up, Irene continued to question. What kind of person is the Claudia you know? Is she someone who closed her heart because she was hurt too much? Lucas glared at her, snapping, What? Everyone loves and supports her, so what hurt could there be?
He still shamelessly recounted, Claudia was always innocent and gentle, she never defied my words before.
And yet you say she hasn't changed? Irene affirmed, Isn't it wonderful to see someone find their own happiness? If not, then you must love someone else, not Claudia.
Feeling increasingly outmatched, Lucas pointed at Irene's face and yelled, Are you saying I don't truly love Claudia?
And you dare to lecture me?
She firmly defended her point, then you must let her do what she wants.
He defiantly asked, Why should I do that?
It was the first time she saw such an obstinate man. Irene silently cursed, I really want to slap him. She explained in disgust, the one who loves more will suffer more.
Hearing this, Lucas turned his face away, replying indifferently, Me?
After a moment of thought, Lucas decided to act cool by proposing, Claudia, tell me everything you want me to do. As if only waiting for that, Claudia smiled brightly and replied, There's one thing, please never look for me again after this. Hearing her wish, Lucas was startled, realizing he had just made a wrong move. Lucas realized he had just been played. He glared, Irene Amber. Irene feigned innocence, quickly hiding behind Claudia and apologizing, I deserve to die, how could I speak so directly to Your Highness? Please calm your anger.
Claudia was annoyed.
She grimaced and turned to protect her friend. Her eyes darted to Lucas.
Your Highness. You are making my Jen uncomfortable. If you are done with us, then may we leave?
As soon as she spoke to Irene, her voice became gentle again.
And where did those people come from? Irene excitedly replied, I hired them. Didn't you know? Really? She sincerely said, it would be better if we could protect ourselves. Claudia excitedly suggested, so, shall we learn self-defense techniques?
Irene immediately replied, no, you don't need to. The two chatted happily, oblivious to Lucas standing frozen. He was treated like a stranger.
Then Lucas was finally left behind as if he had never appeared. Claudia and Irene laughed and chatted happily as they left.
Because later, to be able to go out with peace of mind, she would always bring bodyguards, no but escorts, everywhere she went. Claudia proudly said, all my problems are easily solved.
Jen is truly a genius. As she walked, Irene glanced back. She smirked, Lucas, realize it. You've been dumped. So give up. Irene silently scorned.
In contrast to Irene's and Claudia's happiness, Lucas could only stand stunned and alone, ignored by everyone.
The scene shifts to Irene's room. She looked at the calendar on the table and exclaimed, oh no, National Day is coming soon? Irene pondered, a headache forming. Families who received territory from the emperor were required to attend the National Day banquet. The immensely wealthy Chamberlain family also had to attend the ball.
In the L'Occitan Empire, there was a strange law that prohibited building mansions larger than the imperial palace.
The first head of Chamberlain, unable to control his spending, thought, not allowed to build larger? Then he'll just build a bunch of smaller ones.
Besides building a bunch of mansions that were only slightly smaller than the imperial palace. He also ran a hotel that was slightly smaller than the imperial palace.
Of course, Irene knew this, so they couldn't refuse to attend. Then she sighed dejectedly again, but then, how am I supposed to get rid of the crown prince?
As she was busy reorganizing her thoughts, an announcement echoed from outside.
Lady Amber.
You have a call from Sir Liam.
Irene quickly sat up, yes. Following the announcement she received, Irene slowly approached the still ringing telephone.
Irene slowly picked up the phone to answer.
She asked, Liam, is something wrong?
The voice on the other end was somewhat serious, sister, don't be surprised, but listen carefully.
Irene froze, what? Irene asked blankly again, what? Our family was also invited to the ball?
On the other end of the phone, Liam said seriously, I double-checked, thinking it was someone's prank.
But I saw the Imperial seal too. She muttered, what game is that beaten-up guy trying to play now? Liam on the other end didn't hear what she said clearly, huh?
Irene clutched her head in frustration, nothing.
I'll see you later. She didn't understand what Lucas intended to do. Was he planning to go all out to deal with her? But Irene wasn't afraid at all. You think dealing with me is easy? I'll definitely make you give up, for a happy ending. Night fell at the Chamberlain estate. In the dead of night, Irene's room door creaked open.
She draped a cloak over herself. Stealthily, she pushed the door open and stepped out.
Irene looked around cautiously, then wondered, no one's here, right?
Suddenly, a voice rang out, making Irene jump, Irene. She quickly retreated back into her room, not daring to step outside. But the person who appeared was Felix. He gently reminded her, you need to sleep early to grow taller, Irene.
She moved stiffly, only daring to think, are you serious?
I'm past my growth spurt.
She stammered in response, Felix leaned closer, asking kindly, is something wrong? Then Felix flashed a radiant, heart-fluttering smile, Irene.
Irene was also dazzled by his surreal beauty, the thing is. Seeing her mouth agape, she quickly covered it.
Irene spoke, do you have any magic items that allow for instant teleportation? Hearing this, Felix stopped her. You shouldn't engrave teleportation magic onto magic items. Irene wondered, why?
He gently explained its dangers. If the coordinates aren't set carefully, the user often falls freely through the air.
In severe cases, some body parts won't be able to teleport along.
So there are some mages who live but are missing certain parts. He was still enthusiastically describing, and in cases where the coordinates are off, the body might get stuck in a wall.
Hearing those horrifying words made Irene's face pale. Stop it, please. She gave up. I think traveling by carriage is still better. Carriages are the best. Felix happily suggested to her, if there's somewhere you want to go, I can take you. But Irene politely refused, no need. That person doesn't like their location to be revealed. If they see me with someone, they won't agree to meet me. Hearing this, the atmosphere around Felix grew gloomy. He asked with a cold gaze, is it a man? Felix's stare made Irene shiver. She quickly clarified, it's a woman. With just that, Felix returned to his usual gentle demeanor, is that so? But then he pondered thoughtfully, however, in that case. She wondered, is there a problem? He replied, flustered, no, it's just that I feel a bit petty. Not giving up, Felix continued to ask, what about a guard? But Irene still didn't need one, he'll be protected there too. Seeing himself rejected again, Felix froze. His heart was shattered. Felix sighed sadly, while Irene reassured him, he'll be extremely careful and come back quickly. She tried to convince him, I promise. But those words couldn't soothe Felix's chaotic mood. He felt disappointed in himself, I can't do anything for you. Finally, Felix had no choice but to accept. He took something out of his pocket. Take this. He placed a sparkling stone in her hand. Irene was curious. If you smash that stone, it will tell me your location. Use it if you're in danger. Because if anything bad happens to Irene, I'll never forgive myself. Irene took the stone he offered. She held it tightly in her hand, thank you, Felix. In the L'Occitan Empire, there were two secret organizations. One was Colleen. It was a chaotic city run by Benjamin. And another organization was a place that collected all kinds of information, called Silentium. Unlike the criminal city of Colleen, everything was kept strictly secret. Almost no one knew for sure about the existence of that organization. So there were all sorts of speculations and conspiracy theories rampant. But I, having read the novel, knew. Before meeting Claudia, I had to gather all sorts of information to make a living. Of course, I didn't just sell information from the novel, but also information I collected myself, by making the most of my advantages and charm. Irene stepped inside a pub hidden deep in an alley. The person waiting for her was a beautiful white-haired woman with a fiery figure. When she saw the person waiting, Irene excitedly opened her hood. She smiled brightly, Martina. An elegant aura emanated from the woman sitting at the bar. She smiled faintly, Irene. She was proud of her achievement, I've won over the most talented person in Silentium. Martina snapped her fingers, signaling, come here. Like a little cat. Irene pounced into her arms, my dear sister. She looked up, pouting as she asked, did you change your lipstick color? Martina pouted, showing off a powerful dark red lipstick color that suited her demeanor. It's a new color. Irene exclaimed, it suits you so well. She thought to herself, like this. Martina happily played with the little girl's chubby cheeks in front of her, so cute. It seems Irene's cheeks have gotten chubbier since we last met. Irene helplessly explained, many things have happened, so it turned out this way. She still kept pinching her cheeks, I can pinch more, so I like it. Irene looked bewildered, but it seems a different kind of charm also works. Martina had her sit down, her voice slightly chiding, sit down and have a drink. Why haven't you contacted me all this time? Irene recounted sadly, lately, more and more people want to kill me. Martina immediately guessed the problem, because of Lady Claudia, the beautiful flower of high society, right? She sulked, I don't know how it happened, but I ended up receiving love from someone with such great influence. Martina's voice became teasing, that's why you and the crown prince almost fought in the street. She half-joked, I probably can't hold your funeral. So, let me say my final goodbye here. Irene turned to her in alarm, are you kidding me? Martina smiled, I'm serious. She said, sorry, but I'm not planning to help you this time. Of course, Irene knew that, yes, I know. I have a conscience too. Martina recounted, but I can tell you one thing. Not long ago, Duke Benjamin came to see me to ask for information about you. The Flower Blooms on a Withered Branch was a dark novel. So countless villains also appeared in the story. Martina was one of those villains. Her role was someone who fell in love with Benjamin at first sight and wholeheartedly supported him. To be frank, she was used by him to provide him with all the information he requested. The power of information was sometimes even more potent than brute force. Before Martina fell into Benjamin's trap, I acted first, and I succeeded. How? Martina had an unhappy childhood. This caused her to suffer unimaginable deprivation and loneliness. Therefore, she had to hide all her weaknesses and become completely isolated. Because she had always been alone, I simply approached, listened, and empathized with her. Sincerity can touch anyone. Martina, after being able to happily chatter with Irene Amber, beamed, you're the first person to listen to my story so intently. Sometimes I was by her side and she treated me quite affectionately. Martina seemed to genuinely love Irene's plump cheeks. Although sometimes I wondered if that was how one should treat a person. Asked you for information about me? What kind of information? She was a bit surprised to hear this from Martina.
Martina said it was quite private information and also trivial things like what she liked, disliked, her hobbies, and other miscellaneous things.
Irene saw her expression and felt speechless. Ah, so did he do anything strange?
He kept contacting me for no particular reason. It seems he has some ulterior motive, and I find it utterly annoying.
Thinking back, Martina frowned in irritation.
But immediately after, her mood changed very quickly. She reached out to touch Irene's cheek and pinched it. Why do you look so happy?
Irene immediately denied, not at all. Sometimes I see you like an abandoned child by the lake. If the woman who gave birth to you had any sense, I wonder if she would be like me? Martina withdrew her hand. So why did you come? She said, did you hear that I was invited to the imperial ball? You mean my new grave, right?
Irene cried a little inside. That's true, but it's too harsh.
Calm down a bit. Ahem.
In short, I need information to prepare for that.
Irene, what did you say about the basic principle of negotiation? It's give and take. Irene's extremely obedient expression made Martina unable to resist reaching out to pat her head. That's right. So what are you going to give me?
As always, I'll provide you with information.
Irene smiled brightly. Martina also smiled in agreement, accepting the exchange. All right.
The scene shifted. Inside a shop with various fabrics and formal wear.
Irene poked her head out from among the dresses. Claudia, how much longer are you going to choose?
Hearing the call, Claudia also popped out. Everything suits Jean so well, it's hard to choose.
Don't you think you're putting too much effort into choosing dresses for me? Claudia paid no attention, not at all. Once again, Irene wanted to cry inside. What do you mean not at all? You chose yours in just 1 second. Claudia was still engrossed with the outfits.
The manager or sales assistant in the shop was also busy. Only Irene was tired, sprawled on a chair. At this rate, it'll take all night.
What's the point of me dressing up beautifully? I can't keep this up. I have to do something.
Then, as if from that helplessness, it came out as a sound. Whatever I wear, it'll look beautiful.
I'm a model, any outfit I wear has charm. Right?
The shop assistant standing there, humming along with the outfits, turned her head when she heard Irene's words. Seeing her sliding down the chair like a sea worm, she felt a little scared.
Especially after Irene asked that question.
Not getting an answer from the girl, she glared, screaming internally, just say yes quickly. Not wanting to lie, the other girl closed her eyes, gritted her teeth, and shook her head, tears almost streaming down.
This working sister is too much. Suddenly, a voice rang out, you know it well. With a gasp, she jumped up. Who is it? Felix stood behind the chair, smiling at her. You look cute in any outfit, that's why Claudia can't choose. I rushed here because I wanted to see you, but it seems I arrived a bit early. A little bewildered, she finally came to her senses. Why is Felix here?
Irene immediately wanted him to help stop Claudia, who was still busy choosing outfits for her. No, Felix.
You're just in time. Please stop Claudia for me. Yes, all right.
Felix said so but didn't act immediately, still leaning on the chair and smiling, making her stare at him. Then he slowly walked over to Claudia and called, Claudia, how about this one?
He picked up an outfit and asked for her opinion. Claudia observed it and immediately declared, this one is peach. If we're choosing pink, Jean suits apricot pink or coral pink better. Helpless, utterly helpless.
I told him to stop her, not to discuss it with her. Both of their gazes shifted to the sales assistant.
Irene looks good in any outfit. Right? Hearing Felix's words, the sales assistant looked bewildered. Huh? Why, but no need to answer.
The siblings answered themselves. That's right.
It's not that Jean isn't gorgeous. And this outfit you chose is elaborately made. The lace on the hem of the skirt is like cherry blossoms. Who designed this outfit? She hesitated a bit, but then the girl replied, I did. We will reward you. Money, money. The girl's face brightened considerably.
Her tongue immediately became smooth. Any color suits Lady Amber. Any color will definitely suit her very well.
Is that so?
So they started dragging everyone into choosing clothes, and she wanted to escape. Stopping them was impossible. In the evening, the palace was truly beautiful. The carriage stopped.
Felix stepped out of the carriage, followed by Claudia.
Then both of them turned back in unison, extending their hands towards her. Then they both called out her name in unison, Irene.
I'm not even the main character. You two are making me even more nervous. Seeing them like that, Irene muttered, it's okay. We'll go together, so don't worry about anything. All right, I'll trust you too.
Stepping out of the carriage, she looked towards the palace. Finally, we've arrived at the Imperial Palace.
Will I be able to meet that person this time? The three entered.
Felix and Claudia stood beside her. Irene was pushed to stand in the middle. The noble ladies, madams, and young masters who saw the three of them began to whisper and gossip. Noticing the whispers, she was so worried that she clutched her dress tightly. Noticing her action, Felix spoke up, "Don't listen. It's not worth listening to. They are those who find joy in others' misfortunes. If you show discomfort, they will be very happy. So don't let them have their way. Because once we start blending in with them, we'll become as wicked as they are." Claudia also spoke up after that. Hearing such words, Irene became gloomy again. "Don't be like that. Claudia would never become wicked." Not thinking seriously for long, Claudia smiled and reached out to pull Irene's cheeks. "Yes, I know." With a thud, Irene fell back onto the bed. Still fuming internally, "Lucas, that scoundrel. We came together but were assigned to different palaces." She picked up the watch again and looked at it. Felix and Chloe made this magic item because they were worried. To this extent. This only points to their location, right? It seems they're together. She slowly sat up, "But I'm so tired from just arriving." Suddenly, there was a knock. Irene immediately went to open the door. Poking her head out instinctively, she asked, "Who is it?" On the ledge near the window, a man was standing there. Seeing her, the man's eyes sparkled. "Oh, lovely lady over there. Come closer. It seems the young master has the wrong room. Knock on the door and then run all the way out there to pose? He's polite on the surface, but I'm secretly despising him. Then I'll be going." She turned, intending to leave. The man jumped down and introduced himself. "No. I really came to find you, lady. My name is Erasimo." Irene broke into a cold sweat. I am Irene Amber. I have something to tell you, lady." "Ahem. Oh, Lady Amber, from the moment I saw your beautiful golden eyes, I mistook them for jewels. That's why I pursued you despite my own impropriety. If I were to lose you, I would surely regret it for the rest of my life." He put on an exaggerated act, almost kneeling, quite good with words, huh? That's our female lead right there. Only in my heart. It makes me very shy to say this. But I have fallen in love with you at first sight. Will you agree to date me, lady? The man continued to say cheesy words, even kneeling on one knee and extending his hand towards her. He's really good with words. Suddenly she remembered something. Wait, this feeling. It feels a bit familiar. Oh dear, you've made quite an impression on me. Remembering it made her so scared she lost her composure. Do you know who she's reminded of? She's reminded of those people who try to recruit you into the Church of God cult. I don't believe it. She immediately became suspicious. What? If you doubt my sincerity. Sorry, but I believe in God. I want to wholeheartedly follow my national religion. Not letting him continue his extravagant words, she interrupted and refused immediately. Erasimo instantly looked bewildered. He's not trying to lure me into a cult, is he? In that case, I'm not buying it. Erasimo's face became even more confused. What? I don't have money. I'm a beggar. Young master, you've chosen the wrong person. Then I'll be going. Not letting him say another word, she immediately turned and left. As she walked, she thought, I encountered this kind of thing all the time back in Seoul. Thump, thump, thump sounds. Erasimo didn't give up, he huffed and puffed, coming to stand in front of her. She still tried to explain, I really don't have any money. No. I don't know what misunderstanding you have. But I truly love you, lady. She quickly took a few steps back. I appreciate your feelings very much, but I'm sorry. The man grabbed her hand again. Lady Amber, I know this might seem hard to accept. Now she was truly scared. What are you doing? Don't suddenly grab my hand. I feel very uncomfortable. Can you give me one more chance? His face became increasingly unpleasant. The grip on her hand also tightened. Once you understand me, lady, you'll change your mind. Let go of me. It hurts. She immediately struggled to break free. Please, Lady Amber. She cursed silently in her heart. This madman. Let go of me. Immediately after, she kicked him hard in the groin. Of course it hurt. He immediately fell to his knees from the pain. His mouth still tried to call out, lady. Please. Stop. She kept running. There really are all kinds of people. Will I be okay? I was just defending myself. She ran headlong like that, not paying attention to what was in front of her. So she bumped into someone and fell down. Instinctively, she apologized immediately. I'm sorry. person in front of her had trembling shoulders. Seeing the familiar back, she recognized him and called out, "Felix."
"You're still smiling. I'm so embarrassed. Why are you here?"
Turning around, he wanted to help her up, so he extended his hand. His smile still couldn't be contained. "I came because I was worried about you. But it seems I don't need to worry anymore."
His actions were extremely gentle. "Are you alright? If it's about falling, I'm fine."
Taking her hand, he used magic to heal it.
"Your wrist is so red. Does it hurt?" She paused. "Not much. Did you see everything?" Then she started gesticulating wildly. "I don't usually resort to violence. At first, I intended to resolve it with words. But that scoundrel, no, that young master."
Felix's face held a gentle smile, but he had already begun to exude killing intent. "I originally intended to make that rude hand unable to grasp anything anymore.
It's a pity it's already over. That's too gentle a way to handle it." "I handled it gently? If it were me, I would beep that guy. Then, beep. After that, beep."
Don't smile and say such cruel words at the same time. She secretly sighed in her heart. Claudia is preparing for tea time.
"Do you want to come with me? Will there be grapefruit tart?"
"Of course." The smile on Felix's lips grew even brighter, but he'll tell Claudia about what happened earlier.
He immediately objected. Of course, she had to object immediately. "Don't tell him. Claudia will worry if she finds out." "Ha ha. He'll reconsider." The two left, unaware that someone was watching. This person didn't seem to be up to any good.
Ever since that annoying day, strangely, more and more other guys came to bother me.
No matter how foolish one was, one couldn't help but notice. Ugh, Lucas is really persistent.
Even if he established an entertainment company to send all kinds of men, no matter how long it took, he couldn't win against these two.
Who would ever trade the naturally perfect Chamberlain siblings for someone like this? Guess who this someone like this is? It was an angry man. "Lady Amber, are you playing hard to get? Do you think you're so valuable that you can act so arrogant?" He was so angry he shouted.
Irene, of course, was also angry. "No.
Even if I have nothing, am I not allowed to say I don't like someone?" I'm cursing him internally.
I'm so mad I could die.
"Get out of here right now." The guy started to sneer again. "Living off the Chamberlains and you think you can do whatever you want? Know your place a little." Know my place. Right? Humph.
Because I didn't know my place, the Chamberlain siblings taught me that very thoroughly.
Humph.
Even if they criticized, they should have let you know your place.
Letting that old man continue with his unpleasant words, she interjected. "They said I'm incredibly beautiful and adorable. Moreover, thanks to them, I don't find you, young master, bothersome at all. You don't know your place and you're still acting recklessly. How dare you?" Just as he was about to continue insulting her, someone immediately called out, "Jean." Both turned to see who it was.
It was Claudia, approaching with an umbrella and flowers. Seeing Irene, Claudia flashed a very bright smile. "I've been looking for you." The man was also surprised. "Lady Chamberlain."
I don't know if you remember me, lady. I am the second son of the Count."
Claudia paid no attention to him, walked over, and handed her the flowers. "Jean, take these."
She received the flowers and immediately asked, "What kind of flowers are these?"
"I picked them for you, Jean.
They're so beautiful. But cyclamen bloom in spring. How did you pick them?"
I picked them from the Imperial greenhouse."
"See, can I accept them?" "It's fine. His Highness said to take as many as you like."
You really played a pretty painful trick on him. Irene thought to herself, but why is your face so red?
It's just a bit hot. The two started sticking close to each other. "So, shall we go inside?"
Irene had glanced at the person next to her earlier.
Claudia smiled. "Is the young master still here? I thought you had left." "Our Jean feels hot, so we'll be going. Are you done with your business, young master?"
He looked stunned. No, we still have something to discuss."
All right. But if our Jean gets heatstroke because of you, young master, can you bear the responsibility?"
Her face was still gentle, but it was clear she was trying to intimidate him.
"He's completely frozen, isn't he? Oh dear, he's sweating now. Jean, use this." Thank you. Let's not pay attention to that young master anymore." Claudia wondered. "This one?" "Yes. What do you think, Jean?"
The two walked in, ignoring the frozen, bewildered man.
"Is it lace?"
She guessed randomly, looking at the embroidery on the handkerchief. Looking over and seeing her face a little sad, she immediately realized, that's not it.
Swallowing. That's indifferent. Still not it. I'm crying a little inside now. This time I have to guess it right. Strange pattern. Many swirling lines from the center. And red thread is used. Plus, today she suddenly gave me a bouquet. She immediately dared to guess, flower. Claudia's emotions did a 180-degree turn, exactly. She also secretly felt happy. I guessed right. As expected, the only one who cares is Claudia. It's too hot. Shall we go play in the water? That's a good idea. You said play in the water. This is also playing in the water. The two sat next to the bathtub. Claudia felt very disappointed, it's like being in the bathroom. Playing in the water means going to a lake or something.
Claudia kept pouting like that, so Irene had to comfort her, it's not like the estate here.
Many people are watching you. Just play freely in the bathroom. When we go home, you can go wild.
She felt a little drained, Claudia must have gone through a lot of hardship before. It's fortunate you still retain your true nature.
See?
No matter how much Jean denies it, I'm not the only one who finds Jean cute. They were all sent by His Highness.
Claudia immediately became serious, are you sure it's all of them? Frankly, you're mistaken.
I didn't expect to make you so popular. I should have dressed you less cutely.
From the beginning, no demon paid attention to me anyway. She was screaming that in her heart, but I'm the best for you, right? It's not even worth comparing. No one in the world can compare to Claudia.
I want to play in the water, but waiting for the tub to fill takes too long.
Right? And Claudia fill it? Huh? You're asking me to fetch water? No, not that.
Actually, I want to see Claudia control spirits.
She immediately felt surprised. What? It's not difficult. But I've never seen it before, so I really want to watch. How can I resist? Alright then. If Jean wants. If Felix was the Chamberlain family's innate mage, then Claudia was a spirit summoner. With abundant mana, high spirit, and good interaction ability. With high interaction ability, she could even talk to spirits. But Claudia couldn't form a contract with any spirit. Because of that guy.
As for which guy, we'll find out later.
Water droplets flew into the air, sparkling.
Irene sat by the bathtub, her eyes sparkling with surprise as she exclaimed, it's truly amazing. Claudia scratched her face shyly and said, but I can only do this much.
Irene stood up, looking at Claudia with sparkling eyes and said, what are you talking about? Claudia is so excellent. Claudia was flustered hearing her say that. She then said, it's not amazing at all. This is a form of request. Even low-level spirits can do it. If you want to borrow mid-level or higher abilities, you need to form a contract. Irene asked curiously, how do you form a contract? Claudia replied, I have to send my intention to the spirit world and be chosen by a spirit that has a glowing magic circle in the air. Irene wondered, why doesn't Claudia send her intention? You want to be a spirit summoner, right?
Claudia sadly recalled trying to send her intention, but it flickered out in her hand. Claudia then said, I've tried several times, but I've failed every time.
Claudia continued, the spirits have always helped me. But when I send my intention, they hinder me.
The image of her intention shattering in her hand reappeared in Claudia's mind. Hearing that, Irene covered her mouth with her hand and thought,
As expected, it's because of him. In her mind, the image of the spirit of lies, Yahello, appeared.
His body was black, with horns on his head, and a star in the middle of his chest, looking like a demon. Irene thought, because he's waiting for Claudia to send her intention, the spirits are hindering Claudia. She continued to think, mental spirits feed on emotions of the same attribute to increase their power. So they create situations that make humans feel the emotions they desire. She thought, so if Claudia forms a contract with Yahello. An image of Claudia sitting despairingly on the ground in a dark space appeared. Claudia, with disheveled hair, slowly lifted her head, her face pale and her eyes lifeless.
Irene thought to herself, then everything will collapse immediately.
And yet, in the original story, the contract was formed. She angrily imagined squeezing the author's neck and shouting, Author, author.
Do you enjoy torturing the female lead that much? Seeing Irene so angry, Claudia worriedly said, Jean, what's suddenly wrong with you? Calm down. Irene angrily threw the author to the back of her mind and said, don't you find it strange? Spirits have always responded to you. But when you send your intention, they hinder you. Claudia replied, I thought it was strange too.
But I can't see or hear spirits, so I don't know the reason. Claudia continued, when I enrolled in the academy, everyone said I would be the first in the empire to summon the Spirit King.
An image of young Claudia in uniform being patted on the head appeared. But as she grew up, Claudia was abandoned by everyone. She said, I had so many expectations. But in the end, everyone was disappointed in me and left. Claudia couldn't hold back her emotions at this point, her eyes welling up as she said, I even struggled so much to graduate, so. Hearing that, Irene reached out her hand. Irene hugged Claudia tightly. Claudia's eyes widened in surprise. Irene gently comforted Claudia, please know this. I don't care if you can form a contract with a spirit or not. I just want you to be happy. Claudia was surprised to hear her say that. Her sparkling eyes widened. Then Claudia hugged her and happily said, thank you. Then the two held hands. Irene spoke up, but I keep feeling uneasy. Claudia wondered, about what? Irene then said, spirits in the human world all really like Claudia. But they prevent Claudia from reaching the spirit world. According to Irene's description, there were many spirits around Claudia. Returning to reality, Irene continued, so, could it be because they want to protect Claudia from danger? Claudia asked blankly, are spirits in the spirit world dangerous? Irene, everything in this world has exceptions. Even angels, symbols of good, if they fall, they become fallen angels, right? Surely there are also scoundrel spirits. The scoundrel spirit Irene spoke of was Nielis. Claudia worriedly asked, so, does that mean I'm haunted by a scoundrel spirit? Irene hesitated, that's a possibility. Irene continued, so I'm worried something serious might happen to Claudia. What if Claudia gets hurt? At this point, she put on a pitiful expression, tears streaming down. Seeing this, Claudia stammered in alarm, then what should I do? Irene smiled smugly, as you already know, in nature, there are only low-level spirits. But in her mind, she thought, I'd been waiting for that line. My innocent, bewildered little one. Claudia listened to her, worried. Irene continued, that means the scoundrel spirit is a mid-level or higher spirit. So you need to form a contract with at least a high-level spirit. I think a spirit king would be good. An image of a spirit holding a magic orb appeared. Claudia wondered, but what should I do? If Jean's hypothesis is correct, as soon as I enter the spirit world, the scoundrel spirit will target me. Irene said smugly, foo-foo. High-level spirits also exist in the human world. Claudia said blankly, huh? I've never heard that before. Irene pointed up and said, those are spirits that don't belong anywhere. They can be considered outsiders of the spirit world. Claudia asked curiously, how does Jean know that? Irene cleared her throat and said, there's nothing I don't know. Independent spirits are beings not bound anywhere. So even if they're not in the spirit world, you can still form a contract with them. The image of an independent spirit immediately appeared in her mind. Claudia rested her chin on her hand and asked, so I can really form a contract with a spirit? Irene clapped her hands happily and said, of course. During the National Day celebration, well, ask Felix. Then all three of us will set off to find an independent spirit, okay? Until then, it'll make Claudia happy every day. So Claudia, always be yourself. There was an incredibly enchanting purple bouquet of flowers. It turned out to be Thanatos, meaning death. Next to the bouquet was a letter, you have thrown away the last chance I gave you. This is the final warning. Holding the letter in her hand, Irene's face turned pale with anger as she thought, point taken. She thought, listen, you. Send 100 more. The image of the Chamberlain siblings smiling happily appeared. She continued to think, but no matter what, it can't compare to the Chamberlain siblings. She thought seriously, I don't like hard work. But am willing to do it for those two. The scene shifted to a magnificent and splendid building, inside which a voice echoed, for the endless glory of the great L'Occitan Empire. On stage, the man continued, I wish everyone a happy National Day celebration. The audience, Irene, with a tired expression, thought, what kind of speech takes 2 hours? Isn't he tired? Next to her, Claudia was snoring. Suddenly, a golden light flashed past. Irene looked up in surprise, above was a dragon soaring, its body emitting a sparkling golden light. She clasped her hands in front of her chest, her heart pounding, her eyes wide as she looked at the dazzling dragon. She exclaimed, thinking, what is that? Is it magic? Then the dragon took off, soaring rapidly, and then disappeared, dazzling the entire hall. Irene happily smiled, reaching out her hand to catch the streaks of light. The sparkling golden lights fell into her hand. She turned to Claudia, excitedly saying, Claudia, did you see the National Day performance? It was truly magnificent, wasn't it? Claudia rubbed her eyes drowsily and said, Huh? Irene said dejectedly, nothing. I was going to say no annual event is as dull and boring as National Day. She thought to herself, will I be like this one day too? Felix, standing beside her, spoke up, nothing in this world is superfluous.
Only by enduring hardships do we find value in what we love. Then he continued, and if we choose to turn away, what we love will also become very difficult.
Claudia next to him kept nodding. What is he snoring about again? Felix then asked Claudia, can you walk?
In response, he only heard Claudia snoring. Felix then walked over and picked Claudia up, saying, "I'll take Claudia back to her palace."
Claudia was now fast asleep, breathing steadily. Irene waved goodbye and replied, yes. Please be careful. After watching their retreating figures, Irene looked around, thinking, let's see. Time to do that thing.
Her eyes suddenly stopped, and she thought happily, found her.
The sole noble daughter of the de Appellation family.
In front of her was a beautiful girl with red hair, holding a glass of red wine, looking extremely elegant.
It turned out her name was Erica de Appellation.
But her face seemed sad. Irene anxiously walked through the crowd to Erica, thinking as she went, I need to see her because there's a big matter I want to intervene in. So I have to approach her. Suddenly her face stiffened, and she thought suspiciously, huh? In front of her was the father who had sold her.
She thought angrily, why is that damn old man here?
She angrily turned away, worrying, try to pretend not to know him. She was stealthily trying to sneak away when he turned around and saw her. Then he shouted, Irene.
Shot angrily, don't you dare pretend you know me, old man.
Humph.
You're my father, but you sold me. So what else are you planning to do?
Irene Amber's father called out with a serious expression, Irene, I have something to tell you, so come here for a moment.
Irene Amber replied in alarm, I don't know you, sir. Why are you calling me? He stepped forward and said, I know you're angry with me. But now is also the time for you to let go of your anger. She hesitated and asked, why would I be angry with someone I don't know? You're very strange. Irene Amber's father angrily shouted, you. Placed his hand on his forehead and exclaimed, ha. Then he looked at Irene Amber and asked angrily, why are you like this? Let's go somewhere quieter to talk. She crossed her arms, her face grim, and said, why do you care about an item that has been sold and is now owned by someone else, Viscount Amber? He angrily questioned, so you mean you're no longer an Amber?
She continued, I truly hope so. Irene's father snorted and said, until you get married, you will still bear the Amber name. The fact that I am your father, legally and biologically, remains unchanged. Irene worriedly thought, he's using the same excuse as a year ago to torment me. She spoke, speaking of legal matters, I also have a lot to say. I wonder who abandoned their parental duties according to the law. He flared up and shouted, who has been raising you all this time, who has received kindness, should also know to repay it. Whispers echoed, they're arguing. Oh dear, it seems to be father and daughter. Such a fierce argument. Irene asked, what do you want? Red roses with thorns. In the frame, a man outside held a letter. He spoke, you've received a marriage proposal. Ha! Irene sighed and said, all right. Let's go somewhere quieter to talk. He replied, yes, wouldn't it be better to be obedient? It's all for you. You'll be like a princess. She ignored his words, glancing to the other side. He continued, if you heard how wonderful that family is. Irene saw Erica de Appellation holding a glass of wine in her hand. She looked at Erica in front and smiled. He continued, you'd be very surprised, you'll see. Erica leisurely held her wineglass, glancing at her, her face still cold. When she returned home, Claudia's angry shout immediately rang out, what happened while I wasn't there? Irene worriedly said, calm down, Claudia. Claudia angrily said, he dared to control and force you to marry. Humph, humph. Felix immediately asked, who was the suitor? She replied, Count Zepp. Claudia said, if it's Count Zepp, he's 20 years older than Jean. What kind of robbery is that? Claudia was now in a furious rage, her hair flying, her eyes glowing. Irene scratched her face, flustered, and said, it's okay. I'm not planning to get married anyway. I just want to take advantage of the situation a little. Hearing that, Claudia touched her chin thoughtfully and said, take advantage? How will you take advantage? Claudia's anger flared up again, and she said furiously, that must be the doing of that damn crown prince. Irene thought to herself, how did Claudia catch on so quickly? Felix then said, don't use such vulgar words. Hearing that, Claudia yelled, why? What's vulgar about it? Are you on that scoundrel's side? Felix smiled and said, saying that is too much, little sister. Then he flashed a brilliant smile. Claudia then said, then he's trash. Felix replied, trash can be useful in some cases. Claudia then yelled, unrecyclable trash. Felix replied, that kind can also be used as fuel. Irene, standing nearby, was alarmed listening to these two siblings talk. Claudia shouted with all her might, unflammable, unrecyclable trash.
Claudia's power was too strong, almost blowing Felix and Irene away. Claudia panted, "Brother, how can you remain so calm in this situation?" Felix then said, "Count Zepp is an honorable noble in the kingdom of Crutia." A map of the kingdom then appeared.
Crutia was on another continent, so one had to travel by ship to get there.
Claudia asked curiously, "So what?"
Felix then explained, outside the continent, there's still extraterritorial jurisdiction, meaning a country can exercise its authority in another country's territory if permitted by international treaty.
He continued, "But if you're at sea, even if I use magic, it won't be detected. Meaning, if you kill someone in that country and get caught, you'll still be prosecuted. But if you die at sea, no one will know."
Then he gave a terrifying smile and said, "So if you're buried at sea, no one will ever know." Then he gave a gentle smile and said, "In just saying." Irene then thought, "But it sounds so real."
Claudia suddenly had a thought and shouted, "Ah! How about adopting Jean into our family?" Felix firmly replied, "No." Claudia then said, "So are we just going to let Jean be toyed with by the crown prince?" Humph. Felix crossed his arms and said, "It's possible Viscount Amber was bribed."
In that case, well, pay him double. Irene raised her hand to interrupt the conversation and said, "You two calm down.
Don't act like you're planning a crime."
She continued, "I have a better idea." Both looked at her curiously. The scene shifted to the evening of the next day. The wind rustled the tree branches, below was Lady Erica. Irene then stepped forward, bowed, and said, "Please forgive me for not being able to meet you yesterday, Lady de Appellation." Erica nodded, then brushed her hair back and said, "Though not our first meeting, it is your first time speaking with me, Lady Amber, isn't it?"
Irene asked in surprise, "You know me, lady?"
Erica pursed her lips. Then she said, "You are famous for being someone who received great love. Lady Chamberlain even picked flowers from the imperial greenhouse to give to you."
Erica continued, "Among them were roses. Now, looking at me, I can see it's quite similar to you, lady."
Erica suddenly said sadly, "I often hear this. Although it's beautiful, when you smell it, there's a faint scent of grass."
The rose continued, "The scent isn't very fragrant.
But if chosen to be picked, it is the most luxurious flower."
Irene then asked, "Is that truly the will of the flower?"
Erica then replied, "Flowers don't need a will.
Being beautiful is enough."
Erica continued, "Yesterday I heard that you, lady, had a marriage arranged."
Erica said, "That's good, isn't it? Because the Chamberlain family can't look after you forever." Irene then replied, "If it's not my will, would that truly be good?"
Erica replied coldly, "Flowers don't need a will."
"Neither do you, lady." Irene then said, "To live a single life without a will is truly sad, isn't it?" Erica was slightly stunned to hear that. Erica smiled and said, "Did you also use this method to steal Lady Chamberlain's heart?" Irene said in surprise, "Huh." Erica's red hair flew in the wind, and she asked, "What do you want, lady?"
Irene walked closer to Erica, saying as she went, "I don't want to follow my father because of his greed, but
I want to follow my own will."
Seeing her approach, Erica hesitated and stepped back, saying, "Your choice is worthless and will only bring pain."
Irene asked again, "Is that truly so?" Irene continued, "What is truly worthless and painful is not knowing oneself.
If you don't acknowledge what you desire, you will only receive unhappiness."
Erica was surprised to hear her say that. Irene smiled and said, "If you help me, I will show you. What is the will of the flower?" Irene analyzed, Erica was the sole daughter of the de Appellation family.
She was the crown prince's fiancée and also the sole villainess in the story.
According to the original novel, she constantly tormented Claudia.
She used all sorts of methods, such as tampering with the saddle to make Claudia fall,
bribing maids to push Claudia into the lake,
spreading malicious rumors about Claudia in high society, and many other things. Lucas knew full well that Erica was doing these things, but he pretended not to know. Because thanks to these things, he could make Claudia dependent on him. But only when Erica attempted to murder Claudia did he decide to eliminate the villainess. In some ways, Erica's role was similar to Martina's. They were both characters who were used until their deaths. But currently, Claudia had kicked out all the male leads and was only staying in her own estate. So Erica no longer had any reason to harm Claudia. Was it truly because she loved Lucas that Erica was jealous and tormented Claudia? However, one thing was certain, she desperately wanted the position of empress. So, was her goal power? Actually, only her family wanted power. Erica did not. She was just a beautiful puppet used for the glory of her family. Because Erica grew up in such circumstances. Irene spoke gently, "If you help me, I will show you. What is the will of the flower?" She thought to herself, "So I can be sure." Erica's lips slightly parted when she heard such an enticing offer. Just as Irene thought.
Simply saying these words was enough to pique Erika's curiosity. Erika's face showed excitement.
The scene shifted to a conference inside the Imperial Palace. Duke de Appellation spoke up, suggesting, "Your Highness, I hear you are expediting the marriage between Count Zepp of Crutia and the daughter of Viscount Amber."
Lucas frowned, looking at him. "Duke de Appellation, do you have an opinion on that?"
Duke de Appellation explained, "No matter how small the kingdom of Crutia may be, they have built friendly relations with our empire over time.
At the very least, we should choose a bride from a count's family to match their title. If this marriage is a gift to foster friendship, why don't we choose someone with excellent appearance?" He presented his view. Surely the next count wouldn't want a random gift.
Lucas grimaced hearing the Duke's words, and whispers echoed loudly around them.
Duke de Appellation was right. Sending an imperial noble there as a concubine is not a good idea either. I don't think your highness should unilaterally decide matters concerning the nobility. Lucas cursed silently in annoyance. He actually brought up that useless matter in the noble council, where only military commanders attend? If Duke de Appellation himself is involved in this, it's possible. So who lured him in?
Suddenly he looked at Benjamin, who also noticed Lucas' gaze. Benjamin arrogantly shrugged, feigning no involvement.
Lucas angrily growled, "Duke Benjamin, do you have anything to say?"
Benjamin showed no fear. He politely replied, "It seems everyone agrees with this decision.
So let the next count choose the person he likes best."
Seeing him comply, Lucas grew even angrier. "If everyone thinks so, then I shall comply." A moment after the conference ended, Benjamin was grabbed by Lucas and slammed hard against the wall.
Lucas' hand gripped his lapel tightly, to Benjamin's bewilderment. Lucas' face clearly showed his unconcealed anger. Benjamin gently reminded him, "Your Highness, didn't I tell you to think carefully before acting?" Lucas roared, "Shut up. Everything went off track because of you." Benjamin still tried to appear harmless. "Where did this accusation that I did it come from?" His words were like adding fuel to the fire. "If not you, then who dragged Appellation into doing that?" Lucas criticized, "Your hobby is to interfere and ruin things when they're going best." Benjamin sighed, "Thank you for appreciating my abilities." But then Benjamin revealed a cunning look, "But that wasn't even interesting, why would I bother?" Lucas loosened his grip on the other's lapel. "What?"
He adjusted his clothes and slowly explained, "I thought at most you would just become an adopted daughter of the Chamberlain family."
The more Benjamin spoke, the angrier Lucas became. For what reason would the Chamberlains adopt that freeloader?
Their family would readily pluck out their hearts and livers if Claudia wished it.
Lucas tried to deny. No matter how much they dote on their daughter, they couldn't possibly adopt her.
Benjamin politely invited Lucas to sit down. "Lately, the Count has been running around like a madman. If Claudia wanted to marry Miss Amber, he'd probably even look for a country that allows same-sex marriage."
Lucas stepped closer, his voice still irritable. "You're making a terrible joke." Benjamin leaned close to Lucas. "Do you think I would joke about this?"
Lucas sat down, his face still tense. Doing that would drag their family's reputation to rock bottom and make them targets of gossip for life. He whispered into Lucas' ear, "I heard he wants his daughter to be so happy that he's willing to endure that."
Lucas glanced up. "What?" Lucas scoffed, "Is that Irene girl a witch?"
Benjamin cheerfully replied, "Impossible, she's just a common viscountess daughter." Lucas began to reflect. Looking back, Claudia has changed so much because of that girl, she doesn't even realize it herself.
Benjamin's gaze flickered downwards. "You must have guessed the reason Appellation intervened."
Lucas hastily made a guess. "Perhaps it's for the position of crown princess."
Benjamin took out a pipe. "Then do you know that Miss Appellation is also involved in this matter?" He lit his pipe and said, "No, that's impossible." "Do you really think so?" Lucas replied, "Yes, because Erika would absolutely never get involved unless the Duke told her to."
After taking a puff, he analyzed, "Nothing is impossible in this world, you must always consider every possibility." Continued to speak of Irene. "Sometimes, people are born with talent."
Lucas was suspicious. "She has talent? The talent to flatter and leech off others?"
Benjamin sat down, his tone unchanged. "To be able to tolerate failure and discouragement, as well as to be trusted, that is a formidable talent. Just a single word can touch hearts and ignite the motivation to act." Lucas sneered, "Stirring emotions makes people easier to deal with, that sounds like you." He denied it, growing more excited as he spoke. "The difference between Miss Amber and me is that she is always sincere."
"That's what you call a gem, isn't it?" Lucas scoffed. "How amusing." A gruesome smile appeared on Benjamin's face. "Of course, because I've found a gem.
Once found, I want to polish it to my liking, then smash it before it falls into someone else's hands."
Even Lucas got goosebumps. "What kind of hobby is that?"
Benjamin returned to his polite demeanor. "Please show me a little respect, Your Highness." Hearing his disrespectful words, Lucas' blood boiled. "Who are you to tell the crown prince to show respect?"
Benjamin didn't seem to care. "I know you can enjoy this hobby, but you also need to get rid of things that bother you, don't you?" He subtly smirked. I've come up with an interesting plan, would you like to hear it? Benjamin pressed, have you given up on Claudia? If not, then currently we are both targeting Miss Amber, aren't we? Lucas wondered, what is the plan? Benjamin declared, a plan that can shatter human emotions with just a light touch.
Meanwhile, Irene was still pouting. I'm sorry I didn't tell you beforehand.
Claudia's voice was slightly sulky. She walked sadly, saying, I didn't realize you two knew each other. Remember to tell me next time, you made me so worried. Irene hesitated, yes. Suddenly, Claudia's face turned pale. Wait, is she closer to you than I am? Irene hastily denied, no way, Claudia. Then she stammered out. A dear one. Claudia stared suspiciously, really? At this moment, Felix also interjected, what about me?
Irene quickly admitted, of course, Felix is also my dear one. Hugo stood in front, helplessly listening to the conversation. Irene, kiss me.
Ha? Kiss? Irene's lips were so cute just now, you're the only one I'd ask that of. So I have no choice. He could only sigh helplessly. Indeed, calling her darling seems fitting, doesn't it? Claudia pinched Irene's cheek and asked, is it okay to call her that? Hugo turned back, why wouldn't it be? Hugo reminded, but first, you two, leave Miss Amber alone. Claudia still happily played with Irene's cheek, really? Father, try it, she's so cute. Hearing his daughter's coaxing, he could only utter a few nonsensical words. Then Hugo shyly and quickly turned away. All right, let's go quickly, the banquet is about to begin. He urged, hurry up. Irene's cheeks were puffed up, yes. The Chamberlain siblings' exclamations rang out, so cute. At the banquet, Erica appeared in a splendid red dress. Miss Amber, would you like to stay with me? The sudden offer surprised Irene. What? Claudia glared, stopping her, absolutely not. The three faced each other. Erica smiled, I just want to be friends with Miss Amber. Erica regretfully said, what a pity, I wanted to keep her by my side to hear more about the will of the flower. Suddenly she asked, if a flower isn't beautiful, does it still have value? From behind Claudia, Irene immediately replied, it's perfectly fine if it's not beautiful. The answer made Erica extremely happy, indeed, just as I thought. She smiled brightly with satisfaction, that makes me want to have you even more. Seeing that smile, Irene was so excited she got a nosebleed. Heavens above, Erica is smiling at me. Claudia quickly reminded her, Irene, maintain some dignity. Erica offered again, forgive my rudeness, but may I call you Irene? Without letting her friend answer, Claudia immediately replied, no. Why do you two keep having conversations only you understand, and then call each other by your first names so casually? Irene now realized something was off. Wait, something feels strange. In her imagination, a terrifying scenario appeared. Is this the villainous bullying the female lead to claim me? But then Irene immediately realized, oh my god, no. If it's the current Claudia. While Irene was still lost in thought, Erica continued, Irene is living at the Chamberlain estate, right? May I visit sometime? Claudia retorted, don't visit, they'll kick you out. Erica shot back, I asked Irene. Claudia hugged her friend tightly, and I am the host. Erica didn't give up, then they'll just invite Irene to my house, won't I? Claudia's arm tightened around Irene's neck, never, do you think I'd let Irene go? Erica humorously threatened, even if you don't allow it, there are many ways to take Irene away. Claudia unconsciously tightened her grip on Irene in anger, what? Irene could barely speak, stop it. Finally, the banquet ended. In the Chamberlain estate's courtyard, the carousel was operating. Irene tiredly hugged a horse, letting the carousel move. She recalled, thinking back, nothing else happened after that, except for me almost suffocating. Irene subtly glanced to a corner, but she noticed the sparkling eyes of the servants. Why is everyone in the house looking at me like that? Irene awkwardly waved back. Every day they fed her, put her to bed, and changed her clothes. The excited servants shouted loudly, confusing Irene, but why aren't they bothered and even look so happy? It's as if She suddenly realized her image in everyone's eyes, like a pet in the Chamberlain mansion. Though confused, she had to admit, and it doesn't seem to be much different. While she was deep in thought, a familiar voice rang out, Irene, I'm back. She greeted him like a puppy, welcome home, master. Felix was momentarily confused, huh? She nuzzled him and said, because we're almost like that. Why are you in such a hurry? You haven't even taken off your cloak yet. Felix was still bewildered as he recounted, the thing is. Duke Lambert asked if he could meet Irene privately. Hearing this, Irene immediately sobered up, the Duke wants to meet me? He looked at her worriedly, I refused, but I thought I should still tell you. He informed Irene, I heard Claudia say that Duke Lambert is the ruler of the chaotic city of Kalen. Felix's voice was still gentle. I know you two have no connection, but has the Duke ever approached your family about their debts?
Irene thought seriously, no, but I'm sure the Duke has some ulterior motive. At the banquet, he kept observing me closely.
Felix followed her on the carousel. That does sound suspicious.
Suddenly, Irene suggested, "I'll go meet the Duke once."
Felix was surprised by her decision. Are you sure? She thought to herself, I'm cornered anyway. He held out his hand, then I'll go with you.
Irene slowly got off the horse. All right, then let's discuss the details. It was only then that she realized she was too carefree, about to jump into Felix's arms, and Irene froze. Felix began, Claudia keeps bragging to me about getting hugs from Irene.
You always hug Claudia.
He still waited with open arms, so why don't you hug me?
Felix looked at her, smiling happily. You hug me too.
Irene's heart pounded at his radiant face. If you say so. She took a running start and slowly jumped off the horse. She threw herself into Felix's arms, hugging him tightly. That's cheating. Felix leaned close and whispered, Gotcha. Felix carried Irene in his arms and reminded her, Irene, even if someone offers you food, you shouldn't just do what they say. Irene shyly covered her face. Hey, why are you looking at me so strangely? Seeing her embarrassed, Felix chuckled. So you've realized it then?
She wondered, huh? Realized what? He denied, nothing. Taking advantage of the situation, Felix continued to demand, then how about a kiss? Knowing she was being teased, Irene's face flushed red, and she struggled. That's enough.
If you're going to tease me anymore, put me down.
Felix laughed loudly. I don't want to. Scene shifted to Benjamin's office door. Felix surmised, though it's a bit late to say, it's highly likely that Duke Lambert is behind the poisoning and assassination attempt on you. Irene agreed. Indeed, I had a feeling.
He continued, the Duke has extremely sharp intuition.
Although everyone laughed, thinking it was a joke, he believed what Claudia said was true. It seems the Duke wants to deal with Irene as quickly as possible.
His method is to crush or tame a problem when it's just budding, before it grows.
She asked, with someone who might have tried to assassinate me?
Felix affirmed, exactly.
He took the doorknob. Shall we go in?
She agreed, yes. Inside the room, Benjamin was already waiting with a pipe in hand, the room filled with the smell of smoke.
He glanced up. You're here? Sooner than I expected.
The thick trails of smoke were clearly visible to the naked eye. Irene quickly covered her nose and coughed a few times. Why is there so much smoke? Without a word, Felix immediately cast a small spell to make her feel more comfortable.
He spoke, Duke. Felix coldly demanded, please stop smoking. Irene looked up in surprise. Felix used magic?
The flame from the ring on Benjamin's hand was still burning. Oh dear.
He chuckled and lit another pipe. What can I do? It's already lit, and there's nowhere to put it out.
His flippancy annoyed Felix, who raised his hand, preparing to cast another spell. It dispelled all the smoke in the room.
He coldly asked again, is this better now?
Benjamin also relented, tossing aside the extinguished pipe. Such a temper. But be careful, for in this world there are many kinds of herbs with all sorts of different effects.
Benjamin suggested, shall we sit down and talk? Irene spoke up, I heard you wanted to see me, may I ask why? He answered vaguely, it's nothing major.
Benjamin offered a fake friendly smile. I called you here to make friends, that's all.
She was stunned. Do you understand what making friends means? He replied, I do, don't I?
Irene cleared her throat and reminded him, if you're serious, please stop emitting that strange smell.
Benjamin wondered, is that so?
The other ladies quite like it.
She sighed. Initially, I thought you were handsome.
A look of disdain appeared on her face.
But your breath stinks. Irene's words plunged the entire room into silence.
Felix's laughter broke the room's quiet.
Benjamin was still stunned by her bold statement. Even he couldn't help but chuckle in admiration.
The young lady speaks quite crudely. Then his face turned cold.
If the young lady is deliberately trying to provoke me, then you don't need to be so cautious. I won't do anything to you.
He asked curiously, so what should I do to satisfy the young lady?
Irene hesitated. Benjamin chuckled, if you're allowed to speak frankly, feel free.
He shivered upon hearing her request.
Could you please not come within 10 meters of me?
If you sit all the way over there, I'd be very grateful. Felix's laughter broke the room's quiet. At this moment, Felix no longer hid his smile.
Indeed, right?
Benjamin thought for a moment then said, I apologize for making the young lady uncomfortable.
But I have also cared for you in my own way. Irene asked suspiciously, cared for me how? Cared for me by wanting to send me to the afterlife?
He replied, because I thought you should get used to the smell of poison.
Irene still didn't understand. What do you mean? He replied arrogantly, I don't know.
She cursed under her breath, this cunning bastard is too much.
Irene got straight to the point.
It seems the dupe doesn't intend to speak.
So we'll speak first. About the reason I went to all this trouble to come here. She frankly demanded, please give up on Claudia.
Irene reminded him, if you're going to confess openly, then accept rejection openly.
That way, you'll at least have a chance to meet again. Benjamin casually replied, is that so?
Then he recalled, if you speak like that, I won't hear a word.
Do you need my advice?
She tried to persuade him again, please believe me.
It works very well.
She cursed silently again, even if you don't need it, remember it well.
This guy. Benjamin praised, that's a good suggestion. But I don't like it. Irene retorted, I didn't come here because I wanted to. I came to state my opinion and give you a chance. He asked again, a chance?
She offered, a chance for your relationship with Claudia not to fall into the worst situation. Benjamin mumbled, it seems the young lady and I have different views on the word worst.
He asked, the worst you speak of is that I will never win Claudia's affection, right? Irene agreed, that's it. Also true. If you could win it, that would be good.
He explained his purpose, but I've decided not to ask for much.
I just hope not to fall into the worst situation. Irene asked again, what do you mean by worst?
He calmly replied, losing Claudia forever.
She wondered, don't tell me? You want to at least have her body.
Revealed a sinister smile, you understand me. With the body, I will have the heart someday.
As Claudia's brother, Felix couldn't let it go.
That's truly unacceptable, I cannot overlook it.
Yet you speak of it so casually.
He threatened, I will not forgive anyone who forces her.
No matter who the opponent is. Then Felix stood up.
If there's nothing else to say, well be leaving.
Benjamin teased, does it bother you that much?
Felix's face was filled with anger.
Is that all you wanted to talk about? Then never call us here again. Benjamin smirked, I don't recall calling you here. He extended his hand to Irene. I will never call Irene again. Irene. Let's go.
She agreed, yes. Just as her hand was about to grasp his, Benjamin's voice rang out again, making her freeze. How wonderful it would have been if I had recognized the young lad's value from the start.
I didn't even have a chance because I never paid attention to the young lad's presence before. He laughed and said, I truly wanted us to be friends.
I don't have much time, so I had to call someone like the young lady here like this.
Irene questioned, what do you mean, someone like me?
Chuckled, a gem shines brightly depending on how it's polished. How interesting it would have been if I had discovered it sooner. I want to evaluate it my own way, but I want bet on something that has no chance of winning. I called the young lady here, even though I knew there was no chance, simply out of lingering attachment and curiosity.
This is also my final warning and advice.
The more he spoke, the more distorted his face became.
This is Miss Amber's last chance. Why did I know nothing for so long? I don't usually remember worthless things. But once seen, it's very hard to forget.
His voice deepened.
Young lady. You once looked at me with sad eyes, didn't you? Even when I lit my pipe.
Hearing this, Irene immediately shivered in fear. Benjamin said arrogantly, the young lady has changed from before. His eyes fixed on her as he affirmed, it's like a different person.
Benjamin then rubbed his chin. He asked with a hint of interest, or have the young lad's preferences changed?
Irene immediately denied it, you must be mistaken.
Benjamin didn't let it go.
He continued to ramble, my eyes, which can see through desire, are quite accurate. But now, I only see hatred and murderous intent. As he spoke, a gruesome thought crossed his mind, I really want to gouge them out. Reading his words, Irene was startled. Immediately after, a flash of light shot out, striking Benjamin directly. But he tilted his head and dodged it, causing the attack to hit the chair behind him. A ripping sound tore through the fabric. Benjamin then glanced at the tear right next to his face.
He let out an ironic "oh."
It turned out the one who struck was Felix.
He stepped out. His face cold, he said to Benjamin, Duke. I said we are leaving. Benjamin didn't bother with Felix's presence.
He ignored him and said, it seems that armchair is quite old.
He then called Irene, Miss Amber.
And stubbornly wanted her to accept his self-serving words as truth. Benjamin said, those eyes are the eyes of a hypocrite hiding desire. Deep down, her true nature is surely a monster like me.
Felix frowned in displeasure hearing him speak of Irene like that.
His face remained as cold as before.
Benjamin continued, live as you please. Isn't that how all humans are? I've always lived that way.
In contrast to Felix, Irene showed no anger at his nonsense. She sighed and frankly admitted, of course, I have my own desires.
Who doesn't? Ah, I've heard about that. You clearly love money. But it's good that you're honest about your desires, Benjamin said.
His words were as good as calling Irene a notorious gold digger. So when she heard that, she felt a little guilty but remained silent.
Benjamin then took the opportunity to talk about money.
He stood up and approached Irene. Leaning close, he asked, actually, no matter how wealthy the Chamberlain family is, it's only temporary.
Miss Amber. What do you think of me? Contrary to his expectations, Irene was not the type to abandon everything for money.
She replied to his temptation.
It's true that the main reason is probably money. But even if the Chamberlain family goes bankrupt, I will follow them to the end.
Hearing these words, Felix, standing beside her, felt very touched. Benjamin, however, scoffed, you'll regret it. Irene confidently replied to him, never.
Faced with her reaction, Benjamin immediately laughed. He still believed Irene was faking it. He smirked and declared, I will personally strip away the mask of nobility from that hypocrite.
But Irene wasn't worried. She directly challenged him, go ahead and try. I decided from the beginning that I would accept anything.
After that conversation, Irene and Felix returned together.
Walking, Irene suddenly turned back. She asked nervously,
Felix?
Felix was walking behind her. Hearing her call, he smiled brightly and replied, I'm here.
His smile even made Irene feel brighter than the sun. She then asked, aren't you angry?
Felix just stepped closer.
He raised his hand to pat Irene's head and replied, not at all.
And he praised her, you did very well.
Keep it up. Receiving a good answer from Felix, Irene was still not completely at ease. She asked worriedly, perhaps it would have been better if I had indulged him and compromised? No. Felix smiled and replied, I would rather turn into a demon than let you indulge him. The next day, the Chamberlain siblings suddenly came to see Irene. They were carrying dozens of gift bags.
Not only that, a group of servants followed behind, also laden with bags, which startled and amazed her.
The pile of gifts was so large it could have crushed Irene. After receiving them, she turned to ask, Claudia, what is all this? Before she could finish her question, they all said together, Happy birthday. Then, a giant, enormous birthday cake appeared before Irene.
Irene was then astonished to realize it was her birthday. She then broke into a bright smile and said, thank you both. Seeing Irene's reaction, Claudia shouted, Jean is so cute.
The two then unwrapped gifts together.
As she opened a box, Claudia excitedly told Irene, these are shoes I thought would suit Jean.
And hats too.
Oh, this handbag and dress are a set. As soon as I saw them, I screamed.
Jean, they were definitely born for Jean.
Then I immediately called their designer and hired them as my personal designer.
Do you like them? Irene held the dresses in her hands and looked at Claudia.
She thought to herself, she looks even more excited than I am.
So adorable. Then she smiled and replied, of course, I.
But before she could finish, Irene's eyes caught sight of the clothing tags with their exorbitant prices. She immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Claudia then excitedly said, I want to take this opportunity to launch a brand just for Jean.
The name has already been decided. It's Run It. Irene heard the name.
She immediately realized where it came from.
She then thought helplessly, anyone can tell it's taken from my name. How embarrassing. Oh well. That can wait. I've already received so many gifts. More importantly, look at this. Irene said.
Then she held out a large scroll. After unrolling it, it turned out to be a map of a place called Cameal.
Claudia looked at it and said, Cameal. I've never seen this region before.
Irene then explained, this is an island in Grawl,
located south of the Empire. The marked places on the map are where I suspect independent spirits live. Then she turned to Felix and asked, have you ever heard of this island? Felix thought for a moment then replied, I've heard a little.
1,000 years ago, it was used as a passage to the demon realm, so the entire island was filled with evil energy. Claudia also added, I also heard that place has inviolable rights. It's a privilege not subject to state interference.
That's right.
Irene said, however, currently no one visits or leaves Cameal Island anymore. Then she analyzed, if people lived there, merchants would come to import and export goods. But now, no one goes there anymore.
And because it's barren land, self-sufficiency is impossible. Hearing this, Claudia asked in alarm, so everyone living on the island died?
Irene continued, Cameal Island came under the management of the Fenello Merchant Guild one day,
The Yahello Merchant Guild suddenly decided not to allow outsiders into Cameal anymore.
Furthermore, there are rumors that the land, which was always barren and couldn't grow anything, suddenly became fertile. Trees grew lush.
Hearing this, all of them realized one thing. This meant there was a 100% chance that independent spirits existed here.
Based on that phenomenon, it's highly likely that spirit is no ordinary one, Irene surmised. But immediately after, she felt disheartened thinking about how to enter an island that no longer allowed entry or exit.
But for the Chamberlain siblings, this was not too big of a deal. They casually looked at Irene and said nonchalantly, just by the island. Hearing this solution from the wealthy young master and lady, Irene was momentarily stunned.
Claudia, however, smiled brightly and told her, I thought Jean's birthday gift was missing something.
Now adding Cameal Island would be perfect.
It's summer, so we can travel to that island.
Irene gave a forced laugh.
She secretly sighed in her head, the solution of diamond spoon eaters is truly different.
Then she replied, that method is indeed the most foolproof. But wait. If we're traveling, what about the spirits?
Then we'll take care of the spirits at the same time.
Claudia laughed and said.
Irene sighed helplessly at that nonchalant thought. Then she returned to the main topic.
That's right. Cameal Island is quite far. How far can we go with magic?
Hearing her mention this, Felix immediately stopped her.
If we want to go there secretly, we shouldn't use magic. Irene was stunned and asked, why?
All magic cast by mages of the Ministry of Magic is recorded. As he spoke, Felix heavily raised his hand and touched one of his shoulders.
Irene listened and tried to guess, is it to prevent the abuse of magic? Right. Because the Ministry of Magic provides specialized training for talented individuals, everyone is excellent, right?
They implant devices with detection and explosive magic into our arms, Felix suddenly interjected.
Hearing this, Irene was startled and panicked. Wait. Implanted?
Felix explained that it was to precisely know the type of magic the mage used.
What about explosive magic? Irene asked, is it to detonate it when necessary? Like explosives.
After hearing these things, Irene immediately felt a chill.
That thing is implanted in their arms? Felix continued, because without hands, a mage cannot cast magic anymore. Moreover, even if a simple spell like teleportation is used, the coordinates are still recorded and transmitted to His Highness.
Hearing Felix mention this, Claudia, sitting beside him, remained silent with a gloomy face. She was so worried about her brother that she clenched her fists.
But don't worry.
Even if it's recorded, I still have a way to circumvent the rules. Felix smiled as he cast a spell on the statue behind him.
A light snap of his fingers instantly broke it in half.
It crashed to the ground with a thud. Then he explained, the principle of the spell I just performed is similar to air conditioning.
Normally, it doesn't generate such strong energy, so if it's recorded, it's simply noted as cooling magic. Witnessing Felix's magic, Irene and Claudia hugged each other, trembling, and asked, then what is that magic item for?
At this moment, Felix spoke with a more serious and dangerous expression.
Not everyone can do what I do.
This made the two of them feel truly eerie. Irene and Claudia simultaneously backed far away, looking at Felix as if he were a danger to be avoided.
Irene then asked, is there a way to remove that item? Felix thought for a moment then replied, there is a way. On another day, it was hot and sunny. Claudia and Irene went to the swimming pool together. Irene suddenly asked, Claudia, how do you talk to the opposite sex? Claudia paused slightly at that. She then replied, well, you just talk. There's only one way to talk to men, and that's to talk. Irene lay on a float. She swam over and asked, so how do you usually start conversations with men?
They always come to me and start talking, Claudia replied, sitting on the edge of the pool.
Hearing this, Irene was startled, remembering that fact.
She immediately felt embarrassed.
Claudia then thought, Jen usually talks to my brother so comfortably, right? Don't tell me?
Then she gasped in alarm, Jen.
Do you like someone? No, it's not like that. It's just someone I've noticed, Irene tried to deny.
But her words only shocked Claudia more.
You noticed her? Who is he? Ah, no. Which young master is it? She asked Irene frantically. Irene didn't know how to answer. It's not like that. I want to get to know that person because I have a good impression of him.
The more she spoke, the more Claudia misunderstood.
She became even more agitated than before. She lunged forward as if about to fall into the pool, shouting, who is it? Who is the scoundrel who made our Jen?
Just then, someone on the other side called out, Claudia. Claudia heard the interruption, glared, and muttered, at such an important moment.
Who is it?
But it turned out to be Felix.
He walked over and said, "Mother called you." Claudia felt a little disappointed.
Before standing up, she seriously reminded Irene, "We'll talk about that later."
"Okay," Irene replied with a helpless smile.
After Claudia rushed off, Irene spoke up, "Felix.
Welcome back." Felix turned to look at her. He smiled and replied, "Yes, Irene." Felix had just approached. Irene was already curious to ask, "That's right. About the Fenelon Merchant Guild. You've already established a merchant guild to buy the island, haven't you?" The day before, the fake merchant guild Felix had set up boldly approached Fenelon, and just like that, the transaction went extremely smoothly. Irene sighed heavily as Felix recounted it. She lamented, "It was that easy? They probably just wanted money from the start.
We went to all that trouble hiring people and setting up a fake merchant guild to avoid the imperial family's eyes." Moreover, Irene had been losing sleep worrying about what to do if the Fenelon Merchant Guild refused to sell. And also, if this gets to the Crown Prince, we're doomed. She said wearily, "If I'd known it would be like this, why bother setting up the Hate-Love Merchant Guild?" Felix heard this and comforted her. The purpose of Hate-Love wasn't just to acquire Cameal Island.
"Oh, really?" Irene smiled brightly.
After finishing that topic, Felix suddenly called her, "By the way, Irene." He then reached for her float.
He asked, "So who is that person?" Irene initially didn't realize who Felix was referring to. She instinctively asked, "Who?" Felix didn't answer. He just looked at her silently and smiled. At this moment, Irene understood what he meant. She replied, "It's His Royal Highness, the Second Prince." His Royal Highness, the Second Prince. Felix heard this. He suddenly grabbed the float and pulled Irene closer. He leaned close to her. He looked directly into Irene's eyes and asked, "So, you mean you want to get to know the Second Prince, right?" Felix's questioning gaze at that moment was incredibly chilling, making Irene flustered and unable to look him directly in the eye. She averted her gaze and stammered, "I just want to draw His Royal Highness, the Second Prince, to our side." Hearing this answer from Irene, Felix's grim and gloomy face instantly changed 180 degrees to his usual cheerful expression. He smiled and said, "Is that so?" Then he patted her head and instructed, "I won't stop you, but don't do anything reckless, it's very dangerous. Oh, and by the way, after you're ready, please spare some time for me." "Yes," Irene replied. Her mind was still confused by Felix's earlier expression. A moment later, Felix and Irene went together to meet his father in his office. While waiting for him to read the ledger, Irene leaned close to Felix's ear and whispered, "What's going on here?" Felix also leaned close to her. He smiled as usual and replied, "I guess Irene already has a plan. So it would be better if we cooperated and shared information instead of keeping it to ourselves, right?" Irene heard this and was also very excited. "Ah, that's good." Just then, Felix's father had finished reading the entire ledger. He closed it and called, "Irene." Then he asked, "Are you ready?" "I've heard everything about the future from Felix. For now, I want to keep this a secret from Claudia. She would be heartbroken if she knew." Irene was a little surprised to hear this. She asked, "Wouldn't keeping it a secret make her even more heartbroken?" "Perhaps." Felix's father replied, "But as you know, Claudia is a carefree child. If she gets too emotional, she'll blurt out unpleasant things, no matter who it is. Only then will she reconsider her actions. So if we do tell her, we must choose our words carefully." As he spoke, he placed the ledger back on the table. And Felix's father glared at him. He emphasized, "Besides, I still don't know everything that's happening right now." Felix heard this and just chuckled, "From now on, he'll tell you everything, so please don't be angry." Then he turned to Irene. He asked for her opinion, "Irene, should I tell father?" "Yes." "Okay," Irene replied. After hearing everything from Felix, his father was furious. He cursed those people as a bunch of beep beep. Then he sighed in frustration, raising a hand to his forehead. Finally, they've given up on being human. Seeing Felix's father's reaction, Irene asked in great surprise, "You believe me?" He frowned deeply and said, "Their actions have been very unusual lately, so I can't help but believe it." Felix's father continued, "Because he couldn't see Claudia, the crown prince acted like an idiot. But lately, he's suddenly gone silent, which is very suspicious." Irene was somewhat astonished by the way he spoke, not even using honorifics when referring to His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince of the Empire. "Since when?" Irene spoke up and asked, "Since after the National Day celebration." She heard this and said, "Ah." She initially smiled, but a moment later, she frowned and clicked her tongue, thinking, "It's clear those bastards decided to cooperate." Felix's father mumbled, "I don't know if this counts as luck, but I can still predict their scope of activity." "Oof. So just because they were rejected by one girl, they intend to plunge the whole world into nightmare and chaos? To this day, I've never seen a leader so foolish. Hearing this, Irene interjected, please allow me to add this. Regarding the achievement in the form of a bow that I saw in the prophecy. I heard it's the strongest and most dangerous item in this world, and it's currently stored in the Grand Temple. The name of the demon whose power is engraved into the artifact is Lavish. Hearing this name, Felix, sitting beside her, suddenly choked and coughed violently. Irene saw this and asked, you know that demon? Felix replied awkwardly. His father said, if it's Lavish, then it's the demon of strife and victory. Felix was silent for a moment, then turned and smiled at him. He said, everything will be all right. All right? Felix's father gritted his teeth. His face grew angrier. He asked, so you mean you'll sacrifice yourself? Rather, I will endure that power, Felix said. Hearing Felix's words, his father excitedly slammed the table, stood up, and shouted, stop talking nonsense. That means you'll take on the demon's power. Are you still in your right mind? In contrast to his father's reaction, Felix remained completely calm, as if he had been ready for that dangerous action for a very long time. Felix said, that's the only way. His father, of course, did not want his son to be in such a risky situation. He looked directly into his face and said, no. Even if you aren't corrupted and remain safe, you will still be tried at the Holy Tribunal. Whether you are devoured by a demon or not, the crime of demon worship and heresy is as serious as treason. Not only you, but our entire family will be implicated. So let's find a proper course of action for us to discuss. But Felix was also very resolute. He replied, no. We shouldn't let them know we've been prophesied about this. Then what do you intend to do? Felix's father asked him. They don't know that you've trained your magic resistance. So what? He asked. Felix replied, I will. At that moment, in the Chamberlain family garden, there was very joyful laughter and chatter. Irene hesitated, opening the garden door and peeking in, calling out. Claudia then noticed her mother was also there. Lady Olivia Chamberlain saw her and called out, ha! Is that Irene? Seeing this, she also smiled and greeted, hello, Lady Olivia. Are you having a good day? Lady Olivia. She was the countess of the Chamberlain family. Because she was frequently ill and couldn't leave her room, as Irene remembered, even in the novel, she didn't appear and was only mentioned through descriptions as a sick mother. But in reality, after interacting with her, Irene realized that Lady Olivia was a very lively and cheerful person. Lady Olivia pouted and sadly said, it's been so dull today without Irene. Irene was startled and exclaimed, oh. Is that so? After seeing Irene's reaction, she smiled widely and said, but now that I see Irene, today is brighter. Now, Irene looked at Claudia. Seeing her looking very tired, she asked worriedly, are you okay? Yes. Claudia forced a smile and asked, how's my brother? Looking at Claudia's expression, Irene felt like something was not right at all. Irene hesitated and replied, ah. The thing is, I wonder if it's an exaggeration to say he's being beaten to death. Claudia and Lady Olivia were startled and exclaimed, what? Claudia said worriedly, but father has never hit my brother or me before. And Lady Olivia was so angry that she got up from her wheelchair and scolded. That man. I must go scold him thoroughly. Irene gave a wry smile and said, but please, lady, don't go too far. That evening, Irene returned to the office. She gently rubbed Felix's face and said, oh dear. Such a handsome face, and yet. Why did you say that then? Felix, for some reason, smiled at this, making Irene annoyed. She pinched his cheek and scolded him, you're still smiling at a time like this? Felix then raised his hand to rub his face and asked, are you angry? Of course. Irene shouted. Then suddenly, she couldn't hold back her pain, looking at him and asking, how could you say that? How could you say you're going to die? Are you crying? Felix asked. Irene painfully pressed her lips together. Then she turned her face away. She wiped away her tears. She tried to appear more composed inside, ah. This is so frustrating. I'm sorry. But Irene, I didn't actually say I would die, did I? Felix said to her with a smile. Hearing these words, Irene, who was so sad she was about to cry, felt her tears well up inside her instead. Felix's exact words at the time were, let me die in name. After hearing this, Irene said angrily, this guy. That's no different. The death Felix spoke of meant giving up his status, reputation, and honor he had achieved all this time. It meant he did nothing wrong but suddenly had to live in hiding like a criminal. Almost, Felix replied. Irene grew even angrier hearing his calm reply.
She even wanted to hit him to vent her anger.
Felix just smiled and replied, "If that makes you feel better, then please do." Then he turned to Irene. "Irene. You don't need to worry so much. To me, status, reputation, and honor don't hold much value.
Everyone pursues different values and lifestyles, so I don't consider this a sacrifice.
I never strive for something I don't deem worthwhile."
Then Felix smiled.
He patted Irene's head and said, "I'm much more rational and selfish than I appear." Irene heard this and tilted her head, asking, "What values does Felix pursue?" Felix did not directly answer the question. He only replied, "Irene knows, don't you?"
After a moment of silent contemplation, Irene sighed heavily and reproached Felix.
"You really are." Then she continued to think, "But let's try to find another way." "What way?" Felix asked.
Irene then pulled out a hood from somewhere.
She tried to put on the most terrifying and gloomy expression possible and said, "Preemptive strike. Assassinate them before they act." Irene's expression left Felix speechless and frozen.
Seeing this, Irene shyly pulled off the hood and said, "I know that was over the top, so please don't make that face." Then she quickly changed the subject. Irene took out a box of medicine and said, "Let me apply the medicine for you." Just as she reached out, Irene suddenly remembered something.
She asked, "Can't you heal yourself? So why did you let yourself get beaten like this?"
Felix heard this and replied with a smile, "I hoped that letting father do that would relieve his stress."
"That's it.
Heal yourself," Irene said, then withdrew her hand and stopped applying the medicine.
Felix didn't want to miss this opportunity.
He leaned close to Irene and told her, "But Irene can help me heal." He suddenly leaned his face so close, which surprised Irene a little. She blushed shyly, her heart pounding rapidly.
Seeing Irene's expression, Felix couldn't help but chuckle and ask, "That triangular mouth again. Are you worried?"
Irene shyly averted her gaze.
She stammered, "It's too noisy." Then she poked Felix's bruised, blue and purple cheek and said, "You can apply it yourself, can't you?" She applied the medicine to Felix. Irene exclaimed with pity, "Oh my! This handsome face."
Then she remembered Felix was hunched over.
She immediately said, "Are you uncomfortable? You can sit up straight." "I'm fine," Felix replied.
Seeing her say nothing, he called, "Irene." But still didn't answer, only sat there silently, continuing to apply the medicine.
Understanding her reaction, Felix said, "Jen. It'll be okay. I told you. I'm very good at controlling myself."
"And you clearly told me I don't need to control myself," Irene replied.
Felix then said, "Just this once. Forgive me. I'm sorry."
Irene then looked at his expression and scolded, "You shouldn't smile like that." Her words made Felix chuckle again and say, "Our Irene is always so tough."
That night,
Claudia, while sleeping, suddenly felt thirsty.
She sat up.
She took the flickering torch and went to look for water. Suddenly at this moment, the light of the torch illuminated the surrounding hallway. Everywhere was a scene of bloodshed, with corpses lying scattered.
Claudia screamed in horror, "Is anyone there? Father? Mother? Brother?"
But her father, her mother, had both been murdered in pools of fresh blood. And when she found Felix,
Claudia shivered.
She couldn't believe the sight before her eyes.
Her brother was holding someone's head.
His face was terrifying.
It no longer seemed to be Felix's face.
He stood there. His body was covered in splattered blood. His beautiful blue eyes had now turned a dazzling red.
He muttered, "I will kill everyone in this family, leaving no one. I will wipe them all out."
As he turned to look at Claudia, she stood frozen in place. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably.
With that same horrified look, Claudia asked him, "Who are you?"
Immediately after, there was a piercing scream. Irene woke up with a start. She was panting. It turned out that what had just happened was not real, but only a nightmare. Irene felt more at ease after regaining her composure. She tiredly raised a hand to her forehead and wondered, "Why did I have that dream?"
Just as Irene woke up from that terrifying dream, it was already morning.
A servant outside knocked on the door and called, "Miss Amber.
If you are awake, breakfast has been prepared."
"Yes. I know," Irene called back, then stepped out of bed.
She put on a robe and walked towards the door. Just as Irene was about to touch the doorknob to open it,
for some reason, she paused for a moment.
Irene just stood there, silent for a while.
Her face briefly showed sadness and bitterness.
A moment later, in the dining room,
Claudia saw Irene and greeted her with a smile. "Jean.
Did you sleep well?"
"Yes," Irene replied.
Then she asked, and Claudia? I slept very well. Irene then walked over and pulled out a chair. She sat down next to Claudia and asked, what about Felix and the elders? Claudia then replied, I heard father went out early. My brother did too. Mother is still sleeping. Then she continued, oh. That's right. Let's buy a yacht. We can use it to travel around the world with the family. I'm looking forward to the day we can all go to an island together. As usual, Irene would have agreed and replied to Claudia. Or at least said something. But today she suddenly fell silent, making Claudia feel that something was wrong. Claudia called Irene and asked, what happened? Hearing this question, Irene was initially a little surprised. She hesitated in silence for a moment before speaking. But before that, Irene reminded Claudia, it's early morning, so I don't want to talk about this. But Claudia. Don't be surprised and listen carefully. Claudia saw her seriousness. Her face also showed a hint of curiosity. It must have been a night of heavy rain. Outside, only the rushing sound of the pouring rain could be heard. At Chamberlain family estate, Felix picked up a piece of paper, read it, then crumpled it. He frowned and said, finally, that moment has arrived. Irene saw him speak like that and worriedly approached him, asking, are you really going? Felix raised his hand to pat her head. He reassured her, it'll really be fine. Don't worry too much. But how could she not worry? Irene had always feared this moment since she first entered the novel. She looked up, about to say something more, but Felix had already put on the Holy Temple's cloak. He smiled at her and said goodbye, well, I'm off, Irene. Somewhere. Bright lightning bolts tore across the dark night sky. Felix, covered in bruises and scratches, was being pressed hard on his wounds by Benjamin's foot, making him wince. Benjamin did so and said, oh dear. It hurts a lot, doesn't it? Why do you keep enduring it? It pains me just to watch. You'll be completely devoured anyway, so enduring it is useless. At this moment, Felix had an arrow from a demonic bow deeply embedded in his shoulder. The neat shirt he had originally worn was now disheveled and stained with blood. Felix glared at him. But suddenly, at this moment, a gut-wrenching pain surged through him, making him flinch and cry out in agony. The one who had been tormenting Felix was Benjamin. Benjamin watched Felix's pained reaction, a smirk playing on his lips as he said, you're truly something. After enduring that extreme pain, Felix collapsed. He coughed violently, spitting fresh blood. At this moment, Lucas called out to Benjamin, saying, hey, stop. Wasting time on such pointless matters. Benjamin glanced at him. He replied, please, your highness, don't interfere with my only pleasure. Hearing this, Lucas sighed. I'll be leaving first. Try to curb that bad habit of yours, will you? Benjamin, hearing this, teased, you should leave a little earlier before you meet Claudia. While those two scoundrels were talking, Felix, on his side, used magic. He struck Benjamin's ankle directly, making him cry out in pain and collapse. Seeing Felix's glaring eyes, he continued to laugh and said, you're more spirited than I thought. To think you'd even use magic. Then Benjamin turned to Constantine. Sir Constantine. My leg feels like it's about to break off. Can you heal it? Constantine stood leaning against a corner. He didn't even look at Benjamin as he replied, I don't want to heal it. Those two continued to talk among themselves. Benjamin complained, why is there no solidarity at all? This alliance is truly broken. Constantine said, only just realizing it now? It was ridiculous from the start. Then he declared, this is the first and last time he'll be involved in such matters. Is that so? Benjamin chuckled in response. As for me, I have no intention of stopping until I have Claudia. If you wish to stop here, by all means. I won't stop you. Constantine understood the implied disdain for his integrity in Benjamin's words. He frowned in anger and said, thanks to you, Duke, my faith has completely crumbled as of today. You truly have no shame. Benjamin merely shook his head in exasperation and said, with a temperament like that, why did you even agree to participate? At the same time, he also slipped his hand into his coat pocket. He fumbled for a cigarette case. He took a drag and blew smoke into Felix's face. Benjamin lifted Felix's chin. He said, I'll forgive you for crushing my leg. Felix was disgusted by him and his actions. He continued to use magic, aiming a blow to remove that filthy hand from his body. Attacked, Benjamin naturally recoiled to dodge. After using magic, Felix again continued to cough violently, spitting blood. Seeing this, Benjamin said, calm down. If you use magic again, you'll be shocked to death. I know how to soothe that pain. Then he approached again. He lifted Felix's face.
He put the cigarette into Felix's mouth, making Felix cough violently after inhaling.
Benjamin said, inhaling the smoke will temporarily soothe the pain. It won't last long. Perhaps you should use this time to leave a final message for your loved ones. And for the one you love. Felix heard him mention his family.
His expression immediately changed.
Benjamin continued. You must have guessed. If you commit suicide, you'll be completely devoured by the demon. So, it would be better to have one last conversation and then depart peacefully.
Then he took out an entire cigarette case, placed it on Felix, and said, You'll surely get used to smoking.
You'll die before you even get used to it. I hadn't thought that far ahead. Please understand.
Benjamin, while putting on the ring he had used to light Felix's cigarette earlier, said, I truly wish I could see that scene. I wonder if that lady will say the same thing she said to me.
What did she say? Probably it stinks.
Then he stood up, turned, and walked away, saying,
Well. I'm leaving now. I hope we meet again if possible. Sir Constantine. Let's go. Constantine also left. But before completely turning his back, he looked back at Felix. Just a glance. After they left, Felix finally allowed the demon to merge with his body.
After awakening, it immediately incinerated the spot where Felix and those three scoundrels had been. It smiled, then raised its blood-soaked hand to savor it. Feeling truly refreshed. At this moment, at the Chamberlain estate, Irene was sleeping soundly in her bed. Suddenly, a shadow appeared as if someone was standing beside her.
Irene woke up because of this.
She slowly sat up, rubbing her eyes as she asked, Who is it? When she saw clearly, she realized it was Felix. At that moment, his body was covered in splattered bloodstains.
Felix was no longer as he had been before.
His hand reached out, not as if to comfort Irene, but as if to grip her tightly.
Felix stood tall before Irene.
His face was grim. His eyes glowed red. He reached out to her.
What are you still hesitating for? I know all your desires.
Just as his hands were about to touch Irene, she suddenly spoke, Felix.
Immediately after, Felix stroked her head. He smiled gently and said, I'm home.
Irene pinched her cheek as if in disbelief. Only when she felt pain did she let go.
This isn't a dream, is it? Is it really Felix?
A moment later, Irene regained her composure. However, she saw Felix covered in blood.
She exclaimed in alarm, Wait, what happened? You're bleeding. Irene was utterly shocked. She frantically touched Felix all over to check. She repeatedly asked, Are you okay? Felix softly called her name, Irene.
He frowned, beads of sweat forming, and said, I'm fine, so please stop touching me. Irene hesitated, I'm sorry, but...
You should go get first aid. Can you move? Let me help you.
At this moment, a voice echoed in his head, You could make that girl experience hellish pleasure.
What a fool. Felix cursed under his breath.
I'd be very grateful if you'd shut up.
Boom. A loud sound echoed in the sky. Purple lightning bolts struck down.
Yesterday, after Felix was shot in the chest with an arrow, his wound bled profusely, and he collapsed, leaning against a cabinet.
Suddenly, something flashed. A voice echoed. Completely unbelievable, you've only lived for about 20 years at most. Felix's hands unconsciously clenched. And yet, there's still mana? Felix held his head. Ugh, my head. The voice continued. Are you a grand mage?
For a human, you're quite impressive. Fire sparks erupted from the blazing ring.
The voice asked again, Hey, are you there? Felix still seemed unconcerned. He gripped the arrow and then decisively pulled it out. Blood splattered on the floor.
He remained silent, letting the voice disturb him.
Give me half your body and soul. A mortal like you could receive immense power you never imagined. How about it, an attractive offer, isn't it? He decided to stand up and walk away, ignoring it. Hey, don't ignore me, it said. Felix took off his glasses. So be it.
Suddenly, there was a cracking sound.
Felix frowned. It asked, What's wrong? That's my power.
It said as the glasses in his hand shattered.
That's not all. Can you feel it now? Right? Answer me. Felix continued to ignore it. He sat up. The entity seemed very annoyed. Ignoring me again? There was a loud noise outside. Felix walked away. It called after him, Hey, Grand Mage. Hey. Have you only been practicing magic resistance all this time?
Outside the window, rain poured and winds howled. Felix, lost in thought, continued to listen to it negotiate.
Alright, half is too much, right? How about a third?
It continued to bargain.
Or a quarter? Felix sighed. Just stop jumping around, my head hurts. The entity rejoiced. Ah, finally an answer.
Lavish, Felix wondered.
That's right. If you know who I am, then our discussion will be quick. I can grant you anything you desire.
I will let you enjoy much glory and victory.
Felix showed disgust. I just want you to be quiet and sleep peacefully inside me. Lavish said, that's a strange answer. Did you intentionally accept me?
Yes, Felix replied.
It was extremely angry, continuously cursing. How the hell did I get stuck with this lunatic? Felix fumbled around his body. Then he threw out a doll.
He said, since you're inside me, please stop using vulgar words. The doll was thrown into a pool of blood. Listen carefully, Grand Mage. Immediately after, there was a whooshing sound, and a puff of black smoke rose. Another Felix sat there, his shoulder covered in blood.
He said, do you know the spell carved on the arrow?
That spell continuously brainwashes you before you can drive me out.
You can't possibly not know that. Felix's face stiffened.
He heard it say, this happened because you went to save a child who wasn't part of your family.
Don't you feel it's unfair?
Felix recalled the past. It was as if thousands of thorny vines were coiling around him. He replied, I only acted according to my beliefs. It continued, you even kindly erased that child's memories.
Just like an angel. Your beauty resembles one too. Do you have clothes to change into? Felix asked. Lavish was annoyed. How the hell would I?
He cursed, useless.
What did you say? Was that a sound? Blood gushed from his body again. It asked in surprise, wait. What are you doing?
Felix calmly said, in doing it again, so don't be surprised. Blood splattered. Irene said in disbelief, you're truly insane.
Don't you want revenge? He pulled 2 holy relics from his body.
Lavish asked, revenge on those who made you like this. Felix looked at the light from the ring and said, I will take revenge myself, so I don't need to borrow the demon's power.
The light from the ring grew stronger, like a flame. How will you get revenge if you can't even use magic?
Then that light, like a flame, burned the demon.
You won't achieve what you want anyway. Felix said after completing everything.
He smiled, feeling truly refreshed.
Lavish angrily cursed, you lunatic. The story ends here.
After Irene carefully bandaged Felix, he smiled and recounted everything. He said, in short, that's what happened.
Irene's anger boiled. She yelled, you're the one in trouble, so why are you so calm? Felix could only give a wry smile. I'm sorry.
He thought to himself, it's truly dangerous.
Lavish. Irene softly called his name, Felix. She asked him worriedly, are you okay?
He was still lost in his thoughts.
The demon of victory and struggle.
Also the demon of love and pleasure.
Its voice echoed, can't stand it, can you?
You want those eyes to contain only you.
Felix unconsciously moved closer to her. His hands gripped Irene's shoulders tightly.
That voice seemed to hypnotize him. You want her to be teary-eyed, continuously begging you. His eyes were now very different.
Irene didn't understand anything.
Her eyes remained wide as she looked at him.
Felix's hand gripped the bed tightly.
He looked at her and called, Irene.
He looked at Irene and said, please leave my room. I'm very dangerous right now.
Her eyes widened in surprise.
Huh? Is it because of the demonic relic? He turned away, saying nothing. Irene called his name, Felix.
She grabbed his hand. I don't care how much you've changed because of the demonic relic.
Irene smiled gently and said, Felix is Felix. I once said I'd embrace you even down to hell. Your safe return truly makes me happy.
He looked at her, his eyes slightly red-rimmed.
So it's okay. Felix's hand trembled. Not again.
He quickly pulled his hand away from hers.
She frowned and asked, why do you keep avoiding me? Felix called, Irene. You must be tired too. I'm sorry for waking you. Go back to sleep.
He thought to himself, too dangerous. She was anxious.
Why are you saying that? How can I sleep when things are like this? Felix turned his face away. Thank you for bandaging me. We'll talk tomorrow.
Irene hesitated slightly. She decided to speak.
You're so badly injured, so at least can I stay by your side to take care of you?
His voice softened.
Irene, please go. Her big, round yellow eyes welled up. All right then. Yes. Then we'll talk again tomorrow. She walked to the door and closed it. She said again, just in case, they'll go call the house physician for you. The door completely closed, leaving Felix alone, sitting there. He slumped onto the bed, exhausted. That voice echoed again. Indeed, you're not human, are you? He replied, are you calling me an animal now? It replied, having lived for thousands of years, this is the first time I've seen a human like you. You can resist the demon's temptation, even though I'm not a complete demon. He calmly said, that's obvious. Stop trying to drag me into disgusting things. Lavish asked again, are you a virgin? Yes. I'm tired. Be quiet, he replied. Felix lay in the room for a while until the sun outside shone on the potted flowers in the room. Lavish spoke up, hey human. Wake up, wake up. I have a great idea. Felix irritably turned over. He grumbled, what do you want so early in the morning? Lavish still didn't give up. That girl, you should still conquer her. Felix rubbed his sore shoulder. Again? The demon continued, do I care if you're a virgin? You have me now. The power of Lavish, the demon of love and pleasure, will help you. Felix didn't understand anything. He replied, no need. It still didn't give up. Listen carefully, you insolent human. Although this body is only a few thousand years old, the techniques for that passed down from my main body are hundreds of billions of years old. Felix put on his slippers. He walked away, no longer caring about it. Get used to it. From the start, if the other person doesn't agree, you shouldn't touch them. I don't know why I even have to discuss this with you. Felix got out of bed and went to the mirror. Lavish still said, no. Do you think he'll give up? Use that face of yours to seduce her. Make her fall into your arms. It's alluring, you know. Felix felt extremely annoyed. If you are the demon of love and pleasure, then where did the love part go? He wondered. Lavish in the mirror looked at him and said, true love originates from physical relations. Hearing this, Felix shivered. His face scrunched up. The demon apologized again. Felix removed the bandages. He said, but why does my body feel so much lighter? The demon replied, hee hee. That's the demon's power. When all the bandages were truly removed, Felix's body was restored to its original state. What do you think? Pretty cool, right? The demon asked. Felix also examined himself in the mirror, there were no more wounds. Lavish continued, the more you suppress me, the more your body will be affected and gradually assimilate with me. Let's see how long you can endure. He picked up his shirt. He complained, you're getting annoying. You seem bored out of your mind. The demon immediately retorted, isn't it because of you, you lunatic? You're the one who trapped me, not anyone else. He threw on his shirt. Too noisy. He put his shirt on properly and didn't forget to warn, I'm going out now. Don't utter a single word. The demon replied, got it. The room door opened. Felix was surprised. He saw Irene leaning against the door, eyes closed, fast asleep. Breathing evenly. She was sleeping. Felix approached Lavish. She startled awake. She had just woken up and asked Felix. He bent down and smiled, asking, why are you sleeping here? Go back to your room and sleep. Then, unconsciously, Felix's mouth uttered, remember to lock the door carefully. Irene flinched slightly. It's okay. I'm awake now. Irene looked at Felix and thought, but Felix's aura seems to have changed a lot since yesterday. She carefully observed Felix's face, wondering, is it because he's not wearing glasses? I didn't expect his features to be so sharp. He even smiles less. And he's avoiding me. More importantly, when she looked at the firm chest beneath his shirt and his sharp, somewhat cold, yet very handsome face, there was a hint of sensuality. She thought, immediately. She hit her own head for that thought. He's injured, what am I thinking? Felix didn't understand anything. And then, as before, she touched Felix all over. Oh, how's your body? Why do you look fine? She was still skeptical. Am I imagining things? Felix said miserably, it seems like it's all healed thanks to the demon's power. But please stop touching me. Irene realized. So she said, I was surprised. I'm sorry. She was about to step back when her ankle twinged, and she accidentally fell backward, crying out, ah. Fortunately, Felix quickly grabbed her wrist tightly. He gripped her so tightly that Irene cried out in pain, ouch. Felix startled and quickly let go. He asked her, "Are you okay?"
Irene rubbed her wrist. She hesitated slightly before replying, "I'm fine."
Irene looked at the purple handprint on her wrist and asked, "Is this also because of the demon's power?" Felix replied softly, "Yes." Irene quickly gave a wry smile, reassuring him. "Don't worry. It just stings a little." Felix quickly put a great distance between them.
Irene called him, "Don't stay so far away."
Felix replied, "Okay." She didn't want him to be like that at all.
So she firmly said, "Even tiny hamsters are kept as pets, as long as you don't step on them.
Just gently caress them, that's all." Felix was confused after hearing that. He said, "First, we need to treat it. You might have a hairline fracture. I'll go call the physician."
Irene hid her wrist behind her back.
She replied, "Thank you."
Felix continued, "And I will never let anyone harm you again." Irene smiled brightly, raising her aching arms.
"Oh my, I'm fine. It's just a small injury, the physician will fix it right away."
He said again, "That habit of saying I'm fine is a bad habit."
Irene pouted. "Felix says that too." Felix said, "It's not like that." Felix bent down, "Don't let me mistakenly think that Irene will always be okay." And then Irene heard him say, "Someday I will hurt you very badly. Someday I will hurt you very badly."
Felix's words made Irene speechless for a long time. Not knowing what to say, she crossed her arms and huffed. She said, "That's not something a person who's been stabbed in the shoulder should say. But this has nothing to do with Irene."
Felix replied, "Irene, it's the same for you.
You're a victim who did nothing wrong, and even when Felix himself is hurt, he doesn't want you to be hurt, right?
It's the same for me."
He looked at her again, his expression gentle, and said, "Just like spilled water cannot be gathered, some wounds, once inflicted, are difficult to heal." Irene closed her eyes and smiled.
"That's true."
Her light brown hair flowed long.
Each strand fluttered.
Her small face smiled brightly and said, "But if it's Felix, you can do anything you want to me."
That very moment made Felix tremble.
The rims of his eyes turned red. He covered his face and said miserably, "If you knew what I was thinking." He still didn't remove his hands and said, "Then you would never say such words." Irene looked at Felix, his face flushed red. He continued, "Even right now, I'm trying very hard to restrain myself."
Irene's face clearly showed confusion and disbelief. She thought, what kind of desire is so hard to talk about? Does he want to kill me? Immediately after, she froze when she saw Felix vomiting. He knelt down and continuously vomited blood. Irene called his name, Felix. After coughing, Felix replied, "I'm fine. It's just a reaction against the holy relic." She looked at him, looking truly miserable, and asked, "Isn't that dangerous?"
He continued to cough, telling her not to come closer. He wiped the corner of his mouth, then sprang up, quickly startling Irene. Then he walked away quickly.
The door slammed shut, leaving Irene utterly confused.
Not long after, the door swung open. He appeared before her, clean. He even presented a beautiful silver sword.
He instructed, "If I do anything despicable, use this to stab me."
Then Felix handed it to her.
Irene asked, "What?"
She held the heavy sword in her hand, her eyes wide in surprise.
"Stab whom?" Felix explained, "Me." He demonstrated, whoosh. "Doing that will probably make me sober up." Felix asked, "So, shall we go meet my family now?" Irene replied, "Huh? Yes."
Then she quickly put on her cloak. She took the sword and followed him.
Now, the demon's voice echoed again. "Hey, I thought only you had one-sided carnal desires. But it seems that girl likes you too." Felix remained silent. Demon continued to ask, "Are you sure she doesn't have feelings for you, or are you just too dense to notice?" "I can feel it. Especially every time her face flushes when she's near Felix." The demon said, "My intuition is never wrong." Felix went mad. He angrily yelled at the demon, "Stop it. My patience has limits." Not knowing if he was telling her to back away, she asked innocently, "Yes? Did I do something wrong?" Felix, at his wit's end, quickly explained, "I wasn't talking about you." His face clearly showed annoyance and irritation.
"There's something that keeps jumping in my ear."
"Half demon?" she asked. Felix was fuming with anger, threatening the demon. "If you speak crudely again, watch out." The demon gave in. "All right, I know."
Meanwhile, she still didn't understand anything. Along the way, Irene said, "Felix faking his death is somewhat reassuring. But we should still be careful because those three guys might take advantage of the opportunity to weave stories." Then she happily added, but the good news is that since there's no longer a holy relic embedded in your shoulder, you won't be restricted from using magic anymore. However, Felix's immediate reply made her freeze. Actually, Irene, I can't use magic anymore. Her mouth hung open. Her face darkened. She stammered, what? Felix looked at his hands. He replied, whenever I use mana, Lavish will intrude on his own. Irene asked, what does that mean? Felix pondered. Then he smiled brightly and explained, if I say it's like my life force is being gnawed away, do you understand? She tried to imagine some mysterious creature biting off his head bit by bit.
She replied, I understand perfectly. Every human has mana. The only difference is the amount of mana each person has.
If the average mana of a person is about a teacup, then my mana is about a liter. So when Lavish possessed me, he consumed a large amount of my mana, but I still survived. If it were a normal person, they would have died from mana depletion before they could even resist.
Mana is constantly consumed and constantly generated. My current state is like the source of mana generation is blocked.
It was as if chains enveloped him.
A large shield. Blocking the source of mana from being generated. He gently explained.
Then he still optimistically said, but I probably won't die.
Looked at Irene's panicked face, reassuring her. I definitely won't die. It's fine if I don't use magic. But there's still a slight unease. Felix fell into contemplation again.
He looked at his hands and said, and if I use magic, they'll feel like a part of my soul is being gnawed away by the demon.
Thousands of thorny vines coil around me, refusing to let go.
Soon, they both reached the main door. He said, in trying very hard to control my instincts.
Felix touched the doorknob. He sighed softly. But if I lose control, just stab me. Shall we go inside? He asked.
Irene was still endlessly worried.
She looked at him and replied, yes.
The door opened.
His parents and sister were all standing there. Claudia heard the door open and turned around.
Seeing him, she gasped and called, brother.
Felix smiled at her.
He also called his sister's name, Claudia. Claudia lifted her skirt and ran to her brother. She threw herself into his arms. Looking at the face before her, her eyes were filled with emotion.
Felix also smiled at his sister. The story would have been very touching if Felix hadn't immediately received an undeserved slap from his sister.
That's right. Claudia coldly slapped her brother.
Irene next to them was also startled, not understanding anything.
Their parents behind them were also very surprised. Why did Claudia, for no reason, give her brother such a merciless slap? Time seemed to stand still the moment he took that slap. Everyone remained frozen.
The next second, Irene was the first to react. She called, Claudia. Felix looked at his sister. She said,
there are rumors everywhere that you've died, and a funeral is about to be held. Because your reputation is so good, people are even volunteering to hold a memorial service for you.
Claudia was so angry that tears fell. I guess I should congratulate you, shouldn't I?
Claudia covered her face and cried. I know things were originally much worse than this, and this was the best way. She still spoke without remorse, but looking at your current state, I feel so angry at myself, I want to die.
Felix looked at his sister with heartache. Claudia, it's not your fault. Claudia knelt down, sobbing. I know, but the truth is I couldn't do anything to help.
Felix helped Claudia up.
Irene awkwardly watched the scene before her.
But then she exclaimed, so in preparing. Everyone immediately turned to stare at Irene, making her pause and imagine.
A cool island with extremely beautiful scenery.
Irene suggested, let's go on a vacation to an island. A branch of flowers was placed on the coffin lid. Irene's funeral, as told by Claudia, actually took place.
Everyone looked mournful, dressed in black mourning clothes. Irene thought to herself, I can't let those three guys find out Felix is still alive. One is dumb. The other is extremely cunning. I don't know about the third one. Irene thought to herself, what should I do?
Then she turned to suggest, Claudia.
Can you fake crying? Claudia looked at her and whispered, it's hard to say. Let me try. So Claudia tried to cry. Her innocent face and sparkling eyes didn't match the role at all. Wah, brother. Irene gave a wry smile. Never mind. Fake crying is too obvious, 100% will be discovered immediately. So she said, How about not crying? Get angry instead.
Angry at Felix for bearing everything alone and sacrificing himself. But you're also angry at yourself for being powerless and unaware until he made his decision.
Something like that. Claudia asked, if my brother really died, could I do that? No one says you can only show sadness, Irene said. Show me what Claudia would be like if Felix really died and you would never see him again. If the person in that smiling portrait, surrounded by fresh flowers, truly died. Claudia understood completely. She smiled. Thank you. I think I know what to do now. Irene replied, that's great then. Claudia said, if only brother could see this scene. The road through the imperial palace, the mansion, the funeral home, all the way to the cemetery, are filled with flowers from those who mourn him. I wonder if he can see the scene of a solemn funeral, filled with flowers. Suddenly, a voice spoke up, drawing the attention of the two girls. He will definitely see it in heaven. The person who appeared was wearing a black ceremonial suit. It was His Imperial Highness, the Crown Prince. Following him was Benjamin. The Duke jumped in and said, so many people came to mourn him, so the path to the afterlife won't be too lonely. He was loved and cherished by everyone and lived a full life. God will have mercy on him. The Crown Prince glanced at him. He was slightly annoyed that this man dared to interrupt him. The Duke then glanced over and asked, isn't that right, Sir Constantine? Constantine's face darkened. Unhappy. I hope your grace won't say such things again. The Crown Prince had a headache from the tense atmosphere. He said, why are you all following me? I have something to say to Claudia, so leave. Of course, they wouldn't let go. Benjamin chuckled, hee hee. I don't want to. Over here, Irene thought, just like a clown, easily provoked. Benjamin continued, I know what you're thinking, so I can't leave you. The Crown Prince yelled, pushing him away, will you take your hands off me? Don't always meddle. Sometimes, go play somewhere else. You're so annoying. Meanwhile, he continued to babble, you made the first move, didn't you? You're quite cunning, secretly doing things behind people's backs. The Crown Prince frowned and said, what do you mean? Benjamin laughed mockingly again. Then he'll just observe today. The Crown Prince was still very angry and wary of him. Lucas ordered, Knight Constantine, you retreat too. Unexpectedly, Constantine replied, I don't want to. I'm about to lose my mind. He yelled, you scoundrels don't listen to anything I say. Irene thought, indeed, he's an easily provoked clown. But it's also truly unexpected. She looked at the three of them, their appearance no different from usual. She thought, these lunatics are still dressed formally for a fake funeral. Even Benjamin isn't smoking as usual. But what's more terrifying is that they are the ones who killed him. Suddenly, Claudia took a step forward. Irene paid attention. Then, no one expected it. Only killing intent remained. Irene thought in surprise, could it be? Then, no one expected it. Wham! She punched Crown Prince Lucas directly in the face. Her punch was so strong that he even spat out a little blood. Everyone around was shocked. They called out, Your Highness. Meanwhile, Claudia's parents were utterly astonished. My daughter committed treason. Oh my! Lucas sat down abruptly, still stunned. The guards quickly ran over and asked, Are you all right, Your Highness? I will call a physician immediately. But he calmly replied, Don't worry. You all step back. Claudia was extremely angry. She clenched both hands into fists. She yelled, How dare you bring your shameless face before me? The Crown Prince gently wiped his bleeding nose and called her name, Claudia. Then he looked up at her, smiling strangely. Now you're willing to see me. He laughed like a madman. That's why I said we should meet privately. Claudia is still as kind as before. Because you've given me an excuse. If I lock you in prison now, no one will dare to say anything. Claudia glared at him angrily. Do you think I don't know who killed my brother? Lucas looked at her and asked, Is that so? Claudia said, If you say so, I will take it as you accepting all my contempt and anger. Claudia's face was more terrifying than ever. She said, I will never forgive you. The Crown Prince still smiled faintly, looking at her. I am willing to accept. His face darkened. I don't care if you forgive me or not, so remember this day well. You know who will be next. Those words made Irene look at him with a hint of confusion. The Crown Prince's demeanor became terrifying. He said, So be careful. The atmosphere around them began to shift towards Claudia. A buzz of whispers. She also anxiously thought, Indeed, the next target is me. And it seems there's not just one person looking. Suddenly, Constantine stared at Irene, making her break out in a cold sweat. She glanced back at him. She thought, You're the most suspicious one, old man. It's so annoying because you don't say anything, just keep giving side glances since last time.
While Claudia was feeling very refreshed from venting her anger, Irene cried out to Claudia, "It's fine to get into character, but you've gone too far. Why did you start kicking those guys?"
And it seems like she really wanted to, not just acting.
Irene thought to herself, sobbing internally, "Thanks to you, these lunatics might come up with another scheme," and then the three of them gradually approached. In the previous chapter, Claudia looked at Irene and sobbed, "If only brother could see this scene." Suddenly, a voice interrupted.
"He will definitely see it in heaven." Irene flinched.
This voice belonged to the three superhero brothers, no, the three male leads. The destructive trio appeared with their handsome looks.
Tada!
Benjamin, this man does shady things, but his mouth smiles, making him look utterly indecent. He laughed and said, "So many people came to offer incense for him, so the path to the afterlife won't be too lonely."
Constantine, the blasphemer. Though a holy knight, he used demonic holy relics.
He sighed, "I hope your grace won't say such things again."
And Lucas, the most incurable crown prince among them. The second biggest idiot, no one dares to claim number one. How could he think of dressing so lavishly for a funeral?
His face was as joyful as a festival. As soon as he arrived, he called out, "My Claudia is still as kind as before," and then, no one expected Claudia to rush forward and kick Lucas, making him spit blood.
A loud wham echoed to the heavens.
How dare that shameless scoundrel show his face here?
Claudia's furious iron fist. Note, the image is slightly different from reality.
The situation grew increasingly tense between Claudia, Irene, and the three mad dog male leads. They all began to stir as the three men approached them.
Lucas smiled. "Finally, you're willing to look at me."
Irene thought to herself, "This guy is truly insane."
Everyone was buzzing. She thought again. Why has this guy been staring at me all this time? That damn cold expression is still fixed on her.
Irene asked, "Is there something you wish to say, Your Grace?"
Constantine quickly turned away. "No, I'm just thinking. Killing her would be as easy as breaking a child's neck. But it's still best not to kill senselessly."
As he spoke those words, his blue eyes swept over her coldly.
Irene was shocked. A chill ran down her spine. Why does he always announce he wants to kill me every time I meet him? This is the result of my choices. Irene silently looked at Constantine, saying nothing more.
Truly, 3 dots. Benjamin said, "Felix's true nature, deep down, is also a monster like him."
Benjamin laughed heartily. "It's a pity I can't show you his true nature directly." He didn't notice Lucas glancing at him. "Since you said you'd accept anything, then I'll tell you this.
I don't know other things about Felix Chamberlain, but there's one thing he can't hide from me." Benjamin said in a mysterious voice, "That is, he has sexual desires for you."
Irene looked at him. Benjamin continued. "Sexual desire is a temporary urge, a physical craving for another person under the influence of lust."
Irene seemed bound by his words.
She said, "Duke Lenberg, less. Does humiliating the deceased truly amuse you?"
She said, "Indeed, not every word spoken from a human body is a human's word."
His face hardened. Benjamin shrugged.
"Still as disrespectful as ever."
"What's wrong? Does it sound like I'm making it up?"
She replied, "You have to say something truly reasonable for people to understand." He scoffed, "Now I'm starting to feel sorry for him."
Benjamin chuckled again. "He's good at making me feel this way too."
He looked at Felix's coffin again and said, "It's a pity he passed away before he could express his feelings.
Even if he had spoken directly, you wouldn't have understood.
The person concerned is also dead, so there's no way to verify it."
Claudia began to get annoyed, unable to bear it. She said to Irene, "Can you punch Duke Lenberg too?"
Both felt contempt.
Claudia also clenched her fists. Irene asked, "Should I do it?"
Claudia was very annoyed but still replied, "Just kidding, friend."
Unable to bear it, Claudia wanted to leave.
She said, "Please, the three of you, behave yourselves."
"Jen. The funeral is about to begin. Let's go meet my parents." Lucas still wouldn't let go.
"Claudia, I truly came to offer my condolences." Irene looked at Lucas, with only 3 words in her heart, such a liar.
Claudia truly turned away, leaving Lucas calls behind. Lucas took out his anger on others.
He began to yell furiously, "Damn it, that's why I said for everyone to step back.
Duke Lenberg. You ruined everything." Benjamin walked away. Lucas asked, "What is it? Where are you going? What are you planning to do?" Both of them didn't understand where he was going.
Benjamin touched the coffin lid. "I heard the young master was severely burned beyond recognition just for saving a young magic servant."
He smirked. How pitiful. Oh, Felix Chamberlain.
Lucas and Constantine looked at him, utterly confused. Benjamin said, "Today, I will wholeheartedly express my condolences to you. Whoever exalts himself will be humbled, and whoever humbles himself will be exalted." Felix Chamberlain was likened to one brighter than water, warmer than sunlight, fresher than wind, and gentler than the autumn sky. Everyone stood there to bid him farewell one last time. But now, he had become a ghost who had told himself this with eyes darker than night. He would use every method and trick. He had not completely given up on what he regretted. Felix said with a cold smile, "There will come a day when I trample on morality and beliefs, but it's okay, because that's why I sacrificed myself." Irene stood with Claudia and his father. She remembered. He declared that after this death, he would be reborn. What hell do next, I don't know either. The atmosphere suddenly became noisy with words of regret. Oh, the vice minister was so young, and already. Yes, I thought he would live a long life, but it seems God loved him very much, so he took him so early. Everyone said. Irene glanced around. Ah. Found him. Second Prince Cedric. He was also present at the funeral, with sad eyes and striking blonde hair. She thought, can I do it? He's a boy. Ah. No. Even if the other person is a boy, I have to approach him thinking, that's a girl, and make my move. Irene thought miserably. She reached out her hand. Reminding herself, I can do it. I'm a master of flirting. She gently tugged at the corner of his sleeve. Sir. Could we speak for a moment, Your Highness? We should talk privately somewhere secluded. Cedric turned to look at her, startled. Then he gave a slightly disdainful laugh. Quite unexpected. The two walked out of the funeral home. He walked ahead of her. He said, "This is the first time I've experienced something like this at a funeral." He looked up and said, "Although I'm not one for solemn ceremonies. It's quite something." Cedric leaned against the wall, his posture utterly relaxed. Irene didn't understand anything. Immediately after, Cedric looked at her and smiled, saying, "And yet, you're having an affair with me on a day like this." Truly, 3 dots. Irene was speechless. She looked at Cedric, wondering, what is this brat saying? He calmly said, "Having an affair on a day like this. You're quite mischievous." Irene froze upon hearing that. Cedric continued, "My condolences, though I wasn't close to young Master Felix. But I heard quite a lot about him. It's truly heartbreaking for such a person to depart this world." He stared at her and asked, "Why did he die, I wonder?" Thousands of people are expressing their condolences for his death, and yet. Irene stood silently there, her black attire fluttering in the wind. She heard him say, "Look around, it's just a bunch of wasteful insects, crawling back and forth, consuming air." Cedric lowered his face again. His eyes darkened. He mumbled, "Now that I think about it, he once released an insect I was about to kill." The atmosphere suddenly became gloomy, sinking to the deepest abyss. Irene looked at Cedric and wanted to curse. "So, were you bitten by a melancholic bug?" Irene remembered something. She said, "Even a tiny insect has a reason to live." This made Cedric look blankly at Irene, who smiled brightly and said, "How can we know what an insect's life is like?" She calmly continued, "Felix's death is indeed a loss. But he did what he believed in, and this is the outcome. It's simply that." Cedric still watched her intently. "So, were you bitten by an insect?" Irene suddenly remembered something. She said, "Even a tiny insect has a reason to live." Cedric looked blankly at Irene. She smiled brightly and said, "How can we know what an insect's life is like?" She calmly continued, "Felix's death is indeed a loss. But he did what he believed in, and this is the outcome. It's simply that." Cedric still watched her intently. But then Irene quickly realized she hadn't intended to meet him to talk about this. She sighed, out of habit. Then he suddenly said, "Your ability to please others is truly remarkable." Cedric looked at her and smiled. "Your words are good." He stepped closer. "But you don't need to be so verbose, he'll still accept." Cedric lifted Irene's veil. He said, "I will comply with your wishes." Irene angrily slapped his hand away. "Do you know what I want?" Cedric took her hand. His eyes looked at her thoughtfully. "It's obvious. You want to be loved by me," he continued. "Though not genuinely, I can make you feel truly loved." His hand touched her cheek. "Your face is quite cute." Irene was bewildered. His finger moved down to her lips. He gently stroked them. "I like these small lips," he said, then moved closer. Biting them would be delightful. Irene's eyes widened. She quickly pushed Cedric away. "Get away from me!" she yelled angrily.
Don't touch me so casually. I didn't call you out for this. Cedric looked at her with wide, blank eyes and asked, is that so? Irene said, I need you for something else. Cedric was surprised, me? Why? Irene said, I see potential in you. Cedric asked again, potential?
Irene explained, you act like a moth, but you won't jump into the fire.
Because your death would be meaningless. Right? Gritted his teeth in annoyance. Don't talk nonsense. Irene said, I can give you a meaningful life. I truly need you. He asked, you want to use me? Irene said, I am asking you to let me make your reckless life useful. He replied, you surprise me. Has anyone been fooled by words like that before?
Irene smiled, waving a piece of paper in her hand, saying, of course, once you're involved, there's no way out. She held up the paper. She said, if you're interested, come here. Cedric seemed to be gradually convinced by her words, but he still hesitated, unsure what to do. Finally, he looked at the paper and decided to take it, saying, I'll accept it for now. Irene said, you've made the right decision, second Prince Cedric. He sat on the throne, surrounded by roses, with a rather melancholic expression. According to Irene's narration, Cedric was merely a supporting male character in the flower blooms on a withered branch. Because he couldn't bear to see the female lead imprisoned and slowly wither away by the male lead, he helped Claudia leave the Empire and escape with her. But the outcome he received was brutal. Halfway through their escape, Cedric was caught. Lucas looked at Claudia, his eyes becoming hollow, and asked, you entrusted your fate to this lowly thing? Lucas drew his sword and stabbed Cedric on the spot. Claudia saw nothing but blood before her eyes. Lucas killed Cedric, then carved out Cedric's heart right in front of Claudia. A faded, world-weary person like Cedric didn't necessarily save Claudia because he liked her. He had always tirelessly sought reasons to live and wished that one day he could live passionately. Claudia merely coincidentally created an opportunity for him. Cedric needed motivation to live. That's why, at that moment, Cedric took the piece of paper. That's why Cedric would never refuse her offer. Irene thought. Then she remembered something? Anxiously. Am I late? Running to the location. Suddenly, someone asked her, Lady, are you Viscount Amber's daughter? Irene asked, huh? She was startled. Yes. That's right. Before her was Duke Daplasn. He looked at her sternly and said, you're quite busy running around, aren't you? Irene curtsied. Her voice lowered. My sincere apologies. I was busy and kept you waiting. The Duke said, Erica requested me. She asked in surprise, Lady Erica? The Duke placed a hand on his forehead, sighing. It's the first time in her life she's wanted something. What have you done to Erica? Irene thought of something. She remembered. It was our conversation the other day. She said, I merely offered Lady Erica a different perspective on the world. The Duke glared at her and asked, do you mean promiscuity? Irene was not intimidated by his imposing presence. She calmly explained, more precisely, freedom. Even if one might regret it, everyone has the right to choose freely. The Duke said, her choices belong to me, and there will be no regrets. The lady has no right to interfere. Irene said, yes, that's true. Even knowing that, the lady still caused trouble? He replied. Irene explained, I believe Lady Erica also has the right to choose her own life. If it were me, I would fight to the end, regardless of failure or even death. The Duke frowned at her, at a loss. He closed his eyes and said, sowing fanciful hopes in my daughter is a shameful act, but I will overlook it for you, lady. Then he turned to look at her. I hope you will stay in the Chamberlain household for a very long time, lady. Having said that, he left, leaving Irene standing there alone. She felt adrift and truly didn't know what else to do. Irene sighed. She slumped down. Jean. Someone called her. Irene looked up. Jean. A loud call echoed, making her look over in surprise. Claudia. Turning her head, she saw Claudia smiling brightly, extending her hand towards her. I've been looking for you. Where have you been? Are you tired? Around her, it was as if 1,000 flowers were blooming. A fleeting glimpse of a person. Jean smiled brightly back at her. Her hand reached out and took Claudia's. Sorry for making you worry. Today, a few weirdos really wore me out. She stretched energetically. Just seeing Claudia makes me feel better instantly. Hearing Jean say that, she happily asked, really? Then let's go eat something delicious now, okay? I'm so excited. A while later. Jean sat studying the map of Cameal, deep in thought. Ugh.
The people from Get You should have contacted us by now, right? Why haven't we heard any news yet? A dangerous feeling.
She crumpled the map until it was wrinkled. Jean sighed in frustration.
Ha! What can I do? Suddenly, Claudia appeared from behind, smiling as she asked her, "Will staring intently really help you find a solution?"
Jean looked over, then put the map down.
Not at all.
Hearing that, she immediately suggested, "Then stop looking.
Let's pack our bags. Put your worries aside."
Jean also smiled brightly at her.
Yeah.
But in the end, only the three of us are going. Tomorrow, Father Count has to stay behind to handle family matters.
And Lady Olivia's health isn't good.
But I'm still happy that we have an excuse to lie low for a while. Claudia thought of the prospect of the three of them happily strolling hand in hand.
This is the first time all three of us are traveling together. I'm incredibly excited.
Jean smiled helplessly at her.
It's not for fun, you know. Still excited as usual. Truly excited.
Jean needed to prepare supplies for the trip.
She prepared each item one by one, packing them into her suitcase, bringing spare clothes, magic items for self-defense, and also bringing medicine. Looking at the overflowing pile of items, she sighed gloomily.
Because I have to constantly change my appearance to avoid revealing my identity. I need to prepare so many things. She looked at the potion bottle in her hand, full of indecision.
From what I know, there are many types of potions.
After a moment of hesitation, she finally made a decision.
Maybe you'll try making one for once. Scene changed to the Chamberlain family's secret mansion.
In the luxurious room, Jean's questioning voice echoed.
Are you lonely here?
And a voice replied to her.
It's quite comfortable here.
This place is both quiet and peaceful, so it's very good for me to concentrate.
Hearing that, she teased, at least you should have a servant, right? Me, for example.
Hearing her say that, Felix smiled helplessly.
Ha ha. You're joking again. I'm not joking. This is fine for you. Oh. I came because I wanted to give you this.
Finishing her words, she picked up a wooden box.
Smiling brightly, she handed it to him. He took it. Opening it, he asked, "What is it?"
Inside the box was a pile of neatly arranged bottles.
Felix's face is very eye-catching, so I thought it would be best to disguise it. Felix rubbed his chin while shaking the liquid bottle.
Anyway, many people already know I'm dead.
He opened the bottle,
bringing it close to his nose to test. Then he drank it without a moment's hesitation. Jean sat nervously opposite him, staring intently and thinking, it's like a teacher checking my homework.
He let out a soft sound. Then the atmosphere suddenly became gloomy. Who made this, dear?
Seeing his stiff smile, she knew this time it was a disaster.
Oh God. It's a bust.
She fiddled with her fingertips in embarrassment.
Irene said, I made it. Is it really bad? After a moment of silence, he replied stiffly, for a first attempt, this is already very good. She became even more embarrassed. That pile is the result after 10 failed attempts.
Cold sweat broke out, but he still replied resolutely, only 10 attempts, and it's already this good.
Hearing him say that, she looked up. Smiling brightly, she asked him again. Really? Felix smiled brightly.
His expression unchanged, he slammed the box lid shut.
Drinking this will cause very severe side effects, so Irene, never drink it, okay? She watched his series of actions, speechless.
Just be direct with your praise or criticism.
Short pain is better than long pain.
Suddenly, he asked her curiously, but why did you suddenly start concocting potions? Hearing him ask, Jean replied without hesitation, I suddenly thought of it yesterday, so I decided to try.
I also want to be able to contribute something. He immediately grasped the important point. So you completed it in just one day. You've never studied it before, have you? She paused, then replied to him, Yes. Besides the academy, there's no other place that teaches alchemy. And I've never studied there, so of course.
Hearing her say that, he covered his mouth in embarrassment and hastily apologized.
I misspoke.
Jean laughed it off, not caring, and replied, I'm not interested in that, so it's fine. She thought to herself, I already went through elementary, middle, and high school thanks to government loans, then university.
So I don't want to go to school anymore.
I've lived my life to the fullest all this time, so I have no regrets.
He smiled thoughtfully and replied, Yes. I understand. The path you choose is always right. I don't usually give compliments. But Irene truly is talented. She hastily waved her hand, denying it. No. You don't have to say that. Felix smiled. His eyes full of trust, he looked at her. I'm not just saying empty words. To be able to do this just by self-study, you truly are talented. She rubbed her head, smiling. He. Then I'll make more, okay? He didn't object and immediately supported her. If you want. When I have time, I'll give you feedback. No need. Felix must be very busy. That would be too much. Not letting her finish her sentence. He smiled brightly. His eyes gently looked at her. I'm busy finding ways to help, you see. Please don't take that joy away from me. You must be tired too. Thank you so much. As she spoke, she looked at him very carefully. Thinking to herself, I keep feeling like Felix's visual appeal is increasing day by day. And also. Her gaze drifted downwards. A voluptuous chest, swelling, wanting to burst out of the tight shirt. Was that also thanks to demonic power? It was so full it was overflowing. She suddenly remembered Martinez's words. If I could love a guy with a smooth body, I'd want to caress it like playing an instrument every day. Ugh! She screamed. Her face flushed so hot it felt like it would explode. She covered her face with her hands. Felix startled, looking at her in confusion. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? Jean shyly replied with something he didn't understand. I think I'm the one possessed by a demon. Ha! Night fell. Ha! Felix. Restless. Tossing and turning on the bed. His face was flushed. His whole body was drenched in sweat. Hot. Gasping for breath. He was dizzy with thoughts. Although I recover quickly, my body is constantly tired. My mind has been strained these past few days. His body felt heavy, as if someone was sitting on him. He then put his hand on his forehead. Before him, Jean's figure suddenly appeared. She was wearing a thin silk dress. Sitting on him. Felix's eyes became hazy. He tremblingly reached out his hand towards her. Her beautiful, angelic face filled his mind. Her sparkling eyes and parted lips. He ran his hand through her glossy brown hair. His whole body was sweating non-stop. He smiled helplessly. Ha ha. Looking at the beautiful face before him. A thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Like a dream. In Felix's dimly lit room. His face was flushed and covered in sweat as he said, the illusion is doing a good job. He gently touched her chin. But stopped there. Lavish. He called. Do you think playing these games will have any effect? Felix yelled, get out. Irene said nothing, but placed her hand on his chest, caressing it, startling Felix. Irene, still on top of him, smiled brightly and called his name. Felix. Felix was shaken. This illusion seemed to have touched some deep emotion within him. He angrily pushed Irene down. Growling, I told you to stop, didn't I? Exactly. Lavish, in Irene's form, said, why so rough? You actually want this, don't you? Wouldn't it be nice to embrace her and love her every day? Felix's face was drenched in sweat as he said, I have no influence over you. Or should I stab myself in the heart with a holy sword to satisfy you? He suggested. He imagined the scene, just one stab to his heart. We both die. That's it. The illusion of Irene laughed. Scolding, you hypocrite. You actually want to be alone with her. You pretend to be innocent and kind, but your inner self is dirty. He asked, what? Lavish continued, even after she leaves. You stay there for a long time, inhaling her scent and blushing. It said, how can one's heart and outer appearance be so different? Worse than a demon. His hands, gripping the shoulders of the illusionary Irene, trembled. Lavish asked, do you know why I'm doing this? Because Irene is right here. Felix startled, then calmed down. He looked around, but there was no one. Only the sound of rain. He thought to himself, indeed. It's a dream. He breathed in. Suddenly, something was placed on his forehead. Felix turned and saw her. I noticed earlier, she said. He called her name. Irene. Irene sat by the bed with a towel in her hand and a basin of water. She asked him, did you have a nightmare? You don't look well at all. Felix's cheeks were slightly flushed and sweaty. He replied, I'm fine. I can feel it. A truly sweet scent. Irene said, you have a pretty high fever. Felix reached out his hand and asked her, Irene. Do you still have the sword? Irene asked, why? Felix suddenly pulled Irene close to him. He said, I warned you very clearly. The atmosphere grew hotter and hotter. His heart pounded. Their lips were drawing closer. Irene unexpectedly bumped her forehead against his, asking Felix, do you want me to take your temperature? Outside, the rain still fell. Only the two of them were together. After taking his temperature, she stood up and said, your forehead is burning hot. It seems you're quite ill. You should lie down and rest. Knowing this would happen, I prepared a wet towel for you. Her thoughtfulness left him stunned and speechless. Felix truly lay down, closed his eyes and sighed. She looked at him and thought, he's like a prince trapped in an ice castle. Then, Felix suddenly asked her, if I die, will you be sad? Irene, who was just wringing out the towel, was startled. She exclaimed, why are you suddenly saying that? You even survived that dangerous incident. If you die now, I won't forgive you. She placed the towel on his forehead. Felix said, I feel like I'm about to die right now. But I don't want Irene to be sad. Irene's eyes were filled with sadness as she looked at him, calling out, Felix. Irene held a stack of various papers. Take them, Felix said. She asked, what are these? Not only in her hands, but books and papers were piled up all around. Felix replied to her, documents. These are notes I researched when I was young. Irene said, oh. Thank you so much. He touched them and said, if they stay here, dust will accumulate in layers. Looking at his exhausted face and dark circles under his eyes, she asked, but have you slept yet? Felix still replied, yes, I have. I slept very well. Then he looked at her again and said, I'm sorry to have to say this, even though I was the one who suggested it. But I don't think I can teach you directly. Irene peeked out from behind the stack of documents. Her eyes wide with surprise, she asked, did something happen? Felix covered his face, avoiding her gaze, and whispered, I'm sorry. If possible, I hope we can spend less time alone together. Please listen to me. Irene hugged the stack of documents tightly. She also replied, yes. A part of the train sparkled, illuminated by the sunlight. From the wheels to the carriage body, it exuded an aura of wealth. Look. The train was seen from a frontal angle. This is a train created through the collaboration of mages and alchemists, Irene said, her mouth agape in astonishment. This is my first time seeing it with my own eyes. It looks even more amazing than I imagined. Deciding to rent it for the whole day was definitely the right choice. Claudia smiled and suggested, should I just buy it right now? Irene winked and said to her, hold back, Mansu. Claudia was still incredibly excited. But I like it so much. Irene advised, you're getting too excited. Meanwhile, on this side, Felix, with a pile of luggage, watched the two mischievous girls. Irene explained, you don't use it often anyway. So there's no need to buy it. Being wasteful isn't good. After listening to her ramble, Claudia could only reply, yes. Train smoke billowed. The chugging sound of the engine. The train began to roll. Claudia sat in the train compartment, extremely excited. She said, it feels like we're going on an adventure. Claudia smiled, looking at the scenery outside. No hotels. No travel agencies. Not going to any famous local spots or for specialties. Even the transportation is inconvenient. Irene smiled. Even though it's inconvenient, you still look happy. Claudia replied, of course, this is my first time going to a remote, far-off place that isn't in any travel ads. Irene was happy. Because you're happy, I'm happy too. Claudia burst out laughing. If Jean likes it so much, then I'm even happier. Then Claudia's eyes drooped as she rubbed them. But first, I'm going to catch up on my sleep. Irene smiled. Okay, sleep well. After Claudia left, only she and he remained. Felix called, Irene. She replied, yes. Felix covered his face with a book and asked her, did you eat something? Candy, perhaps. She sat on the other seat and said to him, no. Does it smell sweet? Felix quickly turned away. Said it was nothing. I'll go sit in another carriage then. Irene looked at him in surprise. Why so suddenly? She stared blankly after him, feeling unconsciously unwilling. Remembering his sleeve. Felix saw Irene looking at him with sparkling eyes and a sincere face. She asked, could you not go? His heart leaped. Thump thump. Could you not go? That sentence successfully made Felix blush crimson with embarrassment. He looked at her and thought, too close. Felix covered his face. He glanced at her and said, Irene. Listen to me. Irene looked at Felix at this moment. In her mind, she wondered if perhaps she remembered Benjamin's chuckling voice. At that time, he had said he had sexual desires for her. She thought, Felix. Does he have desires for me? If it's true, would I hate it? If she imagined Felix kissing her.
It was a shimmering, colorful scene. At that moment, Felix gently touched her cheek, and then the two slowly drew closer.
Their eyes closed. Their lips slowly met.
Thinking of that scene made her face flush. She realized, it seems I don't hate it. While she was lost in thought, Felix released her hand.
He said, Why won't you listen to me at all? Felix turned away and said, Please don't make me threaten you with force.
His footsteps faded into the distance.
Irene didn't think twice and rushed forward.
In her mind, there was only one thought.
Don't go.
His hand was about to reach the doorknob. Suddenly, she grabbed it.
She said, Why won't you take responsibility? He looked at her and asked, What did you say?
Irene gripped his hand firmly.
You tamed me.
So you must take responsibility for me. Shook his trembling, startled hand and said, Caress me like you always do. She placed his hand on her hair and said, Just touching like this won't break me.
Felix's hand trembled. He called her. Irene. She replied, Yes. Something flashed past. She cried out, Ouch. A loud roar erupted. The glass door cracked from Felix's punch. He said with an angry face, If you don't want to see me lose my temper, then stop it right now.
The glass door made a cracking sound. She said in fear, This train car is so soundproof that even if the car is like this, no one will come. Even if you do something here, no one will know.
The glass door officially shattered. She swallowed. So, can you be gentle? She asked unconsciously. Felix's desire is to kill me? Felix bowed his head gloomily. How can that be? So, is it a desire to break my limbs, gouge out my eyes, pull out my fingernails, carve my flesh, dig out my heart, or hang me? Felix was bewildered. He hesitated. Those things. How could I dare to do them?
Irene smiled brighter than ever, her smile like morning sun.
Then what's the problem? He was apprehensive. I might ruin Irene. Irene laughed heartily.
She raised her hand,
confidently asserting, Don't worry. I'm very tough. It's not easy to break my head. Felix was speechless. He said, You saw the train car, and you can still say that?
Irene moved closer and grabbed his lapel. Although my body is softer than the train car.
But even if Felix uses force to crush me, I won't break. She smiled again. Felix knows that.
Then she hugged him tightly.
She closed her eyes and leaned against him, saying, So, caress me. Felix's hands hesitated slightly, and then he finally chose to gently stroke her hair. Felix's face was completely red. He heard Irene ask, How do you feel? He gently replied, warmer than even intoxication.
He twirled her soft strands of hair in his hand, saying, And sweeter than death.
Deep within, the demon said, What is this? This kid is bolder than I thought.
At this rate, it's only a matter of time. Then you will fully enjoy the pleasure.
However, the demon was refuted by the other. You are a part of me, yet you don't know what love is.
If love were merely the pleasure humans feel, then demons like me wouldn't exist.
The demon said, No existence is greater than a demon. The other replied, Demons cannot exist without humans. It asked, So what is human love?
He heard the other laugh and say, It is demon and angel.
It is heaven and also hell. It is pleasure. Wrath. It is happiness. It is pain and sorrow. No matter what words are used, they are not enough to describe it all. Most love leaves behind extreme regret, and that is when I appear. To become a complete demon, you must go to the human world.
If you wish, I can even grant you freedom after this long war ends.
The demon smiled faintly. Humans are flawed, imperfect products. And love is just something that fills that void. It can be in the body or the mind. In short, sooner or later I will be free. I will devour you and become a great magic demon.
The target of the demon was none other than Felix, with the chains it created.
But why does this vessel of mine constantly feel a sharp pain? The demon wondered. His head is injured, so why?
It clutched its heart in pain. I'm going to die from this pain.
Stop hurting me. You damned bastard. The demon cursed. Irene exclaimed in surprise, what? We can't sail the boat out?
The captain, hearing this, asked for confirmation.
You said you wanted to go to Cameal Island, right? She immediately replied, yes, that's right.
He exhaled smoke, then sighed and continued, it's not that it's hard to sail there. Rather, it's impossible to get close to that island.
If you don't want to die, you should give up.
The three of them stared at him blankly.
Die?
He continued to explain, even when there's no storm and the sea is perfectly calm. If you get close to the island, the boat will suddenly sink as if something is pulling it down.
Everyone will be buried at sea. Felix frowned in thought, then spoke. It's like it's haunted. Why don't you ask the central government for help? Hearing that,
the captain shook his head, explaining further, Cameal Island has long been private land, so we haven't known about it all this time.
The people of the Fenello Merchant Guild even declared that part of the sea is their territory, so no one is allowed near. So what else are we supposed to do? Cameal Island is owned by the Fenello Merchant Guild and trespassing is forbidden.
He paused for a moment, then continued, but about a month ago, they suddenly sold the island and withdrew. So we only just found out the truth. We didn't have time to report it to the central government, but we can guess they definitely did something. Finally, he emphasized in a firm voice that since they left, not just one or two people had died passing by Cameal Island. They must have angered the gods. Hearing this, Irene and Claudia sat on the beach, silently looking towards the distant island. Irene lowered her face gloomily, her voice dropping.
He said people died. Did all the members of Get You die? Although it's not related to me. In contrast to her worry, Claudia calmly opened a food box.
Suddenly, Irene's stomach rumbled continuously.
She became even more gloomy, muttering, at a time like this, am I still human? Claudia immediately put a sandwich into her friend's mouth.
Irene's eyes welled up with tears, shaking her head and replying, I don't deserve to eat.
But Claudia calmly continued eating. Chewing, she said, why not? If you want to eat, just eat.
Irene stared at the sandwich in her hand.
Hesitantly. What should I do now? Hearing that, Claudia gave an unexpected answer. Just buy a boat. We also have mercenaries, you know. It was then that Irene remembered Martina.
She scratched her head, smiling awkwardly.
Right. I was introduced.
I heard they're very reputable. Those people even promised to erase their memories once the mission is over.
Even so, she was still worried. But I'm still worried, like you. Claudia looked over.
Gently comforting, but I'm still happy because it's been a long time since I've traveled far.
Irene asked again, is that so?
Claudia smiled brightly and replied, I used to feel uncomfortable because people always stared at me. But now, thanks to the disguise magic, I feel much more at ease. She turned to look at her brother.
Brother must also feel comfortable, enjoying the open air after so long.
Irene froze for a few seconds, looking at her. Then she smiled brightly and replied, you make me feel so comforted. Just then, a bird swooped down from nowhere, snatching the sandwich from Irene's hand.
She immediately yelled, my sandwich. Irene chased after it. Running, she cursed, where did you come from, you bastard? Damn you. You food thief. Claudia startled, dropping the food box in her hand, and called out loudly, Jean. Irene ran, panting.
But finally, exhausted, she collapsed onto the sand. She yelled in frustration, give me back my sandwich. However, when she looked up, she fell silent. Irene looked in surprise at the red-haired youth lying motionless on the sand.
Thinking to herself, who is that? She rushed over, gently shook him a few times, and quickly asked, are you still alive?
The youth slowly regained consciousness, coughing a few times. Irene was flustered.
Are you okay? Anthony, now fully awake, recognized her. He whispered, long time no see. Irene was stunned.
She searched her memories.
Long time no see. You are. She pointed at him. Andrew. He immediately retorted, it's Anthony. Irene smiled awkwardly. You're still alive. Anthony also sighed and hummed in affirmation. He turned pale, remembering. I thought I was really dead.
Irene tearfully removed a leaf stuck in his hair.
Don't die. Anthony replied tiredly, then pay me double the risk fee. I can't die from this injustice. Felix also caught up at this moment and asked, is he someone you know? Irene turned around and called out happily, Felix. He calmly walked over, chasing after. Is that young man in trouble? Saying that, Felix looked at Anthony's cracked, dry lips. He took out a water bottle and handed it to the youth. Drink this. Anthony immediately reached out and took it, saying thank you. He quickly twisted open the cap and gulped it down. Irene watched in confusion. That thirsty. I feel so sorry for him. Then she cheerfully introduced, oh, right. Felix. This is Andrew. Anthony, hearing that name, immediately choked. He quickly wiped his mouth and corrected, it's Anthony. Why do you keep calling me such a strange name? Irene still calmly replied, it looks similar. Anthony interrupted, not at all. Irene continued to ask, can you stand up? Felix observed and said, it seems he can only sit and breathe. He turned his back and carried the youth on his shoulders. No choice. Just lean on me comfortably. Anthony blushed, looking at him. What is this? Are you an angel? Irene continued to ask, so where are the others? Hearing this, Anthony's face darkened, and he hesitated. The others are probably still alive. We have to save them before it's too late. Irene, still not quite understanding, asked again, save? Felix listened intently, then replied to her. He heard something coming from the island. It sounded like a scream. Irene, startled, immediately grabbed Felix's arm, making him blush in embarrassment. Anthony was exasperated. You two are being affectionate in front of someone who's about to die. Anthony began to recount the story. As soon as the boat started, he cheerfully yelled, clear skies and fair winds. At this speed, we'll quickly reach Cameal Island. The people on the boat laughed and replied, this job is dangerous, but Anthony is still excited, huh? Happily explained, of course. Once this is done, we'll make a fortune. The surrounding space suddenly became unusually quiet. Anthony looked around anxiously. He raised his hand to feel. Strange. Why did the wind suddenly? Before he could finish his sentence, his face turned pale as he looked at the compass spinning wildly in his hand. The air around them began to fluctuate strangely. Anthony grew more uneasy. Something seems wrong. He chewed on his sandwich and continued to tell the story. And then everything became chaotic. When I woke up, I found myself in a fortress. Irene was surprised. What a sharp turn. She poured water and continued to ask, but I heard people say the whole boat was pulled into the sea. Anthony chewed and replied, I don't know either. I don't remember being swept into the sea. But my clothes were all wet, so I guess I must have fallen in. During that time, I kept feeling dizzy, like something had possessed me. Then I suddenly fainted in the forest. Irene urged him to continue. What else? Anthony took the glass of water and gulped it down to regain his strength to continue. Everyone there didn't seem lucid. They were still alive but seemed to have lost their minds. Something was terrifying. I felt like I shouldn't eat the food there. After drinking, he slammed the glass down on the table. After a few days, I couldn't take it anymore, so I decided to die and jumped back into the sea. I remember 2 people, so I was saved. As for the others, I don't know. He continued to eat like a hungry tiger. In short, that place was strange and terrifying. After hearing this, Irene was extremely confused. Felix, meanwhile, was deep in thought, as if connecting something. She turned and whispered into his ear, it seems it's really due to spirits, not someone's prank, right? Felix calmly replied, perhaps I should go talk to the people who came with us. She sighed and slumped her head onto the table, thinking, it's either right or wrong. This situation doesn't seem any better than N.I. Hughes. Is there no possibility of a life-boosting or healing spirit? Anthony, seeing this, reminded her, don't slump your face on the table. He sighed wearily and said, why are there so many crazy people in this place? Am I going crazy too? Anthony replied nonchalantly, I think you probably are. Irene immediately flared up and scolded him, you good-for-nothing kid. Anthony immediately retorted, what? I'm eating, why are you suddenly scolding me? Finally, Irene went to Claudia to express her thoughts. So, I think it seems too dangerous. We should probably withdraw. Claudia's face became serious. Her eyes were resolute. If we withdraw now, when will be the next time? We need to find the spirit before those 3 act again. Besides, we can't be sure the next spirit we find won't be dangerous either. I'd rather fight my whole life than live in hopelessness, unable to achieve anything. Irene looked at those passionate eyes, thinking to herself. Claudia was so determined. She smiled brightly and replied, all right. Then let's prepare thoroughly before we set off. Thinking to herself, if it's Claudia, I'm sure it'll be fine. Finally, the ship set sail. A mercenary, serving as the helmsman, raised his finger to feel the air and exclaimed, fair winds. Irene asked him hesitantly, are you okay with this? He turned and asked back, the matter of life and death?
Continued to turn the steering wheel and replied nonchalantly, honestly.
Every customer asks that. We are mercenaries. If we keep worrying, what business can we do? Everyone on the ship also cheerfully joined the conversation with her.
Even memory erasing magic, if done slightly wrong, can have serious consequences.
We are always prepared to die. If things get dangerous, you can just abandon us. The helmsman suddenly spoke.
Sorry to interrupt the conversation, but some buildings on the island are gradually appearing.
Irene quickly stepped forward, squinting to confirm. Really?
The group began to set foot on the island. Felix looked around and commented, this modern architectural style is no longer used.
He continued to explain in more detail.
The patterns on the roof of that building are symbols of a folk religion that once had many followers in the past.
This means it's not nature recovering. Irene raised an eyebrow in surprise. But time has gone backward? Is that possible?
A loud crash echoed, startling her and making her stumble forward.
Felix quickly grabbed her arm. Are you all right? Irene blushed and gently replied, yes.
Felix looked at her gentle demeanor, his face also reddening.
He quickly let go of her hand and turned away. I'm sorry.
Irene also shyly avoided his gaze.
It's all right.
After regaining her composure, she also focused on observing her surroundings.
But what happened? Is it because of the spirit's power? It doesn't seem like we hit anything.
The priestess looked at the trembling spirit in her hand.
Seeing all the spirits trembling. This must be a very powerful spirit.
The mage beside her also spoke.
Is it an illusion? It's not magic, so I don't know its principle.
But at least it's not an illusion.
I will enter the island using teleportation. Felix immediately interrupted. You can't enter.
That space is distorted by an invisible power, so no one can penetrate it.
The youth asked in surprise, the space is distorted? Felix continued to explain, it's hard to describe how it's distorted. You can understand it as a different dimension.
The orange-haired knight beside him anxiously held his bow and arrow.
I'll try shooting an arrow.
Saying that, he drew an arrow and pulled the bowstring taut, preparing to aim. The arrow flew swiftly but shattered upon hitting the invisible barrier. The whole group gasped.
The mage asked again, how do you know these things? Who are you? Felix humbly replied, I'm just someone with a lot of random thoughts. Irene, bewildered, turned around and asked, what should we do now? Before she could finish,
she immediately screamed when she saw Claudia climbing back onto the boat.
Claudia! What are you doing there? Irene froze.
At this very moment, Claudia jumped from the boat into the water.
Irene screamed again. Claudia! A large wave began to crash, engulfing everyone.
The fierce wave gradually subsided. The sea returned to its original calm.
Irene had not fully regained consciousness.
But her awareness vaguely returned. She squeezed her eyes shut, trying to feel everything around her.
Her head. What happened? Her body couldn't move.
It felt like she was bound by something hard. Irene instinctively reached out to touch, to confirm that feeling. The moment she touched, she suddenly woke up.
Irene frantically turned in a familiar embrace. Could it be Felix? Her face flushed crimson. She couldn't help but think to herself. This handsome man is truly infuriating.
But very quickly, Irene forced herself to calm down. Now is not the time to think.
I should sit up.
She tried to sit up. But no matter how much strength she used, she couldn't escape that tight embrace. Irene slumped her head in defeat.
What kind of strength is that? So strong.
She gently poked his face and softly called, Felix, wake up. Felix slowly regained consciousness. He slowly opened his eyes. His voice hoarse and hazy.
Sweet scent. Realizing he was awake, Irene quickly asked, do you hear me? Do you remember what happened? Felix was not yet fully awake.
His eyes looked at her vaguely.
He mumbled, what? What?
As he spoke,
he unconsciously hugged Irene's waist even tighter. Felix continued to mumble, what is this? Are we talking about last night?
He leaned his head on her shoulder and began to nuzzle like a docile cat. Irene was so flustered her mind went blank.
We haven't even touched lips yet.
She still tried to call out once more.
Felix. Finally, Felix gradually became fully conscious.
He startled, released his hands, and softly said, it's real.
I'm sorry. I'm truly sorry. Irene awkwardly tried to smooth things over. It's all right. Thinking to herself, something like this happening on the train is driving me crazy.
She regained her normal composure.
Asking again, but why were you hugging me?
Felix awkwardly replied, perhaps it's because before I fainted, I was afraid you'd get hurt, so I hugged you.
Actually, I did it unconsciously, so I don't really know why.
Irene checked her body and said with a smile, thank you. Thanks to you, I'm completely unharmed.
Felix stood up, reaching out his hand to help her. Shall we explore our surroundings? Irene quickly replied, yes. The two stopped before the gate of a large building. Irene spoke up. This is the building we saw from outside the island earlier, isn't it? This path seems to lead to the sea. Felix replied with certainty, that's right.
Continued, considering the surrounding scenery and the temperature on the island.
It seems unlike the outside. Here, it's spring. Irene hugged herself tightly, shivering from the cold, nodding in agreement. Right. Because I'm soaked, I just feel cold. Suddenly,
from a distance, clear laughter echoed.
Both turned their heads in that direction. Irene's eyes widened in surprise. Children.
Felix slowly observed and added, that style of clothing was worn about 4,000 years ago.
Irene startled and turned to him. How do you know? Felix calmly replied, Larrage's soul fragment told me. She was so stunned she couldn't speak. Then she blurted out, I can't believe it. You can talk to him? Felix shrugged, his face helpless. His mouth just keeps running, so it's quite tiring. Suddenly, the two children yelled, outsiders. Outsiders. The boy, carrying a basket of food and clothes, ran over, happily presenting it to them. Here. Irene awkwardly accepted it and asked, why? Why for us? The boy immediately interrupted, eat and put them on, okay? Irene smiled awkwardly and replied, thank you. Can I change first? Immediately.
The children's expressions changed. They smiled with an indescribable pressure.
Not eating first. We have to make sure you two have eaten.
Irene stammered, trembling, eat.
Before. After. That. Felix bent down. He gently said to the children, thanks to you, we will be able to escape the cold and hunger. You are truly kind. The boy blushed shyly. That's our job. Felix kindly asked further, have you eaten yet? The boy quickly turned to look at his friend and replied, no. We don't need to eat. We're not hungry.
He maintained his gentle demeanor.
Don't be like that. You have to eat enough to be like me.
The little girl bowed her head in embarrassment.
You need to eat those things. Felix replied quickly, I'm already grown, so I don't need to.
Saying that, he turned and took out a loaf of bread.
Here. You two eat. The two children looked at each other in confusion. He asked in surprise, how did you come up with the idea of inviting us to eat? When the Lord invited outsiders, we always offered them food and clothes. Irene, hearing this, grew even more curious. Why invite them in? He calmly replied, because Eli likes it. Irene began to ask for more information about Eli. He chewed on his bread and explained, don't you know? That day was the spirit of life. He loved festivals. So every day was a festival.
Irene's heart was shaken.
Spirit of life.
Her eyes widened with joy.
If it's the spirit of life,
then finally, there's a spirit for Claudia to contract with.
The two children happily left with the loaf of bread. We're going now. See you two later. Irene and Felix waved goodbye to them. Be careful. As their figures faded, Irene suddenly asked softly, are those two children still alive? Felix watched them, his eyes heavy.
They died 4,000 years ago.
No matter how far back in time we go, the dead cannot come back to life. Irene was stunned. But you said it wasn't an illusion.
Felix explained softly, even if it's not an illusion.
But still just a fleeting illusion.
They are empty shells without souls.
It seems someone is trying to hold on to those illusions. In the dense darkness, Claudia knelt on the cold ground.
Her hands pressed against the ground.
Trembling.
Her long silver hair fell loose.
Jean. Brother. Her blue eyes wide open.
Her gaze startled and bewildered.
Is there no one here?
Suddenly a voice appeared. She frantically turned her head towards the sound.
Claudia. Someone. Benjamin appeared. Your whole life, you've always relied on others, haven't you? The formula for reducing. Why are you here, Your Grace?
He smiled, extending his hand towards her.
Even in this situation, you only know how to rely on Lady Amber. You've walked into hell yourself. So I don't need to lift a finger.
Hearing such words from him,
she suddenly froze. Even if you provoke me, if you remain so stubborn, those you cherish by your side will leave you.
Hearing such provocative words,
she seemed unable to believe it. Felix is dead. And then there's only Lady Amber left. What?
The voice continued to echo. You will only cause those around you to be pushed to their deaths.
Claudia's face at this moment turned pale. Claudia is always kind.
So I don't need to use much effort. In the deep darkness, she stood between Lucas and Benjamin.
My Claudia is a girl who is always weak, helpless and pathetic. Come on. Resist and come with us.
Claudia seemed unable to control herself.
Tears of sorrow fell. No.
Her hands clenched, trembling.
I will change.
She seemed determined.
I will become more resolute and stronger.
Benjamin covered his mouth, looking at her and smiling evenly.
Interesting. Let's see how you walk on your own. No matter what she does, nothing will change.
Lucas and Benjamin disappeared in a swirl of blue and red smoke, leaving her with her conflicting thoughts. She seemed to be immersed in space. Her eyes were like those of a lost soul.
You cannot protect anyone. You are just a beautiful doll. Claudia herself was tired. No one needs you to walk on your own. It's all futile. Is it you again?
Darkness and space enveloped her entire body and concluded with the words, because of you, everyone will die.
Why do you need to live? You should die, and it should only be you.
These things seemed to be drowning her entire body.
Why haven't you died yet?
In the forest, Jean sat on a rock, sighing helplessly.
Where did Claudia go? Is she okay? Suddenly Felix appeared, approaching where she sat. Irene, have you finished changing? Oh my goodness.
Jean could hardly believe her eyes at his handsomeness.
Felix appeared like a radiant light descending from heaven. If the sun god were to manifest, wouldn't he look like this? Irene's thoughts were everyone's thoughts. Felix approached her. Are you all right? I'm fine. Her face clearly showed embarrassment. Blushing,
Jean bowed her head and quickly wiped her face.
I think we should go meet the lord of this place.
He suddenly reached into his sleeve,
taking out a bag. Then let's eat something and go, okay? When did you prepare that?
With Jean's bewildered expression, he held the bag in his hand,
as if preparing to take something out. Before getting on the train, I put it in my magic bag. It was a cookie. She put the cookie in her mouth to try.
The cookie was too salty, making Jean freeze. Her face looked completely shocked.
Salty? Is it too salty?
But in the end, she still smiled happily,
continuing to eat the cookie. You ate it and thought it was okay, didn't you?
Suddenly, Jean seemed to remember something. She fumbled in her bag.
I brought some other things too.
A look of excitement was clearly visible on her face. She raised 10 fingers before his eyes. Each finger wore a sparkling ring.
What do you think? They look small but they're powerful, you know. He looked up with a bewildered expression.
His gaze slowly rested on her 10 raised fingers.
Felix took one. No. You.
He gently took her hand.
His movements slow.
His finger gently removed the ring with the red ruby on her ring finger. He put that ring on his own ring finger,
moving slowly. You'll take this one, okay? Second attack.
She felt she couldn't bear it. She wanted to sue him for giving her a heart attack.
The sky that day was dotted with clouds. The light softened peacefully.
These clothes are really comfortable, though.
The sunlight shone through her skin, bringing a gentle warmth. But it's also a bit embarrassing because so much skin is exposed.
He turned to look at her. His expression softened. His eyes held warmth.
Is that why you've been looking away all this time?
He stood there with a calm, innocent expression.
No. This man. It's because you're divinely handsome. The two of them finally arrived.
Before them was a large and luxurious building.
Finally here. Now to meet the Lord. How open-minded. Indeed. The scene looked like a bustling festival.
The islanders gathered inside,
dancing joyfully.
A hint of hesitation flickered across her face.
She quietly hid behind him. How open-minded. Indeed. A voice suddenly echoed, startling her. A woman with a gentle face, carrying 2 glasses of golden wine in her hands, slowly approached them. Welcome to Aliot City. To avoid an awkward atmosphere, the two reluctantly reached out and took the 2 glasses of wine. Thank you. The woman was about to leave when Felix spoke up, asking a question. Lady. Please wait a moment. Is something wrong? He suddenly spoke, startling her and making her drop the golden wineglass in her hand. How do we meet the Lord? What? His question immediately drew the attention of the surrounding islanders. Jean was completely stunned, as if in shock. Her legs were weak, unable to move. Sweat poured down her forehead. I'm going crazy with impatience because this place is so suspicious. So why are you doing this to attract attention? While Jean was still bewildered, a voice suddenly echoed from afar. You haven't eaten yet, have you? A man holding a lute in his hand, a leaf in his mouth, spoke up in reply to them. Why is that? Food, drinks, even plays are free. You don't need to work here. Just play around. Jean raised 2 fingers, forming a thumbs-up gesture towards the man. Who in the world would refuse free stuff? Right, Felix? Her face seemed to be immersed in happiness. We are simply grateful for the Lord's kindness. Everyone around them looked at her with dark expressions. That's why we just want to meet and thank him directly. Suddenly Felix's arm reached out. One hand around her shoulder, the other holding a glass of wine. We've already enjoyed the food and drinks. I wonder why the Lord, who has created such joy for us, isn't here to join us. His face looked bewildered as he listened to Felix. We want to drink wine with the Lord. He let out a long sigh. This is what happens when you let outsiders in. Jean pouted as if to object. What's the problem with just having fun? He waved his hand. Just offering wine to the Lord, what makes you think he'll notice the lady? It's not like that. Suddenly a stern voice spoke up. What's all this commotion? Everyone seemed bewildered. Elifia stepped forward. Notice what? He suddenly glanced at everything around him. He raised his hand. What the hell is this? Felix saw him, as if in disbelief. His true face was also revealed. You damned demon. How dare you put this here? Felix's face seemed to darken. You cursed demon. Jean almost couldn't believe her eyes when she saw his expression. Jean had used magic to conceal her presence, but how did he still detect Felix immediately? Realizing there was a demon as well, he immediately stepped forward, spreading his body to shield Jean as the demon approached the 2 of them. The disgusting stench of the demon was so strong that I came here unknowingly. His hand clenched into a fist. If you came to my domain to die, then I shall grant your wish. Arista would surely be pleased as well. Isn't the master of this place human? Or perhaps he isn't even the master of this place. Felix, with a calm expression, still stood in front of Irene, shielding her. Lavish, in Felix's body, said, You seem to hate demons very much. Eli said, You 2 are like 2 opposing forces. Me too. Do you hate yourself? Eli suddenly activated a magic circle. The aura around him immediately changed. His hands slowly rose. Around him, blue energy surged like a flood, both gentle and fierce. It spread from his arm and along his body, forming brilliant rings of light. Lavish, in Felix's body, commented, So even a demon knows how to use magic. Eli replied, It depends on who the user is to be able to use it. Eli suddenly rubbed his neck. Let's see what you can do. He suddenly went berserk with a terrifying expression. Come on, if you have the guts, run. I will hunt you down and kill you. A colossal power crashed down to the ground. Loud crash echoed through the space. Meanwhile, Claudia lay on the cold ground, enveloped by an endless dark void. She tried to sit up. A voice said, See? The voice continued, Give up. You haven't walked in the dark for long before falling. A voice constantly echoed in that terrifying space. Stop wasting your strength in vain and wait for someone to rescue you. She screamed, Shut up. Claudia tried to stand up. While you observe me, I also observe you. Do you want me to be a mere clerk, just staying in one place forever? Her face showed determination. Even if you drag me down, nothing will change. There will be days when I am powerless and collapse, but I will still climb to unimaginable heights. Claudia's eyes were resilient and unyielding. Someone like you wouldn't dare go anywhere, would you? But then, a hint of sadness still lingered on her face. She raised her arm. I cannot see what's ahead. Could you lend me some light? She seemed to be trying to reach for something in the void. She thought, I can clearly hear the sound of water. You're here, aren't you? Nick. I feel a fresh breeze around here. Please, spirit. Earthworm. If you hear even a little, could you guide me? She tried with all her tiny heart. If anyone is here, please answer me. But Claudia suddenly realized, that's right, in an illusion like this, where would spirits come from? Suddenly, a light flashed. An ancient place appeared. She seemed to find the source of light. Salamander. So you are here. Claudia's face was bewildered. But is Salamander this powerful?
Suddenly, there was a sound like approaching footsteps.
Who's there? Arista slowly approached Claudia.
Arista radiantly appeared before Claudia.
I came because I heard your call, little one.
Arista extended her hand to Claudia.
Claudia thought, I've heard this voice before. She asked, did you call me? Arista replied, yes. I called you here. Claudia's face was still bewildered. Have you been watching me all this time?
Arista said, I wanted to wait until you asked for help, but I still hoped you could overcome it on your own.
She was a little angry. Why did you do that?
Arista gently helped Claudia up and said to her, so that when you face difficulties you cannot escape, I will reach out my hand to you like this to help you move forward.
Claudia's face was now hesitant, mixed with a touch of sadness. Arista said, you've done very well.
The despair and the hope you felt will one day become your foundation.
Claudia asked her, is this an independent spirit? Arista gently replied, what if I am?
Claudia's other hand reached out. She clasped Arista's hands tightly with a determined expression. And please, form a contract with me. If you agree, I will try my best so you never suffer.
Arista fell silent. Claudia was like a small rabbit before Arista. Although I don't know the situation, you need me, don't you? If you form a contract with me, I will do everything you wish.
Arista smiled and replied to Claudia, a human child usually wouldn't say that.
Arista's laughter suddenly rang out. Claudia said, I'm sorry. Was I overstepping?
She added, but I'm serious.
Arista then asked, can't someone with your level of spirit attraction summon a king? Hearing that, Claudia looked as if drained of life. No spirit agreed to form a contract, which is why I'm here. Arista asked, so you came all this way with a purpose? Arista looked at Claudia. Claudia replied, yes. Because I've run out of options. Arista said, how astonishing. Claudia suddenly became enthusiastic again. I don't intend to bother spirits. Just form a contract with me, and I will automatically withdraw. Arista asked, why do you want to form a contract so badly?
She gently said, there's someone I want to protect.
And most importantly, I want to stand on my own 2 feet.
Arista suddenly started walking, then turned her head to look at her.
Follow me?
Their words echoed in the quiet space. Arista said, forming a contract with a spirit isn't about standing alone, but about becoming companions and walking together.
Perhaps you don't know, spirits are as naive as humans. At first, I wanted to see what kind of person you are. If it's you, then you can fulfill my request. Claudia asked, you tested me? The two of them walked side by side.
Arista said, it's been a long time since I've seen a child with your ability to attract spirits.
If you feel uncomfortable, I apologize.
Arista gently said, there's a child I can no longer reach. I want him to be able to overcome it on his own.
The two of them walked out together. Arista took off the sparkling blue necklace from her neck. The necklace seemed to symbolize many things. Please, reach out to that person for me. The necklace was offered to a bewildered Claudia. Arista's eyes were gentle and affectionate. That child will also help you in return. Tombstone appeared. And an old wooden barrel. An explosion rang out. Felix pulled Irene into his arms, tightly embracing Eli with one hand.
His other hand was raised, magic gathering in it.
The sky seemed to be torn apart. Waves of violent tremors rolled down. Fragments like shattered glass fell from the illusory sky, sparkling in midair. Eli quickly rushed towards the two of them.
A shard of glass cut his cheek.
A wound appeared and bled.
In just a moment, the wound healed.
Eli said, how ridiculous. Felix seemed unable to hold on any longer. Blue lights continuously appeared in the space. A slash struck Eli. Irene, holding onto Felix's neck, turned to look at Eli.
It's worth it after all, practicing magic like back at the mansion.
Felix suddenly turned pale and bled a little. Irene looked up at him. Felix, are you okay? He replied, I'm fine. I might fall. Hold on tight to me.
Irene turned her head to look at Eli. His recovery ability is truly astonishing.
I wonder if his main body is on the island. I have to find it. I'm getting bored now.
A tree root grew out, shaped like a hand. It turned out to be his arm.
He was climbing a tree. The fight is over.
Suddenly, he leaped straight down from the tree towards the two of them.
Felix, startled, held Irene tightly. Careful.
His feet landed on the ground.
He looked at his arm.
Though a demon, he also has some magic power.
So he's the one who made a contract with a demon?
His eyes sharpened slightly. If so, he's the one who used pure magic. Felix had now fallen to the ground.
Eli approached the two of them. Well, it doesn't matter.
Irene was now using her small body to shield the unconscious Felix behind her.
He was startled. Eli said, Do you want me to kill you first?
I can roughly guess why you hate demons.
It's because this island was used as a gateway to the demon realm, causing you to lose everything, right?
Hey.
Eli said, If you know, then get out of the way. He was like a demon.
He said to her, Felix imprisoned a demon so that such things wouldn't happen again. He's a hero who saved countless lives. If that's the case, then he and the demon inside should be killed at the same time. Felix was now lying face down on the ground, his mouth full of blood. Eli continued, When he dies, he will be revered as a true hero.
Humans are very clear on this.
If he keeps the demon inside him, they will see him as a demon, not a hero.
He suddenly bared his teeth and laughed. So if I kill him, everyone will be happy.
She was startled.
That?
The tree roots were still climbing onto him.
Irene asked, Is that what you experienced?
Began to cast magic.
Irene continued, Or did your beloved family suffer? Were they sacrificed by humans as you said? Eli replied, None of your business.
The tree roots gradually moved towards them. Irene said, There were those who summoned demons, causing Felix to become like this.
If I tell you where they are, will you go kill them? Eli asked, Why should I do that? Irene asked, Then why do you want to kill Felix?
Eli replied, Because killing him will also kill the demon.
His eyes narrowed. Irene asked, Why do you want to kill Felix but don't care about those who made him like this?
That's no different from mocking the people 4,000 years ago who were attacked by demons but couldn't stop them.
The tree roots quickly lunged towards Irene. She was grabbed by the roots around her neck and pulled into the air. Eli said, You talk too much. She was struggling to breathe. Eli asked, Any last words? Irene replied, How about I smash your head? Eli said, Die.
He exerted force. His arm was raised. The tree roots wrapped around Felix's body.
A tight grip from the roots was on Irene's neck. Eli suddenly clenched his fist. Felix had woken up and caught Irene.
He lifted her into his arms.
Irene said, Thank you, Felix.
His eyes seemed to darken.
This person is not Felix. Lavish, in Felix's body, said, That damned demon. Finally showing your true colors. His hands tightly gripped the tree roots. A bow and arrow appeared. He shot straight at Eli. Demons are quite rebellious, aren't they? Eli's eyes followed.
He collapsed to the ground. His face was filled with disbelief. Felix continued to aim the bow and arrow at him. Eli was now injured, sweat beading on his forehead.
Damn it! A red light appeared around him. A loud explosion rang out.
After the explosion, the space seemed to quiet down, leaving only a few wisps of white smoke.
Felix looked in that direction.
His eyes sharpened. Irene worriedly looked up at him.
Felix.
Dust swirled around, making everything hazy. Irene knelt on the ground, her eyes worriedly looking towards him, calling Felix. He also stood beside her, turning to look back at her.
Then Irene realized, Isn't that Lavish?
As she saw his gloomy eyes staring at her.
Lavish extended his hand towards her and said darkly, Finally, we officially meet. Irene was stunned.
He bent down, resting his hands on his hips, looking at her. His tall body shielded the outside light from her as he spoke, My heart aches because of you.
Irene, confused, reached out to him and asked, Huh?
He took her hand and pulled her up. Then he pulled her into his arms, raising her high while his other arm wrapped around her waist. Irene unexpectedly fell into his embrace, using her hands to brace herself against Lavish's chest.
He reminded her, Don't hurt me again.
She, caught off guard, looked up at him in surprise.
He smiled cunningly, smile less, or don't smile at all. He had Felix's face. In his eyes, Irene now sparkled brightly, her big, round eyes looking at him in confusion, asking, "What are you saying?" At her expression, Lavish blushed and stared. Then he pushed her away, his body unconsciously retreating a little. He placed both hands on her shoulders and shouted, "Why would I want a child like you?" This left Irene bewildered. Then he sighed, closed his eyes, and gave up. Oh well, never mind. When Irene saw his words and actions, she was a little angry, frowning and shouting, "Why did you stop mid-sentence?" Lavish's hands were still on her shoulders. Then he let go of her hands and smiled gently, hee. He placed his hand across his chest and said, "Not small anymore, more like a timid mouse." Irene angrily retorted, "What are you talking about? Are you going to stop or not?" Next, she stepped forward, touching his body and shouting worriedly, "Wait, what about Felix? Don't tell me you've swallowed his entire soul." This startled Lavish, who blushed and awkwardly retreated backward. Then he pushed her hand away, hugged his own body, blushed, and shouted in confusion, "Don't touch me. He just lost a little bit." Suddenly, she stopped, clenching her hands, standing in front of him, wondering, "You've never appeared before." Lavish, still hugging his body, looked at her. At her question, he softly said, "It's nothing big. He just made a small deal with me." Before he could finish, Irene rushed forward, grabbed his collar, and yelled, "What? What deal?" Caught by her, Lavish complained, "Why is your attitude towards me so drastically different from before?" Seeing that he didn't answer, Irene's anger flared. She shook him and shouted, "You shameless scoundrel. You know you're only safe because of Felix's body." She glared, still holding his collar, and shouted, "What deal? Spit it out." Lavish closed his eyes awkwardly and replied, "The contents of a deal with a demon are unconditionally confidential." Then Irene let go of his collar, her eyes sorrowful, and cried, asking, "What happened to Felix?" Suddenly, Lavish placed his hand on his chest. It ached, causing him to complain, "Hey, don't make that face. My heart hurts." Irene looked at him, utterly expressionless, and judged, "That's called a guilty conscience." Lavish angrily shouted at her, "Conscience my foot. What demon has a conscience?" She awkwardly covered her ears at his anger and also shouted, asking, "Why are you suddenly getting angry?" Lavish covered his face in helplessness, letting out a frustrated sigh. Then, through the gaps in his fingers, his sharp eyes gleamed with a menacing glint as he reminded her, "You little brat, you're getting too bold." He gloomily extended his hand towards her and declared, "Someone like you could die with just a flick of my finger." Irene looked at him in fear, his hand slowly approaching, unable to move. Then he wiped her tears, which surprised Irene, leaving her no time to react. Lavish clenched his hand and complained, "Ugh, this body is so annoying." Irene was still bewildered, secretly thinking, "For a moment, I actually thought it was Felix." Then he looked up, placed his hand behind his neck, and lightly said, "I just took a bite of his soul, what's the big deal?" Irene approached him and asked, "How big of a bite?" He took his hand from behind his neck, turned to look at her, then softly replied, "A quarter." Irene seemed to shatter, frozen in place, thinking, "A demon bit my kind Felix, making his head bleed." Then she burst into tears, looking at him. Lavish looked at her, a little startled, and explained, "That won't kill him, so don't cry." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Jean." Then it said, "Brother," causing both of them to turn and look. Irene also shouted back, "Claudia." Claudia held a small chest in one hand and waved with the other, running towards them with a joyful, smiling face, confirming, "You're both safe, huh?" Irene also ran towards her. The two hugged tightly. Irene cried loudly, stammering, "Oh, thank goodness, Claudia is safe." Claudia hugged her back, smiling, "I missed you so much, Jean." Then she lifted the crying Irene, who looked bewildered and realized, "But why are you wearing such strange clothes, Jean?" Irene, still sobbing, explained, "Speaking of clothes, something really intense just happened." Claudia repeated, wondering, "When I was on my way here, everything on the island suddenly changed." Was it related to that? Irene, still crying, quickly nodded, confirming, "Yes. Lavish, in Felix's body, stood watching them. Then Irene recounted everything to Claudia. Finally, Claudia concluded, "So everything we saw was fake. This is the island's true form." Claudia held the chest in her hand, smiling, and pointed, "I roughly understand now. Let's go form a contract with a spirit." Irene asked, confused, "A spirit?" Claudia confirmed, "Yes." Lavish watched them talk, not interjecting. Next, Irene pointed at him and stammered, But we just defeated him." Lavish also looked at Claudia, bewildered. Claudia tilted her head in confusion and denied, "Defeated? No way." She still held the chest in her hand. She smiled, holding up the chest in her hand, confirming, "The spirit's heart is in here." Irene, confused, scratched her face and wondered, really? Do spirits have physical bodies? Lavish stood with his arms crossed, listening to them talk. Claudia explained, if they want to leave the spirit world, they need a physical body. Irene replied, I didn't know that. The chest was covered by thorny vines. Claudia continued to explain, you could say the price of freedom is having a flesh and blood body. Lavish then raised his hand, smiling slyly, and remarked, so, if I threaten to stab his heart, he'll show himself, huh? Claudia now noticed him, staring intently, still holding the chest, which made Lavish look back at her in confusion. She frowned, looking at him in confusion, and asked, who are you? Then she opened the chest. Inside was a red crystal heart, still beating. Claudia closed the lid of the chest. A voice echoed in her mind, you intend to form a contract with the spirit that made your brother like that? In the darkness, a beam of light shone on her. The voice commented, finally, you've gone mad. Claudia slowly opened her eyes. The voice manipulated her again, you're so engrossed in wanting to form a spirit contract that you've ruined your only brother. The voice continuously enveloped her mind, you said you would protect him, didn't you? Claudia gritted her teeth at those words. She angrily shouted, what the hell is wrong with you? She threw her head back. Then she recalled Irene's smile and her brother's face. Claudia murmured as she thought of what that spirit had done to Jean and her brother. She bowed her head and murmured, it makes my heart burn with rage. The world around her flashed with light. She remembered the beautiful woman Arista and the necklace she gave her, then thought of Eli, telling herself, but that spirit must have its own reasons. So I will go meet him to confirm. She made her decision. Then Claudia, resolute, her body radiating a brilliant divine light, said, I will choose the spirit I form a contract with myself. She tightly clutched the chest in her hand. At a certain grave, Eli was sitting, curled up. Suddenly, a voice startled him, making him turn around quickly. What are you doing here? He looked at her and stammered, you look like that demon scoundrel I met earlier. Claudia smiled gently, tilting her head to look at him. Around her, purple roses with sharp thorns seemed to grow. She reminded him, watch your mouth. Because of you, my brother lost a part of his soul to a demon. He looked at her angrily, his voice low, so what? Did you come for revenge? In her hand, behind her back, she still held the chest. She gently held up the chest and softly said to him, you know, don't you? You lost this, didn't you? She asked Eli. When he saw it, he lost his composure, rushed forward to snatch it, and shouted, give it to me. But Claudia quickly pulled the chest back, smiling, aren't you wondering how I got it? She asked him. Then she added, because only you and the master of this place knew where it was. Hearing her words, he angrily darkened his face and reminded her, don't speak so casually about her. Then, behind him, a pile of vines grew out, and he reached out towards her. Suddenly, he stopped, frowned, and shouted, wait. He looked at the necklace on her neck and wondered, how do you have that? Claudia calmly asked him, only just realizing it now? She pointed to herself and calmly asserted to him, allow me to formally introduce myself. I am your new master. She lowered her hand and gently looked at him, affirming, Eli, I will form a contract with you. We will leave the island together. He frowned at her words and said disdainfully, why should I do that? Next, she spoke to him, the Fenello Merchant Guild. At the mention of this, his body tensed, and his face twisted in anger. She continued, you must be furious that they came near the grave, and your anger has been accumulating even before that, hasn't it? She asked him, then offered him a benefit, I will help you get revenge. Eli looked at her blankly, asserting, I can do those things myself. She continued to ask him, you've always lived on this island, so you know nothing about the outside world, do you? Her words stirred him, and the surrounding leaves rustled in the wind. Eli frowned, listening to her continue, I will hand that merchant guild over to you to deal with. He turned his head and softly murmured, if I leave, this island will sink. She repeated, sink? Explained, I tried my best to maintain its form, but it should have sunk 4,000 years ago. The blue island floated on the sea. She wondered aloud, are you doing this for Arista? She looked at the grave with a bouquet of wildflowers placed on it. Eli recalled, I used my power to create a truly exquisite physical form for her, but then she disappeared. He wanted to reach out and touch her, his face innocent and flushed. But then she turned and walked away, leaving him reaching out to hold her back. Claudia asked him, don't you know why she no longer appears before you? Claudia asked herself and also gave him the answer, she wants you to leave this place without any lingering attachments. At that moment, Eli was stunned, watching Arista leave with sorrow and confusion. Claudia continued, because of death, human life is truly wonderful. Flowers bloomed in his mind at her words. She continued to explain to him, fake flowers can imitate real ones, but they will never bear fruit. People say that things that are lost are truly beautiful. You are a spirit, so you don't know about human life, but you must know about the laws of nature, right? Vibrant flowers continuously bloomed and were created by his hands. Knowing she was right, Eli remained silent, lowering his head without answering.
She continued to smile and say, even if only dust remains, one must watch over and protect until the very end. Arista's image briefly appeared in his eyes as he looked at Claudia, who still held the chest in her hand. Then Claudia extended her hand towards him, explaining, she knew it was time to disappear, and you, the one who remains, should also know it's time to bury the past in your heart. Ella's tears fell profusely, filled with sorrow, while Claudia stroked his hair and concluded, that is called the philosophy of humanity. His tears fell as if wanting to sink into the sea. Outside the island, the sea water rippled and shook. Rumbling sounds echoed, and the island gradually sank, splashing water everywhere. Then, with a crash, it completely disappeared, causing the water surface to shake violently and a column of water to shoot up. Lavish stood next to Claudia and asked her, where is that spirit? She honestly replied, I don't think he would want to see this sight. Eli sat curled up in a corner of the ship. She turned her face to glance at him, reminding him, didn't I tell you to hide your head when the spell was released? Lavish glared at her and said, what? You're just a human, don't tell me what to do. Hearing him say that, Claudia fumed, then smiled and asked him, then a demon like you shouldn't speak like a human. She cursed him, you ignorant thing. Hearing that, Lavish obediently recoiled, saying nothing more. Seeing this, Claudia happily looked at him. Then, he turned away, full of complaint, and said, this is uncomfortable, I'm going back to my room. She smiled and said to him, if possible, next time, I want to see my brother again. He went to the room, opened the door, and looked inside. Irene rushed out like a puppy, excitedly calling Felix. Lavish saw this and denied, it's not him. She quickly changed her expression, clamping her mouth shut, looking at him with disappointment and contempt. Then, Lavish took off his hat and complained, everyone treats me like trash. Irene replied to him indifferently, that's obvious, give Felix back. He asked, do you know the two-faced god Janus? You're like that right now. Lavish commented. Feeling criticized, Irene reproached, thinking of Felix, her heart's angel, and said with teary eyes, what should I do? Give me back my angel. Without my angel, I'll die. He looked at her awkwardly and asked, aren't you afraid your angel will remember this conversation? Hearing this, Irene was struck by lightning, sweat pouring down her face, frozen speechless. She was flustered and fearful, while Lavish looked at her smugly. Then, he chuckled and calmly affirmed to her, don't worry, he won't remember. Irene heard this and angrily glared at him, saying, are you messing with me, you jerk? She said contemptuously. He continued to tease, asking, and you're two-faced, aren't you? Irene pulled her hood over her head, turned, and walked away, not forgetting to say, humph, I don't care about you, demon. Lavish was startled by her action and turned to watch her. Reaching out, he said, wait. Then, he grabbed her hood and pulled her back, making her yelp, ouch. Irene stumbled backward, which startled him as well, a flicker of panic in his eyes. She, too, lost her balance, yielding to the pull. He stammered, wondering, why do you just let yourself be pulled? No wonder he said that. Lavish grabbed her hood and lifted her, swinging her. Irene defended herself, should I just let my clothes get torn and walk around like that? Her legs dangled in the air. Irene turned her face to look up at him and asked, sigh, so why did you pull me back? Before this angelic face, he pressed his lips together, looking back at her, not knowing what to say. Then, he blushed, let her fall to the ground, and shouted, your angel will wake up soon, just wait. This made Irene yelp, ouch. As her bottom hit the ground in pain. She quickly braced herself with her hands and excitedly asked him, but you're not really Lavish, are you? He crossed his arms and glanced down at her, I was split from Lavish, but I am also Lavish. She retorted, he wouldn't think that something split from him is also him. She recalled every time she brushed her hair, her eyes wide at the fallen strands. Claudia picked up a strand of her hair and happily said, this is Jean's hair, so it's also Jean. He crossed his arms in confusion and said to her, then you can call me a fragment of Lavish. Irene stood up, dusting off her clothes, and complained, That's too long to say. She looked up at him, her eyes crinkling in a smile, stroking her hair as she asked his opinion, can I just call you Lavish for short? She continued to ask him, is that okay, Lavish? When he heard her call him, he murmured, it's strange. Irene didn't hear what he said and looked up, asking, what? Lavish continued to murmur, perhaps it's because I swallowed a quarter of his soul. Lavish clasped the front of his shirt tightly over his chest. He continued to murmur, it seems she quite likes the owner of this body, so I just need to wait. Demonic energy emanated around him. His hand was flushed red, and he wondered to himself, why do I feel so uncomfortable? Then, he turned and walked away, leaving Irene behind, looking at him with extreme confusion. His face was flushed, his heart pounded, and he clutched the front of his shirt over his heart, astonished by his own reaction. Felix must have opened his eyes. Irene, beside him, worriedly called, "Lord Felix." He looked up at the ceiling, lying back on the bed. She sat in a chair beside him and said, "Irene, I want to gaze at the sea." He said to her, "Let's gaze at the sea together." His words carried the clarity of the sea. The sound of waves crashing on the shore splashed water all around. Irene walked on the sand. As she walked, she thought, everything turned out fine, but I still can't be happy. Sunset-colored waves crashed on the shore. The sky had gradually turned the color of dusk. Along with Irene's thoughts, the island I painstakingly bought has sunk to the bottom of the sea. The people I hired didn't help much either. Then, she touched her neck, remembering she was almost choked to death. She screamed internally, "I even almost lost Felix forever." Irene recalled the image of the demon possessing his body and admiring it with great pleasure. Irene stood in the sunlight as it gradually set into the sea. She looked towards it and thought, I underestimated the flower blooms on a withered branch. I didn't expect forming a contract with a spirit to be so difficult, but luckily, no one died. The sound of waves crashing on the shore echoed. She kept gazing at the sunset. A voice called out, "Lady Irene." She instinctively turned towards the voice. Felix, like an angel, smiled gently and asked her, "What are you thinking about that makes you so lost?" He approached the beach where she stood and asked her, "The sea is beautiful, isn't it?" Irene silently watched his actions, the sound of waves continuously crashing on the shore. She turned back and asked, "Do you know? They say the northern sea of this place is called the Mermaid's Tears." Her hair was disheveled by the sea breeze. He smiled, glancing at her, his platinum hair shining brightly in the sunlight, and replied, "I know, that's why it's so beautiful, isn't it?" He exclaimed. Irene, seeing his face, awkwardly smoothed her hair. So many things have happened in such a short time. Irene thought about how Claudia now had her spirit backing her up and said, "But we finally found a spirit for Claudia to form a contract with." Her shoes were wet from the waves. Then she said, "Actually, I went and asked the spirit of life if he could purify demonic power. He said it was impossible, unless it was an angel or a deity." Then the seawater receded, leaving a long trail on the sand at her feet. Then the two were silent. Suddenly Irene said, "Oh, and that demon inside Felix is a bit unusual." He heard this and asked her, "Unusual?" The two stood talking under the sunset. When he asked, Irene raised her hand to bite her pinky finger and explained, "Well, he's a demon, so he's cunning, but sometimes I find him strangely human-like." Felix stood silently, listening to her speak. Seeing this, he sadly gave a self-deprecating smile. He said that over time, he and I will gradually assimilate. Irene was stunned at this, secretly wondering, assimilate? She concluded in her heart, does that mean different things will become similar and merge into one? She thought of Felix being swallowed and enveloped by that demon, but she told herself, even so, Felix and the demon are still two different people. Irene recalled his angelic figure when he smiled at her, affirming that their natures were completely different. She snapped out of her thoughts and suddenly said, "Obviously." Which made Felix look over in confusion, "Huh?" Irene, with determined eyes, frowned, and clasped her hands tightly to her chest, asserting, "Felix and the demon are worlds apart, that's obvious." The sunlight shone on her, making her even more radiant. Seeing this, he remained silent, not knowing what to say next. Then, Felix softly asked her, "Do you want to step into the sea?" Irene, confused and questioning, asked him, "Huh? Why so sudden?" "And I can't swim." He encouraged her, "Don't worry, we won't go too deep." Irene thought, confused, why the sudden urge to go into the sea? Next, Felix lifted her, reminding her, "Hold on tight." She yelped, "Ouch." Then, he carried her into the seawater before them. Felix looked towards the sun and regretfully said, "Sacrificing my soul to a demon was truly the worst choice." She looked up at him. Then she comforted him, "Why do you say that? You had no other choice at the time." Seeing her words, he looked down at her gloomily and spoke his heart, "But if I had just died like that, at least I wouldn't hurt Irene." She clasped her hands tightly to her chest, hesitating to speak. Then, amidst the sunset, she asked, "Trusting you, Felix, and predicting the worst, are you going to leave now?" He carried her, his feet submerged in the water, the light of the setting sun shining on them both. Irene reached out and hugged his neck, asking, "Are you willing to go to hell?" Felix replied to her, "I intended to endure it, but I don't want to show you my hell." She took his hands, which were wrapped around his neck, and whispered, "You said you would take responsibility." Felix denied, "I was stripped of that right from the very beginning." Irene unexpectedly climbed onto him, clinging to him, bringing her face close to his, and resolutely shouted, "I won't let Felix go." Which made him look at her in surprise. Taking advantage of the situation, Felix also brought his face closer to hers and softly remarked, "You're bold," which startled Irene a little.
Then, he couldn't resist giving her a quick kiss on the mouth, not forgetting to say, "I already told you I don't have the right."
Irene, in his arms, was surprised and had no time to react. Her face began to blush, staring at him, stunned. Felix gradually closed his eyes, his face also flushed, kissing her without stopping. Irene also yielded to him, both of their faces flushed, kissing passionately.
His hand.
Holding her paused when Irene trembled and called him, Felix. And another kiss suddenly came, making her bewildered again, and the two slowly leaned back. Then they fell into the sea, he pressing his body against hers, while Irene still didn't let go of his neck.
Water splashed around them.
Felix supported her head with one hand and braced himself against the ground with the other. Both were immersed and closed their eyes, enjoying the passionate kiss.
The sunlight seemed to intensify their heat.
Then, his hands bracing against the ground slowly wrapped around and slid to her thighs beneath her skirt, touching her.
He lifted her skirt, and water splashed everywhere, making Irene yelp, "Hey!"
When they broke the kiss, Irene softly called him, Felix.
Seeing her right in front of him, he leaned in and bit her lower lip, making Irene cry out, "Ah!"
But then, Irene awkwardly avoided him, placing her hands on his shoulders, keeping her distance, and saying, "Wait, wait." Felix's face was flushed and full of desire as he looked at her. His eyes were like a beast's, his face red as he asked her, "Does it hurt? Or are you scared?" He was breathing heavily, his clothes soaked, as was his hair, water dripping from it onto his face. Irene's hands were still on his shoulders. She leaned back and replied to Felix's question, "It's not that." Felix saw her action and quickly stood up, causing water to splash, and said, "Because you acted so recklessly, I thought you weren't scared." She stared at him. Then, he turned away from her and instructed, "Don't cling to me." He turned his head to look at her with eyes full of disappointment and fire, seawater still dripping from his hair, and said, "If you cling to me again, I will assume you want to follow me to the very end."
He murmured, and then.
Irene, drenched and disheveled, submerged in the seawater, looked at him blankly, not knowing what to say.
Felix secretly told himself, the consequence is that we will both be immersed in humanity's most primal desires.
Having said that, he walked towards the sun, his hands clenched in determination, while Irene, unable to react, watched him walk away. She finally reacted, reaching out to him, tears welling up, her face contorted as she called, "Wait.
At least give me a chance to speak."
Before her eyes, only the setting sun remained, gradually fading.
She trembled and said, "You're just leaving without giving me a chance, like you always do?"
Her hand remained suspended in the air, her body enveloped by the sea and the sunset's light.
She gently stood up, moving towards the sun, asking herself, "Felix, did you really leave?" In the dark night, Felix slowly opened his eyes.
Around him was an indefinite void mixed with white clouds, enveloped by endless black space.
He wondered, when was the first time I met Irene?
Felix recalled her standing before him, her hands clasped, giving him advice, "Please, practice your magic resistance skill, and don't tell anyone." That statement made Felix freeze, looking at her, not knowing how to reply.
He still held an open book in his hand.
Then, he closed the book and wondered, "How long has it been since I last heard the word magic power?" Irene looked at him awkwardly. Then, Felix stared at her, telling himself, "But this is the first time I've really looked at this girl."
Irene also looked up at him, full of apprehension. He thought, is she so wary because I look more serious than usual? Am I that scary?
He noticed her lips and described, when her lips retracted into a triangle shape and she looked up at me like that. Then, he looked at her eyes and commented, "She looks like..." He told himself, truly like a cat.
And imagined a black and white cat.
He continued his train of thought, like a stray cat I want to domesticate. At this, Felix himself paused at his own thought.
He asked himself, what am I thinking?
Then, Felix snapped out of his thoughts, looked towards her, and called, "Lady Amber."
Irene, still clenching her hands, startled and looked up at him, replying, "Yes."
Felix reminded himself, to not scare her. He smiled brightly and said to her, "Thank you for pointing out my weakness.
No matter how well one has learned, there are still shortcomings, aren't there?"
Felix told himself to act very kindly. He recalled another day, outside the tea room, Felix was sitting on a chair reading a book. He closed his eyes, gently turning a page, and called her, "Lady Amber," which startled her as she stood peeking from outside the door. Felix, without looking up from his book, informed her, "Claudia went out for some business today. I apologize for making you take the trouble to visit on a weekend like this." Seeing him ask, Irene, who was leaning against the door, awkwardly replied, "Oh, no, not at all."
Felix glanced towards her.
Irene stammered, taking her hands off the door, and said, "No, it's my fault for not notifying you beforehand.
I'll be leaving now." She let go of the door and walked away.
He noticed a bruise on her hand. Then, he turned and smiled, calling her back, "The sweets are also ready. Since you're here, please have some tea before you go."
He closed the book in his hand. Hearing about sweets, Irene's mouth watered. She swallowed and said, "It's fine, no need." But her eyes clearly showed her craving. Felix looked at her happily. He commented, "Her actions contradict her words." He chuckled, "Ahaha, what a pity then. It's boring to drink alone. If the two of us have tea together, it'll feel less lonely." Hearing his warm invitation, Irene swallowed awkwardly. Well then. Her hand was still on the door. Beautiful cakes were arranged on the cake stand. Irene picked them up and ate them. Felix, watching her, couldn't help but think, with a little stray cat. He remarked, "The best way is to give it food." Felix looked at her and asked, "Is it to your liking?" Irene stiffened when he asked, her hand still holding a half-eaten cake, her mouth forming a triangle as she said, "Yes, it's delicious." Felix picked up his teacup and sipped, secretly thinking, "Good thing I bought some beforehand." She continued to enjoy the cake with her head bowed. He placed the teacup on the table, secretly thinking, "I thought she was a little cat." Then, looking at her, he commented, "But watching her eat like that, she looks like a squirrel." He imagined a squirrel biting a chestnut. Irene's mouth was puffed out to its fullest, chewing the cake, then she picked up her teacup and looked towards him. His gaze made her choke on her cake, and the teacup in her hand trembled, spilling tea everywhere. She coughed and asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Felix hesitated, "Your eating posture is quite interesting." Suddenly a voice called out, "Irene," making both of them look over. She happily called back, "Claudia." She rushed towards Irene and asked, "I heard the news and came right away. Have you been waiting long?" Irene excitedly replied, "Not long at all." Then, she happily said, "Claudia's brother entertained me and waited with me." This surprised Claudia, who asked, "My brother?" He glanced towards them, thinking, "She looks like this." Claudia asked her, "Did he say anything strange?" Their hands touched fingertips. Irene answered her question, "Not at all." In his eyes, she grew ears and a wagging tail. Felix concluded, not a squirrel or a cat, but more like a puppy. He stared at Irene, who was laughing and talking happily. "He treated me very well." Then, she glanced towards him. Felix told himself, or. Suddenly the atmosphere grew cold. Claudia looked displeased at her brother, which Irene also felt, her tail bristling. He wondered, is she only like that with me? Claudia sensed a problem and growled, "He said something, didn't he?" Irene awkwardly replied to her, "It's really nothing." Felix looked at her, reaffirming, "A little cat." He froze when he saw her expression, a thought flashing in his mind, "My own little cat." And, he asked himself, what am I thinking about Claudia's friend? Felix cleared his throat. His eyes looked down, and he told himself, Claudia's friend. That day, as Claudia yawned in her bed, she covered her mouth and asked him, "Irene? I know everything about her," she said confidently. She nodded, touching her hair, and told him, when I confided my sorrows, she didn't show any dislike, but just listened silently. Felix stood by, arms crossed, listening to her speak. Claudia added, "She always told me that I wasn't wrong at all. Those were the words I always wanted to hear." Stroked her hair and said affectionately, "That's why I always want to see her." Felix sighed, smiling and congratulating her, "You found a good friend, Claudia." He secretly commented on Irene, "She seems to be a very caring person, despite her outwardly materialistic appearance." Felix exclaimed, "She can do what even my parents and I couldn't." Then, he turned, opened the door, and left, not forgetting to smile and say goodbye to her, "Thank you for talking to me, even though it's so late. Good night, Claudia." She also happily waved back at him with sleepy eyes, "You too." The door closed. Someone called him, "Young master," which caught Felix's attention. The person continued, "You have a visitor." Irene remained silent, glancing away, her face bruised and soaked, water dripping from her hair. She bowed her head and trembled, "I'm sorry for coming so late." Felix replied to her, "It's all right, I still have work, so I haven't gone to bed yet." She held a hot teacup and softly uttered, "Ah." Felix held the teacup in his hand, gently looking at her, and said, "It's raining heavily, and there are many empty rooms in the house, so please stay here." Irene still kept her head down and said, "Thank you." Her face was bruised, her lips moving, "I bothered you. Please continue your work." Felix saw her injury, frowned gloomily, and replied to her, "It's all right, I was just about to rest a bit anyway." He smiled at her, holding the teacup without speaking. The space suddenly became quiet, making her a little awkward. She still held the hot teacup and uttered, "Ah." Then, as if remembering something, she quickly turned her face away and explained, "Oh, this is from falling down the stairs." She touched her face, "Ouch." She cried out in pain. Felix brought the teacup to his lips, his other hand holding the tea saucer, and remarked, "You seem to fall down the stairs often." Irene stammered in reply, "Well, my hands and feet are just clumsy." She covered her injury with her hand, laughing it off. Then, Felix offered, "Let me treat you," which startled her. She looked at him in surprise, raising her teacup to refuse. "No need, I think medicine should be enough for this, right?" He persuaded her, "Using magic will be more effective." At his words, Irene said nothing, her hand grasping a lock of hair to cover her face, looking at him hesitantly. Next, Felix extended his hand towards her, smiling radiantly as he continued to persuade, "Seeing Lady Amber injured like this truly pains me. Please, let me treat Claudia's friend, may I?" Before his angelic smile, Irene's eyes shone brightly, unable to look away. Then, she awkwardly turned away, lowered her hand, and stammered, Then please do." Receiving her consent, he quickly stood up, stepped forward, and knelt before her, saying, "Thank you, lady, for allowing me." This made Irene look at him awkwardly. Felix reached out towards the swollen spot on her cheek. Irene fearfully closed her eyes tightly, startled, and said, "I should be the one to thank." Ouch! He had just touched her, causing her to instinctively cry out. A flash of magic appeared before her from his hand, making her hair flutter. Irene opened her eyes and looked at him. Then, Felix withdrew his hand and said to her, "It's done," which startled her awake. His hand gently touched her hair. Felix asked her, "Do you still feel pain?" Irene rubbed her face and replied, "No. My whole body feels comfortable too." She added. Then, Irene smiled happily at him, her eyes crinkling, and said, "You're so kind to me." "Thank you." Before her radiant smile, Felix was surprised, staring at her, his heart pounding, and stammered in reply, "It's good that you're all right." His current self told himself, was it from that day? At that moment, he blushed, his heart racing, thinking, "She smiled at me too." His current self, through memory, wondered again, or was it like this from the very beginning? In his memory, Felix clutched his shirt over his uncontrollably beating heart. In its rhythm, he inadvertently realized the words Irene had spoken. Felix paused for a moment in his mind, then said, "They are all so beautiful and lovely that they make me want to go crazy." His heart continued to thump wildly and incessantly. Afterwards, other memories flooded back. Claudia was adjusting her attire, pointing at herself and firmly stating, "I will declare that I want to live with him forever." One servant adjusted her dress, while another brushed her hair. Her words made Felix pause, then turn to look at her in confusion and ask, "Claudia?" She angrily waved her arms and legs, and the servants quickly left. She exclaimed, "Otherwise, that Gen guy will continue living in his house. He's truly detestable." She added. Hearing her, Felix brought a hand to his chin, seriously remarking, "That's true, isn't it?" He lowered his head and chuckled, touching his chin as he sighed, "It sounds strange, but it's not necessarily a bad idea." He remembered Lucas, Constantine, Benjamin, and thought, if those madmen who are obsessed with Claudia hear these words, their hands are all reaching towards innocent Irene. He realized, then they will target Irene. He recalled the day she came to him soaking wet, secretly pondering the situation, while her family doesn't have a younger brother. Considering the overall situation and what might happen later, he remembered kneeling to treat her wounds, and decided, I think it's best to keep her close. He affirmed, the purpose is to protect her. Then no one will hurt her anymore, and she will be able to keep that smile on her face. Felix remembered her lovely, radiant smile. At Chamberlain Estate, he recalled when Irene came to stay there. He told himself, I've realized many things. The two conversed together. She sat on a chair while he stood behind her, placing his hand on the chair and smiling at her. Felix thought, and made her feel more comfortable when she was with me. Irene happily ate cake. He also noticed every detail, like how she preferred grapefruit tarts over macarons. When she ate dessert, he also knew that among desserts, she didn't like candy much. She was holding a plate of strawberries, singing cheerfully. He currently thought to himself, just observing her makes every day truly joyful. Felix watched her happily from behind him, smiling. He reaffirmed to himself, truly, it's very fun. But his expression suddenly became unsightly and awkward. Felix currently thought about the words Irene had spoken. She rode a wooden horse, looked at him, and asked, excuse me, is that right? How long? Which made Felix look at her with a confused, forced smile. They are all truly beautiful and cute. He looked back at the past, remarking to himself. Felix remembered when she said those words to him. Irene clenched her hands, her eyes firm, and said, if you turn into a demon, I will embrace you all the way down to hell. Felix stopped singing then, looked at her, and his heart rate suddenly increased. He looked back at the past, remarking, it made me so happy that my heart ached. Irene smiled cheerfully at him, making Felix form the thought, she is truly the sweetest thing, nothing in this world can compare. Felix then recalled the moment their eyes accidentally met, thinking, when my eyes met hers. Irene smiled, blushing, looking at him, and asked, Felix, what are you doing there? Come here.
He realized he had become so greedy that merely observing was no longer enough to satisfy him. He reached out his hand towards her, thinking, I thought the drizzle was gradually wetting my collar. He returned to reality, but when he realized it, Felix had pushed Irene into the sea. He then realized it was the crashing waves. He kissed her intensely, pressing himself against her, losing control. Felix realized he had been tamed. The two stared at each other, moved by one another. He understood even before he could tame the kitten. From the clear drop of water, he thought, I tried my best to protect Irene. The drop of water flowed down, gradually becoming murky, and he realized it himself, but the hell within him kept boiling. Until that drop of water, following a stream of light, became pitch black, he admitted to himself, so, at that time, I reluctantly accepted him. In Felix's mind, as he escaped from the dream of the past, he lay in a bright space surrounded by pitch-black darkness. He asked himself, did I faint? Where is this? Then, Felix wondered, inside my subconscious? His eyes were full of determination, as he thought, now is not the time for this. He frowned, if it were before, I wouldn't have given in. Felix remembered the demon Eli smiling eerily. Frowned, secretly remarking, it's all because of. Suddenly a voice appeared, an amorphous body floated before him. He voiced Felix's thoughts, if it weren't for that damned demon, I would have finished it already, right? Seeing him, Felix felt confused and spoke up, you. In the quiet space, he lay on the ground, unable to move, looked up at him and asked, is this your form? Lavish heard Felix's question and wondered, propping his hand, looking down at him from above, He pointed at Felix, saying with dissatisfaction, my appearance? Then he added, snap out of it. Since you're unconscious, you probably don't realize what's happening, do you? The person you love is about to die. He informed him. Felix closed his eyes, and softly asked him, is there no way to wake up completely? The demon pointed upwards, laughing slyly, asking Felix to confirm, you finally realize what's happening, don't you? Then he added, do you want me to help you wake up completely? Felix silently looked up at him as if waiting for his words. Lavish offered a condition, in return, give me 1/5 of your soul. Felix spoke up, preparing to mock him, demons truly are, but was interrupted by him, however. Felix's face darkened as he asked, what now? He continued, do you think anything will change once you wake up? His words made Felix pause. Lavish explained further, still don't understand the problem? You've already lost, so waking up now won't make a difference. A surge of mana appeared in his hand, and his mouth curled into a mocking smile. He continued to remark, look at yourself, there's no way you can defeat him. Felix was speechless, unable to retort. He continued to mock, you can't even use advanced magic anymore. A pool of blood suddenly appeared beneath Felix. Felix silently listened to him say, even if you're strong, it's not enough to take him on. Lavish turned back and asked him, you can't use demonic power either, can you? Felix urged him impatiently, so what? I'm in a hurry, so speak quickly. The demon unleashed his power, laughing heartily as he looked down at Felix from above, praising, as expected, you're smart. He offered a condition, give me your body. He laughed loudly and said, lend me your body for a while, and he'll take care of everything. I will save the girl you love, completely intact. He guaranteed. Then he offered another condition, of course, it's not free. If you want me to protect your precious thing, give me 1/4 of your soul. Felix lowered his eyes, not looking at him, grunted, and frowned. Then he angrily looked up and glared at him, damn it, I know. Lavish urged again, do you agree? Felix remained silent, not answering him. Then he reluctantly shouted, I agree. So wake up quickly. Lavish achieved his goal, smirking. He spoke happily, alright, no need to rush, I'll do it too. A large surge of mana quickly appeared, forming a magic circle. 2 figures, one standing, one lying, were within the circle. The demon spoke, good start, let the transaction begin. He stood with his hands on his hips, looking at Felix, secretly reminding him, it'll hurt a little. Felix paid no mind, looking up at him. In the silent space, he thought blankly, I feel not only my soul being cut away, but something else is also leaving my body. He tilted his head blankly. Magic enveloped him, and he began to lose consciousness, asking himself, but why do I have to go to such lengths? Then he remembered Lucas, Constantine, Benjamin, and said, that's right, it's their fault. He thought with malice, letting them die peacefully is too light a punishment. His soul began to be sucked out of his body, down to his fingertips. Magic sliced through him rapidly. He thought, I want them to taste a bit of heavenly light in the purgatory I create. Then he added, when they breathe in, throw them into the fire, repeating it countless times. The magical soul-cutting blades continuously pierced and enveloped him. Felix realized, that's right. Human morality, the dignity of human life, and even faith are gradually disappearing. His heart beat wildly in pain. Felix's eyes gradually blurred and closed.
His body was enveloped by countless magical threads holding him tight.
The soul-cutting blades continuously pierced his body, making him lose consciousness.
His body, a mix of black and white, thought, what do I want to protect? A question flashed in his mind, what is it that makes me smile when I see it? He asked himself, what is it that makes me cry? These questions endlessly circled in his head. The magic gradually receded. He asked himself, what is it that makes me angry? I can't remember any of it anymore. What truly remains of my current life? He vaguely didn't understand his confused mind, filled with blank memories.
Suddenly, a familiar silhouette appeared, bringing with it flower petals and light.
He faintly remembered, He remembered Irene's bright smile, radiating brilliant light. He realized that is love and desire.
Felix regretted, right, I shouldn't have given my soul to him. His body was enveloped by dark mana. And something else gradually detached from his body, perhaps the severed part of his soul.
Felix blamed himself.
Then, between the boundary of black and white water, he told himself, so, before I hurt Irene. He embraced her, kissed her deeply, sinking into the remaining clear blue water. She also wrapped her arms around his neck.
Felix decided, I must leave.
Under that sunset sky, he turned and walked away, his mind urging him to leave. Tears streamed from his eyes, left behind with his footsteps. He told himself, I must protect Irene, no matter what. Then the memory scene gradually shattered, leaving behind an endless darkness.
Sunset in a small town.
Claudia was standing by the dining table next to the window, gazing at the sunset. Suddenly, the room door slowly opened with a creak. She happily turned her head towards the door and asked, Irene, where have you been for so long? She continued, my brother also went to the sea to play, did you see? But when she clearly saw Irene, she froze, stunned. Irene, soaking wet, was stepping in through the doorway.
Claudia asked in surprise, did you fall into the water?
Irene didn't answer, she lowered her head. Water dripped from her hair, face, and clothes. Claudia frowned worriedly, also silently looking at her. Then she quickly grabbed a cloak nearby, rushing over to ask, are you all right? Claudia looked at Irene seriously, anxiously, you'll catch a cold, put this on first. Her hand quickly draped the cloak over Irene. Then she angrily shouted, but wait, who was it that? Before she could finish her sentence, drops of water pattered onto the ground. Claudia froze, her trembling hand calling, Irene. But she didn't respond, and the space seemed to fall silent.
Then she asked again, are you crying?
But Irene remained silent, not responding, her face expressionless, her hair wet and hanging down. Then Irene looked up, hesitantly calling, Claudia. Hearing her name, Claudia replied worriedly, Irene, come here.
Tears streamed endlessly from Irene's eyes, and she said despairingly, Felix is gone. She added, he. Hearing this, Claudia was stunned into silence, speechless. Irene hesitated, then continued, he'll never come back. Silence fell between them. The hand on Irene's shoulder dropped. The dawn was still slowly setting into the sea. She raised a hand to brush her bangs, remaining silent. The atmosphere in the room grew heavy.
Claudia embraced Irene, and the two held each other in silence, neither saying a word. The 32nd emperor of the L'Occitan Empire, Benicia IV, had passed away after a long battle with illness. The emperor's face was then covered with a white cloth. Lucas Dandrian L'Occitan ascended the throne as the 33rd emperor. In the imperial palace, the new emperor sat on his throne, leaning back with crossed legs, the imperial crown beside him. Someone asked him, how do you feel, your majesty? That person arrogantly looked down at him with fiery red crystal eyes, his hand still resting on his cheek. Below, that person bowed respectfully and continued, oh, Emperor your majesty. The emperor silently watched his actions. Lucas narrowed his eyes, grunting, I didn't expect you to show respect. He mocked. Benjamin looked up at the emperor with a fearless, mocking smile, of course. I sincerely congratulate your majesty on your ascension. He said casually. Lucas exhaled, a fleeting joy leaving his face, no longer leaning on his hand, saying as if it were an inevitable outcome, this was bound to happen anyway. I don't see it as a big deal. The emperor added, it would be strange if I weren't in this position. Benjamin closed his eyes, saying proudly, your words are most wise. Then he glanced in a certain direction with his characteristic purple pupils. Lucas also glanced in that direction with sharp red eyes, saying, because if the person in this position wasn't me. He added, then I would kill the one sitting over there. Cedric, seeing them look his way, also startled and looked back, while he lay comfortably on a long couch, ignoring everything. Then he smiled, glancing at the emperor, and said, your majesty speaks so frighteningly. What must I do to dispel your suspicions? He asked gently and harmlessly. Then he continued, I have no interest in that position. Lucas clicked his tongue, dropped his hand, leaned against one armrest of the throne, and corrected him, sit properly. Cedric laughed mockingly, ha ha, as your majesty commands. He replied to Lucas. He glanced at Cedric disdainfully, feigning a smile and saying, I know you value your life, that's why you say you're not interested in this coveted position. Cedric reached out and sat up, well, that's true. He agreed. After sitting up, he brought a hand to cover his mouth, yawning as he said, but compared to interest, I truly hate annoyances. He added. Hearing these mocking words, Lucas glared and frowned at Cedric. Cedric, in turn, looked back at him in confusion. Lucas sighed, withdrawing his gaze, well, your simple nature is both your strength and your weakness. He was interrupted before he could finish his remark. The palace doors burst open. 2 guards anxiously tried to intervene. All eyes in the room turned towards the person who had just entered. That person gasped for breath, his face still contorted, calling out, Your Majesty. His name also rang out, Constantine. Lucas glared at him angrily, enunciating each word, What is the meaning of this disrespect? Is this how you congratulate me on my ascension? He mocked. Then Constantine regained his composure and breath, saying, Forgive me, but that matter is not important right now. Benjamin also listened curiously. Constantine paused, then continued, Claudia has returned. At his words, Benjamin exclaimed in surprise, Oh ho! While Lucas, still leaning on the throne, replied, Finally. As he spoke, his face became uncontrollably excited, Has she finally abandoned that Amber girl and returned to me? He speculated. Constantine quickly shattered his speculation, No, her return with Irene Amber is more important. Before he could finish, Lucas interrupted him, unable to remain calm, clutching the armrest of the throne, his heart pounding with excitement, It's fine, if Claudia agrees to return to me, raising an Amber child is acceptable. Benjamin, seeing Lucas' excitement, looked up at him with disinterest and said, Your Majesty, I think you should let Sir Constantine finish his sentence. Lucas raised a hand to hide the excited smile on his flushed face, confidently saying, I don't think there's any other reason for her appearance besides that. I will overlook your previous rudeness, so tell me where she is. Lucas commanded. Constantine sighed in frustration and helplessness before this emperor, continuing, It seems Claudia and Irene Amber used some strange merchant guild to enter the island. Benjamin also turned to listen. He continued, The problem is, she returned with a great spirit. In the town outside the castle, Irene, Claudia, and Eli were on their way back. Hearing this, Lucas asked again, A great spirit? The person they were talking about was Eli, who was observing everything around him. Constantine continued, His power can almost be considered that of a spirit king, not just on the same power level as a spirit king. Hearing this, Lucas remained silent, not responding. Around the room, only the flashing red of blood remained. He was so astonished he had no words. Benjamin spoke up, Claudia once said it was difficult for her to form a contract with a spirit. Hearing this, Lucas glanced at him. Benjamin also glanced back at Lucas, smiling casually and continuing, She must have used some trick to form the contract. He mocked, Listen to that. Then he tilted his face towards the emperor, smirking, full of interest, Quite magnificent, Irene Amber. He praised. Benjamin said casually amidst the silent and tense atmosphere, Sooner or later, Claudia will be revered by the people and recorded in history books. Lucas sat silently, not responding to their words. Then he clenched the armrest of the throne, trembling with increasing anger. His eyes were as sharp as knives, his face veined, and he grunted, softly saying, Though it's a bit unexpected, the day will come when Claudia will completely belong to me. He affirmed. He continued, I still have plenty of time, if I don't get her now, it's fine. Because on that day, I need to ascend to a higher position. The two looked at him, listening to those arrogant words. Lucas reached out his hand, softly saying, I. A pause, followed by a thorny, emphatic affirmation, like a black rose that would ignite a war of conquest. He gently sat with his legs crossed on the throne, smiling, and spoke arrogantly, extending his hand. 3.5 years had passed. The image of him walking towards the sea in the sunset, ever since Felix left. A cabinet filled with potions and books. Someone was writing something incessantly. Suddenly, that person stopped. It was Irene. She smiled brightly at the newcomer, pausing her pen to greet, Claudia, long time no see. Claudia, her hand still on the doorknob, asked worriedly, I saw the light still on through the crack in the door, are you studying late again? Then she quickly walked towards Irene, placed a hand on her shoulder, and smiled threateningly. Irene hesitantly rubbed the back of her neck, smiling evasively, and replied to her, Claudia also comes home late from work. Irene secretly thought, of course, if I keep chugging energy drinks like this, he'll probably die early. She gave a forced smile to gloss over the matter. Claudia changed the subject, placing her hand on the back of the chair, and smilingly asked, Let me see too, okay?
Irene happily agreed, sure. Then the clinking sounds of preparing equipment rang out. A glass tube end. Irene casually reiterated, and just like that, 3.5 years have passed since Felix left. Claudia, watching her work, replied, indeed.
Irene was still focused, holding 2 vials of ingredients, mixing them into an empty vial on the table. She sat on a chair while Claudia stood watching.
A lot has changed in that time, hasn't it?
Claudia gently continued. When Lucas ascended the throne, Benjamin and Constantine immediately became his trusted aides. The 3 of them, with the emperor at the head and his powerful right and left hands. They carried arrogance in their eyes. Those 3 represented 3 factions, and as Irene concluded, it seems the 3 factions of nobility, royalty, and religion have allied with each other.
Claudia looked at her and continued, not just that.
She remembered Eli, reminding her, Irene, along with Eli, has achieved a high position. She added, and Irene can now even concoct divine elixirs. The liquid flowed and blended from the solution vial. Claudia suddenly remembered, pointing upwards and remarking, outside, I also noticed you have a talent for art. Hearing her say this, Irene's hands, still holding the 2 solution vials, trembled as she stammered, that's not my strong suit.
She denied it.
Claudia leaned her hand on the back of the chair behind Irene, continuing, we've dragged this on for so long, meaning no one is willing to back down.
Someone will have to die for this war to end. She drew her conclusion while Irene sat diligently concocting.
Then Irene excitedly picked up another solution vial with the freshly mixed one on the table, saying, now just add this, and it's done.
Hearing this, Claudia also bent down with her hands clasped behind her back, observing her in surprise, oh, really?
Irene tilted the solution bottle and poured it. After a sizzling smoke, the solution transformed.
Both were curious, looking towards it as it glowed.
But unexpectedly, the solution boiled furiously, turning into a thick, dark purple, slimy substance. Irene held her breath in panic, her face darkened, her mouth agape, speechless.
Claudia was still curious, but she understood something was wrong.
Dark smoke emanated from around the solution vial. Irene then regained her composure and shouted, Claudia, quick, but... It was too late, the solution vial exploded, fragments flying wildly amidst the explosive smoke. After the explosion, thick dust obscured both of them, accompanied by a whooshing wind. After the smoke gradually cleared, both of them had blackened faces and messy hair, staring blankly, saying nothing. Claudia still spoke softly, giving a forced smile as she advised, that's enough for now, get some rest. Irene quickly exhaled smoke, agreeing, Then Irene received a letter. The messenger told her, please attend this. Which made Irene look a bit bewildered. She took the letter, opened it, and asked in confusion, what is this? Where did you suddenly come from, sir? That person replied to her question, a victory celebration. Hearing this, Irene leaned towards the person, still holding the letter, even more puzzled, why should I attend this invasion celebration? Cedric maintained his posture, one hand extended, the other on his hip, saying to her with his handsome face, don't blurt it out.
Actually, there's someone I'm interested in. She asked him curiously, who is it?
Cedric didn't hesitate to reply, after the party, he will be granted the title of Count of the Loxotan Empire and Duke of the Rixa Principality. He continued to explain, he is a war hero.
Hearing this, Irene became even more confused, tilting her head and wondering, a war hero?
Cedric still smiled, hands on his hips, leisurely explaining, he's an orphan, his background and relationships are spotless.
In every battle, he fought alone and brought back victory.
Irene put a hand to her chin, thinking, an idea flashing in her mind, but I'm not sure. She hummed, hesitating.
Irene's face showed apprehension.
In her mind was the image of Constantine looking at her coldly, remarking, speaking of heroes reminds me of his name. Cedric spoke up, dispelling her apprehension, don't be too cautious, perhaps he's the person we need.
Hearing this, Irene stopped thinking, looked up and retorted, how do you know? What if we choose the wrong person again? She worried. Cedric continued, didn't you say you felt we were missing one last piece for our plan to be realized?
The plan was like a puzzle with a missing piece.
Cedric added, I think he is that remaining piece. Irene quickly smiled and agreed, that makes sense. Before she could finish, he quickly interjected, so, you go invite him, okay?
Hearing this, Irene's worldview crumbled, and she looked at him full of questions. Irene stared in horror when she heard Cedric speak. He crossed his arms and smiled proudly, well, you have a talent for deceiving and inviting others.
Irene looked at him, stammering, is that hero a woman? Cedric again put his hand on his hip, sternly pointing and reminding her, still haven't fixed that habit? You spoke so easily to me.
Really? Irene broke out in a sweat, retorting, that's irrelevant. Cedric optimistically told her, you were the one who invited me in the first place.
The first time is hard, but it gets easy after that.
Hearing the comforting words, Irene still felt troubled and frustrated. Even so, Cedric extended his hand towards her, saying, of course, I wouldn't just pick anyone to introduce. Your judgment is quite good, so you should observe him and assess. Hearing this, Irene became even more dejected, lowered her head, and sighed. She sighed, resigned. Very well, I agree. Somewhere, someone spoke. A war hero? In Fire and Smoke, a warrior stood on a pile of corpses, 2 swords in his hands. When I saw that man with 2 swords crossing the battlefield, I thanked the heavens he wasn't my enemy. The demon's sword that kills without mercy. A sword stained with fresh blood. That person continued, it not only pierced through armor but also sliced through enemy bodies. Every place he passed, corpses piled up as if blown away by explosives. A figure holding 2 swords, eyes flashing with blue light, surrounded by fire and smoke. He was likened to, perhaps the day the god of war and victory descends to earth, that day will surely resemble him. Lucas sat at a table in his study, reading documents about the war hero, and couldn't help but ask in surprise, did someone hire a writer to write this? Benjamin, wearing a half-draped cloak beside him, said, Your Majesty will be even more surprised when you read other documents, they're all described with such beautiful words. The Emperor looked away from the paper, looking up at him and asking, Are you sure this report is trustworthy? Although it's true that if he were deployed to the battlefield, victory would be assured, but... The Emperor hesitated. Benjamin smiled, his eyes crinkling, and replied, Your Majesty only needs to look at the facts, 100 battles, 100 victories, with just 2 swords. He is special and wonderful, isn't he? Benjamin remarked. Then he opened his deep eyes, smiling slyly with interest, that gem is too beautiful to be hunted, it would be a waste. He sighed. Lucas put down the report. Helpless with Benjamin's enthusiasm but also agreeing, that's true, but you should stop showing that eerie expression of yours. He reminded him. Then he continued, however. If I were merciful to someone like him, who has nothing, perhaps Claudia would fall into my hands herself. Lucas' face became full of interest, he laughed, his cheeks flushed, his blood-red eyes flashing with excited anticipation. At some bar, someone's voice said, A glass, please. The bartender pushed a glass to his customer, then said, This one's on the house. Irene saw the drink and exclaimed, Oh. Looking at it intently, asking, The color is beautiful. What's this drink called? The bartender smiled kindly and replied, This drink is called Hair of the Dog. Hearing its name, Irene couldn't help but ask in surprise, Dog hair? In her mind, an image of a barking dog appeared. After she asked, the bartender was speechless. Then he awkwardly explained to her, This drink is named after the idiom if bitten by a dog, rub its hair on the wound and you'll feel better. He added, It means drinking alcohol is also the best way to cure a hangover. When explained, Irene finally understood, replying, Is that so? The bartender told her about the drink, as he believed, I think people can also heal wounds caused by people. A golden shimmering drink. Then he added, This drink suits you very well, young lady. This surprised Irene, and she looked at him with sparkling eyes, asking again, Me? Don't tell me you. Her hand tilted the glass. The bartender's face darkened with anger, but he forced out a strained smile, I'm just offering you a drink. Less sentimentality. But then he added, Please come often and encourage Lady Martina. Irene held the glass of wine, looking at it and rubbing her chin in thought, Full of questions. Then he wiped a glass, casually blushing as he said, Because she has been hurt by many people. I hope you will let her pet and play to her heart's content. Irene saw his expression and became more certain, grinning, her hand still holding the wineglass, She spoke, playing is for that person? Hearing this, the bartender became even more annoyed, forcing a smile, you don't need to do such unnecessary things. He emphasized. She had another chance to turn away and laugh, alright, they'll secretly support your beautiful love from behind. Being teased by her made the bartender's face flush completely, and he shouted awkwardly, It's not like that. Suddenly, the jingling of the doorbell made the bartender jump and look in that direction, blushing. Then he quickly bowed, saying, Welcome, esteemed guest. Irene also looked at the person blankly. The guest spoke, Long time no see. Irene hesitantly asked, Martina? It must have been a year and a half, right? Martina stood with her hands on her hips, wearing a magnificent outfit. A person stood behind her, taking off her cloak. Martina agreed, Yes, I've been waiting for you, I was even planning to come find you myself. She said softly to Irene. Hearing this, Irene awkwardly smoothed her hair, looking away, I'm sorry, I've actually lost all my superpowers now. In this book, she secretly thought, because everything has deviated from the original plot for so long, I don't know what will happen next now. She told herself, How could I dare meet Martina without any information? But Martina interrupted her thoughts, Do you still care about what I said? It doesn't matter, just come whenever you want.
Irene was surprised to hear her say that, and awkwardly asked, "What?" Martina smiled and waved, hands on her hips, saying brightly to her, "Irene, I'll answer anything you ask."
Irene still looked at her. Then, seeing that wave, she walked closer.
Martina stroked her head.
Irene happily said, "Yes, thank you, Martina, I'm so grateful." Irene continued to speak while Martina's hand remained on her head. It took me a while to figure out what information to give Martina.
"I'm not sure, but I think this might be valuable to you." Martina smiled at her, still stroking Irene's head. "Even if it's small information, it's fine. Thanks to you, I've made a lot of money, so I should repay you."
Walter.
War and Victory.
The mercenary of judgment and destruction. The demon who kills wherever he goes. A person stood amidst a pile of corpses, 2 swords in his hands, facing the bright sunrise.
His eyes flashed, like into a blue-eyed demon. A whole host of nicknames for this mercenary.
His body was drenched in blood.
Irene awkwardly flipped through the documents in her hand, complaining, "He's not even a priest, yet he has judgment? What exactly does he do on the battlefield?"
she asked herself. She recalled thinking, according to the description, his swordsmanship seems to be at a master level.
After the original story ended, who is this new superhuman?
Irene sighed heavily, stretching her arms and legs as she read the documents on the table.
She flipped to a page underneath, a detail catching her attention. She hummed. She remarked, "His background and personality information are too tight-lipped. An orphaned mercenary, no birth registration.
No need to relieve desires, as he was never seen visiting brothels during his months on the battlefield." Along with countless other small details about this warrior, she secretly thought, just looking at this is enough to smell danger. Irene sighed, or rather, he only eliminates enemy soldiers, but in the end, it's a massacre. She placed the documents on the table, putting her hand on them, secretly thinking, there's not much. Well, first, let's prepare for the victory celebration. She walked to the wardrobe, searching through it and thinking, I need to make a good impression, so I must dress beautifully. While searching, she paused for a moment. She saw a familiar pink dress, secretly realizing, it's spring already, isn't it? And at the Imperial Palace in the afternoon. A voice called out, Irene, sister. She heard the familiar voice and reacted. Irene, wearing a peach-pink floral dress, turned to look towards the voice. Today, she had meticulously done her makeup. She confirmed in surprise, who is it? Is that Liam? She was startled and bewildered. That person awkwardly retorted, who else calls you sister besides me? She doubtfully remarked, that's true. Irene regained her composure and wondered, why are you so tall? What happened? Liam awkwardly touched his hand, looking at her and replying, like I said, I just grew taller. This was Liam Amber, Irene's younger brother, honest and harmless. She happily waved goodbye, casually telling him, you're so tall, where's my height? If you borrowed it, give it back. Liam looked blank, Full of questions, he looked at her. At his confusion, she said, just kidding, why are your eyes like that? Hearing her question, Liam, with dark, tired eyes, scratched his face, smiling hesitantly, my eyes? I stayed up late last night. Irene looked at him apologetically, I shouldn't have called you here, I'm sorry. The two walked together. At her apologetic words, Liam looked at her gently and said, no, it's my fault for working without moderation. Liam changed the subject, but why did you ask me to escort you? Where's Lady Chamberlain? Irene looked at him, smiling lightly, and replied, Claudia is busy. She added, you seemed very tired lately, so I called you here to relax. She looked away from Liam, saying warmly, I'm also touched that you came despite being tired. Before she could finish, Liam interjected, coming to this place to relax is absolutely wonderful. I've always been curious about who the hero is. Then he became even more excited, clenching his hands and saying enthusiastically, he loves massacres, is obsessed with victory, and there are so many rumors about him, so I've always been curious. He added, I can't wait to see him in the flesh. Irene looked at him, speechless and helpless. She stammered, frozen, you're so excited that your face is covered by a speech bubble. Liam asked Irene curiously, huh? What are you saying? Irene dismissed it, nothing. Irene changed the subject, telling him, let's go in. Liam obediently replied, yes. In the dazzling and opulent palace, everyone wore splendid attire, conversing and dancing with each other. Irene and Liam also blended into the noisy and bustling crowd, but Irene felt quite tired. She looked glum, pushing through the crowd, while Liam held a glass of wine, looking at her. Suddenly, a voice called out, catching their attention, oh, Lady Amber. Irene's face gradually brightened into a smile, looking in that direction, and replying, Lady Dapple Larson. Erica touched her chest and said to her, did your ladyship come for something? I never expected to see your ladyship in a place like this. Behind her were a few other young ladies. Irene quickly walked towards her, explaining, Liam said he wanted to see the rumored hero. She used Liam as a shield, making him blush furiously.
Erica smiled and replied, is that so?
The young ladies behind her also chuckled in amusement. Used as a shield, Liam couldn't help but feel both embarrassed and angry, glaring at Irene, but she paid no attention to him.
Erica continued, actually, I also want to see him with my own eyes. While Irene was still smiling, her eyes crinkling.
Then Erica raised a hand to touch her face, tilting her head and resting it on her hand, imagining the war hero's face as she continued, I heard he possesses a beauty beyond human comprehension.
Irene saw Erica's expression and exclaimed, oh.
Erica's face was full of interest, she touched her chin, adding, hee, just a slight issue with his brutal nature. Hearing this, Irene couldn't help but scream internally, isn't that the most important problem? She snapped out of her thoughts, covering her mouth with her hand, and lowering her face, She remarked, but he's too late. Behind her was Liam, curious and standing next to her, with Erica in front. Suddenly, a young lady behind Erica peeked out, smiling gently and saying, perhaps he's behind the party, preparing for the next battle. This made all three look at her and listen.
That young lady then asked, but would a demon killer be interested in parties?
Another young lady speculated, perhaps he knows he's a commoner and doesn't dare to set foot in here. Irene gave a forced laugh, not replying to their words, secretly thinking, these young ladies always say whatever they think. Suddenly, the door to the party hall opened with a creak. The party guard shouted, Hero Walter has arrived. Immediately after, a person quickly stepped forward. The young lady's eyes converged on him, murmuring in admiration and blushing. Irene, however, froze. A man with black hair and scars all over his body and face. Irene stared at him in shock.
Around Walter emanated thick, dark purple demonic aura. He walked in steadily. His eyes and face showed no emotion whatsoever.
Irene was stunned, looking at him, sinking into silence, not knowing what to say. Suddenly, she awoke with a start, filled with hope. She called out, Felix. This call made Walter pause for a moment.
Glanced his cold, emotionless blue eyes towards her, saying nothing.
The scene around the two seemed to become unusually quiet, only the two of them stood there, staring at each other. After leaving the party, Irene flopped onto the bed. Beside her, Liam also sat on the adjacent bed. He looked at her blankly, calling, Sister. Irene was still lying face down on the bed. Her face pressed against the mattress, her eyes rolled back, saying nothing. Liam, seeing her unresponsive, shouted, Sister. This startled Irene awake. She sat up, propping herself with both hands, looking at him blankly, stammering, what? He remembered Walter's back, innocently asking her, do you know that hero? Then he added, since I didn't see you two talk, I thought you weren't acquainted. But after seeing him, you've been acting strange. Liam keenly noticed her change. Irene flopped back onto the bed, denying, I don't know that person.
He asked her again, then what is it?
Irene didn't hear him, still motionless and blank on the bed. Liam sighed and remarked, you're completely out of it. Seeing he couldn't get any answers, Liam got up from the bed and said, since you're so exhausted, we'll go back to my room.
Irene remained motionless, lying face down on the bed, not responding.
He walked towards the door, opened it, and didn't forget to turn back and instruct, call me if anything happens.
He hesitated, am really leaving? But still receiving no reply, Liam assessed the situation, she's completely unresponsive. Then he left and closed the door.
The clock ticked, while Irene remained motionless, lying face down on the bed, not moving. Then she turned over, frowning thoughtfully, I really don't understand. Her hand rested on her stomach. Irene recalled Felix's recent cold glance at her, thinking, how can a person change so much in just 3.5 years?
Did he use magic, or what?
She asked herself.
Then Irene remembered the demon residing within him, wondering, did he use magic, or did he use the demon's power?
Irene reminisced about Felix's figure in the garden, wondering if someone who cherished life like him could be a ruthless killer. But then she dismissed the thought as too illogical. Remembering Felix's pure white hair and smile, she was certain that the one who had fought and killed countless people could not be him. She also remembered his current appearance with black hair and sharp, blood-stained eyes, like two opposing roses, one pure white, the other fiery red and thorny. Irene thought about the moment they first met, then suddenly paused in her train of thought. Then, she noticed the blue eyes looking at her and affirmed that it must be Felix. Back in reality, Irene placed her hand on her stomach, lying on the bed, and silently called Felix's name. The memory of the sunset on the beach returned. When he walked towards the sunlight, she realized he left to protect everyone. Irene remained lost in thought, understanding that his return was also to protect her. Images of Felix and Walter intertwined in her mind, one side pure light, the other deep dark power. Before that night at the magnificent palace under the starry sky, rumors circulated that a victory celebration would be held in 3 days. Inside the palace, Walter knelt respectfully. After the party, he would be granted a title, estate, and territory by the emperor.
Then he would continue his conquest, carrying the imperial flag onto the bloody battlefield.
This battle would be the last, when the flag in his hand was drenched in fresh blood.
Walter was currently working under Lucas.
In the imperial palace, he bowed before the emperor, who sat leisurely on the throne, extending a hand towards him.
On the second night of the party, Irene again took a glass of wine from a tray.
She smiled at the wineglass, thinking that even without concrete evidence, with his aura and this return, she was certain Walter was Felix. While thinking, she continuously chugged wine, making the servants worried, and Liam frantically tried to stop her, telling her not to drink anymore. Liam came to support Irene. She draped her arm around his neck, giggling foolishly and swaying, making him worriedly ask how many glasses she had drunk. Hearing this, Irene turned back, giggling, holding up 2 fingers but saying 3 glasses. Liam grimaced, exposing his sister's blatant lie, while Irene just giggled foolishly. He sighed, supporting her and grumbling about why she drank so much if she couldn't handle it, completely helpless before this drunkard. Suddenly, Irene blared at Liam with determination, shouting that she had grown up and was no longer like before. He pouted angrily at her, while Irene continued to giggle casually. Liam lifted her up and told her to go to sleep, but Irene struggled and resisted, demanding to drink more, forcing him to gently coax her. In the room from last night, Liam threw Irene face down onto the bed. She blushed, giggling foolishly and praising the mattress as soft as heaven. Liam broke out in a sweat, not bothering to reply to her. He angrily shouted that this was hell, not heaven, then doubtfully asked if she had called him to clean up this mess. He wondered why his sister had become like this since yesterday, but Irene was already snoring, leaving Liam to only sigh. He stared at her, frowning with irritation. Then he calmed down, telling himself that his sister must have her own troubles, then said goodbye and closed the door. Irene only vaguely mumbled an mm. In the room, only Irene remained, lying face down on the bed. She let out a soft groan. Then she frowned uncomfortably again, making an mm sound in her throat. Unable to bear it any longer, Irene sat up with a shout of pain and yanked the necklace from her neck with a snap. She gasped for breath, feeling as if someone was cutting her heart, then looked at the stone on the necklace that had tightened and scratched her chest. Irene looked at it dejectedly, saying nothing. She remembered Felix once saying that if she broke it, he would know where she was. He placed the stone in her hand and told her to use it when in danger, because if anything happened to her, he would never forgive himself. Returning to the present, Irene held the stone up to the light, watching it sparkle. A spark of hope ignited. She wondered if this stone was still effective now. To test it, Irene clenched the stone in her hand. Let it fall freely to the ground. The stone shattered into pieces. Irene sat on the edge of the bed, silently looking at the fragments on the floor. She waited, then became dejected. Then she leaned back, laughing, letting go, secretly thinking, as expected, nothing happened. Suddenly, the curtains fluttered, and a foot was placed on the windowsill. Irene stared in astonishment in that direction. It was Felix, leaning against the window, his hand on the frame, gradually stepping in. Irene sat motionless on the edge of the bed, watching him. Felix was drenched in sweat, looking at her intently with urgency. He appeared at the window with a worried, sweaty face, looking bewildered. Seeing him, Irene quickly got off the bed and walked towards him. Felix, half standing, half kneeling at the wide-open window, with the wind blowing the curtains into the room, fluttered. The two silently looked at each other, neither speaking. Then Irene, bewildered, surprised, and wide-eyed, reached out her hand towards him as if to confirm this was real. Felix watched her hand almost touch him, startled slightly, staring at it. Then, before he could react, he stood up straight. Irene immediately rushed to embrace him, which surprised him. The wide-open window caused both of them to fall outwards. Irene then happily looked up at him, saying, "I've caught you." Felix also looked down at her, and both of them blushed. He also wrapped his arms around her, returning her embrace. Due to the impact and momentum as she rushed towards him, the two of them fell out the window. They landed with a thud, sending leaves scattering across the ground. Outside, the sky was late evening. Bright stars had appeared at some point, illuminating them. In the distance, there was a calm lake. Irene, in Felix's arms, said triumphantly, "After you left, I tried so hard to chase after you, and now I've finally caught up." Felix had one knee on the ground, the other bent, supporting her body in his arms. One hand went up to cup the back of Irene's head, the other held her arm, as he looked down at Irene in astonishment. He was stunned, his lips pressed together in silence, only gazing at her. She chattered on, "When I was too tired, I had to stop and rest, and sometimes I even lost my way." She sighed. Felix released the back of her head. Irene was so happy she was about to cry, closing her eyes and sobbing as she told him, "If we can't be together, then I will come to you," she declared. At her words, Felix remained utterly cold and grim, offering no reply. Emboldened, Irene continued, Angel, you've gone to such lengths to come here, so please don't leave. She expressed her wish to him. Despite her fervent plea, Felix coldly turned his head away, averting his gaze from her, and said, Go back to your room. Irene unexpectedly touched his face, which made Felix turn back to look at her in surprise. He recoiled in shock. Irene remarked, I thought only your eyes were the same, but your voices too. He leaned in, pressing both hands against his face, and said excitedly, Your voice is still the same as before. Felix, meanwhile, looked at her in astonishment. Her tears streamed down relentlessly as she pressed her face close to his, intending to kiss him. But immediately after, Felix shoved her hand away, closed his eyes, avoiding her, and said, Don't call me that. Which startled Irene, making her recoil. Hearing him speak to her so coldly, Irene frantically let go of his face, tears streaming down, sobbing, Why? Do you hate me now? She asked him. Felix remained silent, then replied coldly, Yes. Irene's tears continued to fall, she couldn't reply to his words, only remained silent. She then grabbed his collar with both hands, catching him off guard, making him flinch. She couldn't believe her ears, smiled, pulling his face close to hers, and shouted, You're lying. I won't let you go until the day I fall. Which surprised him even more. The two of them knelt together on the grass. Irene continued, Don't be like this. It breaks my heart when you act like this. Are you planning to keep hurting me? She asked him with a smile, while Felix remained still, listening. Seeing her like that, he gritted his teeth and said nothing more. He then pushed her out of his arms, causing Irene to fall onto the grass, crying out, Ah! She put her hands behind her to brace herself. He then stood up against the night sky, looking down at her, and asserted, I'm not lying. Irene suddenly spoke up, But you like me. Felix, however, turned and walked away, denying, Not at all. Irene stumbled to her feet, clenched her fists, looking towards him, and said, It's clear you love me. She affirmed. Felix stopped, not taking another step, lowered his face and said softly, I have forgotten that feeling. She then reached out towards him, She then ran and hugged him tightly. She rested the tip of her nose against Felix's back, blushing as she spoke, So, you did love me before? She confirmed it to herself once more. Felix reached out, intending to touch her hand. As if understanding his intention, Irene spoke up, If you push me away again, I'll kiss you. Her words made his hand freeze. He let her hug him but denied, Enough. I don't love you anymore, so please go back. But contrary to him, Irene casually tilted her head back, closed her eyes, and said, Saying you don't love me anymore means you want Walter to love me now, right? Felix tilted his head towards her. Irene continued, Only love me. Her eyes welled up with tears again as she leaned against his back, whispering, I'll do even better. I'll give my very soul to you, so please stay by my side. Suddenly, a pft, ha of someone laughing rang out, making the two of them look towards the sound. Irene exclaimed in surprise, Ah, wait. Someone is watching us. Her eyes didn't leave the spot. Suddenly, Felix rushed towards her. They then fell with a thud onto the grass. Two people were walking and chatting, laughing with each other, they seemed to be nobles. The man in white held up an open palm, asking the other man in brown, There's nothing to be afraid of, right? The other man just laughed with him, then the man in white continued, Something so inhuman surely isn't human. They judged. Only now did the man in brown stop laughing, saying, Indeed, it's hard to approach him. In the bushes near them, there was a rustling sound of leaves rubbing against each other. Felix covered Irene's mouth with his hand, obscuring half her face, which made Irene look at him in bewildered surprise. They continued, I don't know if we can keep a murderer like that in the palace. Felix silently looked at her, listening as they continued, who knows if he might lose his temper and go berserk. The man in white still laughed and added, and since he kills people like that, he probably doesn't value human lives. The two sat in the bushes. Felix held Irene's body in his arms, listening to them talk about him, his hand still covering her mouth. One of them spoke again, I don't understand what His Majesty is thinking, letting him into the palace. Hearing this, Felix fell silent, while Irene, despite having her mouth covered, glanced towards the two men. They walked away, scoffing, he even granted him a title, as if our country has no talented people. Felix glared at them. He loosened the hand covering her mouth. Seeing this, Irene opened her mouth and lightly licked his hand, making Felix freeze. He pulled his hand back, grimacing at it, feeling a strange pang. Images of stars and small, tongue-flicking snakes appeared in his mind. Irene, meanwhile, chuckled innocently. While he was still stunned, she reached out and placed both hands on his cheeks, comforting him, I'm here, Felix. He looked at her with wide eyes. Irene then leaned her forehead against his, closed her eyes, and softly said, People usually only care about the results. Felix listened to her quietly. He then grabbed her wrist. Irene continued, but no matter what Felix does, he is still a wonderful and lovable person, always silently protecting everyone.
She added, I want to whisper to you every day how lovable you are.
Irene opened her eyes and looked directly at him. Felix also looked back at her, her hands still on his cheeks, their foreheads still touching, and said, so tell me you won't leave anymore from now on.
Felix remained silent.
Seeing his action of only looking at her, she sighed, I think Felix is so quiet now that I'll probably have to use drastic measures to make him speak. She then smiled, her eyes sparkling, and set a condition, I'll give you 10 seconds, if you don't answer, he'll kiss you. Her hands still held his face firmly. Irene then began to count down, to Felix's astonishment, 10, 9, 8. Just as he was about to open his mouth, Irene pressed closer, continuing to count, 7, 6, 5, 4. Before she could finish counting, Felix unexpectedly closed his eyes and kissed her, catching Irene by surprise, leaving her astonished as she looked at him. He wrapped his arms around her waist, and she released her hands from his face. The two then kissed passionately before parting their lips.
Irene sat on Felix.
He pushed her away from his body, gripping her shoulders with both hands, widening the distance between them.
Felix lowered his head, asking her, why, exactly? He asked her, why are you doing this?
Irene frowned and softly called him, Felix.
He grimaced, asking her with difficulty, how did you recognize me?
Irene heard his question and remained silent, not answering. She then casually teased him, if I hadn't met you, I might not have known, but if you just pass by.
She paused.
Then, smiling, she reached out to him and said happily, how could I not recognize you?
Felix swallowed, looking at her with irritation.
He also reached out to her. He pulled her into his embrace, burying his head in the hollow of her shoulder.
Whispered, how could I forget then?
His arms tightened around her. Irene closed her eyes and hugged him back, comforting him, you don't need to forget anymore. His gaze blurred as it fell upon her, then he spoke, it's late. Felix then closed his eyes, leaning his head on her shoulder.
The wake-up bell rang ding-dong.
The two embraced quietly in the garden.
Felix lay motionless in Irene's arms.
His entire body slumped towards her, making Irene hold him, filled with confused questions. Then she softly called, Felix. Receiving no reply, he had fallen asleep. Then he opened his eyes again, letting out a sound, He then lifted his head from her shoulder, looking at Irene and asking, what's going on? In her surprise, Irene called Larry, which made
him also look at her blankly.
Quickly backed away, bewildered by Irene, why are you here?
Irene asked him blankly, this.
She paused for a moment. Then, flustered and confused, she spoke, I'm the one who should be asking that. Where's Felix?
Why did you suddenly appear? Larry awkwardly changed the subject, asking her, are you crying?
When asked, Irene wiped her face, sniffled, and denied, who's crying?
Just answer me.
Larry, looking awkward and shy, reached out to her and replied, well, it's time for him to switch consciousness with me, that's why. He pointed to a small diagram and said, we've assimilated quite a bit, so we have to switch every 12 hours.
That means it's Larry at night, and Felix during the day. Irene compared blankly, like Cinderella? She imagined Walter in a Cinderella dress, running down the stairs and dropping a shoe.
She then had another question, but... Suddenly, her expression changed, radiating killing intent, as she angrily crossed her arms and stood up to question, that's not the only thing you need to explain to me, is it? Irene's anger made Larry freeze in fear, stammering, he'll tell you, just calm down.
Under the trees, in the night sky. After a while of explanation, Irene finally spoke, so... She paused.
She then confirmed, Felix has lost his emotions.
His current appearance is similar to that of the demon Larry.
She thought about the connection between Walter's appearance and Larry's appearance. She then continued, his current purpose in life is only his feelings for me.
And hatred for those three bastards, right?
She imagined the triangular circle between the three other male leads. After her deductions, Larry gave a thumbs up in agreement, exactly.
Irene angrily shouted, grabbing Larry's collar, isn't that still a bit much, you pig?
He closed his eyes in fear, instinctively leaning back, and yelled, he wanted it that way.
I'm telling the truth.
She let go of Larry, then held her forehead inside, oh my god, my head. Witnessing this scene made his sweat pour down.
Irene ignored it and asked, alright, is there no way for Felix to return to how he was before? Larry pointed to his mouth, asking her with doubt, you want me to say that with my mouth?
Irene didn't let him waste words, speaking in a sharp, serious tone.
Larry paused and said, I told you I can't lie to you, honestly. He said, stammering deceitfully. He then reluctantly compromised, sighing. He softly stammered, if I die, if I disappear without a trace, he will return to his angelic self as before. Irene pressed further, that's all? Larry honestly replied, yes, that's all.
Hearing this, she seriously called, then, Larry. He looked up at her, listening.
She was serious, the night wind blowing through her hair, saying, "If I want you to die, can you die?" Irene suddenly looked bewildered. "What is this?" She asked Larry, "Why are you crying with Felix's body?" Hearing her question, he also looked bewildered, tears streaming down, letting out a confused "huh?" He then raised his hands to cover his face, stammering, "I don't know why I'm like this." He rubbed his eyes. "This is an emotion I've never felt before." Irene also looked at Larry with curiosity. Irene then vaguely realized, asking him, "Do you remember when you once looked at me and told me not to smile?" Larry looked up at her, "Huh?" Tears still streamed down. She tilted her head, smiling as she continued to ask, "And said you were quite satisfied with the name Larry I gave you?" He listened to her in silence. Larry obediently nodded, not understanding, still wiping his tears. She suddenly spoke again. "I almost regretted it, but thinking back, names help people leave a trace of their existence in the world." Larry froze, his eyes wide in shock, tears still welling up. She continued, "What's scary is that people can't kill something that doesn't exist." Larry's tears flowed ceaselessly. He panicked, losing his composure, and snapped, "Hey, that's enough." She said, "We'll have to kill you soon, so just try to live, Larry." Hearing her say that, he mumbled his wish, "I want to live too." Irene agreed, "Yes, live." Then he interrupted her again, "Enough. Please stop." Larry had now lost his composure to the point of begging her. But Irene still smiled brightly and said, "A star, before it disappears, will be the brightest star, so I hope you will shine brighter than anyone." She continued to chatter on, "Then after you die, you will leave behind value." Before she could finish speaking, Larry interrupted her. He yelled, "I told you to stop." He lunged forward. Then he pounced, pinning Irene's body to the grass. His hands trembled uncontrollably, gripping both her hair and the grass. Irene glanced at his hands. She reached up and touched Larry's shoulder. He was crying uncontrollably. She called out his name, Felix. She then touched his face, smiling and saying, "I will definitely save you." Then she told him, "So prepare to die, Larry." He lay on top of her, tears and despair continuously falling. Irene and Larry, wearing cloaks, cautiously looked around. She secretly planned, "First, I have to get Larry out of the palace." Her hand still touched him, while Larry rubbed his eyes. Suddenly, Irene remembered something. She looked blank, her mouth forming a triangle, recalling the scene of her hugging Felix and tumbling out the window. "Oh, come to think of it, I forgot to tell Liam because I was busy with Felix." Then she clicked her tongue and dismissed it. "Well, sorry." "What's wrong?" The sunlight brightly illuminated the imperial castle. Cute bears were piled up, and Larry was buried among them, pouting as he hugged them. Irene looked at him, smiling, "If you stay buried in these stuffed animals, no one will find you." Larry glared at her resentfully but obediently remained among the stuffed bears, asking her, "Do you think demons have no dignity?" Irene looked at him. Then a scent from the stuffed bears wafted into his nose, making Larry blush and mumble, "I smell you." She leaned against the pile of bears and explained, "Of course, they sleep with me." This made Larry blush, but he still asked doubtfully, "All of them?" Suddenly, Irene's expression changed. Still leaning against the bears, she seriously reminded him, "No more talking. If you get discovered, you'll pay with your life." Larry looked at her, listening. Hearing her warning, Larry couldn't help but glance around anxiously, exclaiming, "That's a steep price." He obediently sat among the bears. Irene added, "Breathe softly too." Irene then rolled over to lie on her stomach on the bed, propping her chin on her hands, facing Larry, and asked, "Hey, emotion thief, how can I kill you without harming Felix?" Larry, sitting among the bears, casually replied, "No matter how much you try to pry it out of me, I won't tell you." Irene sighed, "Oh, what a pity. Then at least can you give him back his emotions?" Her hand was still propping her chin, her eyes closed in frustration. Larry grumbled, "Both have already merged, there's nothing more to do, and besides, this is my first time residing in a human body for so long." Hearing this, Irene lowered her hand from her chin, raised her head higher, and asked, "Haven't you possessed many human bodies before?" Larry, buried in the pile of bears, honestly replied to her, "But this is the first time I've clung on so deeply and for so long. I didn't expect to assimilate emotions too." Larry then continuously explained, using an analogy that souls are like water. Pure water must be contaminated to become dirty. He imagined Felix's pure white stream of water. And the part he had defiled, he continued, "But Felix's water is too abundant and clear. I poured so much of my water into it. But I still haven't managed to completely dirty it." Finally, he concluded, "The result is as it is now." In the chaotic space of black and white, Irene asked him, "Do you feel things like human morality or beliefs, or think about the emotions you once trampled upon?" Larry gently replied, "Assimilation doesn't mean a demon's nature will change, that also." The same applied to Felix. The image of Larry's former demonic form appeared in both their minds.
Irene suddenly spoke, because you are the demon of love and lust, that's why you reacted so strongly only to the emotion of love, right? This left Larry stunned, unable to retort. He abandoned his thoughts, looked up from where he was buried in her pile of bears, and asked, "You knew?" Irene propped her chin again, sadly lowered her face, and replied, "I didn't know." She then became angry, looking up and accusing, "Because of you, my pure Felix is polluted. Don't dirty him so much." Larry tried to argue, "Do you think I can do that?" Irene stubbornly accused, "Well, you couldn't eat it all, so try harder if you can." Larry blushed, tilting his head childishly, "Humph, I don't work for free." He closed his eyes, his cheeks slightly flushed. Irene released her hand from her chin, staring at him without a word. She then pointed to her lips, smiling alluringly, "Then I'll give you a light kiss." Larry's face turned beet red, trembling among the bears. "What?" he asked her. Irene ended the joke, saying, "Never would I do that." She then hugged the stuffed bear in her hands, closed her eyes, and sighed, "Ultimately, I don't understand what you're thinking to be like this." Irene's face darkened as she seriously accused, "Even to live, one can still live without touching the soul." She continued to mumble, "I thought I could endure it, even though I hate having to kill you." Hearing this, Larry, among the bears, blushed and avoided her gaze. Dawn at the Chamberlain mansion. Eli was standing by the large window, watching the sunrise. He looked down at the mansion's front yard, where pigeons were gathered. Suddenly, the room door opened, and Irene peeked in. He spoke, glancing at her, "Why so gloomy? It's only early morning." This made Irene exclaim, "Ah." She awkwardly scratched her head, pleading, "Lend me your power for a bit." Eli curtly replied, "No." She was angry, her hands clenched into trembling fists, saying, "You don't even think for a second?" He glanced away again, grimly replying, I don't want to." Irene then pulled out a knife from somewhere, held it up, and said, "I don't want to go this far, but..." She smiled slyly like a lightning strike, pointing the knife at the piano on him, and continued, "Even when I ask so earnestly like this." He glanced at her, puzzled, "How did you get that again?" Irene quickly replied, "Claudia gave it to me to help you become less." Eli turned away and softly replied, "Ah, I see." He then casually said, "I'm sorry, but threats like that no longer work." Hearing this, Irene felt like she was struck by lightning, stunned, her hand slowly lowering the sword. She asked blankly, "Why can't you say that?" He continued, "I'm sick of being threatened with that thing." She saw that he was right and couldn't retort, only remaining silent. Irene then had an idea, calling him Eli. Before she could finish, he spoke up in reply, "I don't want to." His eyes still didn't leave the window. Irene continued, "It's not about that, just look at me once." Annoyed, Eli frowned, turned to glance at her, and growled, "Don't bother me anymore, quickly." Before he could finish his sentence, he froze. He saw Irene's sly eyes, holding the piano, smiling as she offered it to him. Eli looked at the piano, puzzled, and asked, "What do you mean?" Irene guaranteed success with 108 ways to win Claudia's heart. She looked at her, winked, and pointed, you can do this." Irene transformed into a teacher, pointing a ruler at Claudia in the picture, holding a book as she spoke. Eli was silent, then agreed, "What do I need to help you with?" Eli buried his head in the pile of stuffed bears, a human face appeared among the bears, startling him. Larry calmly looked at him. Eli was also covered in bears, sweating in confusion. Inside, a man was staring back at him. He then jolted away from the pile of bears, holding his head and sighing, "Oh, my eyes. What did I just see?" Irene stood beside him, chiding, "Isn't that reaction a bit much? You should respect everyone's preferences." Eli glanced at her, swallowed hard, and grimly said, You pushed people into that, and now you say that?" Irene compromised, stepped forward, moved the pile of bears away, and admitted, "All right, I'm sorry." He, meanwhile, still stared blankly at the pile of bears. Irene asked, "Anyway, can you make a doll that looks like this man?" He, having just emerged from the pile of bears, waved his hand. Irene added, "Make it look very natural so that when he receives his title and goes to war, no one will notice." When Eli clearly saw Larry, he grimaced and asked, "It's not very related, but is this thing 100% human?" She reached out to him, smiling as she introduced, "Half-demon." Larry grabbed the stuffed bear in his hand and crawled out. Looking at him sitting on the bed, Eli remarked, "It's a bit difficult to create an exact replica of a demon. But I can roughly imitate it, though people around might subtly notice, so I can't guarantee it." Irene stood beside him and replied, "There's no one around, so no need to worry." "Aren't you angry?" she asked back, while Larry obediently sat on the bed with the bears. Eli glanced away, sighing, "Those 2 eras are over." Larry then stood up, with one bear still on his head. Irene pointed at him, making a gesture of invitation, and said, "Our Eli has grown up a lot, so we'll rely on you." You don't need to focus too much on the personality, just do your best within your abilities. He continued, if it's beyond my scope, it will take a month. Irene looked up and said, since this is a murderer who has traversed countless realms, a month should be enough. Both looked towards Eli. He held out his hand to negotiate, only half a month. Eli agreed, that's right. Then he asked the two, are there any requirements I need to remember? She replied, win the battle and return safely. She held up 2 fingers, indicating 2 conditions. Eli then reached out and replied, all right, I understand. He took the bear from Larry's head, startling him, then turned to ask Irene, now is a good time to introduce him. Who is this? She quickly replied, Claudia's brother. Ella's hand froze in midair, still holding the bear. Larry looked at the bear in his hand. After hearing her introduction, Eli turned in surprise and asked her, what? Then he'll have to do it secretly. He lowered his hand, holding the bear. Ella's words made Irene fall into thought, there's no need for secrecy, you just need to keep quiet for a while. This isn't something I can decide on my own, I need to ask Felix's opinion. She raised her hand to stroke her chin. Eli then cast a spell, a vine appeared in his hand, and he looked at her, confirming, I understand, I will only ignore it until Claudia returns. He held a bunch of rustling roots, and light flashed from them. Eli then said, after that, you'll have to deal with it yourself. He spoke, because you are the one who can help Claudia suffer the least. From the tangled vines, a body closely resembling Walter was formed. If I were you, I'd tell Claudia soon so she doesn't get too heartbroken. Eli placed his hand on the head of the forming doll as he spoke, while Larry beside him stared at the doll. The vines gradually wrapped around, forming flesh for the Walter doll. He then quickly held up his pinky finger to Irene as a sign, remember your promise. About the book of 100 ways. His hand didn't let go of the doll's head. Irene, feeling helpless, replied, I promise. Eli then spoke, the doppelganger is created. The rest of the details I can do myself. Irene and Larry listened to him. It will take a maximum of 1 day. Eli assured. In the hallway, Larry walked behind Irene. He held a box of something in his hand, asking her as he followed, where are we going? Irene walked along, explaining, I want to talk to Felix. He looked at her, puzzled, what do you need so many things for to talk? She walked excitedly, smiling as she told him, you don't need to know. As long as that guy is asleep, I can talk freely. She smiled, her eyes crinkling, in her thoughts. Larry looked at her blankly ahead. Irene even hummed a tune. A thought arose in his mind, this doesn't feel right. Larry then grimaced, lying on the rose petal bed, hey, do you want to sleep with him? He sat up in a panic, looking at her. Seeing that she was caught, Irene awkwardly defended herself, no, I'm just creating a good atmosphere for a conversation. Larry yelled, what idiot would think of just having a conversation like this? Anyone would know this is for talking with bodies. He sat propped on his hands on the bed covered with romantic rose petals. Irene, holding a candle, stood beside the bed and firmly said, if Felix agrees, then let's do it. He looked at her, worried and awkward, saying, you're still a virgin, how do you plan to deal with a demon's lust? She replied to him, hey demon, do you have amnesia? In the candlelight in her hand, her face became even more serious and beautiful, saying, you are the one who awakened Felix's hidden lust to the point where he was forced to leave. You have no right to say such things. She then placed the candle on the table and told him, aren't you pleased that Felix is consumed by lust? Larry, watching her actions, placed his hands in an X over his chest, shielding his body, stammering, that's not important anymore, I've already consumed half of his soul anyway. She then turned around, closed her eyes, and reached out, saying, is that so? Then that's good for me. She grabbed his shoulder in his astonishment, advising, now, just shut up and lie down obediently. Irene leaned close, pushing Larry down, and whispered, besides that issue, we still have many other things to talk about. I need to ask Felix's plan and then discuss our own. He, meanwhile, pouted blankly at her. And we still need to discuss what to tell the family? She was speaking when his hand gesture interrupted her. Irene recoiled her hand, rubbing her wrist in pain, looking at him as he lowered his face and asked, what is it? Larry opened his mouth, hesitating to say something. Then his face filled with panic as he spoke, it's very dangerous. Irene stood beside him, listening. He remembered Felix's lust, deep within the body, looking at him. Larry then frantically raised his hands, looking up at her, it's really very dangerous. Irene, meanwhile, silently looked at him. Irene put her hands on her hips, criticizing him, don't you look at yourself. Seeing this, he lowered his head. Larry looked up at her, sweat pouring down, emphasizing, I'm not kidding. She glared at him and asked, is there any danger that's fake? I've already said I'm willing. She said seriously. Larry yelled at Irene, you really won't be able to handle it. With worry, while Irene angrily yelled back, "At least it's better than being burned in hellfire. Why do you care?" She then grabbed his arm, to Larry's astonishment, and said, "You should also know one thing, you have no right to speak." She pushed his hand onto his own chest. Larry yelled to stop her, "Don't touch me." But Irene interrupted him, "You should speak when you place your hand over your heart." She smiled, making him stunned. "What did your conscience think?" She gently advised, her hand pushing his hand to press against her own chest. Frantically questioned him, "Who is the one who made Felix's lust so dangerous?" "I understand, take your hand off me." He looked at her, maintaining his posture. Irene slowly loosened her hand. She urged him, "Answer me, whose fault is it?" At her question, Larry lowered his head, his hand still on his chest, saying nothing. He then gradually admitted in despair, "Me." Irene asked again, "And you?" "It's my fault." He said it in pain, as if struck by lightning, clutching the front of his shirt tightly, his body sweating in shock. Larry curled up, trembling, mumbling, "Why am I?" Irene, beside him, propped her hands on her knees, looking at him. She fell into thought, assimilation doesn't change a demon's nature, yet I thought he didn't know how to regret. Then she stood up straight, closed her eyes, and dismissed it, since it's related to love, why should I care? Larry then stammered, calling her, "Irene." She slowly opened her eyes, glancing at him and asking, "What?" "My heart hurts so much, like it's about to break. I feel like I'm being burned in hellfire." He expressed his feelings. Larry then asked her in a panic, "What is this emotion?" His hand clutched his chest. Irene looked at him from the side, he also looked at her urgently. Irene then softly replied, "People usually call that jealousy." Larry was stunned, asking blankly, "Jealousy?" Laughed maniacally, losing his composure, this disgusting feeling where I want to steal you and run away, even devour the other half of his soul, is jealousy?" His hand left his chest. Irene still looked at him seriously and said, "If you do that, I will make you experience pain worse than death." She threatened. "Larry, it's time for you to take responsibility for your choices," she told him. Larry fell into thought, her expression changes so quickly. He remarked about her. Irene clasped her hands behind her back and continued, "When Felix left, I couldn't catch up to him, and he ended up broken. So, even if Felix hurts me, I will accept and endure it." He leaned back, looking at her with confusion, "Why do you?" Before he could finish his question, Irene replied, "Because I love him." Then, she glared at him, questioning, "And you have taken over all of Felix, the one I love. So, you endure it too, whether it's pain or pleasure." Larry looked at her with difficulty, stammering, "Why do I have to?" He froze when he saw Irene smile. She moved closer, leaned down, one hand behind her back, the other raising to cup his chin, and explained, "Because you love me." This stunned him. She then released her hand from his face. She withdrew, leaving Larry feeling awkward and confused. Then, her eyes sparkling, she moved to the pillow nearby, stepped on it, and looked towards him. Larry also followed her actions and looked over. Irene smiled, "Are you ready to take responsibility?" Seeing her, Larry was speechless, he froze. He then pulled the blanket over himself and turned his face away. Irene still stood beside him, her arms behind her back, looking at him. Larry lay down, pulling the blanket up to his neck. Irene glanced at him and asked, "How are you feeling?" Larry softly replied, "Like him in hell." He didn't turn to look at her. He then buried himself in the blanket, curling up, trembling, and concluded, utterly miserable. On the bed, Walter's body was sound asleep. Irene stood beside him, taking off her nightgown, holding it in her hands, gazing at him lying on the bed. She looked at him shyly, lost in thought, "I'm so anxious for Felix to wake up." She secretly imagined herself sobbing when he woke up, "Felix, I miss you so much." She thought to herself, "Should I do that?" She vowed, "Wake up, my hero." In her imagination, thinking of Felix waking up and looking at her blankly, she told herself, "Should I try to warm up the atmosphere?" Irene then helplessly grabbed her hair, like a lightning bolt across the sky, she yelled, "I really want to burn." He, meanwhile, was still sleeping with his eyes closed. Suddenly, she glanced at something, an idea flashed in her mind, and she secretly resolved, "There's no other way, they'll just have to use this." She held a bottle of red liquid. She then chugged it, as she grimaced, pouring the bottle of wine into her mouth, she secretly yelled in her heart, "Time to drink." She then left the wine bottle on the shelf, grimacing, drank it. Behind her, Felix had woken up and was sitting up, looking towards her. Irene calmed down, she felt someone looking at her. "Ha!" She froze. She then silently, slowly turned her head. Felix stared at her, saying nothing. She also looked back at him, remaining silent. She blushed shyly, "You saw everything, didn't you?" She stammered first, "Do you want to continue?" She secretly cursed herself, "What did I just say?" Irene picked up the cloak and held it in front of his chest, saying, "You must have thought it was a dream." This startled her. He frowned, self-deprecatingly, "I didn't expect to still be here." Suddenly, he closed his eyes as a sharp pain struck him. Ouch. Felix raised his hand to touch his eyes, wondering, "My eyes are throbbing. Did the demon cry?" Irene stammered, I made him cry." Then, she forced a laugh to dismiss it. He asked her, "Why?" Irene gently sat down beside him and explained, "The demon assimilated Felix's emotions, so he fell in love with me. But I accidentally rejected him." Felix put his hand on his forehead, frustrated, "Love?" He chuckled, while Irene, still not understanding, sat beside him, covering him with the cloak. Felix continued to chuckle, mumbling, "He took all emotions except love." Then, he laughed, continuing to mumble, "And now he feels love, apparently." Irene looked at him with increasing confusion. He then asked her, "Why did you reject him?" Irene frowned, looking at him with sympathy. Felix continued, "He took my emotions, so he's almost more like the old me." He continued to ramble, "That way, it would be less dangerous." She couldn't listen anymore, placed the cloak on the bed, and asked him, "Are you serious?" She then jumped onto the bed, grabbed his hand, then his shoulder, and asked, "What makes you think that?" Felix watched her actions. Irene held the back of his hand, expressing her feelings, although there's some similarity because of the emotions he took from Felix. She paused for a moment, then continued, "But that's a demon, not Felix," Irene asserted. Her words made tears well up in him. Irene reached out and touched his cheek, wiping away his tears, and asked him, "Are you sad?" He glanced at her hand, then replied, "I've forgotten what sadness feels like." He explained, "It's just that I feel extremely uncomfortable when something inside me overflows." She wondered, and also asked him, "So it's pain?" Felix denied, "No, I'm scared." Tears still streamed from his eyes. He said anxiously, "It seems my existence is fading, and eventually I will only be an empty shell." His body darkened as if it didn't exist. Irene leaned her head against his forehead, closed her eyes, and said, "Felix, thank you for being honest with me." Her hands cupped his cheeks. Felix also looked up, tears still streaming, returning her forehead touch. Her other hand rested on his chest. After he stopped crying, she spoke, "I've prepared something for you, Felix." She then smiled, took out a bottle of clear liquid, and tilted her head, saying, "Tada." She offered it, and he reached out to take it. She said, "Please accept it." He asked her curiously, "What is it?" He held the potion up to his face, it emitted a light, making him exclaim, "This is the first time I've seen this kind of potion, but its refinement is high." He then put the potion down, looked at her, and asked, "Have you been studying potion making all this time?" Irene happily smiled and replied, "Yes." He looked at her, conveying, "I understand." "Is that so?" She just kept chuckling. He saw she had no reaction, and the two stared at each other. He asked, "Why?" She seriously said, "Why don't you praise me at all?" Felix placed the potion on the table and asked back, "Is that necessary?" Irene rolled down, rested her head on his lap, and smiled, saying, "Of course." Felix naturally reached out and stroked her hair. Irene smiled, looking at him, urging, "Come on, praise me." Seeing her expression, Felix blushed, withdrew his hand, and didn't know what to say. He then still leaned down and stroked her head, praising, "You did very well." Irene lay at his feet, happily closing her eyes, her hands wrapped around his large arm. Felix then asked her, "So what kind of potion is this?" She immediately replied, "Its name is Felix." He repeated, "Felix." His hand continued to caress her hair. Irene comfortably closed her eyes, nodding as she continued, "The effect doesn't last long, and I can only brew a small amount." She paused, then turned, pressed her face against his large hand, and glanced up, saying, "Drinking it will help you recall the memories and emotions of your happiest moments." Felix looked at her, blushing, his eyes half closed. Irene said, "You said you were afraid of becoming an empty shell, right?" She paused, then continued, "Then come to me when you feel like there's nothing left." She took his hand that was on her face, glancing at him alluringly, "I will try my best to fill you up, to make you feel complete." Her demeanor made Felix sweat. He softly said, "You've become more reckless." He exhaled. His other hand touched her shoulder. Irene retorted, "I'm just telling the truth." He turned her over and asked, "Do you have perfume?" Irene looked at him and honestly replied, "No." Felix intertwined his large hand with hers, gently chiding, "You're too careless, you'll hurt yourself." She added, "I have healing potions." He blushed deeply, gently warning her, sweat continuously pouring down, "It will hurt." Irene also blushed deeply, firmly telling him, "It's all right." She grabbed his shirt. Felix pressed down on her, one hand gripping her waist, continuing to warn, "Even if you cry, I won't let go." His eyes were filled with lust. Irene smiled tenderly and affectionately, at least he'll be happier than crying alone. His hand was still holding hers.
She asked Felix, aren't you going to drink that potion?
He didn't even look at it, replying immediately, He leaned down, pressing close to her, his hand stroking her hair, softly saying, I think I know what'll see even without drinking it. He looked at her with deep affection. Then, the two moved closer, their eyes burning with passion, containing only each other.
In the quiet room filled with romance, the two lay down.
The moon shone brightly in that night sky. Walter's body lay asleep on the bed, his shirt unbuttoned. He vaguely woke up.
A sound.
Then, he sat up, rubbing his neck dreamily, When his eyes cleared, he saw a pile of scattered glass potion bottles on the floor.
He frantically yelled, what is all this? The current soul in the body was Larry. He picked up a bottle and sniffed it. Then, his face darkened, and he yelled in alarm, this is an antidote.
He then looked down at another pile of bottles on the floor beside him, filled with astonishment, stammering, did she have to drink this much? Irene was lying next to him, covered head to toe in a blanket.
Larry frantically shook her, awkwardly asking, hey Irene, are you asleep?
Irene, woken up, pulled back the blanket and grumbled, I'm not dead yet, you're exaggerating.
Larry's hands trembled as he let go of her.
Irene then sat up, making Larry awkwardly kneel and ask, how many bottles of potion did you drink? She then wrapped the blanket around herself, making a nest in it, her face pale and dark, and said, what good is knowing how many bottles I drank?
As long as I'm not hurt, it's fine.
Hearing her speak so casually, he became even more agitated and yelled, it's an antidote, so of course it's fine. Look at you, you don't look well at all. Then, Larry sniffled, his eyes welling up, I told you it was very dangerous.
I know my own strength.
She nested in the blanket, listening to him. Irene rubbed her eyes, casually saying, I'm fine, instead of nagging, why don't you take me to the physician? Her words startled Larry, and he stammered, physician?
Are you hurt somewhere?
He then knelt, stood up, and held out his arms to her, let me carry you.
Irene tiredly said, yes, fine.
Still wrapped in the blanket, she shuffled towards him. Larry picked her up. Irene whispered, last time, checking the potion's effect, my bones didn't heal immediately. This startled him.
Larry frantically asked her, did you break a bone?
Which bone hurts? He worried about her, looking her over. Irene, cradled in his arms, wrapped in the blanket, grimaced, be less noisy.
He yelled at her, do I look like I don't care right now? Hearing him exclaim, Irene felt annoyed, and she spoke, it's karma.
If you're not going, then fine, I'll go myself. Larry quickly got out of bed, carrying her, and said, I'm sorry, I know it's my fault, but please let me worry about you.
He pleaded. Irene scoffed, you know how to apologize now?
The person you should apologize to is Felix, so I want reply. She stated firmly.
Hearing this, Larry fell silent, walking with his head down.
Suddenly, Irene added, also, I need to apologize.
This made him turn to look at her blankly, huh?
Irene held the edge of the blanket, smiling softly, I'm sorry, I said too much last night.
He looked at her. Irene chattered on, I kept thinking you had to die for Felix to return. But after meeting Felix, I think I can find another way. She kept talking, not noticing Larry blushing as he looked at her.
She continued, it seems Felix hasn't changed much, so letting him meet Claudia should be fine. The room door opened as she spoke, reminding him, if you help me, I will also try to help you find a way to separate from Felix's body without having to destroy you. Larry carried her out. After she finished speaking, he softly said, thank you.
Suddenly, as if remembering something, Larry smiled brightly and eagerly asked her, do you feel comfortable?
He asked casually.
Hearing that, Irene's face darkened, and she angrily threatened, you lunatic. If you want to be cursed at, then go ahead and speak.
Seeing her murderous expression, Larry shamelessly asked, sorry, but I still want to know if you're satisfied with the technique I transferred? Seeing his expectant expression, she raised her head and softly said, what is this, asking for customer satisfaction? I give it 1,000,000 stars. She praised him. Then, she said something she thought was necessary, you must have misunderstood, I didn't use the medicine because I was injured. After hearing her, Larry's face became joyful, filled with pride, and he smiled, a slight blush on his cheeks. He then turned his face away, looking straight ahead. Carried her, running quickly with bare feet.
I understand.
He thought to himself. His arms still held her tightly, and behind his back, the scratches from yesterday were still bleeding through his thin shirt. After bandaging her injured ankle, Irene sat on a chair. She was still wrapped in a blanket, wearing pajamas underneath, and looked at her raised foot, wondering, if Claudia saw this, she'd make a huge fuss. If I say I fell down the stairs, would she believe it? Larry stood beside her, propping his hands and retorting, say something plausible.
Suddenly, she had an idea, raised her hand, and said excitedly, or say I sprained it? He scoffed, she'd probably believe that. Irene recalled Claudia's demeanor, saying, oh, is that so? Her hands clasped together, she smiled at herself and mumbled, if it were the older, she might have believed it. Larry softly said, maybe it's because she's kind that she's like that. Suddenly, silence fell, and the two stared at each other. Irene broke the silence, what are you thinking? Larry then suddenly spoke, ah. He then looked down at his hands, secretly saying, it's just that I also want to have my own body. Irene looked at him, saying nothing. She tilted her head, her eyes crinkling in a smile, and suggested, how about possessing a dog? No. Larry looked at her, startled, and immediately refused. Why? Puppies are cute. She imagined him possessing a black puppy, she would feed it, pet its head, making it happy, and then take it for walks. Playing frisbee with it, she then said, if you possess a dog, then I will feed you, take you for walks. And play with you every day, you just need to be cute. She intertwined her fingers, pressed them to her cheek, and happily tilted her head, leaning on her hand as she spoke. Then, she opened one eye, glanced at him, and asked, is it okay? Hearing her, Larry blushed, looked away, and was lost in thought. He was startled by his own thoughts, closed his eyes, and yelled, no. I still want to be human. She smiled and said to him, is that so? Next, she added, if you want to inhabit a body, a youth between 17 and 20 would probably suit you. Larry turned around and waved his hand, that's too young. I want an adult body, tall, strong, and more handsome than Felix. Irene complained, such demanding requests. But then he spoke and paused. Irene looked up, listening to him speak. Larry smiled happily, interlaced his fingers, placed them on his lap, kneeling on the sofa. And then he slowly said, no matter what the outcome is, I hope I won't lose this feeling that you are very beautiful. Afterwards, on the dining table was a cup of tea and a plate of sandwiches. Olivia held the cup of tea in her hand and said softly, Claudia is coming home soon. Hearing this, Irene clenched her fist, slammed it on the table, and yelled in alarm, coming home early in the morning? She repeated, I heard she was only coming back tonight, you spirit. Then, she pointed at Larry, who was sitting next to her, and yelled, if she comes back early in the morning, Claudia will meet this demon. Larry, seeing her point at his face, became annoyed and reminded her, could you please not point? He still held a drink in his hand. Olivia approached and said, I'm just predicting when she'll arrive. She then added, she misses someone, that's why she wants to come back quickly. How can I stop her? Larry still brought the cup to his mouth, while Irene, startled, dropped her plate and stopped eating the cake. She panicked, what if she beats him to a pulp? FL's body shouldn't have any injuries. Hearing her words, he paused his drinking, glanced at her pointedly, is that the problem? He asked. Then, Irene rested her hands on the table, lost in thought, of course, it's not just that. She added worriedly, if the person she meets first is the demon and not FL, then she'll be very shocked. Then, she bowed her head in despair, muttering, if it's extremely complicated, she won't realize it right away. He'll have to call someone. The two of them turned their gazes to her. Suddenly, Irene thought of something, she looked up, full of hope. Claudia arrived home, sat down on a chair, leaned back with her hands resting, closed her eyes, and sighed, I'm exhausted. Suddenly, a familiar call made her tilt her head to look, Claudia. Irene, like a small puppy, nuzzled her shoulder. Claudia looked at her dotingly. And Claudia also metaphorically turned into a rabbit, hugged Irene back, and happily said, my Jen misses me that much, huh? Irene echoed, yes, it's been so long since I saw Claudia, I was so lonely. The two clung to each other, hugging on the chair. Suddenly, Claudia hugged her waist, looked at her with gentle eyes, and said, if I knew you'd be like this, I should have stayed away a little longer. But I probably wouldn't have been able to bear it. She said it herself, then denied it herself. But then she quickly changed her expression, glaring to the side. Irene also followed her gaze. Claudia asked her, why is that thing in the mansion? Cedric crossed his arms, grimaced with a smile, what's with that name? I'm a Grand Duke, you know. Claudia held Irene tightly and said darkly, I don't care that you're disturbing my private time with Jen. What are you looking at? Cedric muttered in confusion, what, I can't even look a little? As for Irene, she obediently gave a silly laugh, Then, he shyly spoke, what did I do for you to hate me so much? Immediately after, he glared at Irene, signaling to her, hey, you called me here, so say something. Claudia refused to let it go, frowned, and glanced at him, questioning, do you think I don't know you're lurking around my Jen like a tiger stalking its prey? Irene put her hands together and mouthed to Cedric, sorry. Cedric still asked with difficulty, what did I do for you to be so wary of me? He leaned back, put his arms behind the chair, extended one hand, looked up at the ceiling, and sighed, I simply cherish Jen as a teacher in my life, that's all.
Claudia separated from Irene and retorted to Cedric, cherishing is a good emotional foundation to develop into love. I've told you many times, your Grace and Jen are not compatible at all. Cedric sat up straight, looked at her, and grimaced, questioning, why do you keep criticizing someone who isn't even interested in romance with me? Then, he sought sympathy, don't you agree, Erica? Hearing that, she turned around, rested her hands, narrowed her eyes, and judged, don't casually call my name and don't look at Jen like that anymore. Erica continued darkly, I absolutely hate your arrogant attitude. Start changing it. Cedric again had the chance to throw up his hands and lament his fate, oh heavens, no one is on my side. Then, he turned to Irene, asking, but why did you call me here anyway? Irene quickly replied, a bit awkwardly, oh, I just invited everyone for lunch. Cedric frowned and jabbed, oh, you invited us for lunch, but you were calling people from early dawn? Then, he widened his eyes, conveying a message to Irene, spill the truth now. But, she stammered, actually. But she couldn't say anything for a long time. Claudia next to her also looked at her. Next, she got angry, well, people get hungry, it's fine to think about lunch early, isn't it? She emphasized each word, what are you doing, holding my Jen like that? Cedric was stunned and confused, huh? But who invites someone for lunch by bothering them before the sun even rises? Before he could finish, Erica interrupted him. She picked up her teacup, closed her eyes, and said calmly, why not? Jen is a girl who can think about snacks even while eating her main meal. Hearing them made Cedric helpless, he rested his hand on his head, muttering frantically, I'm going to disappear. I really want to log out of this place. Erica took a sip of her tea and said bluntly, then go, you're welcome. Irene also felt awkward seeing this scene. Suddenly, Claudia next to her spoke innocently, her hand quickly reaching for Irene's skirt and pulling it up, but Jen, you're walking a bit strangely, do your legs hurt? Hit right on the mark, Irene flinched, glanced at Claudia in a panic, and yelled in denial, it doesn't hurt at all. Claudia didn't believe her, lifted the skirt, and asked, normally you only like to wear long dresses above your ankles, where did you find a dress as long as a curtain? Irene, flustered by her actions, yelled, Chloe. Other people are here too. After the skirt was lifted, Claudia was stunned, she saw the bandaged wound on Irene's leg. Then, she stepped forward, placed her hands on Irene's shoulders, pushed her back, and yelled, what is this? You're injured? Irene stammered, Claudia worriedly pressed down on Irene, anxious, how did you walk to get injured like this? Unable to react, Irene thought blankly, it hurts so much. Her shoulders were restrained by Claudia's hands. She stammered an excuse, her face red with embarrassment, I just sprained my ankle. She yelled in denial, don't lie to me. What kind of sprain requires such heavy bandaging? Irene stammered, turning away to make an excuse, you can ask Liam. I fell off the railing. She imagined herself falling with Liam there to convince herself. Claudia was extremely worried, almost in tears, asking, but what were you doing to fall like that? She shyly lied, because Chloe always said I was an angel without wings, so I didn't know if I could fly. With her reason, the hall quickly fell silent, no one knew what to say, only Cedric, clear-headed, said, Irene, don't lie anymore, confession will be met with leniency. Hearing Cedric, Claudia changed her target, glanced at him, narrowed her eyes, and questioned, what do you mean by that? Then, she shifted her attack to Cedric, your Grace hid something from me and made Jen do something strange, didn't you? She continued, Jen couldn't have gone to places like that victory celebration alone. Hearing the blame being placed on him, Cedric flinched, huh? He said tremblingly, I just heard that War Hero was very talented, so I asked Irene to confirm it for me a little. Claudia asked him, his name is Walter, right? I heard he's a bloodthirsty demon who kills without batting an eye. She reproached, and you made my Jen face him? Cedric raised his hand, trying to explain that. But before he could finish, a fierce voice from her cut him off, no matter how cute Jen is, she's just a normal girl. How dare you tell her to do something so dangerous without even telling me a word? Cedric looked bewildered, as if thrown into a dark world, stammering, but he's a hero. Claudia questioned, killing one person is called a murderer, but killing many people is considered a hero? That title is meaningless. Cedric was flustered by her questioning and yelled, Claudia. You yourself once said that you can't judge anyone without meeting them first. She stood up and continued, but the fact that he killed many people is true. Irene next to her also sat up in alarm. Claudia said coldly, what if after receiving his title and returning to the battlefield, that man falls for my Jen? Hearing her tone made Irene worried, she thought, this is serious. Claudia's face, her eyes, and her voice carried a sharp tone, so Jen was injured at the victory celebration, is that right? It wasn't that Walter who did this to Jen's leg, was it? Irene saw the situation was not good, pulled on her sleeve, and called, Claudia. She turned to look at Irene, puzzled. Irene continued, what if I were the murderer who killed thousands of people,
what would you do? Claudia blindly replied, it must be their fault, that's why you did it. Irene asked again, what if those people didn't do anything wrong? Claudia looked at her. Then she sighed and said, I don't intend to blame the person named Walter for killing people. Then, Claudia sat back down on the chair and continued to express her feelings, whether he killed many people or not, it doesn't matter. She paused, then said, I'm just worried Jen will get hurt by being involved with him. Claudia turned to Irene and took her hand. Irene listened, to me now, Jen is the most important person. She added, just like designer items that can be bought with money cannot compare to the handkerchief Jen gave me. Irene was touched by these words and called out, Chloe. Claudia also called out softly, Jen. She closed her eyes, thought, and gave a forced smile, thank you so much for your kindness, but please throw away that ugly picture for me. There were footsteps from outside joining their conversation, along with Irene's voice, you know, Chloe. She replied, Irene said honestly, I'm going to tell you something I intended to hide. Walter's figure entered. Irene continued, Felix has returned. Claudia, seeing someone approach, also turned to look. Seeing Felix as he was now, she was too astonished to speak. Irene continued, his grace is under a demonic curse, his consciousness only returns when the sun is high. Walter's figure in Claudia's eyes. At the Imperial Palace, a 3-story card tower was built on the table, along with a surprised voice, truly, I didn't expect your majesty to have such talent. Lucas sat on the chair, still holding cards, frowned, and replied to the previous remark, what talent is there in just stacking cards? Who do you think I am? Benjamin held a cigarette in his hand and said with a smile, whatever your majesty thinks, that's what it is. Then, he stubbed the cigarette ash into the card tower on the table, pushed it, and said, isn't this just stacking things up only to knock them down? The cards were scattered by his action. He spoke, with the collapsed cards on the table, there's nothing more interesting than destroying what others have accumulated in an instant. Lucas angrily looked at him, scoffing, you must be happy to see that person's downfall, huh? He smiled innocently and said, if I can, I must try. Next, he picked up a stack of papers and said, now is not the time for card games. He rested his hand on his chin, pointed the tip of his cigarette outwards, and said softly, your majesty, read this. Presented the stack of papers to the emperor. He showed an annoyed expression, took them, not in a good mood, so don't make that face. He smiled as Lucas reprimanded him. The emperor rustled through the papers, glancing at them, The first page was Claudia Chamberlain. He spoke, holding the paper with her information and photo. Then came Irene Amber. Similarly, but with a trace mark on it. Next was Erica de Appellation. Also similar. And he said, Felix Chamberlain. With a photo frame of him. Lucas frowned in confusion and said, these are all people close to Claudia. But why are you investigating information about someone who's dead? Hearing that, Benjamin brought the cigarette closer and lit them, saying, that's false information, your majesty doesn't need to read it. Lucas yelled in bewilderment, ouch, it's hot. You could have just told me. The stack of papers began to burn. Then, the emperor threw the burning papers away, yelling, damn it, you lunatic. Full of rage. Lucas stepped forward and grabbed his collar, pulling him close. He furiously slammed the table, sending cards flying into Benjamin's face, do you think my hands are made of paper? Benjamin, however, calmly looked at him, resting one hand on the table. Next, he broke free from Lucas' arm, closed his eyes, and said softly, of course not. I was just a little impatient, fearing your majesty might read unpleasant information and make a wrong judgment. Lucas didn't wait for him to finish explaining and punched him, sending him falling backward, blood splattering. Benjamin tilted his face, blood dripping from his mouth. The emperor, full of anger, waved his hand as he punched him, scoffing, so you mean this information is all fake? He raised a hand to his mouth, licked the blood, and said with a slight smirk, yes, that's right. Then he continued, they must know the influence of such rumors. Selegium has also done something foolish. Lucas crossed his arms, cutting him off, but there's no way to prove it. Benjamin continued, that's true, but who knows how long it can last. The emperor asked Benjamin, puzzled, but when did they find out, anyway? He explained, until now, the head of Selegium has always hidden their true identity behind a mask. He imagined her with flower-adorned hair and a black veil, always smiling, someone else represents them, I've never met that person directly. But recently, I heard that the head of Selegium is a woman. He thought of the two who had shaken hands and said, I just bought this information for fun. But it seems certain that woman is very obedient to Irene Amber. He affirmed, Selegium is already in Lady Amber's hands. Irene smiled brightly at Martina. Lucas said darkly, so he rested a hand on his hip, extended the other, and questioned Benjamin, you showed me information you bought for fun, only to burn my hand as well?
He immediately changed his expression and said cheerfully, I only know that Chamberlain is completely dependent on Lady Amber.
He happily extended his hand and said, who knew she was the head of Selegium?
If I had known, I would have kidnapped her. And kept her by my side. That lady is the first person who makes me constantly regret my decisions. Lucas, however, grimaced, clenched his fists, and made cracking sounds. You're changing the subject. Benjamin raised his hand to his mouth, smiling with interest, his cheeks flushed, just being entangled with that girl.
Even a normal person would lose their reason. I'm curious if that would happen to me? He pondered.
Lucas said darkly, then you take that girl and deal with her, and he'll forgive you for trying to burn my hand. Lucas asked again, puzzled, but why do I see you caring more about that girl than Claudia?
Have you changed your taste? Benjamin turned sharply to Constantine, scoffing, isn't she more useful than that useless person sitting there like a statue? Lucas also looked down at him.
Constantine glanced up at Benjamin with sharp eyes and asked, when talking about others, you should look at yourself first. You're all talk, but what have you actually?
What has he accomplished? He questioned. Next, Constantine clasped his hands on his lap, bowed slightly, and said, hey, isn't that Walter a bit strange? He looked at the Walter doll in front of him. Benjamin also agreed, I also feel that person is a bit unfamiliar. Lucas asked in confusion, what do you mean? Constantine continued, don't you feel he's different from when we met at the celebration party?
They all turned their gazes to Walter, discussing. Hearing that, Lucas also seriously stared at the Walter model. He raised a hand to his chin, thinking. Only to finally point to the sky, I don't know either. Benjamin sighed, I really shouldn't have relied on your majesty, you've put all your finesse into stacking cards.
He mocked. After that remark, Lucas, full of confusion, asked them, you're probably too sensitive, what's different? Benjamin sighed and said, how can I, it's like he doesn't have that evil aura he had before. He tried to explain.
Constantine, with sharp eyes, looked up and said, before, I vaguely sensed mana from him, so I wondered if he was related to a sorcerer. But today, I don't feel anything at all. He added, on the contrary, I wonder if he's even a living creature. Walter looked back at him, silent.
Then, Lucas raised his hand to his chin, thinking once more, you think so?
In the end, he still closed his eyes foolishly and concluded, but I don't feel anything at all. At this, Benjamin and Constantine were officially speechless, forcing smiles as they looked at Lucas. Then, Benjamin turned around, walked over to Walter, and said, you're obstructing His Majesty, go somewhere else and do your favorite killing.
There are many young and vibrant people today, you know. He added.
But Walter only turned to look at him.
Lucas yelled, you lunatics.
Then, at the Imperial Palace, Lucas sat on the throne, giving orders to the fake Walter. He obeyed the command, wielding his sword and killing emotionlessly at Lucas' behest. The story of the hero Walter charging into battle continued. He held two swords, his body covered in blood, constantly moving forward. No one knew that Eli had created the Walter doll and sent it to the battlefield. Felix returned to his true self, like Cinderella, and then the image of Felix meeting Claudia. Then, Claudia and Irene sat in a wheelchair, embracing him. Behind them, Hugo also touched his son's shoulder, moved, we had a tearful reunion. Irene thought, it seems peace is very near.
In the study, Felix was sitting, seriously wearing glasses.
Suddenly, Irene peeked out from behind him and asked, what are you doing, Your Grace? Making Felix put down his book and turn to look at her.
Their eyes met.
He answered seriously, I'm reading a book. Irene moved closer to his shoulder from behind, also leaning in to see. Felix was startled and flipped the book, accidentally tearing the page to shreds.
He stammered, the paper seems a bit thin, huh?
Suddenly, Irene looked at him and smiled, very good.
Making Felix look at her in confusion.
Then, she took the book from his hand and said, give it to me. Next, she sat on his lap, to Felix's astonishment, and opened the book.
He hesitantly asked, what are you doing? Irene calmly replied, I will read it to you. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, if you sit like that. Making Irene flinch and listen.
He bit her earlobe, making her blush, and she glanced at him warningly, you'll be in danger. Felix's hands wrapped around her waist, startling Irene. Her face flushed, she stammered, wait a minute. He kissed her neck and said, I'm quite curious about the content behind it, please keep reading. Next, he spoke rapidly, you said you wanted to create a soul separation potion. The most important thing the book mentions is the flow of time, it says that divine power is needed to directly interfere with the soul. He spoke non-stop. He hugged her from behind. Irene turned to look at him, puzzled, huh? The book was still open. She quickly rustled through the pages.
Bang!
A page appeared before her.
Irene yelled, Your Grace. Everyone knows that, what's the point of reading it?
She turned and hit the book against his chest, reproaching him.
Felix bowed his head dejectedly and said, I thought I would remember the past. She felt guilty for saying that and stammered, do you remember?
He expressed his feelings, their voices echoing in the room. I can't assimilate with my emotions and thoughts from back then, but I still remember.
She said, what are you thinking? He answered seriously, thinking about altruism.
She remained silent, unable to continue.
Felix concluded, it's very difficult to find a remedy to separate a demon soul and a human soul.
Irene leaned into his chest, resting the book against her chin, looked at him, and replied, I anticipated that.
A black and white vortex appeared.
He voiced his thoughts, instead, it would be better if the two didn't conflict with each other and disappeared when divine power intervened.
He continued to encourage her, I think Jen will be able to do it. She looked up at him.
They both looked at the potion and said, my FL is still as kind as ever.
Oh, right, have you tried the potion I gave you? He answered her almost immediately, if it's Felix, I've already tried it. Hearing that, Irene excitedly sat up straight, holding the book, and said, what do you think?
She asked for his feelings.
He pondered,
Then, he picked up a lock of Irene's hair. He kissed it with a soft sound, to her astonishment. Felix took a lock of her hair, kissed it, and looked at her with affection, saying, I already feel a bit hazy. But his arms still held her. Irene's hand still held the plate with cake, her mouth stained with crumbs. She turned to look back at him.
Felix shyly closed his eyes, blushing, perhaps I just saw a cat. Irene repeated in confusion, a cat?
He changed the subject, but how did you investigate and formulate that kind of liquid medicine that you're seeing for the first time? She answered honestly, I failed several times, but then I added sunset peach blossom seeds, and it succeeded. She imagined the herbs she put into the potion, then concluded, it's not easy, nor does it necessarily have to be seeds.
He repeated, sunset peach blossoms? A type of flower that blooms at night, symbolizing longing, waiting, and suffering?
Irene continued, coincidentally, during the formulation, I only thought of Felix. The completed potion was pure and radiant. Suddenly, Felix said, I want to hug you so much. Making Irene flinch and look up, blushing. She propped the book against her chin, closed her eyes, and nodded, stammering, then just hug me. But Felix turned his head away, refusing, if I hug you, your ribs will cry SOS.
Irene's enthusiasm waned, I guess so.
So she stepped forward and hugged him tightly, to Felix's astonishment, saying, let me hug you really tight. But Felix avoided her, he blushed and bowed his head, saying, at times like this, I really don't know what to do. She looked down at him. Then she smiled gently. Irene took his wrist and advised, at times like these. She brought Felix's hand to touch her face, then smiled brightly and said, you just need to tell me I'm beautiful. Seeing her demeanor, Felix paused. He also wrapped his arms around her, you are very beautiful.
Then, Irene saw a struggling mouse and asked, a mouse?
Felix held the mouse's tail with one hand, and with the other, he put it in front of its head, saying, I found it in the laboratory, so I brought it here to discard it.
She asked him, you want to discard it? Felix replied to her, wouldn't it be better to kill it? Hearing him say that, Irene panicked, what? Why kill it? He explained, its leg is injured.
He paused and then continued, even if it's treated, it will die soon anyway.
Prolonging the pain will only make it suffer more. I think it's better to let it die peacefully now.
Hearing that, she replied somewhat awkwardly, I respect your decision very much, but are you confident you won't regret this choice? He raised a hand to his chin, thought about her words, and then concluded, do you mean I'll regret killing the mouse later if I regain my emotions? He repeated, I remember I used to struggle with decisions like this before. Irene waved her hand, gesturing for him to step over there. She held a medicine labeled 1 drop will kill all bacteria and germs, and said softly, then let's treat it. He approached, offered the mouse to her, and said, it won't live long. But Irene was still firm, then why does it exist when its life is so short anyway? Her hand opened the medicine bottle and dripped it onto the mouse. She bowed her head, focused on treating its injury, and said softly, FL once said we shouldn't casually pass judgment on the existence of other species. Felix looked at her and also said, even if I don't understand what you're saying. He put the mouse down for her to treat and continued, but if I thought that way, then later, when I regain my emotions, they'll probably suffer greatly because of the vengeful spirits of the many people who died by my hand. Irene stood by, focused on the treatment. Next, she released the mouse, and quietly asked him, so what do you think that emotion will be like? He bent down to look at the mouse and replied, I don't know, probably very painful. Irene continued, it's done. Release it when it wakes up later. He voiced his thoughts along with the answer to her question, it must be different from the feeling of a sword cutting into flesh, right? So is it like the loss of losing one's soul? Irene denied, it's different. He wondered, is that so?
The mouse, treated and bandaged, was placed in a transparent box, fast asleep. Felix was stunned, lost in thought, listening to her words, an emotionless and empty life, or a life full of emotions that makes you regret past mistakes? Irene offered him a choice. If you had to choose between the two, what would your choice be? Felix straightened up and replied without hesitation, perhaps the second one.
After all, having regrets is still better than an emotionless life.
He wondered, I wonder if this is a nightmare. Irene repeated, a nightmare?
He mused, if she knew, she might scream and cry at that moment.
Why don't I remember ever screaming about anything?
Their conversation continued in the gloom of intertwined light and shadow.
Then, Irene looked up at him and gently asked, if it were you, you would endure all the suffering alone, wouldn't you? Felix remained silent at her question.
Seeing that he didn't answer, she continued, if you keep doing that, he'll scold you. He silently stared at her. Next, he asked her, so what do you plan to do? Irene pointed 2 index fingers to her head, closed her eyes, and thought, Then, she stated her plan and imagination, whenever you feel pain, I will chase after you and hug you tightly. She imagined herself hugging him tightly from behind and smiling.
He would look back at her. Then the two would embrace intimately.
Because you only want to show me your strong image, but even if you're weak, I won't leave you alone, she added. Snapping out of her thoughts, she seemed flustered standing before him. Hearing her description, Felix blushed, stood motionless looking at her, and said softly, then scold me a lot. Hearing his words, Irene smiled, her eyes shining brightly, and extended her pinky finger to him, saying, promise? Felix also obediently raised his pinky, silently looking at her finger in astonishment, saying nothing.
Then, the two intertwined their pinky fingers. Felix realized in surprise, it seems we've done this before, haven't we? Irene still smiled, wondering, is that so? Suddenly, a knock on the door, knock knock knock, is anyone there?
Startled her, but their hands were still intertwined. Claudia opened the door and walked in, hands on her hips, saying, since I've been back for a while, I specifically set aside time for Jen.
What exactly are you two talking about?
She asked, puzzled.
Then, she walked over to Felix and questioned, you're the one who killed countless innocent people, aren't you?
Before this question, Felix remained silent, unable to deny it, while Irene stood to the side, softly calling, Claudia. Then, Claudia further explained her question, everyone who goes to war must be prepared to kill or be killed.
If you feel guilty about killing enemies, isn't that disrespecting the honor of those who fight? The scene of a bloody battlefield was scattered. Then, she thought back to the past, the brother I knew used to seek out the victims' families to compensate and comfort them. She reimagined the image of the pure Felix from before, without a blemish. Claudia added, because he wasn't someone who could simply brush off that feeling of guilt. Seeing her approach, Felix instinctively stepped forward to shield Irene. Seeing his action, Claudia flared up, her hair flying, radiating killing intent. That's why I must sacrifice those 3 demons and that evil demon who did those bad things. Irene, standing behind Felix, trembled, trying to calm her. Chloe, calm down. You look like you're going crazy.
Hearing Irene's voice, she seemed to snap out of it, raised a hand to tuck her hair behind her ear, and said with a bright smile, oh, is that so? Then, with an angelic demeanor, she spread her arms and said to her brother in a friendly manner, anyway, our Jen must receive love from me, not from someone as foolish as you, so please move aside?
Felix still stood there calmly, without a single movement.
He further extended his arm to shield Irene, making Claudia annoyed. She rested her hands on her hips, puzzled, why are you blocking my way? Irene behind him tried to peek out.
Before the angry question, Felix answered directly without hesitation, I like it that way.
His expression unchanged.
Hearing that, Claudia crossed her arms, stomped her foot in anger, what now? Who gave you time with Jen? Felix also retorted sullenly, I never asked you to pay attention to me.
Claudia grew angrier and yelled, if so, I won't let you touch a single strand of Jen's hair. Before the heated argument, Irene raised her hand, wanting to intervene but couldn't. Felix, seeing that she had a point, thought for a moment, In front of him, Claudia was still furious. Then, he turned to look at Irene, making her wonder, while Claudia was surprised, staring at her. Then, he didn't hesitate to step forward and hug Irene, making her shriek, eek.
What are you suddenly doing, Your Grace?
Next, he took a lock of Irene's hair, brought it to his mouth, kissed it with a smooch, and glanced at Claudia provocatively, if you're so good, you try it. At his action, Claudia seemed to explode, she yelled furiously, are you crazy? Behind her, it was as if bombs had exploded, smoke flying everywhere.
Claudia struggled and screamed, ah! So annoying. Have I been unlucky since we haven't seen each other in so long? She wondered.
Felix, with an expressionless face, complained, so noisy. Besides, she wasn't harmed at all.
He sighed.
Hearing him speak made Claudia even more furious, yelling louder, ah!
Is that so?
Where's Eli?
Irene awkwardly tried to intervene in vain. You two, please stop. After the heated argument, Felix was the winner. He held Irene in his arms, kissing her hair. Irene extended her hand towards Claudia, who was angrily leaving, yelling as she went, so annoying. Jen is mine, you foolish brother. She called out to her, Chloe. Then, Irene turned to look at Felix, smiled, and asked, what should we do? Chloe left. Felix still held her, comforting her, everything will be fine, with an affectionate gaze. Then, Cedric also learned about it, his face grimaced, so. His hand trembled as he pointed behind Felix, who stood tall, radiating killing intent at him, confirming, everyone says that the famous deceased Felix Chamberlain? His face turned pale. He paused, then slapped his forehead, and said softly, now he's Irene's lover, huh? He wondered. Irene sat eating, not replying, while Claudia gently denied, no, he's not, right? Erica next to her also chimed in, of course not. Cedric, confused and with a headache, grumbled, they're starting again. I want to go home so badly. He complained. Then, he raised his hand, looking at Claudia, full of questions, but you two got together like that, and you don't object? She calmly and elegantly took a sip of her tea, replying, if it were my brother, I could concede 100 times and allow them to meet again after 10 years. She gave a slight huff. Cedric awkwardly asked again, after 10 years? Then, Claudia put down her teacup with a clink, her gloomy expression startling Cedric. Next, she pointed directly at her brother's face and yelled loudly, because I absolutely will not accept that appearance. She made a demand, if he wants to continue dating my Jen, he should think about returning to his original form. Felix stood silently, not replying to her, while Cedric looked in the direction she pointed, then back at Irene, who was still eating cake next to him. Erica looked at him, her eyes flashing, her face darkening as she remarked, looking at those beast-like eyes, he's clearly someone incapable of self-control. The words hit Felix like a punch to the head. Claudia added, exactly, he looks like he just wants to devour my innocent Jen. Another angry punch was delivered to him with words. The words and the killing intent blazed with indignation. Irene still obediently ate her cake, while Cedric, as if his worldview was shattered, laughed foolishly, who's innocent? Her? He wondered. Suddenly, Irene seemed to remember something, her mouth still stained with cake cream, she yelled, ah. She jumped up, clenched her hands, and yelled, ah, that's right. I forgot to propose to FL. Felix glanced at her, while Cedric was utterly panicked, speechless, his face pale as he looked at her. He grabbed her wrist, pulled her down to sit, and yelled, what nonsense are you talking about? Look at the atmosphere, it's so awkward. A gloomy gaze shifted towards the two, making both of them break out in a cold sweat. Claudia smiled kindly, but behind her, anger blazed, and she said softly, if you want to talk about marriage, wait 30 years, when my brother returns to his original form. Irene thought, 30 years later? By then, both of us will be old. Dressed in a wedding gown, the bride smiled innocently. Suddenly, an arm grabbed Cedric's wrist, which was holding Irene's hand. Felix bent down, twisted Cedric's arm behind his back, gripped him forcefully, and reminded him, don't casually grab hands like that. Then, there was a cracking sound of bones, his face turned pale, and he yelled tremblingly, my bones are breaking. My bones are gone. Cedric stammered, turned back to look at him, and yelled threateningly, don't you dare casually twist my arm. But before he could finish, he was choked by Felix's cold gaze. Seeing this, Irene turned and softly reminded him, FL, you shouldn't do that. He innocently asked back, I shouldn't? Irene affirmed, yes. Felix's hand continued to tighten its grip on Cedric's hand, making him tremble, crying silently. Finally, when Cedric's hand was bruised, he compromised, yes, I know. Then he let go. Next, Felix stepped forward and hugged Irene from behind, whispering to her, are you satisfied now? She also complied, smiled, touched the back of his hand, and praised, you did very well. Cedric, injured, held his arm, fading away, and thought, I truly want to go home. Instead, Erica closed her eyes, raised her head, and judged, indeed, he's a barbarian. Claudia, meanwhile, clenched her fists in indignation and yelled, 10 years is still too soon for my brother to date Jen. The calmest person there, Cedric, sighed in annoyance, closed his eyes, frowned, and said, calm down. Anyway, now is not the time to talk about marriage outside. Irene listened to him, while Felix still held her tightly. Irene suddenly raised a hand to her chin, looked up, and thought, outside? Felix also loosened his grip and looked at her. Irene thought of something, she pointed to the sky. Then, she slammed her hand on the table. She jumped up, excitedly placed both hands on the table, and yelled, shouldn't we change the plan a bit? That afternoon, sunset at the Imperial Palace. Constantine frowned and said, since you've caused fear and worry, I will now listen intently to what you have to say. Benjamin scoffed, making him frown and look over, it's truly a pity you're only realizing this now. He held a cigarette in his hand, smiled, looked at Constantine, and remarked, "Aren't you and I the same kind of person?" Lucas sat on the table, one hand propped up, the other resting loosely, watching the two of them. Then, Benjamin turned to look at the emperor, drawing his attention. "Also, we've spent quite a bit on the war, so now we need to implement a more concrete system." Lucas didn't understand, looked up, and asked him, "System?" He still held the smoking cigarette, his eyes narrowed in a smile as he explained, "The method has been established to some extent. Since your majesty is a bit confused, I will explain it in detail." Lucas listened silently. He narrowed his eyes with a sinister smile, the cigarette in his hand continuously burning. Lucas looked back at him in confusion, not knowing what to say. The emperor seemed to understand his intention, withdrew his hand just as he lowered the cigarette butt to the ground, and said innocently, "It's this. Benjamin scoffed at Lucas. "Now, just seeing a lit cigarette makes you scared out of your wits, huh?" The emperor retorted angrily, Who's scared?" In a fit of embarrassment and rage. He smiled brightly as if he had found something amusing, pointed the cigarette butt at Lucas, and asked, "Isn't that right?" Lucas awkwardly avoided it, glaring at him angrily. "Someone send this demon to hell for me." Benjamin still scoffed. "People like me aren't welcomed even if pushed into hell," he admitted. He continued to taunt, "Anyway, your majesty is the perfect model of an emperor I've always wished for." Lucas glanced at him with sharp eyes, not replying. Next, the emperor was angry. He glared, "You've provoked me quite a bit just now. If you don't speak properly, they'll cut your throat off." Lucas threatened. He sighed, "Your majesty is always so emotional and impulsive that no one can guess your intentions." Benjamin stubbed out the cigarette on the table. He stated, "You have become a cruel tyrant, just as I predicted." He continued to mock, "That's why everyone fears you." In his mind, a mocking thought arose, and also foolish enough for me to easily exploit. Benjamin smiled and said, "I've put out the cigarette, so can your majesty calm down now? This is the basic principle of tyrannical rule, and controlling people this way will make it much easier to oppress them." He instigated. Lucas quickly understood his meaning, nodded, and said, "You mean to force the people to listen and obey me?" He agreed, "That's right." Lucas imagined and concluded, "I'm sure I'm satisfied with that." Benjamin continued to urge, "Then your majesty should continue to live that way." He added, "Your personality is erratic, and you constantly display your cruelty." He remembered sitting on the emperor's throne, leisurely looking down at the poor commoners kneeling respectfully before him. Benjamin suggested, "Whether they fail or succeed, wipe them all out." Lucas' expression at that moment was like a beast, his eyes bloodshot, his hand leisurely enjoying himself. Benjamin materialized his thoughts, gently offering an idea with both hands. "What do you think about elevating your entertainment life? How about holding sword fighting competitions or investing in actors and playwrights to enjoy musicals?" Lucas pondered his words. The emperor raised a hand to his chin, thinking, "Would it be okay if I increased the number of brothels near the slums?" Benjamin took out a box and agreed, "It's killing two birds with one stone." Lucas hesitated, "Everyone will probably go crazy." Then, Benjamin spoke while throwing letters, "No matter how fast, there are naturally some cases that won't be effective." Constantine reached out and grabbed them. He spread his palm and asked, "What is this?" Benjamin quickly replied, "Food distribution vouchers." Constantine repeated, full of questions, "Food distribution?" He stated his plan, "Aren't the people suffering from the long war demanding it?" Constantine seemed to understand, looking at the food vouchers in his hand. Benjamin added, "Of course, nothing in this world is free. Only granted to those who swear to become followers of Desel, their god." The cross symbol sparkled with golden light. Constantine confirmed his thoughts with Benjamin, "Yeah, you want to exploit the vows of the believers?" His face was full of surprise as he glanced at Benjamin. He continued, "You will become the savior you desire, so why don't you do it? You're still bound by those useless doctrines." Constantine grimaced at his words. Benjamin smiled, crossed his arms, and said to him, "Just filling their stomachs isn't enough for them to see you as a savior, so first, decorate the temple as splendidly and grandly as possible." Being enchanted by appearances is human instinct. The other two listened to him in silence. He continued arrogantly, "You're worried about where to get the money, aren't you?" Benjamin asked himself the question, then provided the solution. "After building the temple, you just need to sell indulgences to the believers, right?" Hearing this, Constantine frowned and asked again, "Indulgences? Could it be that you—" Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Benjamin approached Constantine, saying, "Doing foolish things and then begging for forgiveness to avoid being sent to hell is just boring." Benjamin stood in front of Constantine, placed both hands on his shoulders, bent down, and whispered, "Stop rambling and focus on doing the rest well." He instructed. And Benjamin, with perverse interest, smiled and predicted, "You might even be more skilled than me." Benjamin continued to scoff, "You're also holding the power to distribute food in your hands like that now.
Constantine angrily clenched the stack of papers in his hand. Next, Benjamin brushed Constantine's shoulder and said, I look forward to that day, Sir Constantine. Then, he placed his hand on his chest, bowed to Lucas, who was leisurely propped on the table, then I'll take my leave. The emperor waved him off, saying, when you're done, scram quickly.
Benjamin smiled eerily and said, see you all next time. Lucas, unafraid, glared at him.
Leaving Constantine clutching the stack of food vouchers in his hand, lost in thought alone, sitting on the long chair there. In a certain town near the capital. Martinez seriously stroked her chin, frowning and thought, lately, Benjamin, that failure. Next to her, Irene listened quietly. She recalled and continued, he seems to have pushed Lady Chamberlain aside and kept asking about you. He smiled sinisterly, gently stroked his chin, his thoughts unclear, legs crossed, hands resting on his knees.
Irene was a bit surprised, repeating blankly, asking about me? She wondered, is he planning to use me? Martina confirmed and continued, yes. And at the temple, the two of them talked. In the brightly lit temple, Constantine raised his head, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. Then, he bowed his head, exhaled, and opened his eyes. A voice asked him, Knight Constantine, has the prophecy I asked you to convey reached His Majesty? He walked, replying to the man, what you said before.
I told His Majesty, but he doesn't seem to want to listen much.
The other man quietly followed him, flustered, is that so?
Then, he looked at the man coldly, rest assured, I will try to persuade His Majesty at our next meeting. Seeing Constantine's expression made the man tremble in fear, he quickly said, Sir Knight is doing his best, so it's fine.
Constantine took the opportunity to retort, you think this is my best?
The Holy Father in the temple trembled, sweating, stammering to correct himself, how dare I? I am endlessly grateful for Sir Knight's continued care. He then reminded him, if we build the temple's influence even greater, my words will hold more value with His Majesty than they do now.
The man looked at him blankly, not understanding, stopped, and asked, what do you mean by your words?
Constantine flicked his cloak and turned away, explaining to him, strive to fully elevate the temple's status. Hearing this, the man's face changed color, and he yelled in alarm, but Sir Knight Constantine. Before he could finish, he was interrupted. Benjamin approached Constantine, saying, I hope the Holy Father understands his position and engraves the prophecy of Decel.
He reminded the man.
Then, he stepped forward and placed a hand on the man's shoulder.
The Holy Father flinched and asked again, Sir?
He leaned close to the man's ear, whispering, if you wish for peace, remember my words. An invisible chain binding him and the Holy Church made him anxious, sweating, and trembling with fear. Constantine glanced away, continuing, think of the previous Grand High Priest, you know well what happened to him.
He spoke threateningly.
He recalled the image of himself holding a sword, executing that previous Grand High Priest. The man looked at him, trembling in fear. He gently said, I do not wish to go through such a thing ever again. The previous Grand High Priest awkwardly pleaded with him, Knight Constantine, please save me. I misunderstood Sir Decel's words.
His face darkened, and he knelt, begging.
Constantine raised his sword before him, scoffing, look at this, a Grand High Priest who cannot understand the will of a saintly figure, yet still wails here. It would be no injustice if I were to kill you now, would it? He looked at the man with eyes as if gazing upon an insect. Back in reality, the current Grand High Priest was sweating profusely, his face darkened in recollection, trembling with fear, his mouth tightly shut, not daring to speak. Then, he gathered all his courage, his entire body shaking with fear, and said, I will try my best. Constantine, standing before him, had already withdrawn his hand. Closed his eyes and praised, very good. The other man still trembled like a leaf. Next, Constantine looked up at the Grand Hall and spoke, indeed, first, we should prepare to meet Sir Decel, shouldn't we? The Grand High Priest standing beside him remained silent, bowing respectfully. At the Imperial Palace, Lucas was resting his head on his hand, propped on the armrest of the throne.
Someone asked, why does your Majesty look so displeased?
This made him look over. He addressed the person who had just spoken, and you're full of vitality, aren't you?
Living well these days? Cedric pointed to his own face and asked back, me, your Majesty?
He lay on the chair, neck resting comfortably on the armrest, looking up at Lucas. Suddenly, Cedric seemed to remember something, and he exclaimed, ah! His fingers began to twitch, making Lucas look at him in confusion. Then, he turned over, resting both hands on the armrests of the chair, and glanced up at the Emperor, saying, recently, I've got this rather interesting toy, your Majesty, would you like to try some? Lucas frowned, glancing at him disdainfully, I don't do drugs.
Is there anything more interesting than that?
Closed his eyes nonchalantly, revealing bruised injection marks on his arm, and said, it's a complimentary gift I received from Duke Lenberg. He always brings such unique and novel things.
Cedric sighed.
The Emperor tisked, then calmly said, this guy and that guy. Cedric lay prone, resting his head on the back of the chair,
waving his hand as he asked, "Does the Duke bother your Majesty? Weren't the two of you quite close?" Meanwhile, the Walter effigy stood motionless in the room. Hearing his question, Lucas sighed and replied, "Well, it's generally fine." Full of melancholy. Cedric hugged the armrest, looking up at him, humming vaguely, saying nothing. Then, he sat up under Lucas' gaze. Cedric picked up the wine bottle from the table. Then, beaming, he expertly held 2 glasses in his hands, poured the wine, and closed his eyes, remarking, "Nothing is more effective than drinking wine to dispel worries." He staggered, holding the wine glass, and said with an innocent smile, "Cheers." Lucas, full of anger, yelled at him, "Don't walk around holding a glass like that. You'll spill it." He walked over to Lucas, placed a wine glass in his hand, and said, "The throne is quite far, they'll spill it if you don't take it, so please take it." Lucas complied, reaching out for one of the 2 glasses in his hand. Then, he raised the wine glass and wondered, "What kind of wine is this that you poured so much?" Cedric, meanwhile, casually clinked his glass against Lucas, toasting. Then, with eyes crinkling in a smile, he said, "I apologize, I couldn't control it." His other hand still held the wine bottle. Lucas raised the wine to his lips and took a sip under Cedric's gaze. After lowering his wineglass, Lucas turned to look at him and said, "The Duke requested a circus be opened for the people, as they have endured a prolonged war." Cedric smiled and exclaimed, "Aha, so that was the Duke's idea." He sat down on the floor, put down his wineglass, raised the bottle to his mouth, and said with a feigned casual smile, "But hasn't the Duke been a bit too smug lately? I don't quite understand your Majesty's intentions either." Seeing this, Lucas swirled the wine in his glass and said dejectedly, "That's also a good idea, after all, putting on a show is his hobby. There's no problem with it, so we'll let it be for a while." The Emperor sat cross-legged on the throne, speaking calmly. But he still muttered with a frown, saying gloomily, "However, I do find it a bit irritating." Cedric closed his eyes, brought the wine bottle closer to his mouth, hummed, and smiled as he asked, "Is that so?" He recalled his meeting with Irene. She propped her chin on her hand and voiced her thoughts. Naturally, when someone hears instructions or commands, they tend to develop rebellious thoughts. You could call it the green frog effect. Cedric sat with his arms crossed, looking at her, and asked in confusion, "Green frog?" Irene explained in more detail, when deprived of one's freedom, even if one feigns obedience, they will naturally feel uncomfortable and threatened. She said seriously. Then, she asked him, "Sir Cedric understands that more than anyone else, doesn't he?" He scratched his neck, glancing hesitantly, "Well, that's true." He agreed. Then, he fell silent, lost in thought. Irene remarked, "He's enjoyed everything he desired since he was a child. A foolish emperor can only make stupid choices by shackling himself. Born a noble sinner, yet forced to live like a dog, even if he resists, he cannot escape it." Lucas sat on the throne, a crown on his head, bound by thick, fiery chains. She stated, "We just need to present choices so heavily coated in sweet syrup that he mistakes it for a path of flowers. Those flowers would burn brightly and then fall." Then, Irene looked at him and said, "If you dig a trap that makes you think you've won your freedom with your own hands, you're just walking right into it." Cedric glanced at her, listening. Then, Irene continued, "There must be a distance between the 3 of them, so you must aim for that." Cedric gave a forced smile, frowning. Then, he said nonchalantly, "Sometimes I think I'm really lucky to be on your side." He muttered to himself. Back in reality, Cedric called out, "Your Majesty." Then, he glanced at Lucas, holding his wine glass and pouring it onto the floor, and asked, "Even if it's just pretend, how will you lead at the circus?" He asked him. Lucas looked at him sternly, saying nothing. The wine in Cedric's glass continued to spill onto the floor. Lucas raised a hand to his forehead, grumbling, "You ended up spilling all the wine anyway." Cedric, just realizing, startled and raised both hands, awkwardly saying, I apologize for this." But then, the Emperor also threw his wine glass to the ground, shattering it. Then, he smiled with interest and said, "Just call the servants to clean this up. Don't touch it yourself," he instructed. Around his mind, a form of black rose thorns began to materialize. Lucas stepped down from the throne and left, not forgetting to say, "I think there will be something interesting to do now," leaving Cedric watching from behind. He waved at him, his head resting on the armrest of the throne, smiling and saying, "Yes, please be careful, Your Majesty." There were wine stains on his shirt. Then, the door slammed shut. Cedric chuckled to himself. A young playwright whose fame was growing by the day. Pen and paper lay on the table. He appeared like a rising star 3 months ago. The scripts he wrote all received positive reviews. His hands seemed to possess magic, writing brilliant lines. He was dubbed the representative playwright for the Funès Theatre, which was extremely popular with the youth. A stage play featuring a prince and a princess. This person was quickly recognized as a newcomer. His works were performed in many large and small theaters in the capital. Everyone flocked to see news about him. To achieve such fame in a short time was unprecedented. Of course, he must have had supporters behind him, but one could not deny his talent. Money poured in. Many theater troupes coveted his creative talent. He wrote with a magical pen, gliding over each word. The name of this outstanding newcomer was... At the palace, Lucas heard a report about this newcomer, Shakespeare? This is the first time I've heard that name, he said, flipping through the report. I'm also just hearing about the plays A Midsummer Night's Feast in Cold Cut Rice. I haven't been out much lately, I suppose. He mumbled, reading the play's content. The person kneeling before him trembled and said, Your servant also raised this issue, but Sicking said that unusual names are a playwright's remaining conscience. The emperor looked at him. The person kneeling before him trembled and said, Your servant also raised this issue, but Sicking said that unusual names are a playwright's remaining conscience. The emperor looked at him. Lucas, confused, asked, Conscience? What do you mean by that? The man stammered, Your servant is not sure. The emperor continued to stare at the play in his hand. Then, Lucas rationalized, geniuses often get lost in their own worlds, saying things no one understands. He imagined a genius gesturing as he spoke. The man kneeling on the ground continued to tremble and say, But in your servant's opinion, this unique name could actually spark discussion and attract great attention. Lucas commented on his words, however, it won't last long. He flipped pages, closing his eyes, he thought. Lucas leaned back in his chair, a smirk on his face, propping his hand on his chin, saying, Well, it's outstanding nonetheless. Are these works released 3 months in a row? He asked, then decided, the Funès troupe is good, sponsor them. He praised with great interest, this play, Cold Cut Rice, is quite good too. The nobleman standing below smiled, looking up and agreeing, Your servant thinks so too. Next, Lucas stood up, placed the documents on the nearby table, and said, I want to meet this person once. The other man quickly replied, If your majesty commands, your servant will arrange it immediately. He turned to look at him and said, Yes, you may withdraw for now. The door slammed shut as the man left. Alone in the room, Lucas exclaimed with interest, Well, this is quite intriguing. His eyes flashed red. Lucas' hand rested on the pile of play scripts on the table. The door opened, and someone announced, Your Majesty, the playwright has arrived. Oh, he's here? He, who had been resting elsewhere, turned his face, smiling. A man placed his hand on his right chest in a bow. I am deeply honored that your majesty has summoned me to this noble place. He bowed his head, then quickly looked up, smiling as he introduced himself. My name is Mozzarella. His hand remained on his right chest. Hearing this, Lucas asked in bewildered confusion, Is that your real name? He couldn't believe it. Mozzarella replied, It's just a pen name, your majesty, I no longer use my old, ordinary name. Lucas sighed, It seems I can't keep up with the trends of today's youth. They looked at the piano nearby. Then, Lucas clasped his hands behind his back, smiling gently, All right, show me your abilities. Somewhere, fingers were gliding over piano keys. Irene was sitting, playing the piano, creating melodious music. Suddenly, a familiar voice made her stop, drawing her attention. You know how to play the piano too? She shyly let go of the keys, awkwardly, yes. Then, she turned around and asked, What about Felix? He stood behind her, looking at her. Felix tilted his head and replied, She used to learn piano. Then, he walked closer to her, leaning against the edge of the piano. Irene looked up at him, remarking, That answer seems rather vague. Felix closed his eyes and said softly, Though it wasn't a great talent, I truly enjoyed it. She was surprised, as if discovering something interesting, and asked, Is there something Felix can't do? He honestly admitted, Because I have no special talents other than magic. He changed the subject, I heard you composed a sonata this time. She stammered, Well, yes. Felix continued, Everyone is talking about it. He went on about it, a new stage name has also emerged. She tilted her head, placed her hand on her right chest, and hemmed, It's Beethoven. Felix propped his hand on his chin in thought, asking her curiously, Is there a reason you don't use that name? She shyly replied, It's kind of like my last bit of conscience. He looked at her, silently, It's a bit hard to understand. He voiced his thought, while Irene awkwardly brushed it off, Everything has its reasons. She secretly recalled, As soon as I quickly answered 3 personal questions, I swiftly erased all traces of plagiarism like a machine, acting as if nothing had happened. She cunningly held a match, burning all the plagiarized works. She changed the subject, But why do you like playing the piano, Felix? He looked at her in surprise. Then, he lowered his eyelids and said, The gentle feeling of stroking the keys. Felix paused for a moment. Then, he touched the keys. Somehow, I feel comforted by it. Hearing him speak, Irene silently watched, not replying. Then, he flinched. Do you need comfort, Your Grace? She placed her hand on his and asked. Felix replied, I don't know that either. He answered her honestly. Suddenly, the space became silent. She said nothing more. Lately, with those 3 plans, I've been so busy I couldn't meet you. She took his hand, moving it away from the piano keys. A night without Felix is truly lonely. When I realized that was reality, I couldn't bear it anymore. She recalled the dark night sky. I think I need comfort right now, Irene suggested to him. Felix was surprised to hear her speak. He silently looked at her. He raised his hand to caress her cheek. Then, he lowered his face, lifting her chin, intending to kiss her. But then, he tilted his head, took her other cheek, and kissed it with a soft chew. Shall I comfort you? He released her face, his eyes sparkling as he asked. Irene blushed at his action, her face burning like an erupting volcano, stammering, No way. I didn't mean this kind of comfort. Although, of course, this kind of comfort is good, but... She was awkwardly speechless. Felix again reached out to caress her hair. He regretfully, still caressing her, looked at her intently and said, That fellow will wake up soon, so I don't think now is the time. She regained her composure and replied, Ah, I see. Then, she patted the seat beside her, saying, Please sit back down here. He quickly replied, Then, the two sat next to each other at the piano, gazing out the window, neither speaking, the space silent. Suddenly, he called her name, Irene, making her turn to look at him. Then, he narrowed his eyes, looking down, and voiced his thought, I truly wish I could tear the demon in my body to shreds if I could. Irene, sitting beside him, turned to look at him, hesitantly, It's not impossible. She added, If we can find a way to safely separate the soul, that would be it. Irene expressed her feelings, Even if the demon loves me, there's no way I'd ever reciprocate. But he's occupying half of Felix's body, so I'm forced to be in the same place as him. She recalled her previous conversation with Lori when he painfully clutched his chest, looking at her. Irene comforted him, If at any point you can't bear it anymore, you can scream. Receiving my love will help you not only tear his soul apart but do even more. Does that bring you any solace? She recalled the scene of Lori curled up in bed in pain the day before. Felix looked at his faint reflection in the transparent piano keys, blushing as he replied, I don't know. Irene concluded, It seems it didn't make you any happier. Irene gently asked him, So, what should we do? Felix looked up and answered his inner thought, Perhaps it would be better to destroy everything, so that demon forgets everything and departs peacefully. After he said that, Irene's eyes lit up, and Felix's true form appeared in her eyes. Irene replied, Is that so? Then, she leaned against Felix's shoulder and said, Honestly, seeing him cry after hearing my harsh words made me feel a little guilty. He sat silently, listening to her speak. She continued, When one loses something precious, a sense of loss arises. They say that when someone expresses feelings of loss, it shows they are sad. Felix gently took her hands, which were resting on the piano keys, and repeated, An expression of loss. She leaned closer to him, resting her head on his chest, turning her face towards him to explain, And musical instruments are wonderful tools to express such emotions. You said you like playing the piano, so shall we play a duet? She suggested. Felix looked worried, his face slightly red, and said, You'll get hurt. Irene looked at the piano keys and calmly replied, Felix, just place your hand on mine. Then, Felix placed his hand on hers, and she gently glided her 10 fingertips over the keys. The music began to play. Felix silently pressed his lips together, glancing away without speaking. The music still enveloped them. Hands continuously glided over the piano keys, the sounds echoing, one after another. Amidst the music, Felix blushed and softly asked her, What is this song? Irene quickly replied, It's Tears and Comfort. She looked down, continuously creating music. They diligently played in the quiet space, the music echoing. Felix's lips moved, while Irene remained focused on playing, smiling very gently. His hand took hers, Irene still pressing down on the piano keys. Along with the music, Felix sweated, his face flushed, saying nothing. He tilted his head back, letting out a silent breath, a drop of sweat clinging to the corner of his chin end. Then it fell onto the piano key with a tap. He took her hands and called, Irene. The music still enveloped them. Felix softly said, Actually, this is a bit difficult for me. Irene stopped playing, turned her face back, and looked up at him, asking, Why is that? Felix's face was flushed, his body drenched in sweat, not daring to look directly at her, breathing heavily, Irene, like this, I truly don't know what I should do. Irene looked at him, listening. She asked curiously, Do you feel burdened? Felix quickly shook his head, denying, Of course not. Felix's hand trembled as he held hers, and he said, It's just that my emotions are a bit chaotic. Their hands rested on the piano keys. In such moments, you should just do what you want, Irene advised.
Felix avoided her gaze, turning his head to look in another direction, which made Irene a little confused. They both looked out at the darkening window, removed their hands from the piano keys, neither speaking, returning the silent space to the night. Then, Felix awkwardly reminded himself, I shouldn't. Irene thought in confusion, what on earth does he want? She decided she needed to find a way to destroy this demon soon. Irene gently requested, if so, I want to hear you call me Jen. Felix looked at her, still blushing, and repeated, Jen, call you. Then, he quickly turned his face away, his cheeks still flushed, saying, Jen's words are not always the optimal solution. My mood is getting stranger. She smiled and asked, is that so? Then Irene added, then. Felix looked at her in astonishment. Irene smiled like a blooming flower, asking, can I say you're adorable? The next morning, at the Emperor's palace, Lucas sat at his desk, holding a report, his face stern. The report contained the words of an unidentified blonde man, I am deeply honored to be summoned by your majesty, but I do not have time to meet you, so please understand. Lucas angrily crumpled the paper in his hand. He gnashed his teeth in fury, enunciating each word, you dare do this to me? Then, he looked at Walter standing there and ordered, bring him here to me at once. Walter merely glanced at him. Then quickly averted his gaze, not replying. Seeing his reaction, Lucas angrily crumpled the paper in his hand, shouting, what are you doing now? He glared at him, asking. He angrily squeezed the paper into a crumpled mess, growling, are even you deaf? Then, he angrily threw the paper at Walter's head. He merely glanced at it as it fell to the ground, not replying. The paper lay at his feet. Lucas ordered, pick it up. But Walter remained silent, unresponsive. Lucas coldly ordered, I told you to pick it up. He stared at him, growling, you obedient, domesticated dog, I've pampered you so much, and already you intend to bite me back? He glared angrily, asking, indeed, you can't hide your true nature, can you? Suddenly, Cedric, who had been lying with his legs propped on the back of the chair, sprang up, startled, that's right. He shouted as if suddenly remembering, this isn't the real person. The eyes of the two people in the room turned to him, making him freeze in panic. Looking at Lucas, he called out, Cedric. Then, with indignation, he shouted, I let you do as you pleased, but now I can't stand it anymore. Cedric regained his composure, waving his hands nonchalantly, oh dear, please calm your anger, your majesty. I forgot about that because I was busy with all the medicine, but then I suddenly remembered something I wanted to tell your majesty, that's all. Lucas raised a hand to his head, slightly bowed his face, and sighed, ha. Interrupting your words, go on. But Cedric stroked his chin, saying, it would be good if your majesty heard it now. The emperor looked at him with eyes full of indignation, still holding his forehead, and said, if you speak nonsense, I will not let it go. He urged, speak quickly. Cedric casually propped his chin on his hand and said, you won't regret it. Then he recounted, I heard about Shakespeare at the black market. Lucas asked again, black market? He recalled his meeting with the man and recounted, people say he met someone in the industry who secretly enjoys musicals. He listened, while the man prattled on. Cedric continued, Sicking said he secretly received great backing. Lucas interrupted him again, that sponsor is great, I am the emperor. He wondered. A beautiful, wealthy woman appeared through his narration, if your majesty knew who he was, you would understand why Sicking chose him. The woman threw money at Sicking, and Lucas concluded, so, perhaps he trusts his sponsor's backing and ignores me, the emperor? Behind the unidentified Sicking was a female sponsor. Cedric voiced his doubt, I don't know if he trusts the backing or if he's being threatened by that person. Lucas propped his hands on the table, his fingers gliding across it, and said, I see. Cedric also propped his hands on the back of the chair, resting his chin as he looked at him. The emperor glanced at him, still propping his chin, and asked, so who is that kind person? The image of Irene Amber in a vibrant red dress stood amidst a space filled with roses, like a heroine stepping out of a destiny of light. A sacred yet fragile aura surrounded her, making Irene appear to stand on the boundary of emotion and reason. Her surprised expression, wide eyes, and hand placed over her chest showed she was facing a moment that shook her inner world. Oh, Oreo, why are you Oreo? Her co-stars stood amidst the flying petals. His hand reached high, his eyes shining brightly, and his smile full of passion, his posture open, his hand placed on his chest showing absolute sincerity. As if he was pouring out his heart to tell her the most important thing. Oh, Cyril, I am here. Both were immersed in their performance on the grand stage, surrounded by lights focused on the main characters' figures. A distant lens was intently watching the two of them. How convenient. The person sitting on that chair was a young man dressed in a costume resembling ancient royal dukes. He watched and mumbled, I tried to prolong the time before I had to face him as much as possible. That young man was actually pointing the lens towards his opposite. But I never expected him and I to meet in such a violent way.
It seemed the other party also noticed the presence of the lens and became annoyed. That troublesome brat. Watch the musical. Why are you staring at me? Then he thought to himself, praising himself, or is it because I transformed myself to be too handsome? Suddenly someone called his name, Len. That person was Claudia. Claudia appeared like a pure yet gentle winter princess with snow-white hair adorned with flower pins around her locks. She wore a dress the same color as her hair. She took the lens from Len's hand. Aren't you too tall? Caught in the act, Len looked helpless. Maybe if I were a little shorter. He smiled innocently, because I thought if I looked completely different from my usual appearance, it would be harder to be exposed. The scene showed a magical light circle, revealing Len's intentions towards Claudia. The reason for creating Sicking Spear as a male was also to disguise himself. Then he winked mischievously. Most of all, if I disguise myself like this, I think Chloe might treat me like a stranger. It's true that I don't like your appearance. Claudia suddenly looked sad, but your essence is still Len. How could I treat you like a stranger? The atmosphere around her turned cold, startling him. If a crown prince dares to insult Len, he'll punch him in the face. No, you can't. Our plan will all go to waste. Their confidences gradually dissolved into the quietness of the musical. I'll try my best. I don't want this either. After the performance, he went to meet His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. So you are Sicking Spear? It's as hard as climbing to heaven to meet you, isn't it? Crown Prince Lucas appeared with star patterns, symbolizing the power of a future king. I am honored to meet the son of the Empire. He respectfully bowed. My name is Sicking Spear. Please forgive my past disrespect, Your Highness. But the Crown Prince remained silent, only watching intently. Meanwhile, he continued to speak volubly. Many fortunate things have appeared in my life simultaneously. These are things that are hard to come by a second time. I only have one thought, to repay those who have trusted me. Of course, I also wish to quickly express my gratitude for Your Majesty's great interest. He continued, Are you satisfied with the play? Your Majesty sponsored me just by reading the script. I think I must prove myself to Your Majesty with my true abilities. Crown Prince Lucas glanced at him and only said a brief sentence, It's all right. But in his heart, he thought differently. What a liar. He only looked at me and Claudia, he didn't watch anything. Claudia spoke up in praise. The play was excellent. The directing, acting, and sound were all perfect. His face showed excitement as he received the compliment. I'm glad you liked the performance. Then he suddenly flinched, realizing he was being a bit too much. I forgot. I shouldn't show such an expression. Claudia merely glanced, subtly reminding him, Control your facial muscles. Then both had to look away to avoid suspicion. We must look elsewhere. Both looked into the Crown Prince's eyes again. Look at him. But he continued to stare, not for a moment looking away. Both thought helplessly in unison, staring at this guy is useful. Claudia spoke up, breaking the awkwardness. It's been a long time since I've seen such a good play. But something unexpected has come up, so I must excuse myself. Ah. Is that so? Then I'll see you next time. He politely bowed goodbye to her. But the Crown Prince remained still as a statue, only observing in his thoughts. Suddenly he spoke, Is it truly because of this that you are backed by Chamberlain? He happily continued, Yes. That's right. The Crown Prince still wouldn't let go. Aside from that, do you two have no other relationship? No, Your Highness. He looked confused by the question. How could that be? The Count was busy, so Lady Claudia came to inspect the troop on his behalf. We have no other relationship. Lucas continued to interrogate. You're so close to Claudia, yet you pay no attention to her? He could only smile, finding an excuse to evade. I don't know why Your Majesty misunderstood it this way, but I don't care about the opposite sex. He didn't realize the Crown Prince had become tense. Anyway, Claudia is also of the opposite sex, isn't she? His eyes flashed with angry sparks. You truly don't care about women? Sicking calmly responded, but inwardly, a storm of tension had already risen because of the incessant questioning. Yes. Why do you ask? This scoundrel, if I say I care, he'll rip my heart out, and if I say no, he'll interrogate me until he's satisfied. This is cheating. He affirmed, I truly have no other intentions. That would cause trouble for the Count, as he is focused on his work. He gave a strange smile. Actually, right now, my mind is entirely filled with plans for the next performance. The smile gradually became inhuman, frightening Lucas. Oh. Indeed, a pervert. Then he gave a confident smile. Good. Very good. He turned to leave. I will visit often from now on. The scene showed Ilithia's back. Suddenly, something was thrown from behind him. Time to work. Spirit. His hand tightly gripped the object that had just hit him. Then he turned around with a rather annoyed tone. What are you saying?
If you're bored, go play with the maids.
Don't bother me. Then, Irene appeared, holding a pink bear, Auntie. So what about the child who clings to you all day and won't let her play on holidays? Ilifia was annoyed. Holidays? What the hell is that? She found a nearby chair and sat down. Chloe told me to supervise you. She continued, are you creating Chloe now?
But he ignored her and continued his work.
Yes. That's right.
His hands were reaching down. The movements were slow but full of attention. Every gesture exuded the feeling of creating a female form. Green light intertwined with young vines and petals, showing that Ilifia's power was not merely magic but the energy of life.
A magic capable of shaping, nurturing, and awakening souls.
The form of the young woman gradually completed with silver-green hair and gently closed eyes. Her body floated lightly amidst streams of jade-green energy and thriving vegetation. Her serene expression, as if in deep sleep, gave her the appearance of a life just called forth from the void.
Irene, sitting nearby, judged, isn't the quality a bit uneven? But he was arrogant. I like it that way.
She sighed tiredly, I miss Felix so much. Once this is done, I'll make a doll and trade it for you, so wait a bit.
She excitedly jumped up. Huh. Why are you thinking of me?
He replied, it's not for you, but by Chloe's command.
Ah, yes. She laughed comfortably, I told you the secret to winning Chloe's heart, but the spirit couldn't apply it, huh?
His face gradually turned ashen.
And without supervision, the contract master's directives are still accurately carried out.
Ilifia turned her face, showing extreme annoyance, you fraud. That's based on the premise that the opponent was you from the beginning.
Me? What's wrong?
Yes. Your Grace. The head of the household has summoned you.
She found an excuse and tried to leave. Oh. Important matter. Take me there right away.
This left him speechless and helpless. In a room filled with warm light,
Hugo was waiting for Irene with a cold expression, lady.
She suddenly looked dazed. Then quickly pretended to ignore him, didn't hear anything at all. Irene pinched her cheek, if it's a dream, wake up now. Then suddenly she screamed, oh my god, what the hell is this?
Her anger was as if she couldn't accept the truth. Oh my god.
What the hell is this?
I said I'm a baby. He stood watching Irene's antics, are you playing games? She looked angry, wah 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 wah.
Your Grace.
Aren't you Sir Hugo?
Then she placed her hand on his forehead and her other hand on her own forehead as if checking for fever, no fever either.
He crossed his arms sternly, that's right. So you can stop your monologue now.
She continued to be persistent, indeed, we should call a doctor to examine you. His face gradually furrowed. Finally unable to control himself, he shouted, that's enough. She then became proper again, I apologize, Your Grace. Because you looked so strange, so. The two were seated at the tea table to talk, so, why did you summon me here, Your Grace?
Hugo looked sad, I have a troubling problem. She, sitting opposite, also noticed his melancholy, it certainly looks that way.
Sir Hugo sipped his tea. He calmed down and said, I completely don't know how to behave with my son.
Irene flinched, ah.
In her memory, she gradually recalled, I remember he was very shocked to see Felix return in that state. At that time, she completely disregarded his attitude and judged based on her own thoughts. Back then, I thought it was because he was so happy and relieved that Felix had finally returned. Irene recalled Hugo's face at that time more clearly, but it seems that wasn't the case. She was also quite sad remembering, that's right. How could he accept it so easily? Even I sometimes miss the old Felix. I didn't think you would talk about this with me. He replied in disappointment, then who do I talk to? He covered his face with his hands and bowed, showing his disappointment, I apologize, lady. I truly couldn't think of anyone else but you. Irene, meanwhile, was completely lost in thought, leaving Felix to bear everything alone.
When Felix was at his most pained, he couldn't be by his side.
Perhaps that's why he feels so guilty. Both were immersed in their own emotions. Irene was reminiscing and feeling sad.
Sir Hugo couldn't calm down and just covered his face. She told herself, just like me back then.
The window frame was covered in pale white light. Behind it were bare branches, just emerging from winter.
No more heavy snow.
Only silence and clarity remained. Like a pause before a new season begins. The soft light reflected through the window created a fragile feeling, evoking a very subtle shift in time.
Do you know that winter has passed, Your Grace? The snow has stopped falling, hasn't it? The flowers are about to bloom.
Spring was coming, bringing warmth and vigorous growth after a cold and harsh winter. The flowers that seemed to have withered in the winter cold once again sprouted, bringing spring.
The first flowers also gradually bloomed on the bare branches. Flowers bloom because my son has returned. The two continued to confide, welcoming spring with Felix will be a new spring. Different from previous years. You are right.
She gazed at the scenery outside, so, Your Grace, fully experience a new spring.
Lady truly enjoys sentimental remarks, doesn't she? She continued to tease him, then praise my eloquence, Your Grace. He was annoyed and continued because she was using that mocking tone again. Are you crazy?
You're speaking too harshly to a child.
She feigned a baby's voice, wah wah.
Sir Hugo's face became helpless at Irene's teasing. Seeing that he didn't respond to her joke, she had to laugh it off. You're so cute that I forgot.
No ill intentions at all.
Sir Hugo sighed, that's right. You can fill the void in my son's heart. She still smiled and said, aha.
You're feeling hurt because your son doesn't express himself, aren't you?
Hearing her say that, he remembered when his son was little and used to joke exactly like that. Can I call you baby? He said to Irene again, you two are truly a match made in heaven. Go live separately. She was quite agitated when he said that, ha. Why are you chasing me away? He looked helpless. How can I handle both of you? Irene's hands were slowly placed on the table as if she wanted to do something. She then rested both hands on her chin and winked to attract him. Oh dear.
Am I so cute that you can't bear it?
Seeing the situation before him, Sir Hugo was startled by Irene's many tricks. She chased after him, holding him back. I'm sorry.
Please stop. I just spoke a little too much by accident.
Irene pleaded, please don't feel too guilty towards Felix, but tell him you love him.
Sir Hugo was still trembling, not knowing what trick she was up to. What? Is that not so difficult?
He said tiredly, I wouldn't dare to do that either.
Let go of my hand.
Suddenly, Irene thought of something. She happily shouted and pulled Sir Hugo's shirt even harder. Are you saying you'll allow me to marry Felix? He became even more frightened. Stop pulling my shirt.
Stop now.
Despite being bothered by Irene, he remained very clear about his decision, and I haven't said I allow it yet. With his change of mind, she became more urgent. Sir Hugo just told me to go clean up and move out. He turned back and pulled his hand free from her grasp.
He continued to sigh.
Then Sir Hugo sternly said, call me father. Having said that, he slammed the door shut, not letting her say a word. Suddenly, Irene happily smiled to her fullest. Success.
Father?
Under a dreamy purple sky. The scene appeared like a mystical European fairy tale. Ancient castles with red domes, soaring stained glass windows, and intricate patterns were softly lit,
creating a warm feeling amidst the quiet night. Yellow lights emanating from within seemed to tell the story of a city that never sleeps.
A guard stood before the door as if he had been there for hours, silently protecting his master inside. That guard was Walter. He thought to himself, poor human. To gain the title of hero and then be treated like an ornament. I'm sick of being a guard dog. His heart filled with heavy thoughts, he sighed. Is this his way of trying to bring down those better than him to fill his inferiority complex?
How foolish.
Suddenly, he saw Constantine approaching.
He said, you've returned again. Walter wondered to himself, returned for what? He asked again, has His Majesty gone out now?
All right.
Just in time, I have something for you. Constantine's footsteps drew closer, because I.
Then he leaned close to Walter's ear and whispered, I sense a rather faint magical power. Then he recounted, it's so faint that I can't clearly perceive that magical power. I wonder if that magic is inherently like that, or if it's being carefully concealed. If it's the former, it's not a cause for concern. He said nothing, only looking at Constantine, but if it's the latter, it means you're involved with demons and are subject to divine judgment. His gaze grew tense when someone mentioned Claudia. I am only certain of one thing. If you were merely Claudia's puppet before, now you are your own person.
I ask, what is your relationship with her? But he tried to deny it. Whether it's the former or the latter, do you have a way to prove it? No proof needed.
If I say it is so, then it is so. Walter scoffed, how interesting, for a holy knight to say I am a demon.
Just look in the mirror. If I am a demon, you will see yourself.
Walter softly said, so, you.
Affirmed, I see you've come to me, it seems you want something from me, don't you?
Walter smiled mysteriously and said, instead of trying to understand me, tell me what you want.
Constantine became annoyed. You admit it then? Your reaction is as if you already knew what I would say. He sighed.
Then he continued to explain to Constantine, you've seen my fighting form on the battlefield. So it's meaningless if you just want me to be an ordinary person. His face grew more irritated. I am not satisfied with this answer.
Because what you said. Half of it is true, half is not. The two recalled being in a discussion room. You mean you have no relationship with Claudia? How much have I sacrificed for her? Tell me the truth. Are you going to argue that it's not the power of a spirit? The scene of Claudia attending a funeral appeared. She was sad. I don't deny that it's Lady Chamberlain's ability. But why do you only judge the method? The method. The photo was his image, smiling very gently. Do you think someone whose loved one was taken by a demon, like Lady Chamberlain, would hire someone who uses magic like me? Constantine was confused. I just can't understand. Others don't know that I use magic. But in his heart, he thought differently. For revenge, what's wrong with hiring a witch or colluding with a demon?
The frame evoked a source of absolute divine power. At the center of the image was a complex symbol, combining a crescent moon, widespread angelic wings, and a unicorn.
A symbol of purity and nobility.
This power was not dark and destructive but radiant and purifying. As if it had the ability to change fate itself.
You can hide it? You, who possess divine power, only now discover who I am. Then how could those in the Chamberlain family, who have no connection to the divine, know? Seeing Walter's sinister smile, Constantine thought, could it be that you are Duke Lenberg's man?
He refused. I already said I have nothing to do with Chamberlain, so there's only one answer.
You are smarter than anyone else. If you are comparing me to His Majesty, stop. It irritates me. He agreed, all right. I understand.
In Constantine's heart, he also pondered deeply, even if the Duke wants to cultivate an insider, he still has to choose someone like himself.
He whispered, is that why he calls me a spy?
Suddenly, he had another strange thought, but why hide myself?
Walter interrupted his train of thought, do you know about that?
His eyes turned cold when he heard, His Majesty is with Lady Chamberlain right now.
Didn't you know?
He continued, it's a long story to explain.
But do you know that His Majesty has agreed to support the Empire's artists, as suggested by your subordinates? He paused for a moment, Constantine was lost in tangled threads, as if he still hadn't untangled his own confusion. How could I possibly predict the intentions of your subordinates? Walter suggested, if you're suspicious, check it yourself.
The scene showed the Crown Prince and Claudia sitting and enjoying tea together. The image focused on a steaming hot teacup, signifying a peaceful beginning to an impending conspiracy.
Claudia was annoyed, I don't know why I have to sit here.
Jen joked to ease the awkward atmosphere, because you are my benefactor.
You trusted and have consistently sponsored an ordinary person like me.
Jen said worriedly, looking away, the Imperial family has promised to give me a great opportunity. But before making a decision, I would very much like to consult with Lady Chamberlain. Lucas remained composed and silent, making Jen anxious inwardly, and it's also thanks to His Majesty for allowing Lady Chamberlain to be invited.
Claudia secretly observed and assessed, it's just a spirit's effigy, but look how happy he is.
Even though his personality, preferences, and actions are all exactly like his. She looked displeased, even if I'm not here, it's not a problem at all. If artists whose talents were discovered by my family received support from the Imperial family, I would be overjoyed.
Jen wondered, are you really okay with that?
She expressed her feelings, although I have a slight desire to monopolize you, I also hope you can freely develop your talents and become famous.
Jen turned to look at Crown Prince Lucas, giving a strange smile, is there a problem?
He smiled and said,
I, however, think differently. How differently?
Continued to look at Claudia as if he had mastered the game, it's about an artist receiving support from the royal family. An image of Claudia trapped in an ornate golden cage appeared. She was trying every way to escape the cage to reclaim her power and freedom.
You will be a bird in a cage. And only allowed to sing for me alone. Do you know why I called the Imperial Palace servants?
The image of the tea surface was like the calm before the coming storm.
Is it to freely express talent and become famous? If you want to do that, you absolutely must not accept support from the Imperial family. She was puzzled, why are you telling me these things? He calmly sipped tea from his cup, if you and I can continue to meet, then you can achieve your dreams. She gradually lost patience, why should I do that?
Setting the teacup back in its place, he continued, otherwise, I will just kill Shakespeare.
Execution for insubordination.
It's difficult to protect Lady Amber who is by your side.
But you continue to do so simply because you are too kind. Her face gradually grew cold, and she felt uneasy inside. Finally, he asked again, so now? Your answer is. Of course, neither of them paid attention to Jen, making her feel neglected. Why do you treat me like a mirror screen? The image showed the entire castle with classical Western architecture. Under the clear blue sky and white clouds, it evoked a majestic and peaceful beauty. Irene hugged a young man tightly, Felix. I've missed you so much. That person was Felix. He had returned, me too. Her two hands still clung tightly to him. And his hand caressed her locks of hair. Irene leaned her head against his chest, thinking, all it needs is treatment. I hope you will still hold me tightly, just once. No. She was stunned. Huh? Did I just blurt something out? He replied, I said no.
Then he said sternly, during the time I spent with Jen, what I felt most clearly was that I would rather my cat be hurt somewhere I don't know about, than for me to be the one to hurt it.
She was completely confused hearing Felix say that. Cat?
He lowered his head and continued, I can find a method, so please wait a moment.
Strange. You mean she suddenly realized something.
Her hands tightened even more. I already told you. I won't allow Felix to suffer alone. Don't endure and bear everything by yourself anymore.
I know. She sadly pouted, since you've assimilated with a demon, can't you be a little selfish? He looked up. Ah. So my selfishness is not wanting to act selfishly. Exactly.
The two continued to confide in each other. Actually, my mood hasn't been very good lately.
Huh? Is something wrong with you? There were times I felt miserable and in pain too.
In short, I felt something urging me to use violence and destroy everything.
It seems those things are paralyzing all my thoughts. Were you angry? His voice grew softer. Angry? Almost. Irene was startled. Seeing Felix's intense gaze, she immediately guessed it was about herself. Is it me? The more she saw him become cold, the more confused she became. What? What is it?
He stated, I don't want to live selfishly, nor do I have such thoughts.
But. May I ask a question? Yes. Felix sighed. Phew. He blushed and turned away. It seems that a long time ago, you named that demon Larry, didn't you? Irene was full of suspicion. Huh? Larry? Why is Larry here? Irene asked again, bewildered and confused. Huh, Larry? Then she clenched her hands and asked in a panic, wait, how do you know that? Can you read that old man Larry's thoughts, is that it?
Before she could finish, he interrupted, looking at her and asking, is that very important?
Irene was flustered by his question. She stammered, oh, no?
Noticing her unusual behavior, he continued to ask, why are you so flustered?
She stammered again, actually. Irene trailed off.
Then she pointed and winked, smiling as she explained, I just named him that to make it easier to call him. Felix's face was expressionless, but his tone was somewhat sarcastic. Ah, easier to call, I see. Then he turned to leave. I understand.
Irene, sensing something was wrong, grabbed his cloak and cried out in a panic, wait, Angel, please don't go. She pleaded with him. Seeing her like that, Felix turned his head and glanced at her, asking, do you have anything else to say to me?
Irene's tears flowed freely as she quickly replied, still clutching his cloak, so much that it's about to burst from my throat.
She yelled.
Felix spoke to her. They say that when two people are truly special to each other, it proves their trust is very strong. He pouted in annoyance, it seems you trust him more than me. His words sparked the thought that Larry's face and Larry were valued more than him, that Larry won and he lost.
Irene was bewildered by his words. She repeated, trust. Nickname, that's too much, it's not like that. Irene denied it to Felix.
She continued to explain, it just comes from his name, Larridge. Irene recalled his appearance as she spoke.
Felix asked her with suspicion, is that so?
Irene affirmed with captivating eyes, it's absolutely not a nickname. Then she clutched his cloak, firmly asserting as if afraid he wouldn't believe her, if you don't like it, I won't call him that.
I promise. Irene's eyes sparkled, and she reaffirmed to him, didn't I say I wouldn't rekindle the feelings that demon stole from Felix?
Felix turned his head, raised a hand to cover his mouth, secretly smiling, his cheeks slightly flushed, and said softly, oh right, I still remember clearly.
Seeing his expression, Irene jumped up and scolded, what is it? Why are you laughing? He turned back to her and said, I don't want to hurt you.
Then he lowered his hand and smiled, looking at her and saying, but you're doing something extreme, so I find it strange. Irene pouted and accused, you're changing the subject like this, but before she could finish, he interrupted her, can I bite your cheek? He asked for her opinion.
Irene immediately forgot what she was saying, asking in confusion, now? Felix said softly, I suddenly want to.
She raised a hand to her chin, thinking in confusion. Then memories flashed through her mind. Irene remembered Felix mentioning seeing a cat while reading a book the other day. Then she gasped, pointing 2 fingers at her face and yelling, don't tell me the cat you mentioned is me.
Felix did not deny it.
He blushed, looked at her, and said, I love hearing a cat cry.
This made her blush intensely and yell, no. Don't say it anymore. Suddenly, a voice rang out, ahem, sorry to interrupt you too. This made Irene jump, oh, ha.
In Felix's mind, she was like a startled cat, bristling and leaping.
Felix replied, is something wrong, father?
Hugo crossed his arms and squinted at them, I don't want to bother you too, but if not now then. He paused, then turned and left, not forgetting to call out to them, follow me, I have something to say.
Felix and Irene watched his retreating figure. She followed. She couldn't help but look up and ask him, "But how did you know I called that demon Larry?" Felix seemed unwilling to answer her, evading, "Let's go see what father wants to say first." Then he quickly chased after Hugo, leaving her confused behind. Irene was ignored by him to the point of freezing, opening her mouth to stammer, "Oh, come on." In the room with the piano, Felix lightly touched the piano keys, saying, "Did father replace the keys?" He asked Hugo. He glanced at Hugo and remarked, "This piano has also been tuned." Hugo cleared his throat from behind, ahem. Irene looked at him, closed his eyes, frowning, admitting the instrument was less than 30 years old, and even when not in use, they had been together their whole lives. Felix pressed a key, sighing, "Father is always like this, isn't he? Even without me, you still regularly tune it?" He quickly replied, "Of course." He asked suspiciously, "Why?" Hugo wondered aloud, "Why suddenly?" But before he could finish, he spun around and asked him, "Do you still think of me, father?" Hugo, caught off guard, stammered, "Wait, that." He tilted his head, asking him in confusion, "What are you thinking, father? Can you tell me?" Then Hugo, as if disbelieving what was happening before his eyes, leaned closer to Irene, whispering, still glancing at him. He covered his mouth and said, "Hey, this kid being emotionless sounds a bit fake. He's acting, right, Jen?" Irene awkwardly replied, "He's not acting, he's asking seriously." He stroked his beard and whispered, "He doesn't look like it." Suddenly Irene spoke, "It's enough to show love." This made him freeze stiff, stammering, "What kind of love?" He asked stiffly again. Then she turned and smiled, suggesting, "Hugo, go closer to him." This made him stare blankly, while Felix in the distance, not understanding what the two were saying, looked over curiously. His body trembled awkwardly, that won't do." Irene leaned into his ear, covering her mouth, and whispered firmly, "But for a Felix who has lost his emotions, simply showing affection is the most effective way." Hugo asked her in confusion about his own thoughts, "Isn't he like this because of me?" She was at a loss for words, squinting and sighing, "Huh?" Irene told him, after Felix disappeared, "You regretted not being able to tell Felix the first love you even once." She reminded him. Then she urged him in a whisper, "This might be the last chance to say it, are you going to miss it again?" Hugo lowered his face awkwardly, "I don't know how, so I don't dare." Felix stood obediently, watching them. Next, Irene put her hands on her hips and scolded him, "It's strange to know and not dare to do it." Hugo raised his hand, stammering awkwardly in his heart, "I know. I'll do it later, okay?" He gave a somewhat reluctant assurance. Then she whispered to him in confusion, "Why do you torment yourself like this when you know you'll regret it?" Hearing this, Felix was startled and said loudly, full of doubt, "Father?" This made both of them turn sharply to look at him, and the atmosphere became silent. Felix asked in astonishment, "Did you just call him father?" Knowing he had heard everything, the two looked bewildered and said nothing, as if caught doing something wrong. Both thought, his hearing is sharp. Then Irene excitedly turned to him and asked, "That's right, father told me to call you that, didn't he?" Faced with her enthusiasm, he couldn't keep up, avoiding her bewildered, "What are you wondering about?" Irene, taking advantage, ignored his confusion and said, "Now that I think about it, it seems father has something to tell you." This startled Hugo, who yelled, "Lady! Lady!" Then she pushed him forward, smiling widely, "What is it? Tell me, I'm so curious." He frowned awkwardly, sweating profusely, "You already said everything earlier." She urged him, "It's not too late now." Hugo complained, "You talk too much." Then he glanced ahead, "Huh?" Standing before him was a towering Felix, looking down at him, making him sweat profusely and stammer, You've grown so much, haven't you?" Then he glanced away, cleared his throat, ahem. His face flushed, he stammered, "Mother Olivia worries about you a lot." Felix remained silent, listening. Then he added, "Go meet her and say a few words to her." Olivia, behind the screen, couldn't help but feel touched, sighing, "Oh my." The space suddenly became eerily quiet. He was embarrassed, his face darkened, and he thought to himself, "Why did I say that? What do I do now, Irene Amber?" Suddenly, a chuckle escaped Felix. He asked in bewilderment, laughing. Then he was startled by the scene before his eyes. Felix smiled brightly, covering his mouth with his hand, and said, "Father, you're truly still the same." Then he continued to say, "Although I didn't ask, it seems a lot has happened in my absence." His actions left both Hugo and Irene bewildered. Next, Felix softly asked him, "Is mother still well?" Irene quickly replied, "Of course." She looked at him with affection. Felix leaned against the piano, grasped his wrist, closed his eyes, and bowed his head, saying, "I've also seen mother a few times, though I couldn't say a word to her." He continued, "Even Claudia has grown up and become much stronger than before." He recalled the image of his strong sister angrily hugging Irene. Then he rambled on, now I'm a bit angry with myself for not being able to give you an answer right away. Irene was bewildered by his words, huh? Hugo stood beside him, looking at him affectionately. Even though I promised to be by Yen's side my whole life, he recalled their hands intertwined, bound by a thread of fate. I only have half of my time to myself. Felix envisioned a clock to illustrate his point. He grumbled, just thinking that the demon could monopolize Jen for the other half of the time. Felix unconsciously frowned, paused, then continued, my heart tightens. Irene thought, this feeling is jealousy. She awkwardly called him, Felix. Hugo, feeling left out, said, you'll go first, you two stay and talk about love. Then he turned towards the door and left, watched by the remaining two. The sound of the door closing echoed. Irene called out to him, Felix. This made him look at her. Irene shyly asked, do you want to bite my cheek? Felix blushed and stepped towards her, saying, I won't refuse. His hand naturally reached out to touch her face. In the mansion, Irene's scream echoed, ouch. Felix softly asked, are you hurt? Irene forced a smile and said, not at all. He happily bit her cheek, one hand holding hers, the other embracing her shoulder. Larry, in Walter's body, closed his eyes and firmly said, I can't say. Irene, on one side, put her hands on her hips and ordered him, speak up. Larry opened his eyes, still firm, I can't say. She sighed dejectedly, it seems you really did meet Felix. He turned his back to her, stubbornly refusing to speak, I can't say anything, you can think what you want. Irene angrily clenched her hands and complained, this damn guy. Larry spun around, glanced at her, and said, I have something more important to tell you. It was indeed discovered, just as I predicted. He said. They sat on chairs at a tea table. Larry said, divine power also has its limits. Although we were faster than expected, someone will notice eventually. He said cautiously. Irene sat silently, listening. Larry recalled Constantine's angry expression, recounting, I did exactly as you said, my eyes darting everywhere. Larry's eyes were sharp as he looked at him and said, honestly, I was skeptical, but I didn't expect that method to work. Larry said with curiosity, can love also be hidden as one wishes? The more I learn about humans, the more incomprehensible they become. She spoke as if it were obvious, it's right that you don't understand now, because those are all feelings you stole from Felix. She emphasized. Larry was speechless, admitting, what you said leaves no room for rebuttal, it's annoying. Her expression changed quickly, darkening, the atmosphere gloomy, as she stared at Larry and said, but you. He casually asked back, yeah? Irene showed captivating eyes, wide open towards him, glowing as she said, you really can't tell me? Larry turned his head away, crossing his arms and reaffirming, I won't say. She showed eyes about to tear up, pleading, please. Larry blushed, closing his eyes tightly and insisting, no, I can't. She still tried to beg, is there really nothing to say? He yelled, no. That afternoon, sunset at the palace. Benjamin slammed the cards onto the table. He smiled faintly and asked, do you two really have nothing to say to me? Constantine and Lucas remained silent, still holding their cards, not replying. Seeing this, he burst out laughing, ha. Then he laughed even louder in anger, ha ha ha. He said frantically, so you won't say anything? Even with 10 mouths, you won't utter a single word, huh? He preached, the most important thing for us is balance. The deck of cards was still being played on the table. He continued, if you break this balance and do those arbitrary things then? Don't you know that doing so will lead to all three of us dying together? He imagined a huge wave crashing towards him. Lucas still looked nonchalantly at his card and said, what the hell do I know? It's been years since I had a chance to meet Claudia alone, how could I miss it? Constantine also focused on his cards and continued, the Chamberlain family has been showing respect for quite some time instead of praying. So now, just tell them to pray. Benjamin's eyes flashed with anger, he asked, isn't it out of jealousy? Constantine denied, I'm not stupid, there's no such thing. Benjamin clutched his head and complained, oh, I'm going crazy. He suspiciously glared and asked again, you're not hiding anything, are you? Your eyes look a bit doubtful towards me. Benjamin covered his face. Constantine still casually glanced at him, replying, as the Duke said, are you perhaps hiding something from me? Benjamin coldly retorted, I don't know where you heard such nonsense, but I am innocent. Constantine had no intention of arguing, placed his card down and replied, if you say so, then it must be so. Benjamin, as if stepping on a thorn, explained, I will explain what you are misunderstanding about me. He smiled softly, let's be straightforward for once. Constantine ignored his words, put out a card and said, you don't need to do that. Benjamin picked up another card, grumbling, do you want me to punch a hole in your mouth or something? Constantine retorted, my mouth already has a hole, no need to punch one. He frowned, looking at Benjamin.
He smiled harmlessly, thinking, that's right, you're always like this, pretending to be a victim, then feigning to bear all the suffering in this world.
Benjamin thought, blaming others in this world in that way is characteristic of those saints.
He looked up, while Constantine grimaced at him.
Benjamin laughed sinisterly, ha ha. Then he decided, that's enough for today. Night at Benjamin's mansion. He kicked hard at a pedestal, causing it and the torches to fall and shatter loudly. Benjamin was speechless. He yelled angrily in his thoughts, there are no other beasts fighting for territory, I can't keep cooperating with these fools. I was stupid to think I could control them. His eyes widened. He secretly concluded, Claudia, a beautiful girl with no talent, what's so good about her? He imagined an image of her. Then he fell silent again, exhaling, ha. He was bewildered with himself, really, how? He wondered.
Benjamin held a stack of papers in his hand, thinking, He silently flipped to the desired page titled Shakespeare. Then his eyes widened in astonishment.
He remembered Irene's bristling appearance.
Then he chuckled, pfft. He was amused, his cheeks flushed, laughing madly, ha. He remarked to himself, it's truly absurd. His hand still held the stack of papers. Early morning at the academy, a shout rang out, congratulations on your graduation. Irene grandly declared, as the representative of all graduating students. Whose brother is this, so talented? Liam, in his graduation gown, holding flowers, shuffled awkwardly, frowning at her words. Then he chuckled, put his cap over her face, turned his head away and said, I told you not to talk to me for a whole year.
Irene jumped, pouting, I'm sorry, it's been a month.
Liam firmly turned away and told her, there are still 11 months left.
Seeing him leave, Irene reached out, calling in a panic, are you really not going to see me for a whole year? He softly replied, do I look like someone who would just say that? She peered at him with eyes full of remorse, smiling and saying, I'm truly sorry, what do I have to do for you to forgive me? Liam's expression turned grim, he turned back to her seriously, if you had told me what happened at the Imperial Palace that day, I wouldn't be this angry. He accused. Irene raised a finger to scratch her face, saying in confusion, well, there was nothing special. This left Liam speechless. He spun around, his voice low, it seems we're not that close. Irene quickly followed, tears welling up, calling him back, wait, I can't just casually talk about that. He took long strides forward, ignoring Irene who was rushing behind him, awkwardly calling, Liam, wait for me. Why are you walking so fast? Suddenly Liam stopped, causing her to bump into his back, listen to what I'm saying. She exclaimed. Irene asked him in bewilderment, what is it? Why did you suddenly stop? Did you change your mind? Liam's eyes sparkled, looking somewhere, and he said, who is that guy? He's been staring at you this whole time. Irene peered ahead, holding her sore face and asking, Who? Liam grimaced, looking and saying, that person. Benjamin spoke, laughing, oh my, long time no see. Irene asked in astonishment, huh? Is that Duke Lenberg? He smiled, wearing an outer cloak, holding a box of mozzarella pastries, and smiled warmly, eyes crinkling. It's been a while since we last met, hasn't it? Benjamin stepped towards her. Irene whispered in disappointment to him, did you just notice him? Poor eyesight. He elegantly replied, 2.3. Then he whispered back to her, before I realized it, I already felt uncomfortable with his rude gaze. Hearing this, she asked in bewilderment, what gaze? Liam glanced at her, saying, well. But he was interrupted by Benjamin. He approached her, smiling and saying, lady, you're still so petite. This startled her, and she stammered in reply, Is that so? Irene regained her composure and said, long time no see, you look pale. You should quit smoking soon, I almost didn't recognize you. She looked at him, smiling and acting friendly, thinking, I say that, but this guy is still a former male lead, so he looks annoyingly handsome. Benjamin smiled happily, eyes crinkling, and replied, your concern for me warms my heart, lady. Irene stepped back, asking him in confusion, but what are you doing here? She glanced at the bag of pastries in his hand and said, our relationship isn't the kind that requires friendly greetings. Then he mused, that kind of relationship wouldn't be so bad. This sent a chill down Irene's spine, leaving her frozen and speechless. Then he burst out laughing, are you nervous? He covered his mouth with his hand, smiling with crinkled eyes and sighing, how cute. This action shocked Irene to her core, shattering her composure, her face distorting, and she involuntarily got goosebumps all over. She cried out, Felix. Then quickly retreated behind Liam in a panic, what's wrong with you? Are you crazy? She yelled. Liam watched her actions. Then he glared at Benjamin, warning, sir, my sister doesn't like that. He laughed with interest, ha ha, that trembling look is so cute. Benjamin ignored his threat and stepped forward. He reached out to her and said, also, I have something I want to give you. Irene screamed internally, this crazy old man. Irene gripped her skirt tightly. She thought, I'll do it like I did with young Master Erasimo. She kicked towards him, but Benjamin quickly jumped back, dodging her kick. He laughed with interest, asking, oh, what's that again? Irene closed her mouth, frowned at him, and excused herself, my apologies, my leg is unsteady. He still smiled and spoke to her casually, next time, they'll have to hold your leg first. Irene firmly asserted, there won't be a next time, dog, your grace. Hearing this, Benjamin was bewildered, huh? She defended herself, my tongue got tied, so I misspoke. Liam stood beside them, not understanding what was happening. He still tried to maintain a friendly face, you missed the kick and your tongue got tied, your body is truly troublesome. Irene also firmly reiterated, next time, it will probably be my hand that hurts, we have to go now. Then the two turned to leave, she pushed Liam, urging, let's go, Liam. He glanced back at her, accusing, go if you want, don't push. Benjamin was speechless, silently watching the two. He spoke, I know it's very difficult to reconcile with you now, our relationship has gone in the wrong direction. His words made her freeze. Benjamin continued, I'm sure you won't agree, so we'll just have to do things my way. He glanced away. Then he softly announced, I didn't expect you to be so knowledgeable about art. This made Irene break out in a cold sweat, glancing back at him. As soon as she paused, he quickly stepped forward and spoke his thoughts, you must be curious how much I've discovered. He moved closer to her from behind, whispering, I will send you a letter soon. His arm wrapped around, presenting the box of pastries he brought, to Irene's astonishment. He spoke softly, whispering in her ear, I believe you will accept. Liam spun around, blaring angrily, sir. But Irene quickly reached out to stop him, calling, Liam. She shook her head, signaling him to stop. Liam was so angry his face contorted, unable to speak. But then he obeyed, turning his head and sighing, ha, let's go. Irene pushed him, while Liam glanced at Benjamin, who was also looking at them, smiling and saying, because there's a lot I need to hear from you, sister. Loudly. A bag of mozzarella pastries. The two walked away. Irene held the bag of pastries, muttering, should I throw it away? Seeing her hesitate, Liam yelled angrily, throw it away immediately. He snatched the bag of pastries. Asked him in confusion, why are you suddenly yelling so loudly? Liam looked at her with a displeased expression and said, what if there's something strange in it? Irene found it reasonable and agreed, you're right. He sighed and said, I have a friend who specializes in magic. Liam spoke, there he is. A friend waved at them, arriving just as he was mentioned. Liam handed the bag of pastries to his friend, could you check this for me? His friend took it and asked, cheese? His friend looked, then judged, it seems there are no traces of magic. Then he closed his eyes and said, then burn it. His friend, puzzled, still burning the bag of pastries, asked, I understand, but why do you treat it like it's possessed? Is the cheese spoiled? Liam said, I have my reasons. Irene thought, it's like an exorcism. As she saw the flame in his friend's hand, Liam called out to her, sister. Irene smiled, eyes crinkling, and replied, Liam began to nag, I heard he planned to kill you because he found you annoying. Why does he seem interested in you now? She thought, here we go. Her mouth still held a standard smile. He walked on without replying, while Liam continued to ramble, isn't it strange, sister? Or is he always like that? Didn't he love Lady Chamberlain? He obediently followed her, constantly nagging. Irene thought, just let him ramble. She stepped into the carriage, reaching out to help him up. Liam still nagged, is the current situation related to what happened that day? What's wrong with the Duke? She didn't answer, thinking, good boy, just follow me like this. Even after getting into the carriage, he continued to nag, he's definitely up to something. Will you be okay, sister? He continued to nag, I told you to stay safe. But then he suddenly realized, When he found himself in the Chamberlain family's living room, Liam asked in bewilderment, this is the Chamberlain mansion, isn't it? I wasn't planning to stay here, why did we come? He asked in confusion. Irene asked him back, is there a problem? In front of them were Claudia, drinking tea, and Felix. He stammered, I just graduated from the academy, so I can't inherit my family's estate yet. Claudia interrupted him, no, you'll stay at this mansion for now. Hearing this, Liam was bewildered, He looked around. Claudia, like an angel, still holding her teacup, said, before, you were protected by the academy, but now you are not. She added, if something were to happen to you, Jen would be very worried. Irene giggled when he looked over, that's true. Liam was convinced. But then he sighed, but forcing me to do this without reason is a bit much, isn't it? He angrily crossed his arms and said, I think I deserve an explanation.
After hearing everything, Liam put a hand to his chin, thinking, so, that means the fact that you left without a word was all to keep this person. He looked towards Felix, concluding.
Irene also nodded in agreement. He looked at Felix and asked, and is he the supposedly dead Felix Chamberlain?
Irene smiled brightly, pointing as she explained, he didn't actually die, it was due to the demon's power that he had to feign death. She imagined him being swallowed by the demon and existing inside its belly.
Hey, you're not telling me a story from a novel, are you? Liam asked her suspiciously. Liam recalled that night, reproaching, so, this is why you were so melancholy? Even if that's the case, you shouldn't have left without saying a word, should you?
She tremblingly admitted her fault, actually, it was partly because I was drunk too.
I'm sorry.
Then Irene, optimistically pointing and winking at him, said, but people say life should be lived to the fullest in every moment, and love must be fought for, right?
This outcome isn't bad at all.
Liam was embarrassed by her actions, closing his eyes and looking away.
Jen.
Suddenly Felix called her, making both of them look over. He held out his hand and called to her, come here, my lady.
Irene obediently stood up.
She rushed over, yes. Then she tripped and fell. Claudia caught her in her arms, making Irene stammer, Jen.
Their eyes met.
Claudia gently said, you really are too careless.
She glanced triumphantly at Felix, you couldn't catch her, could you?
Felix glared at her enviously, saying nothing.
Liam saw this fiery scene and was about to speak, He automatically stopped.
For now, I think Duke Lenberg is planning something with my sister. So I hope you two will protect her for me.
He pleaded. Claudia, holding Irene in her arms, asked, what kind of trick?
He stammered, this.
I think he's going to openly pursue my sister. I think I can tell he has feelings for her. He said seriously. Hearing this, Claudia shrieked in alarm, what? Irene looked up at Liam, huh? She recalled him just getting close to her, and asked again, you mean that guy likes me? Liam was speechless, you were there too, weren't you? You really are slow on the uptake.
Irene shrieked in alarm, wondering if there was something wrong with her eyes to think that was the attitude of someone who liked her, because he made her feel disgusted and gave her goosebumps. She recalled his twisted smile and gaze, but then told herself it was understandable since he was the male lead. She covered her mouth and mumbled, wondering why a male lead like him would be interested in her. Irene asked if he intended to use her to get close to Jen, but Claudia asserted that he wasn't foolish enough to waste time doing that. Before she could finish, Claudia interrupted, glaring angrily and asserting that he liked Jen, swearing she would kill him. Irene tried to calm Claudia down, saying he would soon face karma, which made Claudia smile and agree, while Liam was speechless with the two of them. Felix then spoke up, asking if she was his, causing all eyes to turn to him. Claudia casually admitted it, then the two looked at each other tensely, declaring that whoever held her first would win. Liam spoke up, breaking the atmosphere, wondering about the killing and karma everyone was talking about. Irene suddenly remembered and said she hadn't finished telling Liam everything, so now she would recount the whole story. Afterwards, Liam called Irene aside to talk, wondering why everything had changed so much since she entered the Chamberlain household. Liam leaned against the wall, lowering his head and speaking hesitantly, while Irene listened in silence. He worriedly said that everyone seemed to be pushed to their limits, and he had no idea they were secretly carrying out such a big plan. Irene explained that some people live their entire lives sometimes just for a single day of happiness. Liam glanced at her and asked if she couldn't find happiness now. She struggled to ask again, then stated that if Duke Lenberg was truly targeting her as he said, then he, Liam, was the one in most danger right now. He was surprised by her words, then looked at his hands, full of disappointment. He put his hands to his face, struggling to ask if the two sides couldn't compromise. He tremblingly said he was afraid she would get hurt, while Irene just quietly watched him. He slumped down, whispering that she knew he only had her left in this world. Seeing him like that, Irene painfully called Liam's name, while he sat on the ground, burying his head in his knees in despair. Irene screamed in a panic, is there something wrong with your eyes to think that's the attitude of someone who likes me? He gives me goosebumps, he's disgusting, I want to die from discomfort. She recalled his smirk and his perverted, glowing eyes. But he's one of the three male leads, so it's understandable. She told herself. She raised a hand to cover her mouth, looking up and muttering, but that person. She thought, wait, he's the male lead, isn't he? Why would a male lead be interested in me? She wondered. Irene looked at him and asked, isn't he trying to use me to get close to Claudia? Claudia was startled, that guy isn't stupid, so he wouldn't do such time-wasting things. Irene denied, come on. But before she could finish, Claudia interrupted, he clearly likes Jen. She glared angrily, I'll kill him. She enunciated each word.
Irene panicked. Wait, calm down, he'll get his comeuppance soon. Claudia quickly smiled and said, Jen is right, huh? Liam was speechless with both of them. Felix now spoke, is she mine? All eyes turned to him. Claudia casually admitted, of course. Then the two looked at each other with unfriendly eyes in unison, whoever keeps her first, she's theirs. Liam broke the silence, wondering, wait, kill comeuppance? Everyone, explain more clearly to me. What is it? He asked. Irene now remembered, saying, I haven't had a chance to tell you everything, have I? Let me tell you now. Liam listened to her silently. Then Liam called her, sister, can I see you for a moment? Irene was silent. Liam asked her, when you first came to the Chamberlain mansion, things weren't like this. Liam leaned against the wall, bowing his head hesitantly, Irene stood listening to him. His face was filled with worry as he said, are you really okay? How should I put it, everyone is being pushed to their limits. He paused, then continued, I couldn't have known everyone was secretly carrying out such a big plan. Irene explained to him, there's a saying that people live their whole lives sometimes just for one day of happiness. Liam glanced at her, wondering, can't you find happiness at this moment? She asked him with difficulty, you're telling me to find happiness now? If Duke Lindbergh is targeting you, just as you said. She paused for a moment. Then she concluded, then you are the one who could be in the most danger right now. Irene spoke her thoughts, I want to protect everyone, not rush into death. He was surprised by her words. Then Liam looked at his hands and said in disappointment, I know that, but... He covered his face with his hands, asking her with difficulty, can't we compromise, sister? He said tremblingly, I'm afraid you'll get hurt. Irene stood beside him, looking at him. Then he sank further down, whispering, you know I only have you left in this world. Seeing him like that, she called out in pain, Liam. He sat on the ground, hugging his knees, his face buried in them in despair. Irene tried to explain, for a bird to fly, it must also learn to let itself fall. He agreed with her words, yes, you're right. She spoke to comfort him, I'll give you a hug, okay? Liam, still on the ground, said, no, I'm good. He looked up and sighed, Then he put his hands on his knees and stood up, saying, if you're so determined, then I can't do anything about it. His eyes held worry as he said, I won't stop you. Then Liam turned and left, leaving Irene standing behind, speechless. She reached out, intending to hold him back. But then she stopped, looking down in sorrow. Martina's bar, you must be very busy, it's been so long I've forgotten your face, you know. A familiar voice rang out. Irene took off her hat, smiling, Erica greeted her, Irene, you're here? You must be tired from the journey, I'll order tea for you. Martina objected, it's not a noble tea party, what time is it to be drinking tea? Erica looked at her reproachfully, don't drink alcohol like it's a soft drink, you have no dignity. Martina grumbled, please don't talk about dignity with me. It's been years and the Duchess still hasn't given up, The bartender handed a towel to Irene. Martina pointed to the chair next to her and called out, Irene, come sit here. She obediently replied, yes, I'm coming right away. At Martina's bar, you must be very busy, it's been so long I've forgotten your face, you know. A familiar voice rang out. Irene took off her hat, smiling, Erica greeted her, Irene, you're here? You must be tired from the journey, I'll order tea for you. Martina objected, it's not a noble tea party, what time is it to be drinking tea? Irene sighed in admiration, you two argue a lot, but you're quite compatible. Erica agreed, Martina beamed, of course, if Jen introduces them, how could they not be compatible? She pointed, smiling with crinkled eyes, and said, to the main point, I came here because I have important news. Martina asked, what news? It seems Duke Lindbergh finally knows about it. Both Erica and Martina looked at her with interest. And Martina sighed, that's good then. Erica smiled happily, so now all we need to do is wait. The bartender slowly walked out. Martina rested her hands on the table, stroking her chin, and sighed, good news like this without celebratory drinks is too sad, isn't it? She closed her eyes and reminded the bartender, why aren't you bringing out the champagne quickly? He was awkward, oh, come on. He was already holding a teapot. All eyes turned to him, I've prepared a lot of tea, but I guess I'll have to make it again. The bartender compromised. At the Chamberlain mansion. Felix sat leaning against the window, dozing off. He drowsily breathed steadily. Irene called out to him, Felix. But there was no response. She thought, is he asleep? She slowly approached him. Felix leaned against the window. She looked up at him, thinking, I don't think I've ever seen him sleep properly, but it seems he does sleep. Then she tiptoed closer to get a good look at him. But... She paused her thoughts. Then, seeing him clearly up close, she sighed, how can he be so much like an angel? She unconsciously reached out to touch his hair. She thought, I want to touch Felix just once. Suddenly he opened his eyes, gripped her wrist tightly, and called, Jen. She was bewildered. Oh, did I wake you up? I'm sorry. Felix, half awake, looked at her and said, it's okay. She asked him worriedly, are you very tired? He pressed her hand down. Then he raised his hand to touch his face, pressed it against it, closed his eyes, and replied, just a little. Under his beauty, Irene was flustered. Do you want to sleep? Oh no, that's not what I mean. I want to ask if you want to sleep a little more. Seeing her like that, Felix agreed, that's a good idea. She was still bewildered and flustered. What? She asked him. But now is not the time for that. Felix looked at the two swords on the window. He strapped them to his back. And waist. He asked her, can I do things my way now? Irene looked at him gently. She hugged his arm, turning her face away. Yes, I knew this day would come. She continued, but you won't regret it, will you? He lowered his eyelids, nudging her and saying, at times like that. Felix repeated, just scold me, Jen. She repeated in bewilderment, scold you? Then he smiled, wishing from her, when I'm suffering alone, please come and hug me. His smile made Jen blush. He asked her, Jen will hug me, right? She was bewildered, not knowing how to reply to him. Then softly, yes, of course. At the temple, Constantine's rule, though simple, was also very clear. He pushed away those with extensive knowledge and a righteous spirit. Those in the temple arrested intellectuals into heretical factions and silenced them. He distributed food to the suffering and uneducated, and appointed prominent holy knights to represent the temple, thereby elevating its status. The ignorant praised how much those grand high priests, who only had good looks, cared for them. The knowledgeable intellectuals could not speak out. The rest fled abroad. Some others were killed. Of course, the place these people most frequently had to visit was the Inquisition's interrogation room. A basement room. Those who entered it at least once could regain their lost faith. Despite the brutal suppression, the number of followers gradually strengthened and showed abnormal growth. At the temple, by collecting more money than the initial investment, he was able to accelerate the plan to select a new Grand High Priest. The plan to strengthen overall power was carried out by him without any minor errors. Constantine held his sword and plunged it down. Blood splattered everywhere. He spoke, no matter how rational they are, humans are still just animals. He looked up, exhaling, phew. He said with disdain, they don't know what they're given, eating heartily like livestock being herded. Please don't make any more mistakes, don't stay here. A priest stammered, begging. Constantine challenged him, do you think I've crossed the line? His eyes were sharp. Another sword stroke slashed across, and blood splattered again. He walked with his sword, saying, humans hold their own principles and standards, but it seems everyone is the same, which is why their bodies and spirits are so weak. The one who had advised him was cut down. The Grand High Priest trembled and yelled, I don't know what you're misunderstanding. But I did exactly as you wished, doing nothing, just standing silently by. Constantine ignored him, bringing his sword before the Grand High Priest. He softly replied to him, I know. The man trembled in panic, asking, what? He said madly, I'm just following the principles I've set. The Grand High Priest's eyes widened, crying, his face disfigured. He added, you are a prime example of those principles. It's best for me to avoid those who are too timid and indecisive. Constantine raised his sword and looked down at the Grand High Priest, sunlight streaming through the temple window onto him. He spoke, it's good that the Grand High Priest knows how to behave like this, after all, it's a basic virtue that humans should possess. Constantine was admitted to the temple when he was very young. At the temple. He was born in an alley within rat territory. A priest discovered his divine power and took him in. His eyes were filled with coldness. Everyone said they had found a precious gem in the mud. But he had a major flaw. In a certain village, Constantine, someone called him a pauper begging from them. The priest who saved him asked, don't you feel pity for them? He looked at the priest coldly, showing no emotion. He repeated, pity? Oof. Constantine judged, they are truly filthy. The priest, bewildered, asked again, filthy? He looked up at the priest and asked, didn't you say that priests are granted divine power because they cleanse the dirty and evil? Constantine offered his thought, so, if we are to be cleansed then? The priest looked at him, speechless. Then, the priest closed his eyes, understanding, Constantine would probably be better suited for something else. From that day, Constantine, from a candidate for the next Grand Priest, switched to the path of a holy knight, sword in hand. He was granted the Holy Knight's sword. Because he was recognized as having divine power, even killing was considered lawful.
He knelt, half-sitting, to receive the Holy Knight's blessing. Even when he committed a crime, simply saying "I punish evil" silenced everyone. Thus, instead of being seen as a murderer, Constantine became a hero representing the Holy Church. Each time his name was called, blood spilled everywhere.
Are you killing innocent people again?
The priest recognized him, quickly ran over to ask, but Constantine remained silent. He opened his mouth. "I apologize, I caused trouble." Before he could finish, a slap landed on his face.
How many times have I told you, this is inhumane and against morality?
The priest said in distress. Constantine looked up at the statue of God, saying, "I apologize."
That is also God Decel's will, isn't it?
The priest looked up at the altar, emphasizing, "God Decel is always watching us."
He softly replied, "Yes." Constantine had never heard God Decel's voice.
He, the symbol of the Holy Church, obeyed the priest, while concealing his true nature. Therefore, no one truly knew what kind of person he was. There were times he felt like he was drowning. He reached out for the light before his eyes but couldn't surface. By the time he realized it, he had already sunk to the bottom of the abyss. He stood in the middle of the ocean, reaching for the distant light. He was a man living in the glory of the past, having lost all honor and faith. The only thing left was the light he reached for was Claudia's purity. He reached out and called, "Claudia." She was the light of his life.
Peace and balance.
The symbol of the temple shone brightly in his deep sea, a symbol of integrity and purity. He was the hero sent to save the world and destroy heretics and rebels by divine command. His body wore silver armor, a sword in his hand. But behind that title lay a mountain of innocent bodies. The indelible bloodstains, and from them, black feathers grew within him. And one day, Constantine became the embodiment of the Holy Church. In that Holy Church, his will was the will of God Decel. Back in the present, his hands struggled to hold his sword, grimacing as he defended.
Clanging sounds of metal echoed.
Anyone who opposed him was a heretic. Walter lunged at him with two swords in hand. For Constantine, the concept of failure did not exist. He was struck by Walter's sword, which slashed past his shield, leaving a long cut on his face, making him wince.
It should have. Constantine was surprised, grimacing blankly at Walter with the bleeding wound on his face. Been like this?
He asserted. Constantine parried the sword as Walter charged, shouting, "Why? Why do you hinder me, Walter?" He stammered, "These things."
"All these things?"
Walter paused, looking at him, but didn't reply. Constantine screamed in madness, "Are all things I should have had from the very beginning." He shouted again, "It's only natural." Walter jumped and then lunged from the air
towards him. He delivered a finishing blow.
At the Imperial Palace, Walter reported, "While carrying out your Majesty's assigned task, I witnessed the events firsthand." Lucas asked him, "So those from the Holy Church are so useless, what did you do with him?"
He inquired.
Sunlight streamed in from the window.
Walter clasped his hands behind his back and answered the Emperor, after ensuring the Grand Priest's safety.
Lucas rested his chin on his hand, smiling with interest as he listened. Walter continued, "I imprisoned the Holy Knight in the heresy interrogation chamber in the Holy Church's basement."
Constantine remained silently in his cell.
The Emperor opened his mouth in a sneer, his hand still propping his chin.
He clenched his fist on the table, laughing loudly, "Well done."
He bowed his head, praising him. What the Knight Commander did is no different from a heretic. Beside him were Benjamin and other courtiers. Lucas, full of joy, touched his chin, narrowing his eyes with a hee-hee, as if Constantine willingly offered an excuse for his execution. It was too perfect to be true. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "I also said before." Knight Constantine was raised in a secluded holy church, with little ability to grasp the situation, causing Lucas and Benjamin to look at the speaker. "That issue is separate from his abilities," Duke Dapple Larson continued in a nonchalant tone.
Count Disloyan added, "Furthermore, if one is constantly immersed in peace, their acuity will be lost." Lucas turned to him and asked, "Based solely on intuition, you also predicted Knight Constantine would kill the Grand Priest?" He denied, "That's impossible, Your Majesty." Then added, "I advised Your Majesty that Knight Constantine's behavior was becoming increasingly audacious." Count Disloyan continued, "It was Your Majesty who precisely predicted when he would act. You are truly wise and discerning." He flattered. Benjamin's expression darkened, he glanced at the Emperor, remaining silent. Lucas, however, laughed happily, "Is that so?" He flattered Lucas again, "You are truly magnificent. What do you plan to do now, Your Majesty?" The Emperor picked up his teacup, muttering with closed eyes, "I will." Then he glanced at Benjamin, delivering his judgment, "Bring him to trial at the Holy Tribunal." Which made Benjamin's face turn pale. At a certain tea and pastry shop, Benjamin held a teacup, rattling it. Then he picked it up, closed his eyes, and wondered, has the Emperor finally gone mad?
He recalled going to offer Knight Constantine help to escape. Constantine glanced at him from inside the cell, saying, "I knew you'd say that." Benjamin frowned in annoyance, but he spat out those words. He thought to himself, what a bunch of fools. It'd be better to throw those two to the crocodiles as live bait. He set the teacup down, or bring them back to the city and torture them myself for pleasure, that'd be even better. He mused, in short, I still want to kill them. Suddenly, someone approached and said, "You seem to have many things on your mind." Benjamin turned, unsure how to respond. He saw Irene and exclaimed, "Although I sent a letter, I didn't expect you to come, wow." She glanced at him and said, "You threatened me, and now you're doubtful? We just met, and you're already getting on my nerves." He sneered, "You look like a puppet, but I invite you to sit." He smiled gently at her. Irene removed her hood and asked, "How did you recognize me?" "There's no way a cautious person like Lady Amber would come here directly." "I commend you for that trick." He stated his deduction. Then he propped his hands on the table, covering his mouth with a smile, and asked, "So, is this a fake or the real thing?" She shook her hair and retorted, "Does it matter? Or do you prefer puppets?" Benjamin mocked himself, "Oh, I'm heartbroken. If it's Lady Amber, then it must matter." Her face turned contemptuous, goosebumps rising, unsure what to say to him. He still smiled, confirming, "It seems to be the real deal then." She snorted, getting straight to the point, "I still don't believe it, but Duke Lenberg." She paused, then continued, "Truly has feelings for me?" He propped his hands on the table, resting his chin, humming without answering. After thinking, he spoke, "It's quite possible." Upon hearing this, Irene made a disgusted face, covering her mouth. "Every time I see you, I feel like I've been bitten by a dog, and now with this, it's even more repulsive." She turned away from him. Benjamin looked at her and remarked, "You really don't bother to choose your words with me, do you?" Irene glanced at him, still covering her mouth, repeating mockingly, "Your attitude has always been like that. Claudia is the eternal love of your life. But now it seems to have cooled off, huh?" Benjamin smiled, showing no emotion, and asked her back, "Is that so?" Irene looked at him seriously, questioning, "I just didn't expect to be the next one to bear bad luck." Then she asked him, "I truly want to ask you, if you no longer have feelings for Claudia, then why on earth are you playing these disgraceful games?" His reflection shimmered in the teacup before her. Benjamin gently said, "You know I have feelings for you, yet you don't want to take advantage of that?" He asked her curiously. "Not only that," he also asserted, "if it were you, lady, I think you could do it perfectly." Benjamin interlaced his hands on the table, continuing to ask in confusion, "Don't you get tired of always treating everyone around you sincerely?" He added, "Even towards me." Benjamin glanced at her, saying intimately, "Even if it's just pretending, if you were friendly with me, who knows, you might be able to control me however you want." He was setting a vicious trap, stained with the blood of those who had fallen into it before. "Take advantage of the feelings I have for you, lady. Even if you suddenly change your attitude now, I won't be able to resist you." He added, "That way, there will be a time when you let me be by your side and drop your guard with me." He then posed a question to her, "Aren't humans emotional beings?" And Benjamin confessed, "I am too." At that confession, Irene picked up the teacup on the table, sneering, "You have something called feelings, too, huh?" He smiled, his eyes crinkling harmlessly, looking at her and saying, "If I didn't, why would I be sitting here with you?" Irene uninterestedly said, "Ah." Then she firmly stated her opinion, "Even though I've clearly shown my disgust, you don't seem to care at all." She paused. Then continued to question him, "And yet you dare to bluntly tell me that you also have feelings?" Benjamin, seeing himself exposed, smiled and praised, "You truly understand me very well." As if understanding his intention, Irene added, "Even if you get my body, you won't get my heart. If I refuse you now, you might even commit a crime, wouldn't you?" Her hands clenched on the table. Benjamin calmly looked at her and said, "If you keep being stubborn like this, they'll have no other choice." Confirmed her thought. But he deliberately rephrased her words, instead of calling it a crime, it could be seen as a little physical persuasion. Irene toyed with the teacup, making the water inside ripple, and she sighed, "You're still the same, romanticizing crimes and justifying yourself." She remarked. Irene honestly stated her purpose, "I came to see you because I wanted to find out what you already knew." Benjamin intertwined his fingers, answering her vaguely, "I've learned quite a lot already." Hearing these words, Irene suspiciously asked, "So you want me to cooperate with you?" He agreed with her, smiling at her and saying, "I can even give you an extension if you want," Benjamin offered. But unexpectedly, Irene bluntly said, "Even if you report what you know to His Majesty now, it doesn't matter," with a smile on her face. Benjamin was surprised, his pupils constricted, and he unexpectedly said, "You're refusing immediately without any negotiation?" Irene calmly continued, "Even if you forcibly keep me here,
or if one day I go crazy and take advantage of you? She paused her words. Then quickly emphasized, placing her hands under her lap seriously, I will never develop feelings for you. Benjamin quickly regained his composure, smiling and denying her statement, nothing is certain. His hands remained on the table, fingers interlaced. Irene continued, no, I'm certain because you have a rival to compete with. He asked back, Claudia? Irene imagined a familiar mouth. She closed her eyes, smiling happily, of course, you're also very formidable. In her mind, Felix's brilliantly smiling image was always there, and she softly said, but how can you win? She paused her words for a moment, then slowly spoke, the one you killed. Benjamin was stunned, staring at her with wide eyes. Irene slowly continued, with happiness on her face, the sunlight streaming through the window making her happiness even more radiant, the one I love is Felix's soul. No matter how long this life is, I will live on, cherishing his memories. Then she softly retreated, well then, if you have nothing more to say, I'll be leaving now. The sound of her chair scraping echoed in Benjamin's stunned silence. Irene turned, picked up her skirt, and left, leaving Benjamin unsettled, watching her figure depart. His hands rested on the table, clenched tightly. After she left, Benjamin also regained his composure. He raised a hand to cover his mouth, narrowing his eyes with interest, saying, not dangerous at all, huh? The next morning, at a certain theater, a voice called out, Your Majesty. Inside the theater, Lucas, holding a glass of wine and enjoying himself, turned towards the caller, asking curiously, meeting again? This coincidence is persistent, isn't it? The other person respectfully replied, I don't know how many times this is, Your Majesty. Count Disloyan bowed, smiling respectfully, you can't hide your preferences, can you, Your Majesty? Do you mind if I sit beside you? Lucas raised the wine glass to his mouth and replied, feel free. Count Disloyan exclaimed, oh my, you are truly kind. Lucas continued to exclaim, the scenes and content of this play are perfect, the relationships between the characters and the dialogue are quite good. The Count flattered, oh, indeed, Your Majesty is truly discerning. But recently, it seems that movements based on true stories have become more popular. He turned to Lucas and said. Lucas also looked over, listening. On the stage, a play was being performed, and Lucas said, the end of the play touched a little on the glory and honor of the Empire. He paused, then spoke again, the war will drag on for a long time, and through plays like this, the people can gradually cast aside their grievances. Lucas exhaled, waving his hand. Count Disloyan asked in surprise, is it all right to leave things as they are now? He voiced his concern, it's not certain, but there's a risk it could spread into dangerous acts of defiance. Lucas affirmed, even with strong suppression, people will still resist. It'll boil for a while and then settle down anyway. Count Disloyan seemed to understand, replying, that must be so. The stage curtains closed. The Emperor said, just provide bread and circuses correctly, and things can remain stable as they are. Let's respect freedom of speech. The Count agreed, I understand Your Majesty's intention. He then praised Lucas again, I think it's not bad that we can soothe the people's anger during this time. Lucas looked at him in confusion, still holding his wineglass, and asked, how? He offered his idea, now is the opportune moment to let them know Your Majesty's position is still intact. Constantine is now powerless, and the temple is in chaos. Therefore, we need to bestow Your Majesty's grace upon them at the temple. He declared loudly, how about Night of the Heroes for the circus name? This will surely become a very extravagant festival. Lucas listened, smiling, and took a sip of wine. He continued, and above all, this is also an opportunity to crush Duke Lenberg's influence. Hearing this made Lucas pause. The Count added, how long do you intend to keep Lenberg by your side, Your Majesty? Lucas looked at him coldly, set down his wineglass, and reminded him, you are being too disrespectful. Count Disloyan bowed his head in apology, oh, please forgive my disrespect, Your Majesty. The Emperor glanced at him. He continued, but I believe the Duke has long overstepped his bounds. If he had merely offered advice as a subordinate, I would not be saying these things. He spoke, further hinting at Benjamin's disrespect towards Lucas as Lucas, isn't he usurping your rights and responsibilities? He is truly shameless to exploit Your Majesty's trust. He was indignant. Lucas, hearing him, closed his eyes and replied, I will consider this opinion. The Count smiled and said, thank you, Your Majesty, for listening to my advice. Lucas thought to himself, does he mean if I weren't Emperor, I'd be worthless? He silently screamed in his heart, I want to kill that guy so badly. In the Emperor's study, Benjamin raised his hand towards him and asked, Your Majesty, I have many things to say, but there is one urgent matter we must address first. Lucas asked him back, what is it? The district of Selegium. Benjamin reported, I told you before that the head of the Selegium intelligence network sided with Chamberlain. I have obtained information that they completely took over the cultural industry several years ago. Lucas asked in shock, what? Benjamin continued to report, thanks to Irene Amber's ingenuity, this began 4.5 years ago. Lucas was still writing something on paper.
He raised a hand to his chin, thinking, no matter what, we must thoroughly censor all forms of art. Count Disloyan's words from earlier that day echoed in Lucas' mind, but I believe the Duke has long overstepped his bounds.
Benjamin continued, funding for artists should also be stopped immediately. The Count's words again appeared in Lucas' mind, isn't he usurping your rights and responsibilities? Seeing Lucas distracted, he called out, Your Majesty, are you listening to me?
The Emperor looked up at him, Disloyan's voice still echoing in his head, reminding him, he is truly shameless to exploit your Majesty's trust.
Lucas stopped writing. The Emperor looked up with sharp, unreadable eyes. Benjamin also looked back at the Emperor in the same way. Then Lucas smiled, realizing, so that's how it is.
Then he softly commanded, what you are doing ends here. Lucas smirked, picking up his pen and looking at him. Benjamin was surprised, his heart pounding, looking at the Emperor with a puzzled expression.
In a palace, lavishly and splendidly decorated. Suddenly, footsteps echoed as someone entered. Benjamin walked past the door. Suddenly,
someone opened the door, reached out a hand, grabbed his sleeve, and called, Duke Lenberg. Benjamin turned to glance at Cedric, his face cold and expressionless.
He asked, Is there a problem?
Cedric's hand, gripping his sleeve, trembled, and fear lingered in his sweaty eyes.
He panted, looking at Benjamin, I have something to tell you. Can I have a moment of your time? Benjamin snorted.
He stepped closer and replied, Of course. There was a hint of amusement and danger in his eyes.
Both entered the room.
Cedric spoke, I've used up all of that stuff you gave me the other day.
Benjamin replied, It's good that you found it useful.
Holding a ring in his hand, he thought, it seems the medicine is very effective.
Just in time to replace the Emperor. What are you implying?
Check to be sure. Suddenly, the ring in Benjamin's hand burst into flames.
Cedric's eyes widened in astonishment.
He flinched back, covering his face, ouch.
Turn it off.
Benjamin merely smiled at the sight, saying, the room was too dark, so I just wanted to brighten it up. Cedric, still covering his eyes, yelled, damn it.
Fire.
Turn off the fire right in front of me.
Benjamin's face was full of smugness, all right.
When the fire was extinguished, Cedric gasped, looking at Benjamin, his body trembling incessantly, Duke Lenberg, that thing really has no side effects, does it?
Why do I feel like I'm about to die?
He calmly said, I'm sorry to say this, but there's no medicine in the world without side effects.
Cedric's voice had a hint of anger, damn it. His eyes stared at Benjamin, so, do you have any items with you?
Hearing that, Benjamin, fumbled for something on his person, well, about that. Suddenly, he pulled out a glass vial containing something from inside his coat.
Cedric's eyes lit up.
He lunged forward, wanting to take it from Benjamin's hand, come here.
Benjamin spoke, it seems you enjoy having your patience tested, don't you?
Cedric, his face covered in sweat, panted, glaring.
Cedric's voice held a hint of annoyance, so what do I have to do? Benjamin smirked brightly, yes. Exactly. If you behave, I will reward you with a worthy gift. The glass vial fell, and a white powder scattered from within. The scene shifted to a magnificent palace, where someone's voice was heard, are you all right, your grace? Cedric was lying listlessly on a chair, replying, all right? I think I'm about to die. Hearing that, Irene offered a vial of medicine, chuckling teasingly, hey, race the antidote, drink it. He reached out for the vial, his face pale and lifeless, his voice weak, now I don't even have the strength to drink it. Irene stood up and asked, what would you do without me?
He poured the medicine into his mouth and replied, if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten into this mess in the first place. She thought to herself, and then your brother would tear out your heart. Irene could only respond with exasperation, I told you it was okay to pretend.
Why did you do it for real?
He sat up and continued, I did pretend, but that ghostly guy found out immediately.
He must be the lord of the underworld.
He sees more addicts than sober people, so it's hard to fool him. Irene interjected, honestly, I also thought you'd do it for real, which is why I prepared the medicine.
He cried without tears, phew. Thank you for saving my life. Cedric suddenly became pensive. But it's just as you said. Irene listened in silence. Cedric continued, I want to live more vibrantly than I die.
And hope makes people more infatuated than anything else. An image of a butterfly with its wings being consumed by flames.
Cedric smiled gently and beautifully at her, what does hope taste like? Terribly intoxicating. Cedric's hand tightened around the vial of medicine. Irene spoke, it's good that you like it. You used to be an addict, how does it feel to use medicine again?
He replied, the moment I touched it, I felt like I was about to return to Mother Earth. He sighed, complaining, also, he intends to make me emperor, just as you said. Phew, I'm alive. No puppet is easier to manipulate than an addict. An image of two hands holding strings, Cedric's hands tied with iron ropes, his eyes covered. Cedric continued, everything is going exactly as you wished, how do you feel? Irene excitedly and happily said, great. Finally, I can be with Felix. Cedric's face was full of helplessness, that's all? Ha! All this time I've tried so hard so we could be happy together forever. He looked at her, full of confusion, and asked, don't you know there's no eternal happiness? Irene still smiled happily, even if it's fleeting happiness for a moment, I still like it. He was surprised by that answer, is that so? Living the life of a happy bug isn't so bad, I guess. A gulping sound of drinking echoed. Lucas, standing beside him, asked, what are you drinking? He started, looking over, a vial of water in his hand. Walter calmly said, happiness. The two stared at each other in a moment of silence. Lucas rubbed his forehead, a headache, and spoke first, they say you're like someone from another world. Sometimes I think so too. Like now, for example. Lucas looked up, oh, come on, you're my knight. You've become famous and been granted territory and a title. You don't know any prayers? He said, prayers, your highness? Lucas re-explained the scene, yes, when the Night of the Heroes begins, I will declare you my sword before all the people. Are you just going to stand there blankly then? He rubbed one eye with a hint of nonchalance, even if you are a loyal mercenary, if you were born and raised in L'Occitane. He continued to explain, then you should at least remember one of 1,000 prayers. Seeing Walter's blank expression, he was a bit speechless. Lucas sighed, turning his face away, never mind. Walter heard Lucas' words, he'll have someone prepare some good prayers for you, just memorize them. He merely nodded indifferently. He turned his head to look out the window. In his mind, he thought, please grant me the resolve to drink the last drop of sorrow. The evening sunset shone in from outside. His eyes were cold, deep within them calculating something, and the courage to readily accept that cup. Walter's hand gently clenched. There was a child who, from birth, possessed an abundant amount of mana. An image of the boy holding a source of power in his hand. That boy was simply lucky. A dragon was flying in the sky. But the L'Occitane Empire called it a dragon's miracle based on the founding legend. That title was to make people believe that the abundant mana was a blessing from the dragon, not naturally occurring. A flag of some nation. Such a person was a messenger of the gods, carrying a divine mandate. Therefore, he had to serve the nation wholeheartedly. An image of a child looking into a cradle. For that reason, the Ministry of Magic recruited children with magical talent, regardless of their status. And if they refused, they would be charged with treason. That was Felix and Claudia in their youth. When Felix was 7 and Claudia was 3. He looked at his sister with affection. He softly said beside her, never let Claudia learn magic. Unlike me, she has a talent for spirit arts, so it's fine if she doesn't learn it. He walked out the door. The young Felix left those words and then departed for the Ministry of Magic. Afterwards, he returned with a gaunt, pale face. He returned in a state of malnutrition. His eyes were filled with exhaustion and fatigue, and a magical item was implanted in his shoulder. Felix's mother came over to ask, tears welling up, my son, what have they done? Felix forced a smile and replied, it's nothing serious, mother. I'm fine. He was happy to feel the warmth in his mother's hand. Felix healed his wounds and scars with healing magic he had just learned. He protected his family and sister in his own way. His heroic figure walked forward. Even in the most miserable circumstances, Felix never lost his inherent nature. And then he rose to the position of Deputy Minister of Magic. A shattered memory. But now it was just a fragment of the past. Someone's reproaching voice echoed, you bastard. I didn't expect you to abandon everything. He lay sprawled on the ground, what do you mean, didn't expect? I've always been like this since I was 7. The voice echoed, still the same. You probably don't realize it now, but I've already consumed your emotions and beliefs. He sat up and exhaled, it seems they really are gone. That person asked, doesn't it hurt? He calmly replied, of course it hurts. That person wondered, but why haven't you been corrupted and fallen into despair? Felix looked ahead and softly replied, because I still have something I want to protect. That person angrily cursed loudly, damn it. How much longer do I have to be stuck in here? When can I finally seize his soul and return to the demon realm? He remained silent. The voice continued, or why don't you go back, become more desperate and lost than you are now, and then do whatever you want? Felix thoughtfully said, do you want to go find the holy sword with me right now?
He was so annoyed. I hate you so much. He just calmly said, we share that feeling. The voice inside Felix screamed, I can't take it anymore. At this moment, he was holding a sword in his hand. That person snapped, stop. I can praise your magic, but your swordsmanship is hopeless. Felix just grunted, saying nothing more. The voice inside Felix kept jumping, or archery. I can teach you that. No emperor would want a swordsman as bad as you to protect him. He slumped down and replied, what emperor would have an archer as his bodyguard? I'm running out of time. Suddenly Felix thought of something, then asked, your goal is to take over my entire soul, isn't it? That person replied, yes, more precisely, to take over your body as well. In his eyes was a hint of sadness, and he was calculating something, then I will borrow the demon's power to fight and achieve victory. Irene looked around the cabinet once and was surprised to find that the soul separation potion was gone. Seeing this, she immediately thought of Felix, and it's a way to put himself in danger too? Irene clenched her hands tightly. She pressed her lips together. Her hand fumbled in the desk drawer. This is the first time in my life I've seen someone so unwilling to listen to anything. If you keep this up, I won't sit idly by. As she spoke, Irene took out a vial of medicine. Then she continued to frantically grab the remaining vials, take them all. Elsewhere, at the palace. While being examined by the Duke's men, he looked up at the sky and said, a dragon is flying in the sky, but it seems only I can see it. Benjamin heard this and turned his face to the window to look. A dragon? If there's a dragon like you say, that's good. Then I'll save myself some trouble. Cedric heard this and asked, confused, trouble? Because I need Knight Constantine. Benjamin replied. Cedric continued to ask suspiciously, Knight Constantine? Benjamin looked at his expression and smiled, what is he plotting? Your face is showing those words. Cedric, caught by Benjamin's words, quickly denied, plotting what? Why would I think that? But Benjamin had clearly seen through him, so he just hummed in a perfunctory manner. Cedric then began to share, I thought I would live my whole life under the supervision of my foolish brother. But thanks to that, I gained a position I never dreamed of. Good for you. Benjamin replied. Afterwards, Cedric continued, but it seems the Duke's subordinates have oversearched. Making me strip wasn't enough. They even examined my mouth. So what's the plan? You have to tell me so I can cooperate. After all, without the Duke's medicine, I wouldn't survive. So why keep secrets from me? Benjamin gave a faint smile and calmly said, being careful never hurts. Then he turned to Cedric, a bright smile on his face, and said, I'm in a good mood, so we'll tell you why. You've lived your whole life like this, regretting nothing, even if you were to die immediately now. Your body is already being destroyed. How can I be sure you won't take me down with you? Cedric was momentarily startled by Benjamin's words. Then he helplessly said, you're more cautious than I thought. Even though you're in a threatening position, you're still not at ease? So why did you drag a useless person like me here? Benjamin continued to smile and reply, right. You're quick-witted and understand what people mean. That's quite useful. That's normal. Immediately after, Benjamin stepped forward. In his hand, he held a set of clothes and a pair of sandals. He said, because all this time I've only met abnormal people. Then he handed those items to Cedric. It's late, but please forgive my disrespect. Cedric took the items in his hands. His face showed a slight disdain, saying, even though I'm like this, I'm still a Grand Duke. And you welcome me like this? Meanwhile, he thought, slippers. Does he mean I shouldn't even dream of escaping? Benjamin didn't answer that question. He continued, but I'll return this. It would be difficult for you without it, wouldn't it? Then he held a bag containing white powder. He sprinkled the powder onto the items Cedric was holding. Seeing this, Cedric sighed and said, wow. Thank you, Your Grace. Benjamin replied, no need for formalities. Because today I intend to tell you everything. On the night of the ball, Zanba Zanja was rushing to the mansion. She ran, feeling regretful and crying, I've been looking forward to this day so much, but I'm late. Walter will be at the Night of the Heroes. In Anba Zanja's imagination, Felix looked like a dashing heartthrob with tan skin and beautiful, sparkling blue eyes. It made her go crazy just imagining it. Before, Anba Zanja's crush was His Majesty. But she couldn't forget that night. The night she first saw Walter. Here, Anba Zanja stopped, panting from exhaustion, but her face still showed excitement. She thought, I couldn't talk to him, but he'll use this opportunity to get acquainted and then. Just like that, Anba Zanja began to imagine a happy romantic scenario between the two of them. Suddenly, someone bumped hard into Anbazanja, interrupting her romantic thoughts. Anbazanja cried out in pain, then fell flat on the ground.
The other person, seeing this, said, "Oh, my legs are too long, I apologize."
Hearing such an apology, Anbazanja became even more annoyed.
She cursed silently in her head, "I'm in a hurry, almost dying here.
And he says it's because his legs are long, what kind of apology is that?"
The other person continued, "I intended to dodge, but am not used to it yet, so I couldn't control my walking."
"What the hell? Where are your eyes?" Anbazanja cursed silently, then spun around, intending to vent her anger. She angrily said, "Are you a newborn deer or something? How have you been walking all this time?" At this, Anbazanja suddenly froze.
Her eyes, which had been annoyed, now sparkled as she looked at the other person. It turned out she was captivated by the charming appearance of a cute little deer. The other person was also sitting on the ground, a smile on his face, scratching his head and saying, "I'm truly sorry." After receiving Anbazanja's offer of help, he smiled even brighter. "No need, I'm fine, I think I should be helping you instead."
Anbazanja was completely enchanted by his smile.
She stared blankly at the person in front of her for a moment. Her heart screamed, "Mendez, this must be my destiny." Suddenly, at this moment, he extended his hand towards Anbazanja, bowing
down and smiling at her, then asked, "Are you all right?" Anbazanja, of course, didn't miss this opportunity.
She immediately placed her hand in his and shyly said, "I'm fine."
The other person continued to smile brightly. He replied, "That's good. Then I'll be going."
Seeing him about to leave, Anbazanja quickly grabbed his arm, pulling him back, and hastily asked, "Wait, your name?"
Before answering, the other person instructed, "Can you keep a secret? I can't let people know I'm here."
Anbazanja, hearing this, firmly assured him, "Of course, he'll take the secret to my grave." After confirming, the young man took Anbazanja's hand, looked at her, and introduced himself, "I am Shakespeare."
Faced with such a handsome man with captivating charisma, Anbazanja couldn't help but feel flustered.
She stammered, about to say her name, when the other person interjected, "I know.
You are Lady Anbazanja.
Although we met under less than ideal circumstances, it is still a great honor to meet you, lady."
Having said that, he raised her hand and gently kissed it. "Have a good evening, lady."
The young man finished speaking and quickly ran off, leaving Anbazanja still dazed behind him.
After just a few minutes of meeting, Anbazanja once again imagined the two of them together, happy and incredibly romantic.
On the other side, after stopping at a secluded spot, he took out the potion and gulped it down. After drinking it, the potion turned into a stone, a type of medicine that dissipates the user's presence, making others think they are a stone. The person named Shakespeare quickly covered his mouth. He felt like his stomach was a nightclub. It should have been made easier to drink, and at the same time worried, if I keep drinking this, will I get addicted to the medicine? After a while, Felix pulled his hood over his head, then sighed in relief, telling himself, "Hold it in, what I'm about to do is more important than what happens to me." To drink it, Felix needed to meet two conditions: 1, a vessel to contain the soul, and 2, a plentiful amount of divine power. So if Felix had decided to drink the potion, he would certainly come here to find Constantine. A moment later, from a distance, he saw the mansion, above which a thick black cloud covered the entire sky. It was continuously striking down thunder and lightning. Seeing this sight, he was astonished and frightened, unconsciously exclaiming, "Holy crap!
He cursed Benjamin, that son of a bitch, what the hell is he thinking?" Then he dashed off, running straight towards the mansion that was being struck by thunder and lightning. Elsewhere, the palace scene was incredibly peaceful with the shimmering light of lamps, making it look extremely romantic. Claudia Chamberlain was holding a loyalty oath document in her hand. She opened it and read it through. Inside it read, "We, your humble servants, praise His Imperial Majesty, the brilliant light of the heavens, may you save us, your lowly servants, with your radiance. You are the only light that illuminates this land and dispels the darkness that envelopes us. Your reign shall last until the world perishes, so please allow us to serve you. We pledge our allegiance to your majesty until the end of this humble life." After quickly scanning the lines written in the oath, Claudia couldn't help but crumple it, her face contemptuous as she cursed, "Trash." She glanced to the side, deliberately saying, "I wonder who drafted this loyalty oath. It feels truly hollow." The person named Shakespeare was now sitting on the throne. Suddenly, he noticed Claudia looking at him. Although this gaze clearly showed disgust, he didn't perceive it. On the contrary, he thought Claudia had finally opened up to him, just that she was still shy. Then, he tilted his head, giving Claudia a flirtatious glance. The expression made Claudia feel even more disgusted. She abruptly turned her face away, refusing to glance at that delusional man again. In her head, she cursed, "Is he crazy? What's wrong with him? Lunatic." The Spirit King, seeing Claudia's reaction, naturally understood what his master wanted to do. He asked, "Shall I clean up the trash?" Claudia, hearing this, stopped him. "Wait, it's not time yet." Then, she glanced at Felix. Seeing his extremely serious and cold expression, she wondered, why does he seem so determined? Suddenly, at this moment, Felix felt as if someone was looking at him, and he turned around. It turned out Lucas was glancing down at him. Felix, seeing this, immediately understood what Lucas wanted to say. He then stepped down. Below, the nobles were buzzing with excitement. "It's finally starting. My heart is pounding, I'm so excited." Suddenly, at this moment, the ground abruptly shook. Those below seemed to feel it too, asking each other anxiously, "The ground just shook, didn't it? It seems there was lightning too. What's that smell? Is it sulfur?" Felix stepped out onto the balcony, looking down at the agitated, noisy crowd below. Suddenly then, someone on the other side yelled, "Damn it! Look over there!" causing everyone to startle and look in that direction. When they witnessed the scene of the raging thunder and lightning approaching, they were utterly terrified, demons crawling out of hell. As for Shakespeare, he was still running tirelessly towards the mansion. But strangely, he kept running and never reached it. He felt as if he had been running in circles in one spot all this time. After running for too long, Shakespeare gradually felt dizzy and lightheaded. He squeezed his eyes shut, telling himself he had to get out of here before the potion wore off. The only way was to drink it again. While still thinking to himself, Shakespeare suddenly felt his body seem to be collapsing. By the time he opened his eyes to confirm, he had already fallen headfirst to the ground. Just then, a figure appeared behind Shakespeare. That person spoke, "I've been looking for you, so you were here." It turned out to be Benjamin. He slowly approached Shakespeare, smirking, "I didn't know I had a guest personally visiting me. Should I entertain you now?" Meanwhile, the person named Shakespeare was lying flat on the ground, trying to get up, but his body wouldn't move. At this moment, Benjamin had approached, and he said, "But since I'm not ready yet, you should rest for a bit." Saying that, he reached out and stroked Shakespeare's head. This action caused him to lose consciousness and gradually fall into a faint. Seeing Shakespeare unconscious, Benjamin chuckled, "That's right, good girl, it's all thanks to you, Lady Amber." This meant that the person named Shakespeare was Irene in disguise. The palace was in chaos, soldiers shouting, "Attack the rebels! Protect His Majesty! Everyone, fire!" Then, archers successively drew their bows. At this moment, Felix Chamberlain spoke, "Claudia, the emperor is yours." Hearing these words, the emperor's face turned pale with fear. But before he could react, Claudia Chamberlain struck him hard on the back of the neck with the hilt of her sword, and he collapsed to the ground. Seeing His Majesty attacked, the emperor's archers began to fire. Dozens of arrows flew from all directions, aimed directly at Felix's group. But Felix, of course, wouldn't let them be hit by those arrows just like that. He glanced around, then swung his sword, decisively cutting a path. In a flash, dozens of arrows vanished without a trace. Witnessing this scene, the archers and mages were terrified. They turned and called out, "Vice Minister! This magic!" The Vice Minister also exclaimed in shock, "Impossible! How could he?" At this moment, countless questions flooded her mind. Am I seeing things? He channeled mana into his sword and precisely cut the magic core in such a short time? Is he a monster? No, how did he know where the core was? Each magic has a different core location and shape. As she recalled, the only person who knew all the core locations was Felix Chamberlain. Vice Minister of Magic Elisa now stepped forward and asked, "What do you want, you rebels?" Claudia, sitting beside His Majesty who lay collapsed on the floor, replied, "Now is not the time for infighting. We need to unite." Elisa found this ridiculous and said, "You want me to join the rebellion?" Claudia replied, "Look at the current situation. The demons outside the palace are about to swallow the entire imperial land. Even if I have contracted with the Spirit King, I am still only human." Elisa found her words reasonable and remained silent, allowing Claudia to continue. "Although I said it was safe, those words were only to reassure the people. What I stopped was not the demons themselves, but only the polluting death energy of the demons. If we don't kill the demons, the catastrophe of 4,000 years ago will recur. Sooner or later, this empire will collapse." At this moment outside, a soldier held his sword pointed directly at their group and shouted, "Enough! You people don't know your place, why don't you quickly repent and beg His Majesty for mercy? Then the most benevolent Majesty might even allow your bodies to be buried in imperial land. How dare lowly rebels even set conditions?" The soldier yelled these words, his face already bruised and scraped. Moreover, his head was bleeding severely. Claudia coldly cast a contemptuous glance at him and calmly asked, "So what do you intend to do?"
Then she took the dagger in her hand, raised it, and pointed the tip directly at the unconscious emperor's neck, threatening, "As long as I hold his majesty's life in my hand, you will be forced to obey me. Consider carefully, if this empire disappears without a trace, what good is an emperor of a collapsed empire still alive? He will have to wander from one country to another, constantly trampled upon and humiliated. To risk your life protecting the emperor even if it means the entire empire collapses, your deep and foolish loyalty is truly great. But even if you save his majesty, you still don't know who summoned the demons and for what purpose. Are you sure his majesty will truly be safe then?" Hearing this, the soldier began to tremble. He looked up in fear at the sky crisscrossed with lightning and said, "A demon. Perhaps her ladyship summoned them. Can you prove it? How could you make a contract with a spirit to summon a demon?" Claudia retorted. "Then it must be Knight Walter." Hearing him, she continued to explain, "According to records, demons cling to those who summon them. If you doubt it, just follow him and you'll know." Then Claudia concluded, "One thing is certain, if we are punished, you will never be able to stop the demons. Everyone present here knows that better than anyone." Upon hearing this, Elisa was startled, realizing that what Claudia said was true for her as well as her brother. Then she spoke, almost compromising, "So, what do you want?" "It's simple," Claudia smiled and said, "you just need to promise to stay put and do nothing until everything is over. Conveniently, there's a mage here, so let's use an absolute oath." Eliza's face showed a momentary look of astonishment upon hearing that. Although an absolute oath is a type of magic, it has no special coercive power. Most people believe that whoever breaks the oath will suffer misfortune for life, but that is actually just superstition. If the oath is broken, the magic simply loses its effect. While Elisa was making the oath, Claudia walked over to Felix and quietly asked, "Brother, you were planning to kill all of them, weren't you?" Felix, hearing this, was perhaps initially surprised, but his expression remained unchanged. He merely glanced at Claudia and grunted, At this moment, Irene, in her Shakespeare guise, was being held captive with 2 handcuffs on her wrists. She propped her chin on her hand in boredom and asked Benjamin, who was sitting opposite her, "Hey, don't you have anything better to do?" Benjamin stared at Irene, then smiled and replied, "I'm doing that very thing right now." Irene sighed and said, "What's so interesting about watching me for an hour? It makes me uncomfortable. Please leave." In truth, she wanted to get rid of him so she could have time to think of a plan. Benjamin suddenly asked, "You can see the future, can't you?" This question made Irene pause for a moment. She tried to deny it. "What are you suddenly asking, Your Grace? Don't tell me you believe that." Benjamin saw Irene's reaction and continued to smile. "What? Is it strange?" Then he began to speak cryptically, "If even demons can be summoned, what else could be strange? You can do impossible things as if you can see the future, so of course I have to be suspicious." His sharp reasoning left Irene momentarily unsure how to respond. Coupled with her tense expression, Benjamin knew he had hit the mark. He chuckled and said, "I knew it." Then Benjamin suddenly proposed, "Irene Amber, stay by my side for the rest of your life." Hearing these words, Irene was furious but couldn't freely curse him as a madman because she was in a disadvantageous situation. It was best to try to be gentle and not provoke him. Irene told herself in her head, "Be gentle, be gentle." Then, she replied with the friendliest smile she could muster, "Could you just die? You don't even bother to hear me out, do you?" Benjamin said. Hearing him say that, Irene rubbed her forehead in exasperation and replied wearily, "Giving you the chance to atone with death is the greatest kindness I can offer you, if you obediently comply." Before Irene could finish speaking, Benjamin, sitting opposite, chuckled and said, "Still so adorable." Seeing his demeanor, Irene swore in her head, "I'd rather be with a demon than with him." Benjamin then stood up, casually knocking over the wooden chair he had just been sitting on. He approached Irene and said, "Listen carefully to my words, lady. From the moment we are born into this world, we must adapt to the law of the jungle. If you use that useless sense of righteousness to judge good and evil, sooner or later, you will return to the earth." Then he mentioned Felix, for example, your former lover, one too noble to survive in polluted waters. That's why someone like him went to a place with pure, heavenly waters so soon. Benjamin then returned to the topic. "You said I should use death to atone, didn't you? There's a truth you've overlooked, that whether one atones or not, the dead cannot be brought back to life. Therefore, atonement is merely a pretense, nothing more than a form of self-gratification. Why strive to live against the natural order?" Irene, having heard all his words, retorted, "That's just your own way of thinking." Benjamin chuckled again. "Even if you think so, human nature is already like this. Following one's instincts makes one more comfortable. Everyone lives that way. You know what, you'll probably live a very long time," Irene said sarcastically. Benjamin didn't pay much attention to her words. He calmly continued to persuade Irene, "But you won't, will you?
However, I don't want people I like to have short lives, so come with me. Having said that, Benjamin leaned down, bringing his face close to Irene's face, smiled, and said, "That way, your soul will find peace." Afterward, still in the prison cell, Benjamin had now turned his back. He stood there, rubbing his chin, and asked, "How were you able to bring Walter to your side? If it was thanks to your abilities, it would be understandable." He pondered for a moment, then his gaze swept over Irene, muttering, "It seems you really can see the future." Irene, seeing no activity outside, thought to herself, "It seems calm out there." At this moment, Benjamin's demon soul appeared and reported that Walter Fellow seems to be a mage. Benjamin was somewhat surprised to hear this, but Irene was even more startled. She cried out, "What did you say?" Irene's reaction caught Benjamin's attention somewhat. She was even biting her nails in worry. Thoughts flashed through her mind, causing her to panic. He really drank it. If he drank it, he'll go to the holy temple now to completely separate his soul. Damn it, he doesn't even know where he is. Benjamin now harbored a hint of suspicion. He turned and asked the demon soul, "You mean he knows how to use magic, but he's a warrior through and through?" "I can sense a demon soul within him," the soul replied. Irene, standing nearby, flinched slightly upon hearing this. The soul continued to report, "More importantly, this Walter Fellow seems a bit strange. Before, I sensed a faint demonic energy from him, which made me wonder if he was a mage, but now I feel nothing at all. I can't even be sure he's alive." Hearing this, Benjamin seemed to realize that Felix Chamberlain was still alive. Thinking that, he suddenly burst into laughter, covering his face and chuckling. Then asked Irene, "Don't tell me you saved him." When he turned to look, Benjamin was astonished to find the spot beside him empty. Irene had vanished, leaving only 4 iron chains. Looking at the unlocked iron cuffs, he realized the potion's effect had worn off, allowing her to escape the cuffs and flee. At this moment, Irene had indeed returned to her original body, just as Benjamin had guessed. As she hurried away, she thought, "His body is stronger than mine. Luckily, when the potion's effect wore off, I was able to escape the cuffs." After running for a while, Irene looked around, not recognizing her surroundings. She guessed it looked like the city of Kalai. Surrounded by stone on all sides, with no windows, it was dark and gloomy, and had a complex structure. Irene assessed the area, then continued to run. As she ran, she thought to herself, "But just as it's hard for me to find my way out, it's also hard for them to find me. That's fortunate." Then she turned and hid in a corner, thinking, "I'll hide here for now." Immediately after Irene hid behind the wall, Benjamin's figure flashed past. Seeing him, she quickly covered her mouth, careful not to make a sound. She thought in terror, "How is he so fast?" Benjamin also stopped right ahead. He ordered the soldiers, "Guard the exit gate thoroughly, search every nook and cranny to find her. If you don't find her, none of you will live." In the previous chapter, Irene Amber escaped Benjamin and entered an unbelievable place. She also discovered an unbelievable truth. That Irene Amber was actually a demon, and that was why Irene Amber became the head of the Sorcerers Guild. But Irene Amber then waved her hand and said, "I'm just a normal person." "Just a normal person?" one of the sorcerers wondered. Then, he pointed his hand out, asking if Irene could give him her hand. Irene didn't hesitate and offered her hand for him to examine. The man took Irene's hand in both of his. Then he seemed to try to sense something. After a moment, he exclaimed in alarm, "It's true. I don't feel any demonic energy at all." Then he called Irene a fraud. Hearing him say that, Irene immediately retorted, "You all assumed that yourselves, I never claimed it." After discovering that, the sorcerers huddled together, whispering and discussing something. Irene stood on the side, watching them, and thought in exasperation, "Aren't you guys weirder? I just opened a door. But you can sense demonic energy with a touch. They must be very skilled sorcerers." At this moment, one person turned to look at Irene and called out, "Hey!" She then noticed a deep mark on their necks. She guessed they had also been captured not long ago. But if they were captured, why didn't they escape sooner? The sorcerer asked Irene how a normal person like her got in here. Irene replied casually, "I just walked in." After hearing Irene's words, the man's eyes lit up, and he looked at her with great admiration, saying, "Impossible. The place where the demon lord's summoning ritual takes place depends on him." "I have no idea what you're talking about," Irene said helplessly. The man continued to explain, "Because everything here belongs to the demon lord, no one can enter except him. So, a normal person." Hearing that, Irene merely exclaimed, "Oh, there's a setting for that." Irene's reaction made the explaining man click his tongue in exasperation. They then continued to buzz with discussion. Irene stood aside, thinking to herself, "Does he mean everything here is an offering to the demon? These people too?
No wonder there's no one guarding here, even though other places are strictly controlled. At this moment, someone spoke up and said, if the demon lord doesn't permit it, one shouldn't be able to enter here.
The demon permits it? Irene sighed and said, permits what? Your demon lord is working for Benjamin now. I just pushed the door.
Before Irene could finish her sentence, someone approached, grabbed her face, and shouted, how are you chosen by the demon lord?
You didn't even perform the ritual.
You didn't pay any price either, so your eyes are still normal, not infected by death chi.
What exactly did you do? Irene frowned in annoyance and told the woman, hey, that's enough.
Realizing her actions, the woman quickly retreated. Irene then continued, it looks like you were locked up here as sacrifices, but now you've escaped the demon's bondage.
The self-proclaimed sorcerers fell silent for a moment after hearing that.
But after a while, the woman from before shouted again, I can't stand it.
There's a human chosen by the demon lord without needing a contract standing right in front of me. I'm so jealous. Irene had said that, and their reaction was just that?
She now realized the truth, they were here voluntarily. She never expected these people to be so fanatical.
Then Irene didn't mention it anymore. She spoke up and asked, let me ask one thing first. Has anyone seen Cedric?
Oh no.
Have you seen His Grace the Grand Duke, who was once the second prince?
One of them replied, I accidentally heard that the Master of Kalai ordered the Grand Duke to be brought to the Imperial Palace.
So he must be here, right? But even if that's the case, why can't I contact him? Irene thought to herself and continued to ask, is he alright?
The self-proclaimed sorcerers, hearing her mention the Grand Duke, buzzed among themselves, it seems she knows the Grand Duke. Then another person replied, his limbs are fine, but he has made a contract with that demon.
Irene, hearing that, felt helpless. She asked, what was the price? Dreams. This surprised Irene quite a bit.
The other person continued, because he summoned Nibbit. Nibbit is a jester demon from the infernal court, who governs dreams and illusions. He devours human dreams, so after the wish is granted, the contractor falls into an eternal sleep. Therefore, most people who contract with Nibbit transfer their authority to someone else.
So, that means Cedric has become the Empire's sleeping prince? Irene asked.
Then she thought to herself, a demon like that is practically made for Benjamin.
Is there any way to wake him up? Irene wondered.
He made a contract with a great demon, that's what makes it special. The person continued to speak without stopping, but for demons, the content of a contract is just wordplay.
Irene, hearing the person ramble on, clutched her head in distress and covered her ears.
Then, when she heard, if a loophole appears in the contract, it's his job to exploit it, Irene suddenly realized.
After that, she said to the others, sorcerers, you are free now, how about we escape together? But hearing that, they all looked uninterested and said in unison, what? Why should we do that? But when Irene said, it'll give you a chance to meet a demon,
they all became excited and wanted to leave immediately.
Elsewhere, an arrow suddenly flew from somewhere.
The arrow aimed straight for Felix's head, but he simply raised his hand and caught it effortlessly.
Looking at the sharp arrow right before his eyes, Felix calmly said, giving me an arrow to shoot back?
He then casually flung it in some direction. Unexpectedly, it hit the assassin who had just tried to kill him, causing him to fall from the tree with a thud. Felix didn't realize it at first. It wasn't until the body rolled to his feet that he was startled and cried out, oh my goodness, what is this? Why did a corpse roll here? Felix then examined the person lying on the ground.
Looking closely, wasn't this the nobleman who represented Benjamin's supporters? Had he started a rebellion? But Felix didn't pay much attention to him.
He drew his sword and prepared to leave, as he had other things to do. But after taking one step, Felix suddenly froze. He seemed to sense a demon.
The soul in Walter's body at this moment was not Felix but Lori.
He thought to himself, no wonder I felt strange, so that's why he drank the potion ahead of schedule. He sensed that not only could his own soul not be absorbed, but all the souls he had absorbed were gradually drifting away.
Lori wondered, although they aren't mine, I acquired them all fairly through a contract. Why are they drifting away so easily?
Lori stood frozen there.
All this time, what had he strived for, doing things like stripping emotions and gaining trust? Was it all in vain?
Lori gritted his teeth in frustration. A pure and clean soul, a persistent will, a strong belief. They are closely related to soul healing, so the chance of success is very high.
But I hope that possibility is reversed and everything goes wrong. What is this?
Everything is going exactly as he wished too easily.
Whether it's emotions or trust, what does it matter if they all return to their true owner?
But I don't want to forget that face, that smile, those intense, fiery emotions. At this moment, the image of Irene Amber smiling appeared in Lori's mind, making him recall those emotions.
Lori shouted, damn it. No. This is mine. It's mine. Mine. They are my emotions.
Lori's tears flowed uncontrollably, falling profusely. He collapsed to the ground. He was in pain remembering his old self that Irene once loved. He said sorrowfully, those emotions don't belong to me. Lori realized that if this continued, both souls would return to their original places. When both souls successfully separated and he entered another body that wasn't Felix's, the outcome, no matter what, would be terrible. A wave of despair swept through him like a storm. From the wreckage, only one thing remained for Lori, pure obsession. Felix's body slowly stood up. He muttered, that's right, I just need to escape, taking Irene with me. This time, the one controlling that body was probably not Felix, but Lori. He drew the sword from its sheath, muttering, why didn't I think of this sooner? If I take advantage of this guy's soul returning to his body to devour his entire soul and body, then all those memories would belong to me. Right? Yes. This is the answer. Then Lori smiled, Felix, after all, you are only human. The demon ascends to the human world, it must abide by the limitation of not being able to use its inherent power, unless through a contract. That law was established by the divine realm after the demon invasion of the human world 4,000 years ago. But it also meant that as long as the contract wasn't broken, the demon could still use its power. Lori had discovered a loophole in the contract with Felix. Felix said he would give Lori a chance to find a new body when their souls separated with the potion. But how careless Felix was, he had not added an exception to exclude his own body. Lori then smirked and said, it's no wonder you make so many foolish mistakes, Felix. Thanks to you, I still have one last chance. Don't be bitter, I'm not breaking the contract. As for Irene, she was still dazed, recalling the terrifying journey she had just taken. Behind her, the people obsessed with their demons also disembarked from the flying carpet. Perhaps they were too used to it, so no one felt dizzy, but Irene's head was spinning, and she quickly looked for a bush to vomit. Irene had once thought riding a flying carpet in stories looked like so much fun, but in reality, we tried to fly once, she had to cling tightly to the fabric because slipping off meant instant death. Then she tried to comfort herself, but thanks to it, I can reach the holy temple faster. On the other side, those people continued to huddle together and whisper. They divided into 3 shades of heresy, 1 was annoyed, 2 were irritated, and 3 were disgusted. But we still have to get to work. They then instructed each other. Irene was calculating something at this moment. She thought the opponent was the holy temple, and even if they were skilled, breaking through the protective barrier would be very difficult. In such a desperate situation, if she were to lose Felix. While she was still thinking, one of the sorcerers suddenly approached and said, lend me your hand for a moment. Irene quickly explained, I didn't do anything. I know. The other person said, and she held out her hand. While he was doing something, Irene trembled and pleaded, I really didn't do anything. Then the other person said, done. Irene now realized that person had placed a tightly fastened bracelet on her wrist. Irene tried touching it and asked, what is this? It's a token. The other person replied and reminded her, well, help you get in, and you must keep your promise. Then the other person raised a hand and called the others, let's begin, everyone. As soon as the person finished speaking, dozens of magic circles appeared before Irene, firing powerful energy streams directly at the holy temple, creating a massive explosion. Seeing this scene, Irene suddenly realized this was how they were helping her enter the holy temple. It turned out they weren't sneaking in, but directly destroying it. After smashing the holy temple, those people all laughed joyfully, cheering loudly. Seeing this, Irene suspiciously screamed in her head, you're just using me to destroy the holy temple, aren't you? Watching them laugh so loudly, Irene suddenly felt scared. Why were they suddenly going crazy? Too excited? Then she secretly hid behind a bush. Those people not only laughed like mad but also shouted, terrorist raid. Irene, seeing this kind of behavior, secretly felt sorry for the priests who had to face these people. Suddenly at this moment, one of them turned back to look at Irene, his eyes seeming to say, why aren't you going in yet? Irene now understood, she realized, so that's it, they're drawing attention to themselves to clear a path for me. Even though it feels a bit strange, I apologize for misunderstanding. Thank you. I will definitely introduce you guys to the demons. Irene then quickly ran off. Fortunately, there weren't many priests in the holy temple at that time because demons were rampaging outside. At this moment, in the Chamberlain family's shelter, some people discussed, did the nobles prepare this place for us commoners? Another replied, more precisely, the Chamberlain family, a family famous for generations. Indeed, the Chamberlain family had built many buildings for various purposes such as monasteries, nursing homes, orphanages, and many other places. The people hiding in the Chamberlain shelter felt very confused. They asked each other, I can't believe the Chamberlains rebelled but still protected us like this.
What exactly is going on? It's strange, isn't it?
The Empire's hero suddenly rebelled, and the streets were strewn with papers criticizing the royal family.
Who knows, everything might have a deeper cause. The royal family can't even protect their nation and people. So why should we continue to support them? What is the will of God, after all? What are the glory and honor of the empire that people must die for them?
For that reason, it was natural for the people to care more about a rebel who protected them than an emperor who forced them onto the battlefield.
But not everyone thought that way. Of course, not everyone thought that way.
At this moment, someone suddenly screamed, then clutched their mouth, coughing violently.
Everyone around them, seeing this, worriedly approached and asked, Hey, are you all right?
The man suddenly coughed up blood. Then his eyes rolled back, foam appeared at his mouth, and a fresh red mark appeared on his neck. The person immediately collapsed to the ground, unresponsive.
Everyone around was terrified. Suddenly, someone else screamed from another direction, and chaos began.
Only now did someone notice the symbol on the fallen person's neck, screaming in horror. This was caused by a demon. The other citizens, hearing this, turned their fear into anger. Damn it!
Didn't they say it was safe here?
At this moment, Claudia had also returned, ignoring the curses from the ungrateful people. They said the gods were angry because she dared to rebel. Claudia stepped forward, trying to use her power to save the man lying on the ground.
After being healed by Claudia, the man's condition seemed to have stabilized.
The demon's symbol on his neck also faded. Seeing this, the common people felt embarrassed, no one daring to criticize anything anymore. But after using her energy, Claudia's health declined, and she staggered, unable to stand firm.
She had to be held up by the Spirit King to keep from collapsing, but she kept saying she was fine.
The Spirit King, seeing his master like this, couldn't bear it and advised, But you're overexerting yourself. Claudia frowned at this, her eyes still incredibly resolute. She turned to look at the Spirit King and said if she didn't push herself now, when would she? The Spirit King looked at Claudia and suddenly remembered his first master, whom he always grieved for, who had once said similar words to him. The Spirit King looked at Claudia's back and was reminded of that person's back. In his heart, he couldn't help but feel immense regret and longing. On the other side, Benjamin was holding a cigarette, his face no longer smiling as before. He angrily looked at the demon soul in front of him and questioned, "Why did you let her escape?" The demon soul calmly replied, "I am currently not obligated to follow your instructions anymore. I have completed the terms of the contract transferred to you." Benjamin sighed, no wonder he was so obedient. A demon is still a demon. Then, with a gloomy face, he threatened, "Nibbit, I don't like my plans being ruined. You say you're a clown demon, so you like playing tricks, huh?" Benjamin thought to himself, if he were someone I'd eliminated long ago, I'd want to switch to another demon, but I can't now, so we'll let him off. Thinking this, Benjamin clicked his tongue, maintaining a normal expression as he said, "Now I have a proposition for you. I want to carry a demon soul in my body and still be able to live." The clown demon Nibbit heard this and asked, "What price will you pay?" Benjamin clarified, "I said a proposition, not a contract." "It's a rather attractive proposition for you, isn't it?" Nibbit replied, "Unfortunately, demons cannot wield power in the human world unless a contract is made." Benjamin casually said, "Is that a problem? Then he'll find someone else." "No." He stopped him, "A wish can only be transferred once." Benjamin calmly said, "It sounds like you really want to make a contract with me. What do you want?" Then he glanced contemptuously at the hovering soul. "It's probably not something as mundane as a dream again, is it?" "No. A soul." "My soul?" Benjamin calmly asked, "What do you need a soul so depraved it would be torn into 100 pieces in hell for?" The demon soul Nibbit heard this and scoffed, "You really are overly confident in yourself." On the other side, Irene had arrived at the entrance of the holy temple. Looking at the crumbling building, she trembled with worry, secretly praying, "Sorcerers, thank you for distracting them, but please don't collapse the entire building." She carefully stepped inside. Irene had been here before, so the path wasn't an issue. She was just afraid of running into Benjamin, so she told herself to act quickly and discreetly. Suddenly at this moment, a hand reached out to Irene from behind. She felt it. Immediately, she flinched, spun around, swung her fist backwards, and shouted, "Decisive punch." But her attack was easily blocked by the other person in an instant. Irene looked closely and realized the person behind her was Felix. At first, she mistook him for Felix, but looking at his eyes and expression, she realized this wasn't Felix, but Lori. Seeing him, Irene smiled brightly, "Thank goodness, are you alright?" "Felix is alright too, right?" Hearing this question, Lori seemed to freeze slightly, his expression stiffening. Irene continued to ask, "But why is it Lori? And the face is Walter's too. Do you two need time to separate souls?"
Lori, who had been smiling, suddenly became quite annoyed. Looked at Irene and said, "You know,
even though I've constantly denied it, it seems I really have failed." As Lori spoke, he dropped his sword to the ground with a clang.
Irene heard these words and felt a bit confused, asking again, "Failed? What do you mean?"
Lori explained, Lavish said if I wanted to become a complete demon, I had to descend to the human world. But instead of becoming complete, I only shattered more with each passing day.
Ever since I met you, I feel like I've completely broken. Moreover, if I were to become a complete demon. Saying this, Lori suddenly bent down and covered his face. "Never mind, it's not important now."
Irene still focused on the two words failed, and anxiously pressed, "Why do you think you failed?" Lori still stubbornly covered his face and replied, "Demons down below don't work like this, so finding a new body is meaningless anyway." Irene saw his disappointment and reached out to comfort him, "At least you'll have a body of your own." Irene then took Lori's hand, pulling it away from his face.
He was actually sobbing. "Is that so? Because I can't become a complete demon, am doomed to wander in a human body forever?"
Irene worriedly comforted him, "As long as you keep living, one day an opportunity will come.
But if you give up, everything will end at that moment."
At this moment, Lori suddenly placed his hand on Irene's shoulder, called her name, and leaned close to her face, saying, "I don't want to forget you."
Then he slumped onto Irene's shoulder and cried. Irene gently took Lori's trembling hand. She told him, "I won't forget you. I will forever remember that a part of the demon Lori loved me very much."
His words warmed Lori's heart. He smiled with tear-filled eyes, "You truly are very sweet. Even in the end, you still made me love you, even though this memory will also disappear." After their conversation, Irene returned to her main task.
She walked forward and said to Lori, "Feeling better? Now let's go to Constantine's place. Do you know how much I had to go through to get here? It was chaotic." Irene was chattering away when she suddenly realized Lori was still standing there, not moving. She turned back and asked, "Lori, why aren't you moving?" At this moment, Lori suddenly said, "What are you waiting for?" Irene said, confused, "I should be asking you that." Then Lori stood still and told Irene, "Run." He said this so suddenly that Irene couldn't understand what was happening. She continued to ask, "What are you saying? Aren't you coming too?" But Lori didn't answer, he just said, "Hide wherever you can."
"You're speaking very cryptically," Irene said. Lori then explained, "Although I don't know how he was summoned, we can't defeat him."
Irene was slightly stunned and asked, "Can't defeat him, what do you mean?"
Lori continued, "Even if Felix and I combine our strength, we can't stop him.
This demonic energy is too fierce.
On the way here, I saw the land heavily polluted by death energy. Only high-ranking demons with titles and legions in the demon realm can achieve this level."
Irene asked, "Is that clown demon so strong?" "Clown demon?" Lori was surprised.
Irene recounted, "The sorcerers said Benjamin summoned a clown demon named Nibbit."
As Lori recalled, he was just a low-level demon. He wondered when he got a title and a legion.
Then he understood, it seems His Grace abandoned a failure like me to choose the clown demon.
Truly, things change.
This annoyed Lori a bit, but he no longer cared.
He turned to Irene and said, "No matter what demon it is, the only thing that matters right now is that you must run from here immediately."
Hearing this, Irene was momentarily stunned, her face clearly showing unease. Seeing this, Lori assured her, "Don't worry, just go. I won't sacrifice your beloved soul."
Irene realized what Lori intended to do, and she asked in shock, "Is this truly the best you can do?" "I can't promise, but I'll try." Lori replied. "You want to disappear?" Irene said, stepping forward. Lori still stood there smiling. "I told you to go, why are you coming back?" This calm demeanor scared Irene even more. She rushed forward, shouting, "What reckless idea are you thinking of? Do you think you're Felix?" As Irene ran closer, Lori suddenly said, "Let's make a deal." Irene paused slightly at these words. Lori continued, "I absolutely don't want to see you die, so I will protect your love. In return, you must always remember me. So hurry and go." Irene couldn't hold back her tears. She lowered her face, clutching Lori's sleeve. "If only I could leave without looking back, that would be great." Still so tearful, "Huh?" Lori stroked Irene's hair, "You know? Whether the world collapsed or not, I had intended to steal this body and run away with you." Irene was utterly surprised to hear this. Lori continued, "But after meeting you, I changed my mind. I came all the way here for you." Lori lifted a strand of Irene's hair and gently kissed it. "Since that's the case, I want you to think that I died for you." Hearing Lori's confession, Irene slapped his hand. "You truly are a wretched demon." Lori laughed and said, "Only just realizing it now? But what's that buzzing sound I've been hearing?"
As soon as Irene finished speaking, a surge of illusory demonic energy rushed towards her. Fortunately, Lori quickly pulled her into his arms, shielding her and dispelling the demonic energy before it could reach Irene. Attacked by surprise, she looked at the dense black energy in front of her and asked, "What is that?" Lori, still vigilantly shielding Irene, said, "Now do you understand why I told you to go? You are human, so you can't last long here. Protecting you right now will be very difficult for me." Then Lori took Irene's hand seriously. "Irene, listen, this is your last chance, so listen to me. Demonic energy is about to surge again, with this, you'll last longer." Saying this, he gave her something like an amulet and instructed, "When I clear a path, run straight out, okay? This is my last request, can you fulfill it?" Although Irene was reluctant to leave Lori behind, she was completely helpless and could only nod sadly. Lori was now more at ease. He began to summon his bow. Then he whispered his final words, "Irene, in retrospect, perhaps you were right. Maybe I've always lived so that I could die. Therefore, I will burn myself for you. Please step on my shattered fragments that have scattered like stars. My fragments pierce your flesh and cause you pain." In the end, Lori's only wish was for Irene to remember him forever. He accepted letting go of Irene and his love for her, firing an arrow to clear a path. Before running out of the holy temple, Irene reluctantly turned back to look at Lori one last time. He still stood there, smiling at her, "Goodbye." Turning back to Lori, Benjamin had also arrived. He witnessed the parting scene and found it incredibly amusing. "Oh, truly. This act of sacrificing oneself to be remembered forever, I honestly don't understand it. I thought you were young Master Chamberlain because of that spirited sacrificial spirit. But it seems you're a fragment of Lavish, aren't you?" Benjamin recognized him immediately. As he approached, he said, "Come to think of it, Lavish is also the demon of love." Lori stood there and asked, "What? Disillusioned you?" Then Benjamin began to show contempt, ordering the demon soul, "If you want, I can give you a chance, devour the owner of that body." Lori immediately scoffed, "Are you human or demon?" Benjamin casually replied, "I am human. I thought you only knew how to cling to the strong, doing those low-level demon tricks. You probably didn't hear us talking from the beginning, did you?" Lori bared his teeth and smiled, saying, "I am just an incomplete fragment and a failure." Benjamin was initially a bit confused by this but didn't pay much attention. He just sighed and clicked his tongue, "Never mind, there's not much time left for chit-chat. I still have work to do. You know that, don't you? I have to catch her before she gets any further." Lori's attitude changed immediately when he mentioned Irene. He frowned and warned, "Don't you dare touch Irene." "Ah, I haven't told you yet, have I? Your opponent isn't me, but him." Benjamin smiled and pointed at the dense, ominous demon soul. Then he looked at Lori, "Well then, have fun, you two. After that, you can just vanish." Lori froze at this moment. He realized that Benjamin wasn't real but an illusion created by Nibbit. Lori knew he had fallen into his trap. He told himself he had to defeat him immediately for Irene to be safe. But then Lori clicked his tongue, thinking, "But he's too troublesome." Then he glanced at the clown demon Nibbit, wondering in his head, just how strong is that guy, anyway? Completely unprepared, Lori had guessed it would be difficult to win, but he hadn't expected it to be this difficult. "But I'd made up my mind, once you start, you have to finish," Lori thought, clenching his trembling hand into a fist. He stepped forward and greeted, "Long time no see, you've grown a lot, haven't you, Nibbit?" The clown demon looked at Lori. He grinned, then transformed into his original form, replying, "Indeed, long time no see." As for Irene, she was still desperately running for her life. As she ran, she coughed due to the influence of the demonic energy. Irene cursed under her breath, "Damn it. Is Nibbit the clown demon's power really that strong?" She looked ahead, the scene blurry due to the dense demonic energy and her weakened state. She felt like she could collapse at any moment. Nevertheless, Irene did not give up. They say that even when the sky falls, there will still be a way out. Why is everything around me broken now, with no way back? Irene began to doubt, can I not resolve this situation through my own efforts? Can I only keep running and hope a way out appears to save me? Even though her mind was in a panic, Irene kept running. Tears welled up, and she wondered if she was being punished. Even though I arbitrarily changed the rules in the flower blooms on a withered branch, is it still returning to the original story? No matter how hard I try, will everything still end in tragedy? Irene was completely disoriented, not knowing what to do but to keep running straight ahead. At this moment, Benjamin caught up with Irene and reached out to grab her. Irene was no longer aware of anything, vaguely mistaking Benjamin for an insect. He also realized her mind was not clear. "I'll let you off this time, after all, I've caught you now," Benjamin said, then pulled Irene's hand.
Caught by him, Irene still resisted, shouting, "Let go." Then she lunged and bit his hand. Benjamin showed no mercy, directly swinging his hand and slapping her. He said, "I enjoy the hunt, but I will absolutely not be merciful to prey that has already been caught. So, pretending to be cute is useless. When we return to the mansion, you'll deal with your troublesome legs first. Though I enjoy cruelty, I will still give you medicine." Saying this, Benjamin hoisted Irene onto his shoulder, and as he walked, he threatened, "If you want to be hit again, feel free to keep struggling." Irene suddenly realized at this moment. Her mind had cleared up. She began to ponder, thanks to being hit by this scoundrel, my dizziness is gone. It must be because of his cooperation with that clown demon that Benjamin isn't affected by the demonic energy. She reassured herself, "Calm down, I don't want to go back to that prison cell." Irene told herself she couldn't give up and surrender to fate. Even if the outcome was bad, some things had changed, and everyone was finding their own path. Neither principles nor unfortunate gods can destroy those paths. Even if we fail, at least we tried. After being carried for a while, Irene noticed a black mass hovering in the air ahead. Although she didn't know what it was, Irene realized Benjamin couldn't see it, as he continued to walk calmly without even glancing at it. Earlier I complained there was no escape route, and now there really is one. Irene guessed this was caused by the demon from before, but what was its purpose? She tried touching it and felt no pain, also curious about what was inside. Could it be a demonic abyss, or some trick from Benjamin's contract? But she thought if he wanted to kill her, he would have done so long ago. Instead, he was carrying her back alive like this, so he must have something to say. Irene thought it was better to go inside and die than to be taken by Benjamin like this. Moreover, if she died, she might be able to meet Lori again to apologize to him. Thinking that, Irene decided to act immediately. She reached out and pressed the black circle in front of her. As soon as she touched it, Irene's body was immediately pulled inside by something. This happened so suddenly that Benjamin was startled, unable to react in time to hold her back, letting Irene slip from his grasp. Before Irene was pulled inside, she turned back, smirked at Benjamin, and said with certainty, "Even if I have to die, I won't let you have your way." On the other side, Lori, while fighting Nibbit, was struck by one of his attacks. Nibbot's attack lunged straight for Lori's stomach, piercing through his body. After being hit, Lori raised his hand to check the wound on his stomach. But he quickly told himself, "Snap out of it. What was attacked wasn't my body but my soul." That Nibbit sneered, "You're becoming human-like." Lori retorted, "No need to mock me for being a defective product." At this moment, Lori suddenly realized something strange. The attacked part of his soul was separating and drifting towards Nibbit. He suspected the demon in front of him was not just a clown demon. Lori spoke up and asked, "Where is your contractor? Now is not the time to worry about that. Just focus on me." Nibbit replied, then continued to attack Lori with demonic energy. He watched the clown demon's movements, realizing he didn't need to move much but still unleashed extremely powerful attacks. Lori used magic while pondering. This fighting style felt very familiar to him. It was strange that he didn't cackle like common villains, which made Lori even more suspicious. No matter how much power he inherited, his fighting style couldn't change like that. Suddenly, an attack slipped through, slashing across Lori's cheek. Feeling that attack, coupled with his previous suspicions, Lori was certain his judgment was correct. Indeed, Nibbit couldn't possibly be this strong. The demon right in front of him was Lavish. Only just realizing it now? Lavish said. Then he used demonic energy to transform back into his original form. As he took off his mask, Lavish said, "I was testing to see how much you've grown, but you're utterly pathetic." After confirming it was Lavish, he frowned and asked, "Why are you here? And impersonating Nibbit?" Lavish replied, "I heard someone summoning, so I joined in. Besides, Nibbit no longer exists." Lori still didn't understand. "What do you mean Nibbit no longer exists? And when a human summoned Nibbit, why did you respond? How should I put it?" Lavish said casually, "He was too arrogant, so I absorbed him. I will absorb you too. Stop tarnishing my reputation and return to being a part of my soul." Lori broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. Lavish continued, "The one who summoned me made a condition, to kill you in that body you couldn't possess. My bow and arrow. I came to destroy the world you gained through me. You are not allowed to resist." Lori knew his life would end here, so he wanted to ask clearly, "After absorbing me, what do you plan to do next?" Lavish realized Lori was worried about Irene. "Are you worried about the human you left behind?" Caught off guard, Lori flinched. Then he replied, "Didn't you say that demons rely on the human world as their foundation and cannot exist without humans?" "That's right." Lavish replied, "That's precisely why demons must approach humans to observe and understand. He glared at Lori, but I didn't tell you to love humans and get caught up in those emotions. She is just a human, she will die before 100 and be reborn. Repeating the endless cycle of reincarnation and experiencing meaningless periods of time. Hearing these words, Lori felt a pang of pain. He remembered Irene holding his hand and saying she would never forget him. Those words warmed his heart, and he regretted not wanting to forget them. Returning to reality, he spoke frankly to Lavish. Bringing me to the human world was your mistake. I have changed my nature, so I will not return to being a part of your soul, nor do you have the right to take me. I will not die according to your will. As he spoke, he unleashed his power. Lavish merely scoffed. A grand ambition, but all you can do is cast spells? Lori paid no attention, still focused on muttering the incantation. I heard that body of yours is a mage. Although you can't assimilate emotions, it seems you've learned some strange tricks. Lavish said. After a while of casting, a magic circle appeared beneath Lori's feet. He spoke, someone who only lives in the demon realm like you wouldn't know what demons in the human world learn. He remained emotionless. You still haven't realized the truth, have you? Even if 1,000 years, 10,000 years, or 100 million years pass, you will never be able to harm me. With that, Lavish began to attack. Blows came from all directions, piercing Lori's soul and body one after another. Lavish sneered, you can't even dodge one move, so how do you expect to win? I could have absorbed you without any pain. Or do you want me to do it right now? Lori reached out and grabbed the magic sword embedded in his chest. He smiled and refused, no need. You are no different from those weak humans. Incompetent and unaware of your limits, you keep charging headfirst into things that cannot be achieved. Saying that, Lavish reached out his hand. An attack of terrifying power aimed directly at Lori. After he unleashed that blow, the already cracked holy temple completely collapsed. Lori slumped to the floor. Lavish then approached. He grabbed Lori's head. He tilted his face up and asked, do you have any last words, my bow and arrow? He smirked. Then he reached out and grabbed Lavish's hand. He told him, I am Lori. I exist in this world as Lori, not as a part of you. Lavish had now lost all patience. He frowned. He swung his hand forcefully, knocking Lori to the side, and said, stop that nonsense and return to my body. What a waste of time. Saying that, he turned his back and walked away. Suddenly, he froze. He felt the silver chains coiling around his body. This was the self-sacrifice incantation. Immediately after, a pillar of light descended, striking Lavish directly. The direct blow shattered all of his contracts. It severed all of his ties with the human realm. The mana transmission channel he used to wield his power was also completely sealed. Lavish turned to look at Lori and said, I didn't expect you could bind me to the human realm. Well done. Only you would use that incantation for a mealworm. I admit you have defeated me, Lori. As for Lori, after that attack, it seemed he had lost his life, but somehow, it seemed his hand could still move. Lavish approached, intending to absorb Lori, but clicked his tongue. His soul was too shattered to be absorbed. After Lavish reclaimed his soul fragment, he observed the body before him gradually returning to its original soul form. What a pure and radiant soul. Perhaps that's why a part of me was affected by his emotions. Felix returned to his former body. He slowly opened his eyes. Then sat up. Tears inexplicably streamed down his face. Lavish asked, why do you weep? Felix replied, these are not my tears. So those were Lori's tears. Felix after waking still staggered towards Lavish. I have answered you, now it is my turn to ask. Do you still have any reason to harm me? Felix directly grabbed Lavish's collar. He frowned in annoyance and asked, where is she? You are being quite rough, Lavish said calmly. He then glanced to the side and said, the answer to your question. Perhaps that mastermind will know. Seeing his reaction, Felix also turned to look. At this moment, he realized that direction was Benjamin. He currently had a serious head injury, gasping for breath and muttering, what kind of situation is this? Felix looked at him with cold eyes. Even in my dreams, I never thought I'd have to see that face again. In fact, earlier, just as Benjamin had captured Irene, a void had opened, and she had escaped into it. That thing emitted a strong demonic death aura, so Benjamin assumed it was clearly Nibbit causing trouble. He cursed Nibbit as a cunning demon and intended to find him to settle scores for his betrayal. Then the holy temple suddenly collapsed, nearly crushing Benjamin to death. Unfortunately, at the same time, the contract abruptly ended, leaving him no longer immune to the death aura. If he hadn't met Constantine, who had just escaped the collapsing holy temple, he would have suffocated in the death aura long ago. Constantine helped him first, then interrogated him, "What are you doing here?"
At that moment, his instinct told him to retreat, but because the situation was constantly changing, Benjamin still decided to investigate. And so he had come all the way here. Upon arriving, Benjamin noticed two people. One was Felix Chamberlain, and the other's identity he didn't know yet.
The moment the other person glanced at Benjamin,
he suddenly felt that person greatly resembled Walter. At this moment, Constantine spoke from behind. He is a high-ranking demon. These words made Benjamin remember something. That's right, it was the red eyes, identical to the demon soul he had contracted with. Only then did Benjamin realize this was a trap and he had been deceived. He blamed himself, realizing he should have noticed this as soon as he appeared without revealing his true form.
Benjamin was now drenched in a cold sweat.
Constantine continued, "Ever since you intended to exploit demons, I knew this would happen.
Did you not hope for any luck?
To have succeeded even once was already a miracle." Benjamin said, "In done checking, let's bolt."
Constantine replied, "Do you think they'll let us go so easily?"
At the same time, he was astonished to realize that the energy in the air was also being transformed into mana by that person for absorption.
How strong was he? Both realized that Felix Chamberlain was a monster they couldn't possibly contend with. Felix didn't even need to move. He could still bind Benjamin and Constantine tightly in place.
Benjamin gritted his teeth, "I told you to escape, now you've gotten me tied up with you."
But contrary to their fears, Felix only bound them and didn't launch any powerful attacks. Seeing this, Lavish asked, "What are you doing?"
Felix replied, "You ask too many questions. How they are dealt with doesn't depend solely on me."
Lavish was curious, "Do you intend to spare them?"
Felix replied, "I am no saint. I also have limits to what I can accept. That means no matter where they run, they will never feel safe again." He turned to Lavish, "I don't need to deal with them right now, so let them wait obediently there."
"Are you satisfied with this answer, Lavish?"
Felix then got straight to the point, "Stop playing around.
Where is Irene?"
Lavish smirked, "I was just joking a little to ease your tension because I care."
Felix gradually lost patience, angrily unleashing his power.
He frowned as a final warning, "Lavish, haven't you played enough?"
Felix faced Lavish, "Thanks to the fragment's sacrifice, your contract has been broken. I don't care what your plan is. We cannot fully exert our power in the human world, can we?"
He listened to Felix indifferently.
"If anything happens to Irene, I won't hold back. Do not challenge me."
Lavish merely laughed, "If you punish them, will I not be at peace?"
How arrogant. He glanced around, secretly calculating the best course of action.
Lavish assessed the situation. There were currently two individuals who wanted to form a contract. He would regain his power simply by forming a new one. He glanced at the two people standing above.
Lavish thought, "I can't endure this any longer.
I'm curious what will happen to her, but God wouldn't like it, so we'll just observe." After considering, he softly said, "As you said, my powers have been sealed. Perhaps she is trapped in a spatial crack." Felix speculated it was a gap between dimensions. Saying this, he extended his hand.
A small spatial rift immediately formed there. Lavish was curious, "Starting already?"
Felix looked at him coldly, "I don't have time to spare." Having said that, he vanished.
Lavish clicked his tongue in regret, "I wish I could enter a more normal human body. Don't you agree, Lori?"
Lavish quickly glanced at the two people from earlier.
He bluntly asked, "Do you know how to enter the human world? Why can demons never escape the demon realm, while angels enjoy glory in heaven?" Despite his calm expression, his question was full of dissatisfaction. Why does God set such difficult standards for demons? Why was the world decided this way?
Constantine and Benjamin broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this.
In an instant, Lavish stood before them. "Whether angels or demons, we are all God's children, aren't we?"
He explained further. "Trust in bonds, because the concept of betrayal does not exist among demons.
Exploitation, trampling, and killing these beasts think that is the shortcut to success.
I don't know if that moment brings any benefit, but climbing fast means falling just as quickly."
Lavish gently stroked Benjamin's cheek. His tone was full of temptation. "Do you want to form a contract? This time, it absolutely cannot be broken." Benjamin only asked again, "What did you say?"
Before he finished speaking, Benjamin suddenly widened his eyes, letting out a gasp. He calmly savored the sensation. In Lavish's hand was a heart still beating wildly.
He teased triumphantly, "Please spare my life."
Elsewhere, Jean was confused, looking around.
Where was this again? She curiously explored, wondering if it was from the prologue.
Jean secretly thanked her luck for escaping that place. She sighed, then suddenly widened her eyes. "Oh, over there is."
Jean was startled. Oh my god, no way, is that Lori?
She was about to greet the person in front of her but realized it wasn't Walter.
She walked around Lavish to check, his hair and eye color were different. Was it a demon's illusion or something else?
Lavish recalled his previous words, this was his true form. He muttered to himself, Lavish. Lavish politely greeted her, pleased to meet you, existence from another dimension.
Jean's expression grew even more panicked, how is that even? He was about to explain when she interrupted, wait a minute, help me. Did Lavish do this?
Lavish was about to respond but Jean cut in again, I don't know why you're here, but please help me. She kept shouting, it seems no one knows the situation outside, your fragment is in danger of being destroyed.
Lavish, are you listening?
Lavish only stared at her, secretly assessing, truly special. Even from another dimension, she worried about the current world.
I must find this girl first.
After a moment of thought, he exclaimed, it's truly similar.
Jean's face went blank, not understanding, huh? Are you listening to me?
Lavish stated bluntly, I have destroyed Lori. From the beginning, I was the one summoned, not Nibbit. I called you here. At this moment, Jean began to feel anxious. And this is the space for us to fulfill God's prayer. Lavish slowly floated upwards, this is my consciousness world. He explained, your beloved is safe and sound.
Jean was skeptical, really? What about Lori? You don't intend to harm Lori, do you?
Jean's eyes changed, you called your fragment Lori, didn't you? Lavish was angry, his eyes flashing with malice. Jean showed no fear, you called that name with such affection. His gaze avoided hers, glancing in another direction.
He tried to refute, it's not that much. Jean's eyes lit up, so Lori is still safe, right?
Which dear? She was surprised. He said indifferently, from now on, we'll only know if he's saved.
Why did I transmigrate into this novel?
Kim Hisu, in Irene's body, always wondered. If there was a supreme being, there must have been a reason to bring her here. But time passed, and no revelation appeared. Moreover, countless incidents befell her, she had to try not to be sold off while worrying about her indebted father.
She didn't even have time to dwell on loneliness or homesickness.
Irene learned to resign herself and decided to adapt to the circumstances to survive. Irene thought if this world had a deity who brought her here,
it must have been out of boredom, not because she was essential. How could an ordinary person make a difference?
She fell into this place entirely by chance. Many times Irene feared she would suddenly return to her old world because she had met many precious people here. But then the one who recognized her as being from another world appeared. The other party was not a god but a demon, one who had made a pact with God.
She was puzzled, wait a minute. Why could a demon make a pact with God when she didn't know why she was here? Weren't demons rejected by God? So they hated God and always led humans to depravity?
Suddenly Lavish spoke, you're thinking correctly.
She was startled. He analyzed, demons exist to test humanity.
For God, we are only used for that purpose. Lavish squeezed the fragment in his hand.
Jean clarified, I don't.
He shrugged, no need to pity us.
Nature of God is human, so favoritism is understandable. She wondered, what does human nature mean? Lavish pondered, do you know this world has many dimensions?
Jean hummed softly.
He questioned, so who is the god of this world? She wasn't sure, God Deus?
That's right, this world is Deus creation, like a play or a novel.
Jean gasped in shock, a novel?
He deduced, it seems this world is a novel, doesn't it? She paled in fear but forced a wry smile.
Finally, Jean collapsed, what if I know that?
Lavish looked at her, out of curiosity, I called an outsider like you here.
Even if I knew, I couldn't do anything.
Jean looked up at him, tears still in her eyes. Lavish continued, although you see me here, I truly exist out there.
There is a Deus existing in the outside world, different from the God you know.
If this world is a novel, then the author is Deus' main body. You were brought here by the Deus of the outside world.
Jean was confused, huh?
He explained, just like I brought you into my consciousness world.
Jean grew even more confused. Jean questioned, how does the author know me?
He replied, they certainly have the ability to know. God's request was for me to do as I pleased.
What I received from the transaction was nothing more than a new toy.
Jean asked further, the purpose is to save Lori, right?
Lavish snorted coldly.
His eyes held a hint of gloom and sadness, this is my world, I can do as I please as long as God permits. It seems God also couldn't bear to abandon the demon who sacrificed himself to protect you. If he had been absorbed by me, I could have revived him immediately, but his soul was shattered by the spell. I can only revive him right here. I intended to use this opportunity for something more useful, but this one is only good at causing trouble.
She jumped up and questioned, what about that insidious human who contracted with you now? Lavish casually, that guy? He smirked insidiously.
He answered smugly, I made a new contract with him to regain my power.
Jean paused for a beat, huh? What does that mean?
Lavish replied indifferently, because he clung to life, he agreed immediately.
Jean's unease was evident on her face, so what happened in the outside world?
Lavish chuckled, observing her reaction, you're scared, aren't you? It's been a while since I regained my power.
Jean nervously swallowed. But nothing happened.
That sentence left her stunned. He smiled faintly. I didn't regain my power to dominate the human realm, I was just joking earlier.
Jean looked at Lavish, assessing him.
He became serious, I only made a new contract because I needed power to return to the demon realm.
What's important is that I want that guy's soul.
He's still alive, but I don't care how he lives until he dies.
Jean cautiously, since you helped, I won't rush you, but when do you plan to let me go? Then he stated directly, you cannot leave here. Jean smiled brightly, thinking he was joking again.
But Lavish's words, I'm not joking, turned her to stone.
She screamed in dissatisfaction, why?
Lavish slowly replied, I am only following the will of the main body in the outside world. Jean complained internally, oh my god, I miss Felix so much. She tried to calm herself to think of a solution. Jean had a bold idea, if I beat this guy up, he'll probably let me go.
Lavish noticed something amusing. She said seriously, there's no other way, he'll use my taekwondo fists to go back.
He looked at her like a strange creature. Waiting for the fun, he surprisingly looked behind Jean. Something was bursting forth from that direction. Just as she was about to strike and shout taekwondo, the sky above was torn open. Jean turned back in surprise to observe.
Lavish couldn't believe it, I didn't expect you could break through. Felix Chamberlain. Her eyes lit up, PL. Is it PL?
A hand reached out and gently touched Jean's face.
He stepped forward to confirm, yes, it's me.
Then he gently wrapped his arm around her waist.
Jean choked up, why are you only coming now? Felix smiled apologetically, I'm late, aren't I?
I got a little lost, I'm sorry. Suddenly, his eyes turned cold, and his voice deepened.
Felix lightly touched the wound on Jean's face, who made your face like this? Before she could answer, his hand tightened around her waist, was it him?
Lavish's face was expressionless, watching the scene before him.
Felix coldly questioned, he did it, didn't he?
The atmosphere became stifling as the two looked at each other with hostility. Lavish secretly speculated, he has power comparable to a dragon. That is not power from a pact with God, but the result of him agreeing to do everything Irene desired, even if it meant sacrificing himself.
The price for that intervention was considered just enough to prevent the balance from being completely broken.
Initially just suspicion, but through each incident, it gradually became certain. She allowed to be by her side would eventually achieve everything they desired. Of course, that path would not be easy, fraught with hardships.
As an inevitable price to pay. While he was calculating, Felix asked Jean, so who did it? She forced a smile, Benjamin.
Lavish found it amusing, that girl is just human, yet she can turn this whole world around.
Felix warned, Lavish, what are you thinking? I told you you've played enough.
Lavish waved his hand and replied briefly, I'm not thinking anything evil.
A tense atmosphere enveloped the two. Felix led Jean away and said, we're leaving. Before leaving, Felix left a remark, I hope this is the last time we meet. The two of them left. The space closed as soon as they completely vanished.
Before she could grasp the situation,
Felix spoke, so fast? You can slowly open your eyes now.
The two of them were standing under a cherry blossom tree.
Felix gently placed his hand on her shoulder and asked, how do you feel?
He softly said, the flowers haven't fully bloomed yet. Jean suddenly hugged him tightly. Both fell onto the grass.
Felix gently called, Irene. She also whispered back, PL. He smiled, a warm feeling welling up. Felix asked with concern, are you alright? Are you hurt anywhere? She replied, I'm fine.
Felix worriedly chided, you were hit like that and still say you're fine.
She chuckled. Was it really the Duke who did it?
If I had known he did that, I wouldn't have let it go.
Jean smiled sweetly, do you know something, PL? Felix replied, what is it?
She recounted, when you were gone, grapefruit tarts tasted bland to me. Sky's colors also became boring, I no longer wanted to gaze at the stars. She paused for a moment as if to arrange her thoughts.
But since you returned as Walter, everything has gone back to normal. Now everything is vibrant. Jean smiled, deeply moved. Felix looked at her for a long time, then softly smiled, really? Me too. A resounding cheer, oh, our savior. People exclaimed, it's miraculous, Lady Claudia has defeated the demon. The entire hall was bustling, they cheered, those harmed by the demon have awakened. Hooray for the lady. Olivia and Claudia were not very enthusiastic, one was disdainful, the other felt awkward. Irene witnessed the entire scene through a magic orb. She looked blankly, what is this? Claudia? Seeing the situation wasn't too bad. She happily told Felix, Lavish said the time there was different from outside, which kept me worried. Irene suddenly realized, there's a familiar face here too. On another side, Lucas furiously ordered, you insolent wretches, open the door. Despite his scowl, Erica remained calm, didn't God tell your majesty already? She emphasized, the outside is currently very dangerous due to the rebels and demons. We, the Appellation family, shall protect your majesty. So please calm down, Erica advised Lucas. Elsewhere, Martina directed, all right, stick it firmly. Well done. After finishing, she waved her subordinates away, you may go now. Martina laughed gleefully, that's done. Shall I go prepare a celebration feast? Witnessing it all, Irene exclaimed, Martina works fast, and she's already planning to drink. Suddenly Felix noticed something, he held Irene's shoulder and pointed to the two things. He immediately recognized, it's those two. It was a disheveled Constantine and Benjamin. Constantine was kneeling, looking at his hands, muttering in despair. Divine power, impossible, a lie. And Benjamin was spitting blood while growling. Damn it, truly useless. Where Lavish stood, he was resting his chin in thought. He stood with his arms crossed in the magic circle, what are you doing? Are you trying to sacrifice me? Disciple vehemently denied, no, we are merely welcoming you, great demon. Please accept us. Lavish thought to himself, quite sure this is a sacrificial ritual. Irene looked at the comical scene, bewildered, is this for real? She sighed with a laugh, well, I kept my promise, so never mind. But as she tried to take off her bracelet, she froze. Irene frantically tugged, why won't it come off? You trickster. Felix looked down at her bracelet and asked, what is this? Irene called out tearfully, PL. She sobbed in explanation but still couldn't remove it. Felix said, let me take it off for you. But when he touched the bracelet, Felix suddenly froze. He asked again, Jen, are you sure this was given by a sorcerer? She replied, yes, I saw it with my own eyes. Seeing his serious expression, she worriedly asked again. Irene watched him put the bracelet back on her and asked, is something wrong, dear? Felix was silent for a moment, his lips pressed tightly. After a while, he replied, I sense a demon's mana suppressing the sorcerer's mana. Irene's eyes widened, a demon? Is it Lavish? Felix replied, this one is quite weak. The image of Felix's insistent questions earlier flashed through her mind. Irene still remembered the feeling of her wrist being tightly held by him. Thinking back on it made her blush, I don't think it's a bad thing, what do you think? A faint blue aura emanated from his palm. Felix continued, it's like a good luck charm. Her eyes briefly showed a stunned expression, that name. Irene felt as if she had entered a dark space, where Lori was already standing. His enchanting voice echoed, may you always be victorious. In conclusion, Lori gave her a farewell smile. A gentle sound pulled her back to reality, what do you want? Irene closed her eyes, making up her mind. She frankly suggested, pull it off for me. Felix replied, all right. A day had passed since then, and everyone was still attending to Cedric's bedside. Erica reassured, the physician said he's just sleeping, let him wake up on his own. Suddenly Martina excitedly, I think I know how. She rambled on about fairy tales and true love's kiss. Martina excitedly asked, well? It's romantic and cute, isn't it? She deliberately pushed Felix towards Irene, Irene's love is back, isn't it? Felix asked tenderly, is Jen all right? She softly replied, no, then shouted, Martina. Felix blushed as Martina teased him, he moved closer, startling Irene, are you really going to do it? Just then, Cedric opened his eyes and stared, who allowed you two to flirt here? Irene frantically handed him medicine, you're awake? Drink this. Cedric held the suspicious bottle, what is this? Irene replied, it's a stamina recovery potion. Cedric gulped it down, but then choked when asked, do you plan to become emperor? He coughed and expressed, I have no intention of becoming emperor right now. I want to travel the world, staying in the empire would only hinder me. Irene thought to herself, traveling the world is my dream too, I didn't expect him to feel the same.
She turned to look at Erica and Martina, but both quickly declined.
Martina preferred to rule the underworld, and Erica was content with her current situation.
The two began to bicker, making Irene only smile wryly.
Suddenly, someone volunteered.
Irene looked on in surprise. The other person boldly declared again.
Claudia firmly stated, "I will be the empress."
The heroes' festival had just ended when the sky was torn open, and demons descended, shrouding everything in darkness. Fear enveloped the empire along with rumors of a rebellion.
What caught everyone's attention the most was Claudia's public rebellion. Along with the mercenary Walter. Many angrily criticized them as traitors. But then everyone fell silent upon learning the truth about Benjamin Lenberg.
He was the one who had summoned demons into the empire. Benjamin, who always assisted the crown prince, turned out to be the master of the underworld. Many shocking pieces of evidence were discovered at his stronghold. Among them was a place used to summon evil demons, which shocked everyone.
Even demons still clung to Duke Lenberg. As demons would not leave until the contract ended. Knowing that truth, the people couldn't help but tremble in fear.
In the midst of despair, the news that Felix Chamberlain was still alive quelled all chaos. The genius mage, a symbol of justice, was in fact Walter. The hero who appeared as a rising star was now an accomplice in the rebellion.
At this moment, outside the palace was extremely noisy. Everyone was abuzz with talk about Felix being alive and being Walter. Whispers continuously rang out in astonishment. That was Felix in the flesh. He smiled brightly and spoke, "Thank you all for coming."
His voice was steady as he introduced, "I am Walter and also Felix Chamberlain."
Next, Felix began to speak. "Do you all know the phrase dragon's miracle?"
He slowly explained. It refers to those blessed by dragons and who are messengers of God, bearing a divine destiny and obligated to dedicate themselves to their nation. Felix looked at the light in his hand and affirmed, "I am that miraculous child." His voice became proud. "But one day, 4 years ago, God spoke to me. That my mission was not to sacrifice myself for the nation, but to protect its people from threats."
Everyone's eyes were filled with admiration. That light was like everyone's hope here. Those were the words from that day. "The reason is that I saved the empire from demons." Alisa exclaimed in astonishment, "This is..."
Felix's voice continued to resonate.
"God has granted me many powers."
Everyone's eyes shone brightly at the light from earlier. "Blessing magic and dragon magic, so I can dedicate everything." At this moment, mystical blue lights appeared in the sky.
Felix stood solemnly on the platform, as a messenger of God.
His expression looked utterly satisfied, and as the protector of the empire.
"Until the end of my life." These words from Felix filled everyone with hope for a new life. Felix closed his eyes to feel it.
The next second, he opened his eyes, sharp and cold.
Felix's voice became more powerful. "There are 3 individuals whom we can never forget. Lucas Dandrian Loxotan, who prolonged the war and ruled with tyranny.
Constantine, who was once the leader of the Holy Knights but deceived and murdered." As he spoke, the scene gradually replayed. "The apostles of God."
And finally, the one who summoned demons, plunging the empire into chaos, Benjamin Lenberg. Felix clenched his fist and declared, "I will obey God's will and personally punish them."
He added, "Not only that, but alongside the Holy Monarch, who will bring eternal peace and glory
to the empire."
Saying this, Felix's eyes glanced at someone. The person was Claudia Chamberlain.
She proudly stepped onto the platform. Felix bowed respectfully, "I swear to always be by her side and assist her."
Hearing this, the people below cheered joyfully, "Hooray!
Hooray!"
Claudia closed her eyes, feeling the acclamations of the people.
Once again, the palace became bustling.
Constantine, who was once the leader of the Holy Knights but deceived and murdered. As he spoke, the scene gradually replayed. The apostles of God.
And finally, the one who summoned demons, plunging the empire into chaos, Benjamin Lenberg.
"I greatly value your sacrifice and your will to dedicate yourself." The next second, she raised her sword high, "In the name of God Dessel, I appoint you as the protector of the empire." The sword in her hand was placed on Felix's shoulder.
Claudia's eyes became stern, "Punish evil severely."
Felix closed his eyes, feeling, "Be merciful to the weak,
noble to all beings."
The people were also witnessing that glorious moment, so that his oath might be worthy of trust.
Afterwards, a chiding voice rang out, "When were you enlightened by God?" Irene angrily, "What is dragon magic?" Felix curiously asked, "Are you very surprised?"
She raised her voice to confirm, "Of course.
Something like that happened, and you didn't say anything. You hurt me."
Before she could finish, Felix stepped in front of her and interrupted, "But
His face was incredibly gentle as he explained, "That's because my god is Irene. Jean's will is also God's will." These words left her speechless and blushing, unable to refute further. Larrage's excited voice rang out just as he harmed Benjamin. How pathetic. His crimson eyes gleamed with tempting amusement. "Come, beg me to save you." Benjamin regained consciousness, dropping his head. "That's right, that's what happened to me. Everything was within my control. My plan was perfect." Suddenly Benjamin chuckled mockingly. "But now, I feel like I've been deceived by God. If this is a dream, why would I dream such a dream? Who would have thought the damned demon would become a variable in my plan?" He seemed to feel no pain. To be thwarted by a demon, how ridiculous. Suddenly, a few footsteps echoed in the space. Looking up, he saw a familiar, elegant face. "Having to come see you like this is truly tiresome." Irene stood before the bars and softly spoke. "You must be very familiar with this situation." However, Benjamin was gagged and couldn't speak. Her small face carried a hint of apology. "It just has to be this way. Because if I let you open your mouth, you'd say all sorts of outrageous things and give me high blood pressure just listening." Irene shrugged, feigning generosity. "I must be a saint to endure listening and replying to you." Suddenly, a laugh rang out beside her. The Chamberlain's sibling stepped out, patting her head in praise. "Jean is right." Irene returned to the main topic with him. "Have you heard this saying? If you want to test a person's ability, give them power. You originally had everything. Before falling into this situation, you had many opportunities, but you threw them all away. It's simply your nature. And now there's no longer an opportunity for you to atone with death." Her every word made the demonic aura swirling around Benjamin's body grow denser. Irene's sharp voice continued to ring out. "If you're curious how things turned out this way, let me tell you. Sticking your nose into other people's business is your hobby, isn't it? The Emperor's faction, those who remained loyal to Lucas from beginning to end, has disintegrated. The only remaining royal family member, Cedric, also publicly and enthusiastically supported Claudia. He now announced that he had reached a dead end. Power fell into the hands of influential nobles no less than you. You must know which houses they are without me telling you, right? Everything is gradually coming to an end. As for the deposed emperor, he will be executed by guillotine." Irene recounted what was about to happen to Lucas. "On his way, he will be stoned. Then he will die and go to hell. Those who once harmed Claudia are now facing a bitter end. Larrage will take good care of him. Constantine was originally to be burned at the stake, but I heard he lost all his power, so he was exiled to be a slave. One would have thought the Holy Temple would object to that. But after what he did, they enthusiastically supported that method of handling it." Her joyful voice rang out, making him freeze. "Constantine will also be taken care of by Larrage later. Of course, Larrage dotes on you the most." She inserted the key into the cell lock. "After you die, you'll go to the hell you've always longed for. Not only that, Larrage is waiting right there, eager for the day to personally torture you. Are you excited?" Meanwhile, Benjamin couldn't resist. It's that damned demon again. He could feel the eyes staring at him. If it were any other demon, they would have died by my hand long ago. "Larrage, you wretched demon." At this moment, a sweet voice rang out as she entered. "Everyone is afraid to punish you." Claudia put on iron gloves, looking awkward, "So I will step forward and do this for them. If I let my subjects continue to fear you, I would be truly uncomfortable." After that, peace returned throughout the kingdom. A glossy cake was neatly placed on a plate. Irene leisurely took a bite, reminiscing. That day, it was actually just a play to deceive the people. She felt no remorse, affirming firmly. "But I was told before that my will is also God's will, so saying Felix is God's messenger isn't entirely wrong. And I want Claudia to be happy. Everything was perfectly planned. If we could persuade the people with events and circumstances, to make them understand the reasons for the rebellion and Claudia's ascension." And Felix's radiant face appeared in her memory. "Then I don't think doing so is wrong. Besides, thanks to that, everyone received the dragon's blessing." Irene was very proud of the two people she loved most. Moreover, the Chamberlain siblings were not complacent like those others. They would not be blinded by power. She took a small sip of refreshing tea. And quickly collapsed with a stack of papers taller than herself. "I'm overwhelmed by this mountain of work. I'm going crazy. Task number 1, 2, 3, task number 1284. Irene furiously resented Lucas' impulsiveness. It's all that former emperor's fault. The empire's land was already vast, yet he foolishly waged war to expand his territory even further. And he didn't even bother to manage it properly. Her face paled with the burden, and now we have to bear the consequences. Seriously, it's like a demon. Out of sight, out of mind. Irene leaned back in her chair and sighed, but I miss Felix so much. Suddenly, a slender, fair hand reached out. Felix smiled and placed both hands on her shoulders. I miss you too. Her eyes widened, staring blankly at the perfect face before her. Immediately after, Irene suddenly jumped up in a panic. She kept touching him, stammering, "What's happening? When did you get here? Or am I confused and seeing an illusion?" He awkwardly reassured her, "Calm down first." Then Irene's body was lifted high. Her feet, which were on the floor, suddenly floated in the air. Suddenly being lifted high left her confused. Felix wrapped his arms around her and lifted her without hesitation. It's not an illusion. It was a beautiful day, with bright sunshine. The kitten gently tapped on the windowpane. A soft, dreamy moan echoed in the bedroom. His fair face was slightly flushed, and he whispered, "Did you sleep well?" Irene, with drowsy eyes, leaned into his embrace. "Of course. How about you, Felix?" It was early morning, and the two were very affectionate. "Thanks to you. You must be tired of me, right? Because I miss you so much, I can't stop." Felix grinned happily. "I'm sorry." She gently intertwined her fingers with his. "It's all right." Suddenly, the sound of their giggles filled the room. Irene suddenly sat up, resting her head on his shoulder. "Felix." As she spoke, her stomach rumbled. "I'm hungry." He only just realized, "Oh." Immediately Felix's voice softened with tender concern. "Then let's go eat." "What do you want to eat?" Her eyes shone with longing. "This time I want pancakes with bacon." He agreed without hesitation. "All right." Suddenly Felix reached out and pulled her shoulder closer. Then he placed a gentle kiss on Irene's lips. Her face pouted as she put her hand to his lips. "Felix." He then gave a joyful smile. "All right, you must be very hungry." Her tone was playfully chiding. "You knew that and still did it?" Felix chuckled and lifted Irene off the bed. "I'll stop here. We're really going to eat." The magnificent, splendid villa was surrounded by trees. This was Chamberlain territory. The three men were silent, each lost in their own thoughts. He had plunged the entire country into chaos after defeating three major opponents. Claudia pressed her lips together. And after a long time, a new era finally began. Everything had been completely renewed. The country's first empress, Claudia Chamberlain, began a widespread purge and renewal of the imperial palace as soon as she ascended the throne. The wealthy class was noisy and bustling with all sorts of people, incompetent nobles who inherited positions from their families. High-ranking officials in the imperial palace were all involved in corruption. Truth was like a shattered mirror, every dirty coin fell into the abyss, and all these people were stripped of their titles and had all their assets confiscated. A public notice was posted for all citizens to find people to fill those positions. She announced to all citizens that as long as they had talent, the path to the imperial family was always open, regardless of their social status in this society. The imperial crest was boldly printed in the corner of the notice. All corrupt officials were arrested. The warm sunlight shone down on the magnificent castle. The empire's situation in Chamberlain gradually stabilized. Irene narrowed her eyes and smiled, her cheeks flushed with joy. "I also have a date with Felix." Suddenly, a voice from outside the door caught her attention. "May I ask you something?" Irene hid behind the door, surprised to hear what the two maids were discussing. "Who exactly is Lady Irene Amber? You must be new, so you don't know much about her." "I've discovered something interesting here." She frowned in dissatisfaction upon hearing the other name. "If it's Lady Amber, her expression changed in an instant. Irene closed her eyes and smiled, nodding in agreement. "She is Lord Felix's beloved." The maid's voice was soft, "and she is also a great figure in the world of potion making." She awkwardly rubbed her head. "Honestly, why does everyone worship me so much?" The other maid's eyes widened in admiration. "She truly is an amazing person. Does everyone think that of me?" The two of them chatted back and forth inside the room. "I see her stand out wherever she goes and she is very much loved by Her Majesty. Her Majesty dotes on her like a pet." "Oh no, I mean a human, right?" "I think so." "You're right." Irene gritted her teeth, hiding behind the door. "They're not wrong, but why do I feel so heartbroken?" She suddenly froze. Her face was dumbfounded and foolish as the maid continued. "Actually, she's just in disguise to fool everyone." Irene was shocked, speechless, imagining herself intimately in Claudia's arms. "Some say she and Her Majesty are a couple." "What?" The map was neatly placed on the table. Claudia stood opposite the table, hands on hips. "You hurry and choose." Irene's orange gold eyes widened in confusion. "What? What about this land?"
She narrowed her eyes and smiled radiantly, her tone casual, feel free to choose any place. Irene's eyebrows twitched slightly, her lips pressed together in tense thought. She gently pointed to a small island on the map, this one. Claudia spoke casually, yet it struck the other person like lightning, making her eyes widen and mouth gape in astonishment. From now on, this will be the Irene Kingdom. What? She hugged her arms, her face beaming with joy. Wouldn't it be wonderful if Irene had her own kingdom named after you? Irene trembled all over, stammering to refuse. What you've given me since you ascended the throne is already so much. Claudia frowned, her eyes sorrowful. But? Seeing the hesitation on the other's face, she quickly continued, think again, isn't it a lot? You even gave me the biggest theater in this empire. And you even built and established a research institute specifically for me for potions. Irene's eyes crinkled in a radiant smile. Even if there's no kingdom named Irene, all I need is you. You? She looked briefly surprised, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. You. I must definitely establish an Irene kingdom just for her. Irene clenched her fists and jumped up from her chair. That's right. Claudia wondered, what's wrong? She awkwardly scratched her head. I have a date with Felix today. Sorry, but I think I need to go. Claudia suddenly spoke, catching her attention, but... She furrowed her brows, her eyes sparkling with resentment as if about to cry. You've met my brother every night, so can you just meet me during the day? She asked again, no? Irene was stunned, her mouth open, unable to say a word. Claudia. She was embarrassed, then suddenly shouted, why not? Of course it's all right. Claudia's eyes sparkled with emotion. Oh. She suddenly remembered, do you know about the hunting competition today that we arranged beforehand? Irene looked blank, her face dumbfounded. What? Her face was innocent, pouting and standing still. That's right, isn't it? Claudia narrowed her eyes and smiled apologetically. Hurry and get ready. All right. In the grand hall outside the large castle, nobles bustled about. Suddenly, a voice called from behind, Lady Amber. Irene glanced back. Hello. A blond young man with a radiant smile rushed over. She secretly wondered, who is he? He stopped in front of her and asked, are you also participating in this hunting competition? Irene raised her hand to decline. No, I don't really like hunting. The young man forced a smile. That's right, isn't it? If it's someone like the lady, it's natural not to like it. Her eyes widened in suspicion. What's natural about it? The other person broke out in a cold sweat, fumbling with his hands and feet, his voice stammering. Someone like the lady, so petite and adorable, like small animals. Irene frowned, her lips pressed together, her face utterly displeased. She spun around and ran off. Bye-bye. The young man painfully fell to the ground, raising a trembling hand to stop her. I failed. He truly is an eccentric. How terrible. Another voice called from behind, Lady Amber. Irene scowled inside. Who am I meeting this time? You still remember me? Irene said calmly. Of course. How could I forget a beautiful lady like you? She feigned surprise, covering her mouth. Oh my goodness. Redline narrowed her eyes and smiled gently. Even though I know you're just joking, I'm very happy. Irene foolishly smiled along, her cheeks flushed. I'm serious. She's truly beautiful. She raised her hand to ask, so, has the problem you were worried about before been resolved? Redline replied kindly, yes, it's settled. Thank you. Irene said softly and humbly, I only gave you sincere advice. After all, you're the one who did everything well. She lowered her face, stammering, that is also why I came here. Redline suddenly asked, are you free this morning after the competition ends? She was stunned, her eyes wide with suspicion. Why? Redline tightly grabbed Irene's hand and hissed, I want to repay Lady Amber. Please let me treat you to a meal. She frowned, her dark purple pupils sparkling, looking at Irene coquettishly. Is that all right, lady? Irene was stunned, blushing with embarrassment. No. Irene narrowed her eyes and smiled, generously agreeing, all right. Around what time at noon? Suddenly, a tall figure walked up behind her. Irene gasped, her eyes wide and bewildered. She timidly, slowly turned around. As she looked back, Irene saw Felix, his eyes crinkling in a smile, standing close to her. Felix. He was embarrassed, his cheeks flushed. It's also thanks to someone forgetting our date that I had free time to come here. Irene's face turned pale, trembling. I'm sorry. Felix narrowed his eyes and chuckled. It's all right. Wrapped his arms around her waist. It's only for a brief meeting anyway. Felix leaned his face close to hers. Because I have to leave soon. Irene looked up blankly. It's hard for me to see your face when you hug me like this. But... Felix chuckled, his voice deep. No matter how busy I am, if you don't keep your promise and don't say a word, you'll be sulking. Redline spoke, drawing Irene's attention. Excuse me. Lady Redline frowned and broke out in a cold sweat, guiltily averting her eyes. I suddenly have something urgent to attend to, so
I suppose it's time for me to leave?
Irene innocently waved goodbye. I understand, lady.
In that case. Before she could finish, Redline abruptly turned and ran off. See you later, then.
Irene narrowed her eyes, her shoulders slumping sadly. She's really gone, isn't she? Felix narrowed his eyes and smiled. She must really have something urgent.
He watched her retreating back, wondering, but who was that lady? It's the first time I've seen her. She honestly replied, Lady Redline. Irene's eyes widened as she focused on the figure of the blonde young woman. A few days ago, I met her on the road before.
Redline closed her eyes, tears falling like a waterfall. For some reason, her face was full of worry. Irene clenched her palms, determined. A beautiful woman is grieving. How could I pretend not to see her? She gently narrowed her eyes, approaching to help the lady. It wasn't anything amazing, but I advised her and learned everything. Felix stared blankly at her, as she stood with hands on her hips, full of pride. Irene suddenly turned to him. But when will Claudia arrive? He looked displeased and turned away. Why Claudia? She honestly replied in an innocent voice. Claudia will also be at the hunting competition this time, so I plan to cheer her on.
But where did she disappear to in the meantime? She was just here a moment ago. Felix lowered his face to the ground, letting out a low sound. Ah.
The atmosphere around him suddenly grew gloomy, making her look bewildered. Claudia would really like it if Irene cheered her on.
Right? Felix curled his lips into a sneer. Well, of course.
Claudia, holding a bow, rode forward on her horse. I heard my brother passed by here.
Has he returned to the Ministry of Magic?
Irene honestly replied, yes, he said he had some time so he stopped by. She narrowed her eyes, smiling as she looked down. Don't worry too much.
Claudia looked down and asked softly, so, should I catch something to bring back?
Irene rubbed her chin thoughtfully, because I can't let you get hurt. She looked up, smiling cheerfully. Chipmunk. Claudia's eyes widened, and she gasped, shouting, you can't hunt your own kind.
They're not edible. Irene was also startled by that reaction. What are you talking about?
Claudia burst out laughing. He'll catch a wild boar, so please wait. She cheerfully spurred her horse and rode off. He'll be right back. Irene shouted loudly after her from behind. Be careful, Claudia.
Yes.
She sat in the garden with other noble ladies, eating cake, drinking tea, and chatting happily.
A few hours later, someone suddenly spoke, catching Irene's attention. It seems everyone has returned? They're gathered nearby, but the atmosphere is quite chaotic, isn't it?
Yes, I heard His Majesty hasn't returned yet.
Could there have been an accident? Irene anxiously sat up. What's wrong?
A maid nearby stopped abruptly. Lady Amber. Her words made Irene's eyes widen in shock. His Majesty has suffered an internal injury.
Is it a serious injury? The maid looked bewildered, covering her mouth. I'm not sure.
The butler quickly stepped forward. It's not a serious injury, but...
The butler continued. His Majesty injured a leg bone and cannot move.
We plan to bring a stretcher into the forest to carry His Majesty back.
She looked bewildered. That's not a serious injury?
The other person's face darkened, frowning in discomfort. We've called a doctor for treatment. He looked shifty, as if trying to hide something, but if the lady waits a moment... Irene pressed her lips together, her face full of worry. Wait. In her mind, she secretly imagined Claudia lying collapsed on the ground.
How did she get injured? Wasn't it an assassin taking advantage of the hunt? And Claudia had to endure the pain and wait alone, dazed?
Irene pressed her lips together. The image of the magnificent brick house flashed through her mind. Felix will surely arrive soon, but it takes quite a while to get from here to the Ministry of Magic. Suddenly, her sand gold pupils lit up. Lead the way. The butler was startled. Pardon? Irene repeated what she had just said. Please lead me to His Majesty right away.
I can heal His Majesty.
Claudia sat on a large rock mound, narrowing her eyes and smiling wryly. It's dangerous, so why did you come here?
Irene anxiously grabbed her shoulders and shouted, how did you get hurt? Was there some unseen danger?
The other person looked momentarily stunned. Irene, calm down.
Claudia narrowed her eyes and looked away. Actually,
she happily rode her horse, thinking she would catch an animal to make Irene proud. She clumsily jumped to the ground. Because I was in too much of a hurry, I dismounted. Claudia shyly covered her face and exclaimed, and so I fell. She closed her eyes, fanning her flushed face with her hand. It's truly too embarrassing. Claudia's face darkened, and her eyes glared threateningly at the butler and knight behind her. I told you not to let her come.
Irene quickly explained, I insisted on coming no matter what.
She looked away, her face sad. I hate the thought of Claudia being in pain, even a little. Irene narrowed her eyes, smiling brightly. If you endure the pain alone, it will hurt even more. Claudia's voice was filled with emotion. Irene.
She sat on the ground, fumbling to open her bag. It's a good thing it's not a serious injury. Irene took out a bottle of medicine. Drink this, and your bones will return completely to normal. Claudia's eyes widened happily. When did you bring this? She closed her eyes, smirking with a proud expression. Why else would I accompany His Majesty to the hunting competition? Of course, it's because I was worried this might happen. She suddenly spoke, drawing Irene's attention. Truly. Claudia smiled brightly. How could I live without Irene? Thank you so much. The medicine bottle was opened, and the clear blue liquid flowed over her. It really doesn't hurt at all. I could even run right now. Claudia excitedly threw herself into her arms. Irene is the best. She wrapped her arms around the other person. Even the smallest thing won't matter, so Claudia, you must tell me everything. She narrowed her eyes, hugging Irene tightly. Yes, of course. Like this, it's okay to get hurt sometimes. Irene frowned, her face worried and displeased. Why would you say that? But, isn't that strange? Irene's pupils gleamed with worry, as she pondered inwardly. Claudia made such a basic mistake again. Although life has its ups and downs, this is too much of a coincidence. From deep within the bushes, a gleaming arrowhead pointed straight at the two of them. Magic was forbidden at the hunting grounds, and the Emperor was tied down by an injury. This doesn't feel good. The cold arrow shot forth. This doesn't feel good. Irene's eyes widened in horror. What? Inside the bushes next to them, a brown bear was shot in the chest by an arrow. Bear. Irene. She looked at the fletching of the arrow in surprise. Isn't this a royal arrow? Her eyes widened, and she quickly turned around. Then, a short distance from the two of them, Felix stood holding a bow, silently watching. Irene looked at his resentful face, bewildered. Felix. In a moment of silence, the two stood as if facing each other, looking directly into each other's eyes. Felix said nothing, simply turned his back and walked away. Claudia and Irene watched his retreating figure. She wrinkled her nose in dissatisfaction, walking away without a word. How strange. Irene narrowed her eyes, her face worried. Indeed. She bit her fingernails, walking and pondering. What is this? It's clearly no different from normal, yet something feels very different. Her face darkened, her eyebrows tightly furrowed. But what is it, exactly? Irene pressed her lips together, looking out the window. I'm not an expert in this matter, so there's no other way. She stood before a large door with a determined look, all out war. Irene forcefully opened the door, shouting, Felix. Felix sat in the study, not responding to her. He remained focused on the book in his hand, saying softly, Claudia has gone to a meeting with the Emperor regarding the aftermath, to see if there are many conflicts. Irene smiled with relief. I see. She suddenly shook her head vigorously. Felix maintained his cold demeanor, intently turning a page. So what? Irene was stunned by his appearance. She slowly spoke. Don't you think we need to talk? Felix pressed his lips together, then quickly closed the book. He narrowed his eyes, his cheeks flushed with resentment. You finally came to me. Felix placed the book back on the table, rising from his chair. This is my ambition. He stepped closer to Irene. I don't want to talk. Felix wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her close. Give me the answer I want to hear. Irene's eyes widened, frowning at him in bewilderment. Felix pressed his lips together, his face sad. Irene reached out and cupped his beloved's cheek. She pulled his face close to hers. Did I make Felix uneasy? Felix blushed as their faces drew near. As Irene and he simultaneously closed their eyes, their breaths mingling. Canton suddenly pushed the door open and rushed in, breathless. Lord Protector, it's serious. Today at the meeting, His Majesty declared she will not marry. Felix and Irene, embracing and blushing, stopped their actions midway. The person who had just run in was also stunned. That. He turned his face away, trembling all over. I apologize. I thought the lady was outside, so I intruded. Felix released her, asking, No, it's fine. His Majesty declared she will not marry? The servant bowed his head to the ground. Yes. Irene's eyes widened in doubt. Declared she won't marry? She pressed her lips together, frowning in confusion. Isn't it just what comes? Claudia smiled beautifully and radiantly, raising the imperial flag. In the eyes of mages, what kind of person is His Majesty? Ah, isn't she a symbol of hope and the one who enlightened the new world? Irene asked again. Then marriage isn't her duty, is it? Canton stammered. It seems the lady misunderstood. His Majesty's declaration not to marry is not an issue at all. She wondered, then what else? He awkwardly explained, of course, the rumors about the lady and His Imperial Majesty. Before he could finish, Felix interrupted, Lord Canton. Irene turned to him. We are talking right now, so could you please step outside? I apologize. Canton quickly left. I will return tomorrow. Irene frowned, pouting unhappily. Yes, what is this atmosphere, really? But the rumors about me and Claudia.
She recalled the words she had overheard two maids chatting about. The lady being the protector's lover is just a disguise.
There's a high possibility that His Imperial Majesty is that way.
As Irene was deep in thought, someone was secretly holding her hand.
Could it be that? Surely His Majesty's clear declaration not to marry would make everyone even more suspicious.
At first, who would believe such an absurd rumor? Felix pulled her hand, turning her towards him. Irene, you can read all my anxieties. He narrowed his eyes, his face sad, pressing Irene's hand to his cheek. Why don't you know these other things?
Their hands intertwined. Whose hand are you holding now? Felix intimately wrapped his arm around her waist. And, who are you embracing now? Irene blushed, steadying herself on his shoulder, stunned. Could it be?
She unconsciously recalled Felix's casual words. If Irene supports her, Claudia will really like it.
Up to his resentful expression looking at her, she wondered, is he jealous? And is he holding back? Lord Canton, we are talking right now, could you please come back later?
He frowned sullenly, his cheeks flushed like a whining puppy.
Who exactly is this fool jealous of?
Irene curled her lips into a triumphant smirk.
She chuckled, caressing his cheek. Whose is it? You know best, don't you? They narrowed their eyes, their breaths close. Of course it's Felix, isn't it?
They embraced tightly, gently sharing a kiss of love. The only person I consider my lover is you, Felix.
Jean stood holding a cake, looking bewildered. I will allow it, you two should get married. Upon hearing those words again, she was startled. Pardon?
Claudia sat opposite them. I'm very sorry, Irene, but because your happiness makes me happy, there's no other way. Claudia, I'm very happy and touched, but why suddenly? She seemed to be thinking hard about a difficult problem, because too many marriage proposals have been sent to Irene.
Marriage proposals?
Jean, facing her, also nodded in agreement. Because you are an unmarried noble lady favored by the emperor, that's only natural.
That's right, those commoners.
Her face was full of question marks, sweat beading on her forehead. Just talking to Irene once is enough to fall for your cuteness.
Is that so?
In that luxurious setting, everyone's voices continued to rise. The truth is, among all the men in this world, my brother is the best.
I also hated being alone among the three of us.
I also showed my narrow-minded desire to monopolize Irene all this time.
Claudia's pitiful face looked fragile and weak, but I don't want you two to be bound by my greed. I wish you both happiness.
Jean looked at her with an affectionate expression. If because of me, you two miss out on greater happiness, I would also be sad.
Claudia
spoke to them with determination, and if you two have children, I want the child to be my successor. Claudia described the beauty of their child. The child will be as affectionate and lovely as Irene, and as talented as my brother. She sighed and continued, of course, the decision will be up to the child. She placed her hands on her chest, facing them, and said, so, even if you two get married, please still hang out with me often.
Okay?
Jean happily replied, of course, your majesty, don't worry about that.
Jean turned to Felix, smiling happily. Felix, we. Her face turned red.
Not only did her face turn red, but his face also reddened.
In a grand palace under a clear blue sky, Jean lay sprawled on a chair. What is marriage?
Everyone looked at her, bewildered, suddenly so philosophical. Two people facing her asked each other in bewilderment. It's having another small family supporting you, so you can rest assured leaving them behind even if you have to go to war. One person happily held a stack of papers and said, and it's a traitor who can stab us in the back at any time.
Shimmering ribbons appeared in the space. It's a whole new world that we can't know when we're single.
It's meeting someone completely unrelated to you, caring for and understanding each other, taking care of each other, and growing together. He said to the two of them, but in the end, a stranger is still a stranger.
Growing up and overcoming difficulties must still be handled by oneself. Seeing her expression, everyone could only feel helpless, so why suddenly get married? It's just. Everyone watched Jean's expression. When it comes to marriage, I just want to run away.
Suddenly, someone leaned back and said to them, if you don't have certainty with the other person, it can be like that. They suddenly covered his mouth. Just ignore what this guy says.
Can you stop talking nonsense? It's too noisy, who knows?
Seeing Jean's gloomy and sullen expression, everyone was worried. They say that even if you're deeply in love, you can still be scared when marriage is suddenly brought up.
There's something called pre-marriage depression. Her face was sullen. Is that so?
She gently said to everyone, first, everyone, please go home today.
You've all worked hard.
She suddenly remembered him ignoring her. She thought it was a misunderstanding, but it wasn't.
Why has Felix been avoiding her lately? The scene of him looking sad. Is it because she made him sad that he's enduring so much?
And when she made plans with Claudia and postponed her date with him. Also, the last time she cancelled her date with Felix to be with Claudia.
Moreover, it wasn't the first time. Even if it wasn't Claudia, but another lady who needed help, she would always leave Felix behind. Thinking back, the two of them had never had a proper date. Of course, it's because they were both busy and didn't have time to go out, but these were all just excuses, weren't they? Felix always indulged her. Even if she and Felix successfully married, if only one side constantly sacrifices like this. She sat there, bewildered. This won't do. Her hand tightly gripped the paper she held. Her face looked determined. Time to attack. Night had fallen at the palace. A vibrant bouquet of roses was neatly placed on the table. On the bed, a pair of legs stretched out. He looked on helplessly. Jean lay there, fast asleep, unaware. He suddenly sighed and sat on the bed beside her. In his hand, he held a VIP ticket. He turned to look at her. Jean was still sound asleep. Did I make Irene worried? Actually, I don't want to bind her just because of marriage. He placed the bouquet to the side. He wanted to give love, not possession. His hand gently touched her golden hair. He wanted to be with her, which is why he married, but his current emotions wouldn't allow it. He sighed, full of helplessness. I avoided you because I couldn't suppress my desire to possess you. He gently stroked her hair. I'm sorry for making you misunderstand. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and looked at him. What are you sorry for? He was startled, unable to believe it. She sat up, looking sleepy. Oh, I fell asleep. When did you get back? Just a moment ago. She smiled cheerfully at his bewildered face. Really? That's good luck. What? Is something wrong? She suddenly rushed straight into his arms. The two of them fell onto the bed. Irene? What is it now? She lay on Felix, smiling and saying, at the harvest festival, will you be my companion? Felix's face was now flushed. Are you proposing a date? Irene was still lying on top of Felix. So she hadn't heard me finish speaking. He gently patted her. I need to explain that it was a misunderstanding. She was now staring at him. When she heard him speak, Irene's face brightened considerably. Okay, be my companion. Should I show a little more? Both of them were in a happy mood. You just wait. In the magnificent and splendid building. Everyone was bowing to the audience after finishing a performance. The audience below all stood up, applauding and cheering for them. Irene turned to the side and asked, how was the play? Felix happily replied to her, Irene's stories are always gentle and warm, so I really like them. Her face was full of eagerness and anticipation, and she extended her arm towards him. So we've seen the play, now shall we go on a date, my gentleman? Seeing Irene's outstretched arm, he looked bewildered. Happiness filled his face. He extended his arm towards Irene. I look forward to your company, my lady. The two of them placed their hands together as if preparing for a dance. She looked at him happily. Good, today I'll do my best so Felix doesn't have to worry about me anymore. She seemed to remember something. It seems a bit difficult, but... The two of them held hands and walked outside. I also need to know what Felix likes. He's always busy caring for others, so he never knows what he likes. What a fool. He always indulged me, saying whatever you want. Irene's face was sullen. There's no such thing as whatever you want. Suddenly, a voice called out, pulling her from her thoughts. Irene! Did you call me? Sorry. He turned to look at her with a happy expression. Where are we going? Huh? The two of them chatted happily. Why are you so excited? First, let's have lunch, then. He suddenly turned to ask her, from now on, I'm going to find out what Felix likes. What do you like? A small notebook was placed on the dining table. In the sparkling luxurious restaurant. They sat on an upper floor, and outside the glass window was a deep blue sky. On the plate was a shrimp and some accompanying vegetables. Irene's face was sullen. Delicious, isn't it? Is it really delicious? Yes. The usually quiet dining atmosphere suddenly became awkward and a little naive. She smiled mischievously, her eyes sparkling. Do you really like seafood? She suddenly blurted out, anything tastes good when eaten with Irene. That's too much of a textbook answer. Irene's eyes widened as she looked at him and asked, they'll let you choose, do you like sea shrimp? Her face suddenly darkened, and she glared at him. It's very delicious, and it fills you up. So, do you like it? He was flustered. This question is too difficult. His eyes were sincere, but there's one thing I'm sure of. Her face turned red, her eyes sparkling as if filled with stars. Even if it's field rations, as long as I'm with Irene, everything tastes good. Field rations? That's quite specific.
She suddenly picked up a pen and paper to take notes.
So you don't like field rations? What about hobbies? Since you read a lot, is it reading?
At the dining table, the two continued to chat.
Books are just tools to acquire knowledge. Then what about archery?
You're a famous archer, and skilled enough in swordsmanship to have a title. She opened her notebook, wrote, then crossed it out. That's just natural talent.
Is magic also innate?
There are other reasons, but it's not a hobby.
Oh.
He suddenly spoke, and her eyes sparkled.
Recently, I've come to like something. What is it? I like going to see plays.
But that expression immediately disappeared.
Is it because I'm a playwright?
She helplessly asked him, you keep cats, right?
Not sure. Cats are cute, but I didn't like them from the beginning.
She looked at him and said, what does that mean? She shouted, bewildered, could it be? Amidst the luxurious setting, she looked sullen.
You can think whatever you want. I've already given that answer, what else is there to think? She began to think, then, the only thing he likes most in this world is me? Suddenly, Irene jumped up. After we eat, let's go see some flowers.
Flowers?
Yes, I found a spot. Like this, I can only love him even more.
A vast field of sunflowers stretched out. He stood in the middle of the sunflower field, creating a beautiful scene. I didn't know there was a place like this near the capital. Suddenly, Irene's voice made him turn his head.
Do you remember? This is the flower Felix praised as beautiful for the first time. These flowers?
The two of them stood in the middle of the flower field, Irene's skirt fluttering.
We happened to overhear the royal gardeners say these flowers symbolize strength.
Her face was radiant.
But that doesn't mean the flowers are beautiful. Then what did you say was beautiful? She was angry, what a fool. Fool? Who are you calling a fool? With an annoyed expression, she took his hand and continued into the sunflower field. Let's keep going. The deep blue sky. The weather is beautiful. Indeed.
Their hands were intertwined.
Both of them looked very happy. She turned to him and asked, Felix, you're not actually angry, are you? He smiled gently.
Then he suddenly felt guilty, bowing his head, I'm sorry.
Because you're so lovely, I just want to keep looking at you. She reached out and touched his head.
Her smile was radiant in the sunlight, you don't need to feel guilty.
Then she pouted, making him blush. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and do it.
He reached out his hands and gently touched her face. Then he lowered his face close to hers, Irene. She stood on tiptoes, and their lips met. Her eyes were tightly closed, while his were open, staring at her.
The sunflower field was truly beautiful. Should we rest here for a bit? All right. They left the field and headed into the city. Please come inside. Why must it be me? I said I would be the one to lead you everywhere.
Irene smiled happily, looking at Felix, so you just need to relax and follow me.
His eyes softened. Why does he look even more tired?
Seeing his expression, she suddenly chuckled to herself, he's so adorable, I can't stop.
Irene. Their hands intertwined. Have you ever been to a festival outside? A festival? I've seen them from afar. He looked at her bewildered. You've never actually gone to one? I remember going once with Irene, though. Irene's eyes widened as she asked him, when was that? A beautiful island with a wonderful beach. When we went to Cameal Island to find the spirits? Just remembering that time. Benjamin's cold face and expression suddenly appeared. But is that Larry fellow doing well? When Lavish took all that trash down there, he mentioned Larry a bit, didn't he?
Lavish's face showed satisfaction, even if he's just a low-level demon, having received my power, if he accepts it well, it won't be hard for him to become a high-level demon.
Larry hasn't come looking for me yet. I guess he doesn't plan to show up anymore, does he? Though it's a bit sad that he disappeared completely. She calmly recounted to him, but it's better that way. The events on Cameal Island were a nightmare of a masquerade festival. That wasn't a festival. Oh, really?
She spoke of delicious food, fun games, and dazzling fireworks. At that time, it was a recreation of the spirit's memories, so it was very different from modern festivals.
Eating street skewers, playing games, and watching fireworks. That's what a festival is.
But on this scale, I heard many astrologers from all over are flocking there, you know. She gently expressed her opinion to him, let's go get our fortunes told, see how our love life is. Her face was full of self-satisfaction.
Irene knows a lot about festivals, doesn't she? Of course, I've been many times. He suddenly asked, with whom? With Claudia. Her face was restless and worried. You'll look forward to today, won't you? Yes. There were many people walking around in the city. It's the dart-throwing balloon game. The two of them noticed a dart game stall. Above the balloons are the prizes you can win. The prize for the game was an adorable stuffed bear. I'm aiming for that stuffed rabbit. The two of them turned to look at each other. It's really cute. Shall I buy it for you? You can't buy that with money. After he spoke, her face looked incredulous. You don't mean the stuffed animal, you mean buy the whole stall? Irene took a dart from the bin, ready for battle. That's not important. The harder it is to get, the more precious it is. I'll show you how I get it. But everything seemed to make her despair. Why isn't any of it hitting? It's even completely off target. He picked up a dart. Then let me try. This is the last one. She asked him, bewildered, can you do it? Even though I've changed targets, I'm sure I can. He got ready in an aiming stance. Let's see. The dart flew through the air. A single shot hit the target. All right. Irene got the little rabbit. Amazing. I was a bit nervous because it was the last one, but luckily it hit. He smiled, offering the rabbit to her. Here, Irene's rabbit. Her face was radiant. I love it, thank you, Felix. He also felt incredibly happy. Then he looked at the stall owner and said, indeed, I should have bought the whole stall. I told you that wasn't important. She gently took his hand and pulled him away. Let's go play something else. She pulled him along with a radiant expression. Is there anything you want to try? Felix's face turned red. We have plenty of time, so let's try everything. He smiled brightly, replying to her, all right. Night was about to fall, and the two of them had played one game after another. Suddenly, Irene's stomach rumbled. A delicious grilled skewer appeared. I really am hungry. Luckily, there's a skewer stall right next door. She turned to him and asked, how is it? Is it delicious? He still replied gently, but at this moment, a spicy sensation enveloped him. It's delicious. No, your face is all red. The two of them sat down on a stone slab. I'm not good with spicy food, but it's quite tasty. I'm sorry, I didn't know you couldn't eat spicy food. He smiled happily, telling her, when I commanded the army, the food always retained the authentic flavor of the ingredients. She looked at him bewildered, thinking of the chef's hard work. I didn't say anything, but I found that cooking method ineffective. He reached out his hand towards her lips, moreover. Irene, look at me. What is it? Is there something on my face? His hand touched her lips to wipe away a stain. You have a little food on your lips. Suddenly, fireworks appeared in the dazzling night sky, amidst the scene of the two facing each other. Both of them were looking at each other, unable to tear their eyes away. In Felix's eyes at this moment, there was only Irene's lips. His face began to flush. Irene's eyes sparkled, fireworks bloomed across the vast sky amidst the romantic scene of the two of them. As their lips were about to touch, suddenly a voice echoed from afar, oh my, why are noble lords in this shabby place? Both of them looked bewildered. A sorcerer appeared not far away. I didn't expect to meet noble people here. When did he get there? The atmosphere around them was not very pleasant. Aren't you two the protectors of the world? Why are you always being interrupted? A tent set up in the forest added to the gloomy atmosphere. The sorcerer faced the two of them. Indeed, you two sensed bad luck, which is why you came here, right? Bad luck? Her face was bewildered and confused. A great disaster almost occurred. This. He sighed and continued, even though you two haven't escaped bad luck yet, isn't this a common line from scammers? She rubbed the back of her neck, showing disbelief in this crazy fortune teller. Felix, let's go outside. Irene looked on bewildered. He was intently listening to the sorcerer. Really? Is there anything else? She turned to look at him with an incredulous expression. Why do you say the gods are always on your side? If we compare the current situation to a novel, wouldn't it go through an introduction, development, crisis, climax, and ending? The image of the two like angels about to kiss. It's not an extra story after all, is it? But why is there always a crisis? She suddenly burst into tears. I hate it, I really hate it. I want to live happily and date Felix. Her face darkened. What is this bad luck thing? What should I do? The sorcerer continued, I can only see vague scenes, because the future changes depending on each person's choices.
He gently stroked his beard with a contemplative expression. One thing is certain. Irene wore a bewildered expression. You are the center of all this bad luck.
Me? Me?
But the world's blessing is directed towards you. The sorcerer continued. No matter what happens, peace and destiny for you and those around you have already been arranged.
Irene wore a weary expression. She turned to look at him. Felix, do you know something already?
He suddenly sighed. Actually, at the hunting competition, I faintly sensed the demon's magic.
Demon? Again?
In the gloomy forest filled with dark aura, it seems the demon's summoning ritual failed. Sometimes, there are cases where one obtains a demon's magic from that.
I mean, recently, thanks to me, someone has gained a demon's magic, right?
He continued before her stunned expression. Irene is absolutely not the cause.
Could it be that person summoned a demon because they liked you? Irene suddenly remembered, is that so?
It feels so familiar.
You found out who the culprit is, haven't you?
He continued to be honest with her. I had intended to tell you about this after today.
She seemed to go crazy, elbowing him. That's great, isn't it? What on earth do you have to hide? Hurry up and tell me. Felix looked at her with a pitiful expression. Irene. She was furious. Why are you just staring at me so intently?
This time, no matter how handsome you are, it's useless. The sorcerer suddenly spoke. Please feel free to talk.
He left the tent. This old man will be back in an hour. His sigh echoed. She gently sat down.
His face was full of guilt. I'm sorry.
I apologize too much. I won't do it again.
I'll tell you, but not so you have to bear this alone. I thought Felix was intentionally avoiding me. Turns out he was busy finding the culprit. He continued to explain before Irene's confusion. No, that's not it. I really did avoid you.
That's strange. Why? He suddenly became contemplative. I wonder if the urge and what I feel are different from hers. There's no way they could be the same.
Irene raised both hands to his cheeks. She held his face opposite hers and shouted, how can thoughts and actions be the same? You clearly did something useless alone again.
She took her hands away, to his astonishment. Wait, did you call me her? You said you liked me. Pardon?
Then she suddenly fell into deep thought. Who exactly is that person?
It's...
Her face suddenly darkened. It's the lady of House Redline. Lady Redline clasped her hands as if begging, if he was with the lady at that time, at least let me treat you to a meal.
A strange current of water seemed to engulf everyone. Help! Please help! Larry scratched the back of his neck, complaining, what kind of hardship is this, really? Why? Thanks for watching the video. Do I have to do chores? This isn't even Larrage's jurisdiction. What did he say?
Larrage calmly handed him over to Asmodeus. There's a lot to learn here, you should stay and help the high-ranking demons. Please take care of Larry. The more he thought, the more annoyed Larry became. He sold me out.
Why does he act like a real parent instead of imitating humans? He lay sprawled on the ground, helpless. Ugh, I'm so annoyed.
The other person had just climbed up when Larry kicked him.
He immediately yelled angrily, you demon. So boring, noisy, and troublesome. Just then, a voice called out, Larry.
Looking up, Asmodeus stood right in front of him.
He smiled mockingly. You don't look like a scoundrel, do you? Larry sat up abruptly, asking in confusion, why did you call me? Asmodeus replied, you probably have to go to the surface. But he immediately objected. He pressed on, is that so? But Loris said you absolutely must go. He glanced at him boredly, Loris? No way. Asmodeus made a persuasive gesture, I think it would be better if you went. Larry cursed inwardly, are you even listening to me?
Then Asmodeus recounted, let's see, I was enjoying my tea time when suddenly a summoning circle appeared right before my eyes.
Oh dear. I was so surprised I held my breath.
Although a bit weak, my power flowed into it, so please retrieve it.
Larry cursed inwardly again, so proud, aren't you? He argued back, no, I mean, why do I have to go? He asked, you don't want to go? Larry admitted, of course not, I'm not going up there. Next, Asmodeus' eyes sharpened, strange, isn't it? If it concerned Irene Amber, you'd go immediately. Wouldn't you? Larry muttered distractedly, Irene Amber. His expression immediately changed to a cheerful one, you've already decided to go, haven't you? He quickly refused, no, I.
Without letting Larry finish, Asmodeus turned away, please retrieve your power, I'm counting on you, Larry.
He called back, Asmodeus. But he pretended not to hear. Ah, one less troublesome task.
Annoyed, Larry frowned tightly and complained, ugh, I hate this place so much.
Moreover, I thought she was doing well, but what on earth has she gotten involved in? No.
Whatever happens to her, it has nothing to do with me. That kid will know how to handle it herself, I don't need to overthink it. I just need to retrieve my power and come back here. In the dungeon of the mansion. Lady Redline pleaded earnestly, because I love the lady, I did this. Because I love you too much. Irene rubbed her forehead in exasperation. I don't know what your love for me has to do with demons. She loudly justified, Irene doesn't even care about me. If so, why did you comfort me? Irene was immediately stunned. Irene was annoyed, it seems you want to blame me. But among many ways to flirt, you chose demons? Redline's eyes welled up with a pitiful expression, but you told me I was the most beautiful person in the world. She helplessly explained, I said you were beautiful, but not that exact phrase. Even if I concede, using demons is not justified. You also know well what kind of disaster you've caused the Empire because of demons. You won't be able to escape the death penalty. Redline cried out in fear, Lady Amber. Turning away, Irene told herself not to be weak. She certainly must know how to handle this. Felix hadn't been there on the hunting day, just imagining it sends shivers down my spine. In the mansion. Claudia sighed, see? I knew this would happen, that's why I told you to get married quickly. Everyone is looking at you. Irene quickly interrupted, if it's marriage, a certificate is enough for me. We're busy now, so streamlining the procedure isn't bad. Hey, what are you talking about? Must hold a grand wedding to engrave it in everyone's minds. You married for that purpose from the beginning. Irene suddenly remembered, that's right. I'm not thinking straight anymore. She sat down in a chair, crossing her arms and saying the wedding would be held at the Grand Cathedral. Irene was a little surprised, the Grand Cathedral? Claudia nodded in confirmation, yes, the Grand Cathedral. She was now a bit flustered. The Grand Cathedral is only for royal weddings. Irene worriedly reminded that there would be fierce opposition. Claudia held her head high and said, it's fine, the Emperor wants it that way. Felix also smiled with satisfaction. It will certainly be etched in everyone's minds. He has to deal with it first so no one gossips. Irene awkwardly asked, why does that sound barbaric? He happily replied, it means he'll give you more time and opportunities. She replied helplessly, is that so? Felix continued to converse with Claudia, even if it's a bit rushed. Watching the two of them enthusiastically converse, she sighed, it seems I'm the only one not thinking anything. Of course, I'm not looking forward to it, but I didn't expect things to progress so quickly. Normally, it takes over a year. Felix suddenly asked, so, how are the wedding gifts on Bree Island? Irene asked back, bewildered, huh? Claudia explained that it was an island rich in minerals. Wouldn't it be better to hold the wedding ceremony throughout the entire territory? She was still bewildered. Two simultaneously looked at her and asked, is that all right, Irene? A flood of information left her unable to react in time. Just like that. Seeing the two of them happy, she sighed again, I've been tricked. Even so. Seeing them so happy. How can I stop them? At that moment, the three happily discussed, well, build a small villa on the island so we can vacation together later. And on the wedding day at the Grand Cathedral. A small carriage stopped right in front of the gate. Inside the Grand Cathedral. Two nuns respectfully opened the large doors. Felix from inside stepped out in an elegant suit. Looking at the carriage standing neatly in front of him, he immediately went to it. Along the way, a series of murmurs reached his ears. Have you heard the news, sir? I heard the Protector gave Bree Island as a wedding gift, the entire kingdom, to be exact. Truly a rare lover in the world. If he likes that lady so much. The carriage door slowly opened. Felix subtly spoke, watch your step. Now, take my hand. The door opened completely. Irene appeared in a magnificent wedding dress. She shyly linked her arm with his. Stepping down, the two walked hand in hand. Happily into the Grand Cathedral. Immediately after they disappeared, the nobles revealed expressions of disdain. Good heavens! That dress was so thin I thought it exposed all her skin underneath. Truly a vixen who seduces men. As the Protector's wife, she doesn't pay attention to her attire. I heard they were living together, so she's probably not a virgin anymore. Just then, a figure slowly approached. Does that dress deserve such criticism? Martina crossed her arms. What a shame, the royal designer followed my instructions exactly. Her eyes suddenly turned sharp. I've recorded the operating areas of the red light district and those who frequent it. Don't you think prostitution is a lowly act? To satisfy desires when you don't have a partner, right?
Suddenly, a gentle voice rang out, "So this is where you are?" Looking back, Martina immediately smiled brightly. "Oh my, darling." Erica approached, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. "Are you bullying those people again, sister?" She scornfully said it was because those people insulted our Irene first. Erica coldly looked at them, asking for their names and families. Martina proudly said, "Of course I remember all of them." She chuckled softly, then reminded to put aside dealing with them. "Because today is a happy day." She shrugged with a sarcastic tone. "The dress I'm wearing today was also bought by you. Why are you wearing that?" Erica replied that no one but Martina suited this outfit. By the life and light of the Lord. The scene in the chapel was like a dream. Please guide the dark path. Irene was exquisitely beautiful with an expression of utmost happiness. Felix finally had the one he had always loved. Hand in hand, they walked side by side, completing the solemn wedding ceremony. Irene happily extended her hand forward. She gently touched a hovering speck of light. Irene's voice exclaimed curiously, "It's warm. Divine power can be used like this? It's simply miraculous." Felix indulgently continued, asking, "Do you like it?" At this moment, Irene vaguely realized, could it be? She looked down at where Claudia was sitting, her expression momentarily stunned. "This is it the blessing of the high priests?" Irene still couldn't believe it. Really? Everyone around was very confused. Her eyes widened as she observed below the altar. Before she could think, Felix's hand reached out. "Irene." He gently pulled her closer. "Now, let's focus on the ritual." Irene shyly said, "Oh, wait, Felix." Below, Claudia and her father both shed tears of emotion. Are they really just going to ignore it? Among the wedding guests were also Liam, Martina, and Erica. Really? Looking at Felix's handsome face approaching, Irene was dazed. No. Faced with true love, she was still undecided. No way. In the end, Irene fully embraced Felix. The two shared a passionate kiss. All right. In the dazzling sunlight, the church bells rang out gracefully, signaling the end of the ceremony. Now, Irene was scolding her best friend. "Honestly, you didn't discuss anything with me beforehand." Clea pretended to be regretful. "I'm sorry, I didn't say anything because I was afraid Irene wouldn't like it. Even if you make a pitiful face, it's useless." Irene frantically explained that blessings were only for imperial weddings. Claudia still innocently replied, "What's there that can't be done? Because I received a blessing at the wedding, they'll be noticed more from now on. I just want to live quietly." Claudia's eyes widened helplessly upon hearing this. "You still haven't given up on that dream?" Irene calmly declared, "What do you mean, can't? But anyway, I know you did it for me, so we'll let it slide this time." Suddenly, a familiar voice spoke up. Martina approached, happily chiming in, "Can we talk for a bit now?" Irene immediately became obedient. "Martina, Erica is here too. Why did you change out of your wedding dress? I designed it specifically for you." Irene scratched her head, explaining, "I'm sorry, sister, because when I receive guests, I have to change into more comfortable clothes, so." Martina leaned closer to her, intimately revealing, "What a shame. With change, you need to be careful. If you hold the sleeve here, it will fall right down." Claudia flared up with jealousy. "How dare you tease Irene right in front of me?" Martina winked mischievously. "I just wanted to help a little." Claudia blushed. "What do you mean?" Martina boldly continued to introduce to everyone. "The current trend is to wear suffocatingly tight corsets. After escaping the puffy skirt and removing the seams. But conversely, my design makes it easy for men to take off, even if they've never worn a dress before." Martina's frankness made Irene quickly cover her mouth. "Stop. That's enough." The accidental physical contact made Martina even more infatuated. "Irene. After the wedding, I won't wear it again, so it's fine to tear it up." Erica commented helplessly. "I've been suspicious since the design started." Claudia, standing by, was speechless. "Is she a pervert?" Without hiding anything, Martina humorously confessed, "Call me an educated pervert." The limits of those two were considered to have ended here. Claudia and Erica silently exchanged a knowing look. After that, both of them teamed up to drag Martina away. She whined, "Where are you dragging me?" "Irene, see you later." She thought of the dress and blushed, thinking to herself, "They'll probably change my mind again in a bit. I thought it would be very busy, but with many people helping, it wasn't too bad. Anyway, I have to go greet the guests. I should probably go find Felix to scare him a little." While strolling alone in the corridor, Irene leisurely admired the scenery outside. Her expression was a mix of happiness and contentment. Suddenly, something caught Irene's attention. The shadowy figure of a stranger in the courtyard below made her curious. "I've never met this person. Is he a student?"
The scene clearly showed that he had just knocked down those two nobles. Irene accidentally saw it and suddenly felt a chill down her spine. As she was silently judging, Larry looked up at her. Kids these days are really scary, aren't they? As soon as their eyes met, Larry flinched again. He looked at me and then got startled for no reason. Seeing him tremble, Irene chose to be sympathetic. It's understandable to be scared after being seen assaulting nobles. But aren't those nobles very famous? Spoiled since childhood, they grew up to be such trash. Those people must have done something to get beaten like that. Thinking so, Irene just smiled, waved at Larry, and walked away. I shouldn't interfere, they'll just keep going. Irene left him standing dumbfounded below. Larry released the two nobles and his eyes widened in astonishment. He whispered to himself in confusion, what was that? This unexpected turn of events indeed left Larry utterly bewildered. When his eyes met the person he had longed for, he realized that Irene was looking at him nonchalantly. Her eyes curved gently, a loving smile at the corners of her lips. Larry remembered Irene's nonchalant expression. Her eyes were completely calm, without a ripple, the gaze of a complete stranger. Suddenly, a bold idea struck Larry. This was his chance. Can I pretend not to know her to approach her? Can we start over like the first time we met? Can I be with Irene again? His train of thought was suddenly interrupted by a magic circle. With just a glance, Larry recognized the owner of this technique. This magic is. It seemed that person waited for him to recognize it before retracting the magic. Larry looked around, muttering skeptically, it's gone, could it be? A familiar, hearty voice rang out, long time no see. From afar, a man was approaching. That person was Felix, as polite as ever. He directly greeted the uninvited guest, Larry. Meeting Felix, of course, he wasn't happy at all. You. Larry pointed directly at Felix, childishly challenging him, are you pretending to be close to me? Felix gently continued, have you moved already? His indifferent attitude infuriated Larry. There was a hidden meaning in Felix's every word. I had intended to greet each person individually. Although a bit inconvenient, I had to deal with it and send it away, so I temporarily placed it in empty space. Larry impatiently interrupted, I know. He insisted on explaining that he was afraid Felix would misunderstand, which is why he said that. I didn't come looking for you. I came here to retrieve the demonic energy that leaked into the human world, so I just happened to run into you. I only came to retrieve it, got it? Felix ignored his rambling. You don't need to speak so loudly, I can still hear you. He also shrewdly added, aren't you going to greet Irene? Felix gently reminded, this is the last chance. Larry was furious but couldn't do anything, this annoying guy. At first, it was a fragment of a demon. But now it has become a demon. Do you understand what I'm saying? Until now, I have never been human like you all. To me, your lives are as fleeting as a dream. No need to bother with things like dreams. Honestly, Larry was just trying to act indifferent. There's no need to greet anyone either. Felix immediately knew he was lying, is that so? He felt a little regretful at Larry's stubbornness, indeed. Suddenly, Felix asked him kindly, did you have a nightmare? Larry paused slightly. His lips pressed together tightly. In the end, he chose to turn away, I don't need to answer. Felix patiently stood there, waiting for him to share. In the sunset glow, he honestly confessed, I am just like you. Larry coldly interrupted him, I'm not curious about your dreams. He waved his hand, nonchalantly wishing Felix well, live well, ephemeral being. Although Larry tried to hide it, his emotions surged more and more. Felix understood that to some extent, so he also chose to remain silent. Suddenly from behind, the clear voice of his beloved rang out, Felix. Felix quickly replied, Irene. She ran brightly to Felix's side, you're here? Is everything all right? Earlier, I met a scary child here. You weren't hurt anywhere, were you? At his wife's innocence, Felix chuckled, forgetting his worries, I wasn't hurt anywhere. He looked in the direction where Larry had disappeared. Felix took Irene's hand and continued, it's nothing. I just met an acquaintance and chatted for a bit. Irene breathed a sigh of relief, is that so? Then that's good. Felix conveyed Larry's message to her, he said he had a beautiful dream. Irene asked curiously, that person? Felix gently described, the one who misses Irene. She innocently suggested, if he misses me, he could have met me before leaving. Hearing this, he immediately stopped her, not now. Seeing Felix smile with amusement, Irene found it strange, what do you mean? Why not? He decided to keep their recent meeting a secret, it's a secret. Irene kindly prayed, anyway, I hope that person finds happiness.
Not in a dream, but in real life. Felix happily agreed, I hope so too.
Hands of the newlywed couple intertwined tightly in the beautiful, poetic sunset. Irene was momentarily stunned when she heard Felix intimately call her, my lady.
She blushed and stammered, my lady? Felix was overjoyed, yes, my lady. He embraced Irene, teasing her passionately, don't you like it? She couldn't hide her shyness, it's not that. Felix proactively suggested, then, can I only call you that when it's just the two of us? Irene's heart was not yet prepared for this romantic scenario. Felix pressed on, his lips close to Irene's, my lady, may I? She quickly made an excuse, first, before it's too late, we must quickly go greet the guests. Everyone must be waiting. Felix had to put off the important matter, this. He smiled, lovingly complying with Irene, then let's go, before it's too late, right? She brightly continued, yes, let's quickly go greet everyone.
Walking side by side under the evening sun, Felix playfully teased, I know, my lady. Irene could only blush and silently scold, you sly one.